broadcasts out of Bucharest.
Yeah,
and it's
would be usually where I would say, oh, we're truly globally offensive, but you know we don't have that anymore.
No,
just two.
I
feel like they missed a trick there. Could have just called it Counter-Strike. If they didn't ruin that opportunity with 1.6, we could just make it the definitive version.
Well, the devs talked about that, I think, in that, what was it, the PC Gamer interview they did?
Yeah.
And they were like, it felt weird just making it different from just Counter-Strike, because it is like one of the, a core engine update. It is like a core, like they even talked about it as if it's a completely different game, and they want to obviously keep that vibe of it to make it feel fundamentally Counter-Strike, which I think they succeeded with, obviously. And just for them, it is just a brand new game.
Yeah. It's fair. It's like the Dota 2, I guess, but
yeah, I like it. CS2, nice and easy, to the point.
Yeah, it is to the point. It's the second version, the second coming, and hopefully, we'll get Vlad in, returning to the server. He had a big round, and then immediately get out of here.
Yeah,
straight away, DC. It's hard to keep your mental focus. I'm sure it is. You did mention there was a tech issue, but it probably is, and you can't speak in it. But you're sitting there, you got jet lag. You're in a long tech pause, keeping your mental focus, that has to be a trick you've got to learn.
Oh, yeah. It absolutely is. Players talk about it all the time. And I think it obviously helps. Like a team like ENCE, I think, will have no real problems to it.
Yeah, here we go. Vladin's back. Ooh, that's exciting. That might mean we're getting into the game very shortly. So let's just wait and see that match pause sticky note be removed from the screen. And the action will continue. ENCE versus TYLOO. Now, we did see recently, we've commentated quite a lot of CS2 so far, and we did see, like, the big starts generally end up being victorious for the team that got the stronger start, right?
Yeah, and that's one of the complaints too. I guess issues that players have had with this kind of drop down MR12 is there are less opportunities to recover in a half.
Yeah, you have to start strong, otherwise the game becomes so much more difficult for you, and you can't really take too many risks in the economy. So we'll probably not see TYLOO do much in this round, honestly.
It's old school though. I mean, I competed in MR12 like way back when, in like 2003, and I mean, it does, like, a good clutch is a very important thing to have. A good clutch goes a long way. We're back. Round 6 is live. TYLOO, no real money to work with.
Yeah, there's nothing really too exciting here for TYLOO. Maybe Mozia can show us something on the Deagle, but it might be another scenario where Vladin gets a nice ramp rush coming at him. He's got the lineup. Look at this. Steal this one. Ooh. So he lines himself up on the floor, and then jump throws the nade into the ramp room. And Nerds has pushed through Hut, so there's the opening.
I wonder if that's kind of a design of where, like, I'm going to blow up the smoke. The tension will probably turn towards ramp room if they see the smoke being blown up, and then the Hut push comes in. That could be an interesting angle. Could have just been a fun little peek to take.
Well, it worked out, even if it wasn't intentional.
Exactly.
And Vladin holding down the big box, getting pushed, getting pressured. And Vladin does not crack, although a couple of his teammates have cracked real wide open.
Yeah, Vladin never saw that player Kaze cross over towards Snappy, so Snappy gets taken down. There's a chance here for Kaze. This is what I was talking about. Big boy clutches. One big clutch can dictate a lot in MR12, and Kaze has a chance for it, although taking heavy damage.
Yeah, he's taking heavy damage and having to deal with two different angles, but he's actually slipped away. He didn't get the better weapon, though. Still on the Deagle.
Just get the
going for the bomb plant.
That is only goal.
A massive opportunity for Kaze, and he has got that extra cash. He's being run down by Nerds, and a chance even to get the gun out in time, but it is going to be Nerds to close on 5 for ENCE, but that got way more dangerous than it looked like. I thought Vladin was shutting that down.
Yeah, that's actually a really good round for TYLOO. 3 kills and a bomb plant, taking some money away. Madden, Snappy, Vladin all have to reinvest. Some Pius is rich though, so we're cool. It's 5-1.
Yeah, it was a massive round considering what they had. They had like 1 Deagle.
And this is where we have to see TYLOO have a little, like, pack a little bit of punch. You mentioned they look flat. They haven't really had success in opening kills. The only opening, the only real entries and strong starts to these rounds they've gotten is when ENCE pushed into them and Kaze shut it down. They haven't been able to create anything themselves, and that has to change right now.
Well, let's see what the call is out from Advent. Similar smokes as we've seen deployed multiple times since Vladin. This time, he's not just sitting back in the ramp. This time, it's a lobby crunch. ENCE have called it a perfect time, really, and that has caught TYLOO completely off guard.
Especially when you think about it mentally. Like, TYLOO's probably thinking the same thing I am. Like, we need to call, like, a god-tier strategy that we love. They're thinking of what they're running and what they're going to do and how to change this, and all of a sudden, ENCE is in their face, and they don't expect it whatsoever. Great opening to the round for ENCE, and they've got a man advantage. And they have full map control as well.
That's the other thing, right? TYLOO have nowhere to go. They might have lost outside. They don't know if they have any control here. They're stuck at spawn at the moment. And there's still 1 minute and 10 seconds left in this round. So you've got a little bit of extra utility left. So you cross out a little closer towards red here, Kaze. But at this point, Advent has to figure out the solution.
Well, they're going to have to spend a lot of time clearing out lobby. Advent and Jam Young are doing that while Kaze works this. So there's no pressure at the moment to find any kill. They're not in any kind of a rush at the moment. 45 seconds left. So Kaze just getting a little bit of space as his teammates take control, regain control of lobby. And now they can decide how they want to do this to work together to make this happen.
Pius is in a very powerful position. Difficult to get him out of the spot, but Advent does it. He clears him. Strong peek, now Nerd to the back of the side, one of the best riflers in the world this year. It's going to be difficult to remove him when he has the help of Snappy taking initial distraction up towards heaven. And even when Nerds takes contact, Snappy can peek. They tap, they try and draw Nerds into the open, and that's exactly what they get, but it's a double from Nerds, and the round likely to follow in just a second here. Kaze goes down inside of the site, and it's 6-1 now for Ents.
Yeah, they really wanted to clear the back of the bomb site. If they had just covered the plant, they might have been able to get away with that, but trying to kind of wheel in and take out Nerds in that position exposed him to a lot of danger, and he stood tall to the task. 6-1, but there you did see a little bit of that firepower. After this initial one can be a tough round to recover from, and you find Advent sliding out of the door and finding that kill on Pius out the big garage.
That guy sounds annoying.
That is a voice.
Well, that's going to be the top side hit. And Snappy getting a double kill, Appen and Jamyeon going down, and when Snappy's fragging out this hard, it's a tough world to live in. TYLOO getting desperate now, starting to scrape the bottom of the barrel. You try to quick push out towards the top side, and you get instantly destroyed. So
Fly was so excited for Upset City. He's packed his bags. He's got to the airport, and they just told him the flight was canceled.
Yeah.
Like, nope, there's nothing going to Upset City today.
That place doesn't exist.
We were all so excited. We were talking about it this morning. Everyone was getting happy, thinking about the prospect of like a TYLOO Lynn Vision best of 3, and all of a sudden it's just like, nah.
Yeah, it's not happening, is it?
Not even close.
Well, maybe there's only one ticket today. Maybe there's only one train journey, and it's leaving the station with Lynn Vision.
It's a little bit of a later flight that he can't make.
Yeah, okay, maybe that's what we're looking at. But
flights, planes, trains, and automobiles.
All the modes of transport.
Shout out to John Candy. Mosey outside gonna get picked. Oh no, he does respond, and Mercury adds in, and all of a sudden it starts to crumble a little bit.
Yeah, and Nurse is still here, all reliable, still around, and they're gonna drop down the vent. Although Mosier has been spotted getting into the corner, and he's forced into the open. Nurse takes him out, but Kaze's made it down, and just like the wind, he's in through the bomb plant. He'll commit to it, locks it through. The 2v3 is winnable, especially with Mercury coming late down ramp. There's a chance here as Vladin, he's not looking the right way. He's not ready, and Mercury's got the kill. So now we're back into a 2 versus 2. A winnable scenario now for TYLOO. A very good scenario considering the start of this round, being down in a 5 versus 3 deficit. Both players now for Ents coming through decon. This is the retake position. 2 flashes. They don't have a smoke, and that is going to make things a lot more difficult. But Kaze peeks out of dark, instantly dies, and Nerds on the headshot. It'll be the defuse. And that chance is squandered for TYLOO.
Yeah, shout out to Nerds, another good pair of kills, and unfortunately that bomb is not planted for Mercury up in ramp room, so he had to make an over-aggressive play to try and find that kill and just shut down entirely. And respond again, despite some difficulties, and once again, like the death set in the pregame, it's these late round situations that sometimes cause some issues for TYLOO, and all the clutches going into favor, all those post-plant scenarios going into favor of Ents. What few we've had.
True. Yeah, it's not really come to that point, has it? Another tactical timeout being used here. It's rough for TYLOO because you have seen a lot of different looks. I don't feel like they've been allowed to play their game, right? They tried a little bit slower. Sure, maybe the first few gun rounds didn't look too pretty, and then you had that lobby crunch for Ents, and then TYLOO went for the aggressive balls to wall play, get out towards the top side, and got instantly wrecked by Snappy. So it's a rough position to be in here for TYLOO.
Yeah, and so they've done a good job of mixing in aggression to keep them honest, right? Even when it's not like the full-blown lobby crunch, it's maybe a little bit of a peek, you know, here and there. We've had players playing in towards HUD as well, peeking towards lobby, finding that one kill. So just enough disruption is in there to really throw TYLOO off their game, and they haven't been able to recover quite yet. So yeah, they better figure it out.
It's interesting because I've heard a lot of players over the years talk in different interviews, podcasts, and talk about what goes into some of these tactical timeouts. And you're kind of thinking in that moment, okay, we know this has been working consistently for us, but we have to think about from their perspective, what do they think they're going to have to change? What is the adaptation they're likely going to make? And how do we then counter that? And so you have to make the decision of, am I going to play consistently the way I have been playing so far, or am I going to change the game to try and beat whatever counter they've come up with? And Snappy seemed to have the perfect call earlier on in this half.
Well, I think like Snappy is one of those in-game leaders that you kind of like, you would probably hate having on the other side of these scenarios when you're TYLOO, because he's so good and so willing to throw, like I mentioned, that disruption into the mix. And yeah, it's a little bit brutal, but I think TYLOO at this point, I think everyone individually has to be thinking of their own positions and what they've seen and what they can do to change things up. Obviously, the first one is everyone's going to need to be a little bit more focused and cautious about the aggression, especially out of a tech pause as well. It's a perfect time that we see teams mix things up and throw it in, although Ants has already thrown a couple pieces in, so not much of a mix-up. But it is kind of like you think about your own individual position. What information have you spotted? Have you gathered what kind of intel of how they're playing the position, of how much space you can have in certain areas with certain plays, and pass that on to the in-game leader when the pause ends, as it has now heading into round 9. 7-1. 11 kills on Nertz. But it's really, the story has been the individual firepower of TYLOO has not showed up yet here on T-side Newt.
Sure, 11 kills, but 1 death. He's died 1 time so far. Crazy, but there's that's a miss molly coming in towards Hut, but at the moment, just chill from TYLOO. No quick plays into the top side this time. Did not go well for them earlier on. Snappy's got himself to a pretty powerful position towards the back of the garage. And Kaze going to be lining up the standard smokes that have become so meta now. Those double smokes outside of main being tossed on out. So one player can throw both of them nice and quick. And now you've got a player out red. You can try and fake the cross on down, and you're going for a heavy ramp play.
And it's not, the switch up isn't into aggression for Ents, it's to park the off over in ramp room where the M4 has been there the whole time. Now it's Sunpius' turn.
Well, let's see if he's got it. If he misses the shots, he's a couple of targets as well. Decides to peek out, confident as ever is Sunpius. And once more taking up position. Although smoked away now at this point, maybe a little uncomfortable going into that TYLOO, so they've decided they want to go back. They want to try and go for this A play instead. Madden's been caught at the doorway. Mosey are now making space, and the rest of the TYLOO side starting to filter on in. They know Nertz has been playing this position, and finally they will take him out for the second time on this map. The Krieg rings out from Jam Young, and they have broken through. Great reaction, great decisive call to get away from that AWP and back into the top side.
Snappy's never been able to have impact because nobody came outside through mini. That's all 3 players coming outdoor, and what a beautiful spot to throw the Krieg just to hold for that heaven peak. Instant headshot.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more of the return of the Krieg and the AUG coming back into CS2.
Yeah, everyone's getting experimental these days.
Yeah. I mean, it actually feels pretty balanced at the moment in terms of the amount of gun usage we're having. You know, we're seeing a lot of the weapons being picked up. We're seeing the XM come out. We're seeing more shotguns across the board. We're seeing P2000 come out for the first time in years. You know, we're actually seeing most of the weapons in CS2 being used at the moment. There's a great variance coming through.
Now we just need the MP5.
Wow, Jason. I have actually seen a few players using it.
I know a couple. I think JL's an MP5 fan.
Yeah, he is, yeah. There's people are talking about him as the future of CS.
This is probably the mistake that causes this all to collapse. Is Madden, I think, a little too wide of a swing as he rotates in, because Sunpius with the AWP, he smokes off to his left defensively to the box. TYLOO throws the smoke as well, so he's probably communicating that it's a B hit. They're committing at least to ramp room, and that causes Madden to take a little bit of a wide swing and opens up the space. That's a great round from TYLOO, though. Finally, some of that prowess in the mid-round to crack things open. Can they build upon it?
Well, Snappy's definitely enjoying the freedom he's got towards outside today. He's pushed down towards the bottom of silo already. Mercury looking to try and clear it. It's a tough spot to get rid of Snappy, and he gets across. Mercury, the smoke is not going to help him whatsoever. Snappy gets away with his life and the opening kill of the round.
That smoke plume was just big enough to hide him long enough for the flashbang to subside. And now Jam Young's got a decision to make. Smoke wall is up. Nertz is going to shift down towards Secret. He can find a timing here. He's got to be a little bit cautious. Madden with the shotgun onto... Oh, this is going to be great. If they come through that smoke, if they come through that door...
Oh, yeah. The big XM is out. The Alligator is stomping its way forward. Advent and Jam Young gone. Nertz, risky maneuver to sit on the ladder. You're not too accurate in this kind of position, but if you can fly it with a good timing, it can work out very well. Just one look at that Krieg, and he's throwing it back on the floor. Gets the AK-47 out, and Ents back to winning ways.
Yeah, TYLOO trying to repeat that success of kind of coming outdoor when all has been lost elsewhere, and this time it's shut down entirely by Madden with the shotgun.
We're starting to look at the territory now where TYLOO do need the remaining rounds left in this half. 8-4 feels like the minimum. Maybe you can get away with 9-3, but we haven't seen them look strong enough. We haven't seen the character in TYLOO to show us that 3 will be enough in this game.
Yeah, it's hard to kind of lean on that one and the switch of sides, even just like CT Nuke, right? Especially against a team like Ents. So this hasn't been great, and 2 rounds left for them to see if they can scrape them together.
As no one really, sometimes you're getting defeated this badly, at least there's maybe like a positive player that's standing out.
Right, you have one individual.
There's no one.
You could be like, he's popping off a little bit if he just gets like a quad kill.
If he just gets a quad kill, maybe he can win us a round, maybe he can win us a clutch.
Yeah, but you're right, you do have that every once in a while. Like a player can like hard carry you through a half just to give you enough to wake the other players up, and that doesn't feel like it's happening whatsoever on this map.
Yeah, they're losing as a team. Take that.
I mean, interestingly enough, the 2 rounds they've gotten, like we mentioned, kind of Mercury, Jamyang, Mozia, it's been Kaze in the first gun round to get the double kill in the ramp push, and then it was Advent to find the entries into the upper bomb site. It's not the names you would usually say. These are the ones having the biggest impact in the round wins.
Yeah. Advent this time, as the main smokes lined up. Really trying to condition them to believe they are going to cross a player out red most rounds, and they are. Mercury, the player doing that again, this time alone. He has got his teammate in the form of Jamyang with him. Senpai is damn close to hitting that shot through the smoke. That would have been a devastating start to the round for TYLOO, but in fact, it's actually really solid for them. They've got 2 players down secret.
Yeah, the hard part is with this position pushed up in ramp room, like there's no way to connect these pieces anymore. That's going to be the difficulty.
Senpai's. Look at this. Stairway peeks up. It's going to be Jamyang ripped apart, and Senpai gets away. And because they've got Madden down on the bomb side as well, the distraction's completely set up towards double door side. And now the next layer of the trap, the Vladin deep push in towards ramp. Ents have just covered everything off.
It's an easy angle if they come towards ramp room, and you have a very fast flank. So any kind of resistance, if these aren't immediate kills, if these are not immediate kills from TYLOO, that flank is going to be so fast.
He somehow got back to it as well, but Nert's good for 1. Now it's Madden's turn from Tetris. He gets overwhelmed and overrun. TYLOO into the site with a chance to win this, but Vladin's so quick on that flank. Activates it, comes around the back. Bomb is down, and Kaze now has to win a hero clutch, and he won't be given that opportunity. TYLOO just getting outplayed, outmaneuvered, and Ents are looking fantastic on the CT side.
Yeah, pretty good entries in as well into the upper bomb side with that late kind of hit once again at a disadvantaged situation, and that's the problem. These opening plays from Ents, like the first timing in these rounds, Ents is winning them time after time, and TYLOO is always playing a recovery game. They're never in control of these rounds. They're never dictating the action.
They've never been able to have a split. It feels like you get one part of the map, sure, maybe they get secret, for example, last round, but they don't get ramp there, you don't get top side.
And by the time they get it, they probably lost a player or 2 elsewhere in the map as well. And it's, it's not that a fun game for TYLOO.
No, not at all. So the utility trickles in towards this A bomb site. No push yet from TYLOO. The last round of this first half. 9-3 is almost essential. Here's the play. Topside hit. Nertz holds out from Tetris again. He's worried about Door. And he gets a second kill. He has to go to the P2000. Nertz. It's an attempt for sure, but he's got the rest of his teammates to try and close this one out. Jamyang and Mozia just sort of limping in towards this top side to close out this first half.
Yeah, this is a demoralized TYLOO. Even this fast upper hit just felt like it was actually only 2 players coming through. Jamyang naded before he could even do anything. 10-2 half in the favor of Ents. Nertz leading the way with 15 kills. It is straight dominance.
And I mean, it is Nertz and Senpai who will have to step up in the fragging department when you don't have your full team here, when you're missing out on Dihas, that's a really pivotal player for the success of Ents. You do look to the likes of Nertz and Senpai as those 2 stars of the team to frag out, and that's exactly what they have done. So 15-4 for Nertz, can't be bad to that. And unfortunately for TYLOO, there's kind of no one fragging out at the moment. 2 rounds on the T side, that's got to feel rough. But Vladin, I think that's a really cool talking point. He looked
solid,
comfortable.
He looked okay.
Yeah, he did his job.
Yeah, for sure. That's about the best we could say at this point of him.
Good first half, wasn't a liability. And that's kind of the main thing you need from your stand-in player. But Nertz, here he is.
I love this. I mean, he knows that push outdoor is coming at any moment. He knows, like, this doesn't make any sense if there's not going to be a player coming outdoor. And that door player, on the other hand, is like, I'm smoked off. I know I need to be involved in the action. I know I need to push through, and I need to get this kill if we're going to win this round. But, when do I find that timing to actually go through the smoke? And never having done it.
Had to wait for the reload sound.
Yeah, Nertz just gets a couple freebies.
Yeah, it was too late. Even actually gets a lot of damage off as well with the P2000, which allows for that nade kill to come in.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right, let's see the ends with these Ultra Glocks.
Ultra Glock. Now it really has become kind of ridiculous how good the Glocks can be at this point.
Glocks scare me so much on CT this run.
Yeah.
They scare me so much.
It's definitely a tough old time when you're going up against the Glock. Advent, it might be rough for him, and Mosey under pressure too on that lower bomb site. They're just everywhere at this point. Ents already scaling heaven. Bomb goes down towards lower. Oh, that's going to be Mosey on a double kill. And he's not alone. He's got Mercury with him inside of the vent. And heaven play for Madden has worked out. Mercury, though, on the dual Beretta is gunslinging his way to a couple of kills here. But still, Madden is keeping Ents in this one. Snappy and Madden to try and close the 2v4 total.
They got to get the bomb. So Snappy's got to play this very slowly and patiently. And just wait for Madden to be in some kind of a position to help out. There's a minute left. Madden's going to come join up with them so that they can use that USP. But this is a long time for Snappy to just have to hold here with all these angles.
You have to imagine as well, a peek there from Jam Young would eventually come
Information, right?
Yeah. And now he's going to smoke as well, deploy that. That's making things a lot more rough.
That's actually fine in a sense. There's plenty of time, and Snappy's like, okay, smoke here. No one's gonna push. I can relax a little. I can take a breath
and get Madden actually
and wait for Madden to be here. And also the information that he's gathered, right? He saw the jump up over at the stairs towards control side. He knows Mercury's in the vents, and you can assume that Mosey is going to be off to the left.
Smoke fades away. Now here goes the attempt to draw this round back completely. Nice shot from Madden, second from Snappy, and now it's just Mozia, and he has to do absolutely everything. He's looking for 4 kills from the same position, and Mozia's got it. There's some clean shots in the pistol. TYLOO desperately needed it, and Mozia makes it look clean.
That is a round of fantastic shooting from both sides as well. Mozia's a beast, but I mean, even busting up that like 3-way trap down in secret is wonderful from Ents to get off to a good start.
Bang.
There's this one. Yeah, all headshots for Mozia.
Didn't even move.
A tough angle to hit. Snappy gets the goosh, wants to press the advantage, and Mozia shuts him down.
There's finally a bit of excitement for TYLOO to get fired up with, but Ents are coming back. They're coming back with a force spy, and they're coming back with a vengeance. Out towards the top side already. Tech-9's running in. Although, it is going to be Mercury trying to hold. It isn't going to happen for him, and these Tech-9s are running hellfire on TYLOO's defense.
Yeah, if any team was going to force fire without a plan the second round, it would be Ents as well. We know they love it. They love these Tech-9s and MAC-10s, and the retake begins. Bomb is down, and Nerds is going to have to step up one more time. 3 kills to find, and he can't do it. Can't spin around, but good damage in a plant, and don't be shocked if Ents spy again.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked at all. They got rounds to play with, and they definitely had a chance there to close out on that round. Massive recovery from TYLOO, because it did look like it was getting out of hand.
Both entries went to Ents. That's a 3v5 recovery.
Yeah, that is huge. And I thought for a second there was a chance for Nerds to get that clutch, because Advent was so low. That was the next player who's going to shoot us off. But it is the force spy coming in for Ents. Why not? I love it.
Hell yeah.
Did they just go for the same round again, though? Did they go for that top side again?
No, this time they got rifles, and I mean, you don't have the utility either to kind of do all the flashbangs, right? I mean, there was a good amount of utility to get those Tech-9s activated. This time you don't have it. I think you go for a more slower pick style, let some utility fade away, work outside a little bit more.
Yeah, wait for a chance at opening, maybe provided by TYLOO. There's that cross smoke that should allow a TYLOO player to position up towards the back of garage.
They want to abuse ramp room.
And they have sent some pies out on his own. Send him out, let him fight, see if he can pick them apart with the scout while they preoccupy themselves with ramp instead. It's gonna be Jam Young under pressure.
It makes sense as well. I mean, again, not a whole lot of utility that you can do anything towards the upper bomb site in the early going. There's no execute you can have, so you know, pick someone off in ramp, get some control, pick someone off outside perhaps with that scout, and Jam Young's just gonna drop, feels the pressure, backs away.
Oh no!
However, Kaze never got the memo.
No,
he came in for support.
They were not on the same page at all there. Kaze decides, I'm gonna help, swings out, but no, Jam Young's already tucked out of there. Some pies now, the chance shot lands, a lot of damage being done from that scout. Another shot through. It's Mozia this time that's gone down. And, well, Ents aren't committing anywhere near lower. They're going back in towards this top side. Mercury with 1 kill, but it's Advent's aggressive position that needs to deliver the goods. He sees the second player, just the arm. But now Advent's in a really difficult spot because he's worried about Heaven. He looks up there, fires a few warning shots towards Snappy, but as Madden making his way through ramp, they could even get out of here.
Yeah, they have the bomb. The problem is Jam Young is still down in the lower bomb site, playing towards vents because he can rotate up top where all the pressure just was. However, the more silence that's here at the A bomb site, the more Jam Young's going to start being worried, and it's actually a Heaven play.
It is the A play. It is the A play coming in. All right, let's see how this works out for Advent. He's not looking the right way at the moment. They haven't seen him, though. They haven't seen him, and here's the steps. It's Advent nearly looking for the clutch himself from down below, but it has to be Jam Young up against Snappy, who will commit to the plant at the back of the site. There's a nade here for Jam Young, but is that low health communicated? It is not. So Jam Young tries to get past. Flash nearly works out perfectly. But it's going to be Jam Young winning the 1v1. Snappy peeked into the flash. And
It did work out perfectly, just not for Snappy.
yeah, definitely not for Snappy. Worked out really well there for Jam Young.
Nice, easy clutch. Snappy was low HP anyways. Was always going to be a difficult 1v1 to find, but again, a very dangerous round that TYLOO gets tested and stands up. Now, ENCE, again, with 4 kills and the bomb plant, they're going to buy again. They should. They know the economy's hurting. They know it's busted. They know one win essentially gets them a map victory. But the longer this goes on and doesn't succeed for ENCE, if TYLOO can continue just barely hanging on the way they are, at some point, ENCE is going to be like, oh, this half has slipped away, and we've been forcing this and not able to get that breaking point, and then all of a sudden they could be in a lot of trouble. So there is still an opportunity for TYLOO to come back into this.
I'm all here for it. Perhaps ENCE could beat themselves. Utility goes towards outside. Vladen clearing close. Not seeing anybody, so they're going to now execute their smokes towards outside. Interesting lineup here from ENCE, a little deeper. There's that smoke to drop down into main, stops Mosier from getting good vision, but he decides to play with it. He can send a nade in to try and gather information, but there's a gap here, there's a corridor by design to allow Vladen into the peak, but he's not ready for Mosier. And that intelligent heads-up play from Mosier to get on the edge of that smoke has given TYLOO the opening kill.
Clean win is what they're hoping
That's
for.
the bomb.
That's the bomb. That's a second kill. And now Mercury steps up. Oh, over at the boxes. Misses the opportunity. A little bit crazy. Oh, and it all falls apart. And now he's done.
Oh.
He's done. And man, did that turn around quick.
It did. The wheels just fell off the car immediately. It's like they built this beautiful car and then it just fell apart instantly. That looks so good. The Mosier gets a double opener, the bomb in his possession, and suddenly ENCE just get a bunch of headshots.
I didn't even see where all those kills came out. It was just, that, again, that's a 3v5 that very quickly recovered for ENCE. First 2 kills towards mini and outside, and then, dang.
Yeah.
Final tactical pause for TYLOO.
Now or never, really, for calling it.
It can't be now. Like, you can't force buy here if you're TYLOO. This is the harshest reset outside of everyone but Mosier.
You kind of have to, because you're on double eco, right? On Kaze in particular, he's like 1400.
Yeah, and
I think you actually
theory, but I mean, if you're actually gonna go for the win,
you have
right?
only 1400 loss bonus. Like, you're not gonna get a buy next round.
It'd be better than what you have now to start the run
Yeah,
for overtime.
sure.
You know, like, yeah, it's a really rough decision, and this is the harshest possible reset, and they're gonna go for it.
All right. It's always that little voice in the back of your head when you see double eco. They're like, maybe we can do it on Deagles. Maybe we can do it. Couple of headshots. Get Kaze the hero rifle.
Mosier was the only one with money, and he's like, he couldn't get armor, so he had to drop the M4 over to Kaze.
Oh, Kaze, all eyes on you and Snappy. God. Oh my god.
That's the M4.
That's the hero rifle gone. No eyes on Kaze, in fact. He has no eyes left. It's just bang. Snappy, what a way to open up the round. That is ridiculously clean. And now Jam Young on the Deagle has made a sound. He's drawn them towards him. He's taking damage. He's trying to draw them into the trap. There's 2 players set up, though. And this could work for Mosier. Now he needs to land the shots. And the Deagle does exactly that. Snappy and Vladen both gone. And Nerds gets caught by the 5-7. They're actually going to do it, Jason.
Without the M4.
Without the M4.
They never needed it to begin with. Oh, what a round. That's a little bit of arrogance, I think, from ENCE to push all the way down secrets so aggressively. Maybe some overconfidence. And TYLOO's got a little bit of fight left in him.
Just needed a force buy to go their way. Now, Mosier was the player that sacrificed his M4. Well, now he's got it back. And here he goes. Sees the head of Madden, confirms the information. They're walking down towards the lower bomb site. Jam Young needs to be ready for the B play. They're on dark, but it's all the time in the world for Mosier to get in behind, come away with that first kill, and now Senpai is looking to chase him down. Mosier's out of there. Advent, it's a little too uncomfortable for my liking there, Advent, so he's going to get out of there.
Yeah, there's no need to take a fight at this point. 4-1, you just kill him when he plants the bomb. 20 seconds left, and they'll just hold the angles, not even let him get into the bomb site. But that's smart from TYLOO players over in Ramp Room to back off. Don't lose it.
And because they didn't get a bomb plant, there isn't actually a whole lot of money on a few of these ends players, so you can't get that comfortable full buy. If they got the bomb plant, then yeah, we're looking at that world, but that shot from Snappy, holy. Turns out it doesn't matter. But,
yeah, all worked out in the ends.
Guess it's still a highlight.
Nice trap set up towards Secret. Helped out by Ents, just really getting thirsty for some eco kills. 11-6, Ents 2 rounds away from taking this map 1 victory. TYLOO embarking on a little bit of a comeback. Potentially.
Potentially is definitely the key word there. They're taking their first steps. With a drop down from Mercury into the vent. Be the position he decides to take up. Advent's gone early, so that's a difficult pill to swallow for TYLOO.
Nurse has been looking at that fight towards the upper bomb site in Hut a number of times in this half already.
He got info.
Yeah, he spotted the legs up top, so he says one rotated over. Ramp Room is going to be a single player.
What is the call here in the end for us?
Ooh, it's an over rotation though from TYLOO. They're bringing Jam Young. They're having a game. They're like, take Ramp Room. If you guys go Ramp Room, you have a lot of room to work with. But we're going to shore up the defense up top.
It looks like it's going to work, Chase. You know, it looks like it might be the perfect call for TYLOO to win this round. But we know even when Ents are up against the odds, they've always got a chance when they've got the sharp aim of Nerds to open up the bomb site. It should be Mosey getting checked shortly, but he's not going to be checked. In fact, there's too much distraction inside of the site, and that Jam Young play has worked out perfectly. The call to allow him to rotate up and stack out this A defense has made it look good. And now Ents have a 1v3 on their hands, in particular for Flatten here. What a way to make your mark it would be if he wins this clutch for Ents to take a 1v3 to push them up to 12 rounds. He's out of the hut. Bomb is down in the middle of the site, and 20 seconds left. As Latin picks it up, he wants that fight versus Kaze. If he gets this, he can drop down the vent, in fact, and now the clutch really is on for Vladen.
I don't know if he has time. They can just chase him so fast. He's going to get the bomb planted at the very least, but I don't think he's going to be able to react or do anything. Jam Young. Nice, clean, and easy. It's Kaze actually who finds that kill. Good shooting from Jam Young, though. The over-rotation, you're exactly right, is the entire key to that round. Good gamble from TYLOO, and they are rewarded. And that should finally, I was going to say, it should give them a little bit of breathing space, but Nerds has just snap bought the AK. Now, he can obviously sell that back, so they don't have to commit around it. Might just be something where he says, I've been finding fights I like. You know, give me that AK back, I'm feeling it.
You guys buy a couple of P250s, a couple of Eagles.
See what happens.
Yeah, I mean, he is getting a lot of fights he looks very comfortable in. Even if he does the job of just opening up a bomb site, gives the pistols a chance to move in, create some space. That's kind of the only job he needs to do. But we'll see what he.
Yeah, so the AK-47, a little bit of investment around it. Madden's got Tech 9 with armor.
Yeah, okay. So there's something here for Ents. It's not obviously an ideal buy, but when you got Nerds who's 21-9, go for it.
Well, look, we mentioned the idea that you can, in the first half, that TYLOO wasn't having a player kind of like step up to carry him through a tough moment. Look at Mozia. He's 20-15. He's right up there with Nerds, who's at 21. But the fact that he has shot up the scoreboard, no one was in double digits for TYLOO at halftime. From the pistol round, when he gets that quad kill downstairs, that pistol round ignited something.
Yeah.
Made him feel like he was really hitting the zone. He's been having a great half for TYLOO, and he's helped power them forward to make this doable. They're within striking distance. If they can win this round, all of a sudden we're back on, baby. Then the comeback is really here.
I mean, if he didn't win that pistol round, if he didn't step up to that, we might even be done in this best of one.
We would most definitely be done.
Yeah, it would just be over, right? So Mosey has given them a lifeline, given TYLOO a chance to fight in this opening best of one matchup. And if you are just tuning in, which I'm sure a lot of people are, just waking up, ready for some Counter-Strike to kick off your day, I'm going to tell you all about this matchup. It's a best of one, the opening game of the tournament. If you get through this best of one, you get into a best of three later on today. And if you win that best of three, you get into the semi-finals of this event already, into the playoffs. So it's kind of a speed run if you get through your two openers.
Not bad for one day at Counter-Strike.
Not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
And let me just look at the cash, right? So if you
look
get
at
into
the prize money.
If you get into the top four of the tournament, you end up confirming yourself a minimum of $50,000.
Ooh, that is a good day in the office, Dinko.
$50K, 2 games of Counter-Strike. One of them's a best of one.
Divide that by 5 or 6. Coach.
And then probably a small percentage to the organization.
Sure. Okay, so we're looking,
and maybe, yeah.
7K in a day.
That's pretty sick. You know, that's a very good day at the office. And then, obviously, a chance to even go ahead and perhaps get into that final. But what we were kind of all quietly hoping for is, you know, we love this sort of
We wanted
regional runs.
the double Chinese best of 3 today.
We did want Lynn Vision versus TYLOO. You know, everybody kind of wanted that deep
Absolutely.
down, apart from Natu.
I think even Ensign Astralis kind of deep down are like, yeah, we get it.
Yeah, we understand. We understand why that would be cool. Right now, it looks like Ents are going to spoil that party and go ahead and get into that upper final. But
potentially, but we've seen some cool stuff in the second half. Obviously, we just touched on Mosey and the impact that he's having. But outside of that, I really like that call from TYLOO to just kind of gamble towards the upper bomb site, leave ramp room entirely alone, rotate Jam Young over towards Heaven. That was a really, really cool call to make. That sometimes these teams that are sort of knocking on the door of Tier 1 and like rising up the ranks, those are sometimes the calls they miss or they miscalculate or are a little bit too afraid to pull that trigger. And TYLOO just kind of makes a great read, backs it up with some courage, and then some headshots.
Yeah, you always got to back up courage with headshots. It is how it goes. You know, we have got a technical pause here, which is an extended wait of time. You don't really have a whole lot to do during these kind of moments.
Yeah.
And if you're, for example, in a hey, what's up, nerds? If you're in a 2-hour Uber journey, for example, or you're just somewhere where you have to burn some time.
I see where you're going to this one.
You know, you can play a couple of games. You know, you could do 20 questions.
Yeah.
All right, that would be one. So, you know, that's a good game. Or
you're gonna do it.
Space
Team. You're gonna plug it.
Space Team. Now that is a game that you can play all together. So
that is in fact.
If you're interested in that, go check it out. It's a Henry
on whichever app store you use.
Approved game. And we're back into Ents versus TYLOO. It's 11-7, and potentially, as Jason has highlighted as the key word of this, is a comeback for TYLOO.
Yeah, and actually, Ents has, during that little meditation period of this, kind of reconsidered, and they've added more around.
It's like, I think we need to buy more.
Yeah, sometimes it's like, nah, dude, I want to buy Glue.
Yeah, I like it.
And then when Glenn's like, all right, I'll buy a Tech 9.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Like, if you're buying something, I'm buying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's viable here. And Ents, let's see if it's going to work out for them. So, you send the deadly weapon out.
Unfortunately, Snappy one-tapped Kaze in that position like 2 rounds ago, so Nertz is looking for the fight, and Kaze's like, nah.
I'm not doing that again.
He's like, nah, that one's not with me today.
It still stings. Jamming already at secret. He's not only at secret, in fact, he's pushing towards red, so he's getting some ground here, and this could really work for Jam Young. Or that could happen. Nertz just rips his head right off his shoulders, and that's the opening Ents we're looking for.
Oh.
Now the ramp play. Kaze gets caught out of position. Oh, it's a calamity of errors here for TYLOO, and now the run down into the lower bomb site. Mosier once again has to be the hero.
Yeah, but they don't have a smoke to block this door off. Is maybe a little bit smoke to protect the planter. Mercury doesn't even go for the spam. There's Mosier stepping out, running out of ammunition, and wrapped up.
Oh, the lineup.
They line up. Mercury's got him right back into it.
Yeah, the lineup is huge. It gives them the way back in here. Mercury and Advent trying to clutch this one back, but right through the smoke. It's Vladin on the kill. Advent to win it in a 1v2. Not known for his clutches, not known for his fragging ability inside of his team, and it isn't going to happen. Nertz 23-9 as he continues to push forward. The investment pays off for Ents. It's 12-7, map point in this best of 1.
Yeah, they didn't even need the other rifles, right? Nertz gets that opening kill that they were always going to have him with the hero AK, but Kaze making that transition in towards ramp room was the worst possible timing to commit, to try and make it to a new spot, to a little bit more cover, and it backfires. Oh, painful. And TYLOO, even despite some of this mini comeback, has not been able to build up any kind of cash, so this one hurts. Scout on Kaze. This time he'll be committed to the fight.
Yeah, this time
it's Madden as well.
You got no choice.
Facing 3 different players at the top of the silo.
3 smokes deployed for Ents, combining the main smoke with a standard 2 cross smokes, and this time they're actually crossing with them with the majority of their players. They have Nertz just lurking elsewhere, and everybody else heading down towards the lower bomb site. Double stack here already, so it's Jam Young sort of jump spotting, and Mercury a little further forward, or Mosier rather.
Here's our boy.
Here he is.
Let's run it back, baby.
MP9. Mosier got the lineup, swings around the corner, it's just one. Jam Young's Deagle, good for another. TYLOO trying to extend play, but remember Nerds is still up here in this top site.
Yeah, and I think Nerds is saying now is the timing for me to make my move. They had the crossfire downstairs, that got stopped. He's going to smoke off Mini, let his teammates come up the vent and handle it. Mercury running out, and there's Madden. There's Nerds coming out of Hut as well. All of a sudden they've got access to the upper bomb site, but low HP on Madden and Sunpius.
Yeah, Kaze comes back in from heaven. You've got to hope for some magic out of Kaze and Jamyoung if TYLOO want to extend this best of one any further. But it is looking so damn good for ENCE to close on the opening best of one today.
Oh, missed the flash.
And here comes Kaze, low HP, misses the shots. That would have been an opening, but it's Nerds that collapses upon them. What a performance from Nerds coming into today. Jamyoung will do his best to try and pull this one back. A couple more peaks coming his way, but the time will run low, and Nerds will take him out. Strong performance from Nerds and ENCE as 13-7 locks in that opening game.
Yeah, that's a solid opening map for ENCE out in Shanghai as well. TYLOO just gets buried way too early. That was such a difficult path for them to get out of that hole. 10-2 at halftime. Oh man, tough fight. Just not able to make it work early enough to have a real chance at taking the map.
Yeah, Mosia did his best in the second half, but not enough done. And those slow starts definitely costing teams in CS2 will continue here in Shanghai.
Yeah, and I think that's some of the disappointment that you see on the faces of the TYLOO guys. Is just like, man, we didn't even really contest this game.
Yeah, exactly. And you know how much more difficult it becomes because now ENCE, after winning a best of one, are into that best of three in the upper final. And you've got a chance now in that best of three to go to the semi-final already. And when you've got a stand-in playing with you,
yeah,
feel
you
pretty
love
good
that.
about that.
Yeah, and I mean, you can, and then you have Astralis, who's been looking weak, and you've had Lynn Vision, who, you know, again, we think they can cause an upset, but as we see today, like, it's not always the case. And you're doing it, as you mentioned, with so many different things going on within the org. So that's a great start to the tournament for ENCE.
Yeah, definitely a great start to the tournament for ENCE, and looking forward to it as well. I think Nerds is looking very sharp, and Pi is looking very strong, but a player that I was impressed with today was Snappy on his fragging ability too.
Yeah.
He has to take a bit more responsibility, not having Diha, who is often very, very important in terms of their CT side on Nuke, getting aggressive towards outside. Snappy was doing that today,
Yeah,
and
picks up
doing
the
a good
mantle.
job.
Yeah, allows them to kind of put the stand-in towards ramp room, which is easier to manage as well. Yeah, everyone from ENCE seemed to have a good game. A few moments they got ahead of themselves. I think feeling really confident with the kind of lead that they had, playing a little bit looser than you'd expect, but obviously they closed out emphatically in a nice map 1 victory for ENCE in the tournament. And we've got the desk, we've got Trace and the boys ready to go.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It is true. We did get our first match. It is over with, and it is ENCE. But obviously, TYLOO had something to say there at the end.
A bit. A tiny bit.
Little.
A little too late, and we did have this little fear for TYLOO as well as with likes of Lynn Vision. They allow the moment to get to them. They allow the pressure to get to them. They knew. If you're TYLOO, you're like, listen, we're playing against ENCE where they're in this iffy situation in the way we preface this entire game. They have a standard situation over. They overthought a lot. And what I like from ENCE, we're like, hey, listen, we're just going to play in your face. We're not going to give you any space. And that was just a good overall, solid calling coming out from Snappy on the CT side.
Yeah, you talk about pressure. I'm just disappointed by what TYLOO proposed and on that first half. I think this is where the disappointment come from, right? You're thinking about moving into Nuke against a stand-in ENCE, which, let's just address immediately, did some drastic changes to how they were playing the CT side to fit the situation we were talking about. Snappy is outside taking duels. They have Vlad now who's holding ramp. It's not the ENCE setup that we're used to, which means they should be weaker. They should be a little bit more lost. And you're TYLOO and you put 2 rounds on the board only in that first half. This is where I think they basically dug the hole they were gonna end up sleeping in, and that was a little bit sad because on the CT side we could see there was a fighting to it. There were a couple of moments, but the first half is just not enough.
It was just deflating. And look, I want to give credit where it's due as well for the side of ENCE. I think Jason mentioned it as well. Snappy was just fragging out, right? He was out dealing a lot of the players for on the side of TYLOO on that first half. But for TYLOO, I think they just complicated things a little too much, right? They were being super slow, super methodical, and what ENCE were doing were just playing confident CS, and that's what I didn't see from TYLOO. There was no confidence whatsoever in that first half.
Yeah, listen, there's this one round that I think is called masterfully from ENCE when it's 5-1 scoreline, and then TYLOO have had all the time in the world after the pause to think about what is it we're gonna do, and Snappy just calls the immediate pinch into the inside, gets double kill. That's just well played. That's all the credit, all the flowers to Snappy. But for the rest, it's basically opening kills being gifted to ENCE in pretty regular and standard positions individually. Snappy taking duels outside. Sunpius is down there with the AWP as well. And when TYLOO are not allowed the opening kill, then they return to that very slow pace, which happened against Lynn Vision as well in that I Am Shanghai game, or I Am China game we were talking about, where you're 4v5 and the clock is running down and you don't know what to do to finish. That happened to them here way too much again.
Speaking of the finish, like obviously we looked at, the little Ints that could, which is exactly where Ints found themselves, the Finnish esports organization that is. Obviously we have to pick an MVP. I look at the numbers, they tell you Nerds. Kind of makes sense, right?
It has to be Nerds. I mean, everyone was I think, chipping in, and they're on. Even Bladen towards ramp, he had a couple of cool rounds as well. But Nerds was just getting multi-kills after multi-kills, seemingly in every single round altogether. He has to be MVP. On the other side, for the side of TYLOO, I think Mosey did a pretty commendable job, albeit it was a losing effort. But Nerds was just, he was getting like double kills seemingly every time we saw him.
Yeah, he was very on point, and he made good on all the opportunities that TYLOO was giving to him. We're talking about missed utilities. One side he's in mini, the Molotov comes to him but is a little bit short of, so he has this little pocket of unknown territory, fog of war around him, and he gets that double kill. One time he's on her as well, he gets dueled, free duel towards door. So whenever there was a mistake, whenever there was a little bit of an approximation made by TYLOO, he was ready to punch, ready to punish, multi-kills galore. He had a bunch of, in fact, 9 multi-kills, and we're talking about MR12, 9 multi-kills for Nerds, huge.
Yeah, the impact is just, it's felt right there. I believe we might even be getting a live word from Snappy in the inside after that one, but we'll have to just keep our ears attuned.
I wish you could VO it, actually. Are you doing lip reading?
No, but where were we supposed to go again? I think, yeah, let's check out the interview. Let's do it.
And what does that do for your expectations for Ents for this tournament?
I mean, we still come here and expect to win all the matches we play. I don't think it does a lot. But obviously it is a different situation, but we've done good with the stand-in before with Snacks and Dallas, so I still think we can do great.
他们对这次比赛呢，还是希望能够赢下所有的比赛，可以拿到冠军啊。虽然他们这次有名替补选手，但之前在达拉斯，他们带着 Snacks 其实也打出了不错的成绩，所以他们这次还是很有信心的。
And I've got to ask as well with TYLOO, okay, they got a few rounds against you towards the end there, but what do you make of them right now and the level this team's at?
I mean, I think it's tough to say because it's a best of one in MR12. I think it's hard to kind of say what level they're on. It was a pretty short map with some tech delays, and I don't think we saw the real TYLOO here. I think you would have to see it over a larger sample size to give a verdict.
关于他们对手天洛，其实从 bO3，而且现在只有 MR12 回合比赛当中，很难从一张地图上看出天洛现在水平，所以他们也是希望在后面比赛当中可以随着更多的比赛进行当中，才能看出天洛到底现在是一个什么水平。
And lastly, I wanted to ask, and this comes from the community that they wanted to ask you, when it comes to Valve, they mentioned about potentially adding new guns to the game. If you could choose a weapon, what would you have added in?
Oh, I don't even know right now. No clue. I'll say pass.
He's passing that one.
To fix first.
下面是一个来自完美电竞 APP 的玩家提问啊，先前 V 社其实在采访中称现在会咨询选手意见来更新新的枪械嘛，所以问了一下 Snappy 他心中新的枪械是怎么样的。其实 Snappy 说他其实完全没有想法，他觉得 V 社现在要做的还是先把游戏里这些 bug 给解决再说吧。然后呢，我们也是请 Snappy 选手为我们现场。
Let's really get down to what we want to add into the game. And why is it rocket launchers? You said rocket launchers.
No, I believe that was the idea. I was more thinking about what if we had like a can of oil you could spill on the floor and then the skins would just slide in. You know what I mean?
So,
like you're holding RAM, jumping on the floor, then you have just T's running.
The question is, would that catch on fire with an incendiary? You can maybe make it spread.
That's too complicated.
Napalm trace. That's exactly what I want in the game.
Look, no.
Why?
Absolutely, we don't need that. Might as well just get flamethrowers straight out. I did love the idea. I forget who came up with it a few years ago. They said, hey, tasers should hold people in place, and then you have a teammate come over and somehow remove them
like
from the round.
Like a net thrower, like you
No, like what do you use a taser for? You know, you shoot it and then they stop, and then you have to then.
So they pass out and someone comes in, you provide CPR
I don't
or
know about
something.
passing out, but definitely removing players from rounds. That was the goal. That was the overarching goal. Otherwise, yes, we do get the ice skating effect or the mechanic that we've seen the Shakira peaks. All of that.
The Shakira peak.
You haven't seen the Shakira peaks?
We've seen a bunch of those.
I've seen
Michael Jackson peak.
I've seen the Jackson
Shakira peak.
Yeah.
Frog peak.
A lot of weird peaks, but overall for Ints, it was them peaking today. And I think that is something that goes without saying. We know now that they take that W, TYLOO drops down to a lower bracket. Where does that paint the picture for you guys going forward with all the question marks we had about Ints?
I still feel like Eds, I mean, Snappy answered himself, right? He was like, listen, we can play with stand-ins. We saw the run we had in Dallas as well when they had Snacks standing in, right? And obviously, if you look at the sort of teams here at CAC, it's of a slightly lower caliber than what we saw in Dallas. So he's feeling pretty confident. And honestly, that's a great sign for ENCE, considering all the doubts that have been cast on where they are right now in this event. They seem to be pretty confident to make a deep run at least.
He was pretty down to earth in his answer as well. This wasn't the real TYLOO. This wasn't the TYLOO that we were expected to see. They got caught off guard a little bit at the beginning, and best of one, MR12, if it takes you 7 or 8 rounds to get activated, that's it. You're not coming back into this. So we're going to have to see a little bit more. I'm waiting to see the winner match for ENCE, the best of 3. I think it's going to tell us a little bit more about the depth of their map pool as well, how adjusting they can be depending on the maps, depending on the setup as well. We're going to have to see. And for TYLOO, I'm really hoping that they get the opportunity to show a better Counter-Strike in that elimination game, which will be best of 3, and hopefully the first match jitters out the window.
I'll just put it across this way. For TYLOO as an organization, the last CAC which was played, they were actually in the grand finals against the Finnish ENCE, and they lost in a very close fashion.
When was that?
2019.
Many years ago.
Many moons ago.
So if you're TYLOO, as an org whatnot, you're going to be extremely disappointed if the final best of 3 today don't really go your way. But that's neither here nor there, Trace. It's not the game.
It is there, kind of. Like
almost.
It's not so far away.
You are right. You're not wrong. Yeah, TYLOO's going to either stacked up against Astralis or Lynn Vision, which is our next game, all things considered. I look at TYLOO, and I do have to, kind of give praise where it's due, right? There was some moments of, hey, there's a thought-out game plan here. We watched them do the bait and switch down in secret. It worked out in that moment. So you're saying there's a chance, Blood?
There's always a chance, this could be a bit of a slap, a rude awakening early in the morning, but now at least they're like, listen, there's no more margin for error. We have to win whatever games we have there. And on the bright side, some of the individuals started to wake up a little bit. I think Mosier was fantastic in the losing effort.
Great effort.
Mercury, Jam Young was starting to get warmed up as well. A little too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little too late. Well, we're not late, so to say, but we are going to go to a break so we can come back and get this next game started. There's another best of 1 coming your way. Astralis, Lynn Vision. You're watching the CAC. back to CAC. That is CS Asian Championships for short. My name is Trace, and you might know me as Stunna. Now, alongside of me will be that of Blett, and then to his left will be Maniac as well. We've already got our first game done and dusted. Ints take TYLOO in just one map. It was just the best one. That's really all you had to do was win one map, and you did do that. So now we take attention to Astralis Lynn Vision.
Yeah, this one actually might be even more spicy, right? Lynn Vision, I think they're the best team from China right now. They're basically China #1 at the moment, and they're going to be going up against a team who have had some struggles, Trace. They've been looking kind of... The star's been dimming. It's gone supernova.
Yeah, listen, I would really love to think there's a chance for Lynn Vision here. There's definitely an opportunity to be seized, but that ends game was a very harsh reminder that in best of 1 MR12, you better not wake up after 7th or 8th round. I think the idea that you don't have a whole lot of security net behind you creates way more momentum for the team that's leading early on. In best of 3, it might be a little bit different. If you start losing, you're thinking, I have my map coming up, it's going to be fine, we're going to be okay. I think the panic button gets hit way faster in best of 1 MR12.
Yeah, because that margin for error is just so much, you know, it's essentially not there, all things considered. And yeah, we talk about some of those runaway series or runaway maps. Is that something we're seeing a lot of, Blett?
Yeah, I mean, like, it is something we've been seeing a lot in CS2 as well, but more of the, you know, the underdogs actually pulling off a lot of the wins. So for this TYLOO game, which we saw earlier, it's a bit of a disappointment. That being said, I think Lynn Vision, overall, they just seem to have a little bit of more flair than what TYLOO do. They seem to play pretty solid CS overall, you know, playing with the modern meta and et cetera, et cetera. But there are times where, like, you know, screw it, we're going to play our style, and that works for them.
What do you think about best of 1 being maybe a disadvantage for them? Because I do feel like there are a couple of maps where they've slowly become specialists. Anubis is one that comes to mind. This is where Lynn Vision is doing their best Counter-Strike. This is where they've pushed some of the EU top teams as well against the Brinks, but it's not going to happen. Astralis is not going to allow Anubis. Like, let's just put it out there. Yeah. They're not going to get it. Is that going to be a problem?
Yes, it's going to be a problem. I think the you know, when it comes to best of 1s, a lot of these teams, they have like the middle of the pack map where, you know, the level, like the floor for Lynn Vision in their okay map, I think is way lower than
of course
like Astralis should be. But also got to be cognizant of Astralis. We prefaced this entire show today saying in Astralis they are with this entire heroic situation where, you know, the news broke that Astralis were looking to sign a couple of heroic players. For someone like, you know, like Buzz, for example, or Stair, for that matter, even Borup, you're wondering, where are we in this team? Are we even going to be here come the next event or by the end of the year, right? So that can play with your head, man.
Yeah, it really can. You know, Maniac, I'm sure you've been in situations like that before. You found yourself part of a few French roster shuffles, so
had mine a few times.
A few of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real kind of, you know, it's over the top. It's kind of limbing almost, right?
Yeah, listen, if you're looking for apt conditions in order for athletes to perform, I think having confidence in yourself and feeling that the team has confidence in yourself is at the very top of that list. And when there are rumors, when there are wins out there that changes are coming, that level of confidence obviously just tanks. That's a reality. Now, how you deal with that is also what tells us about what they're made of. You can either just crawl back in your shell, play your shallow hollow of a Counter-Strike and then disappear into the night, or you can say, you know what, screw this. You guys think you're gonna kick me? You think you're gonna kick me? I'm gonna top the stats and I'm gonna make you sure that you have to second guess that. That's in their hands. Theoretically, they still have that in their hands right now. So it depends how they want to approach that challenge.
This is the equivalent of, you know, when someone dumps you and you just hit the gym, Trace, or can just don't
do that because you get them. Do it for yourself. Do it for yourself.
Okay,
Loving yourself.
Cool. You know what? I like that. I like that attitude.
This is probably the most animated I've seen you in that regard ever, Maniac. I don't know. We've worked a few desks over the years, but I've never seen you so fired up about something.
It's okay. Here and there, I just do it.
I know what it was.
On your toes.
I know exactly what it was that got him feeling like that when I started talking about French roster shuffles. Like,
Yeah.
I think
You had to bring that up.
yeah, it was all there for the taking, especially on Maniac's face. But speaking for the taking, you know, you look at Astralis here, Lynn Vision, you talk about that ceiling, you talk about that floor, and it not even being up to the par of Astralis. Do you fall into that?
No. I think if you're talking about floor, of course it's lower than Astralis.
Yep.
The worst day in Lynn Vision is obviously worse than the worst day in Astralis, if we get to compare it like that. The idea is that Lynn Vision have, in multiple occasions, provided us with a ceiling. They've provided us with the high ceilings here and there. They've scared some of the top dogs of the EU Counter-Strike, so to speak, and they've also had that experience. What is the go-to excuse when we talk about Asian CS? Every different event. Oh, they don't get to play against these EU teams. You know, they're a little bit lost in the meta. It's a bit complicated for them. Lynn Vision have had a string of high-level games very recently. I'll drop you a number for you, Trace. Number of official games.
Okay, let's hear it.
45 for Lynn Visions in the last 3 months. 18 for Astralis.
Yep.
They way more routined.
Okay.
They have played way more of these officials. Device talked about it in an interview. This is where it comes together. This is where you use these 45 official matches in the last 3 months to show that you can get in the rhythm quickly.
And one thing we've seen so far, at least in CS2, is a lot of the teams who haven't had the reps, so to speak, who haven't played a lot of these online events, they're the ones struggling. You look at a team like, for example, Nafani's Bet Boom. You look at a team like Monty, they don't necessarily have the star power, so to speak, in these teams, but they've been on the grind, man. They play so much Counter-Strike, and when it comes down to the fact that this is still, yes, a new game, even though there are a lot of similarities with CSGO, you feel way more comfortable. I look at Astralis. I look at how many games they've played in CS2 so far. They played 2 best-of-3s online. That's it in the past 1 month. While Lynn Vision, they played, I think, like at least a dozen in CS2. So obviously, Lynn Vision, they do have the reps going in, and they should be feeling confident, honestly.
So it is fair to kind of look at this and say, yes, there was a level of exposure that perhaps Asian Counter-Strike didn't have at all times, but now we're all kind of getting exposed to a new game of Counter-Strike.
It's a new game of Counter-Strike, and also the fact that we're having events like this, happening in Shanghai, where you get more Asian teams and a good, healthy mix of a lot of international teams coming in. I think it bodes very well for the future of Asian CS, at least early in the life cycle of CS2.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Blay. I also think that when the new game comes around the corner, and obviously we're talking about this CSGO to CS2 transition, it questions the attitude that you have to novelty. Your attitude to novelty. If you're Device, if you're Blame, if you were at the top of the pecking order, at the top of the food order, so to speak, Device, one of the best gamers ever, and he said, yeah, the A3P now is a bit more complicated. I thought it was hard, but now I have to get used to it.
Listen, I don't buy that. I really don't buy that.
No, but you have to be. Even if it's bullshit. Let's just imagine it's bullshit. You have to have an openness.
Oh, you have to
these
adapt.
changes coming up.
Yeah.
You can't just be Pepper Rich Far remembers and be like, Pepper Rich Far remembers when ELB was good. Like, it's not going to get you anywhere.
Basically, don't make any ass, is what I'm trying to say.
Look, I don't even know that he much needs the op anymore after this photo I'm seeing with this sword. I think
I won't lie.
Last Samurai.
The sword is stronger than the op.
I won't lie. That particular photo shoot that Astralis had, I don't know if I can show it, Trace. I don't know.
I mean, I can try.
You can try. Maybe we can zoom on in.
Oh, God, yeah. There it is.
That is a zoom.
That is
Give it a shot, shall we?
really cool. Like, the last...
Beautiful.
It's beautiful.
Would you look at this, man? You see this?
That's Device.
That's
right
what
there.
peak performance looks like. Isn't that right, guys?
Yeah, Blamef got kind of hard done in that photo shoot, I have to say. Everyone else looked really badass, and Blamef, like, considering the muscles he's got. Anyway, coming back to the game.
Yeah, I kind of just touching on the quote that you're giving right there for Device. Quote, I like that the op is not as OP as it was in CSGO.
He probably doesn't like it. But you have to deal with it.
He's being Mr. Device. He's being so diplomatic about it. But I look at someone like Brokey.
Divisive.
I look at someone like Brokey and how he kind of farmed in Sydney, not with the AWP.
Right.
He was doing everything else. He was great with the rifles on the entry, whatnot, lurking. And then when he had the op in his hands, he was still okay. He was still decent, right? But he was able to adapt, and that's what I want to see from all these other operas, so to speak. But they're like, the op shit right now, so I guess I'm shit. No.
I think it's a matter of what playstyle was yours in CSGO, and not all of these playstyles just adjust the same to CS2. I think some players, the more explosive, movement-based players are better off in CS2 right now. The Brokeys out there, the Monacies, these are explosive snipers that actually got to the transition quite seemingly, quite effortlessly, whereas people who are bit more stable, bit more Punish-like, they've struggled massively, because we all know White Peak, Ferrari Peak, whatever you want to name it, that's the name of the game in CS2 right now. So the players whose playstyle fit better, they made that transition, they made that jump, and you have to do that at least in the first few months when the game stabilizes.
Plus, we have we kind of have an ushered sort of a group of players that had to really play CS:GO to the very end, right? You look at like your Maos of the world, found themselves over the playoffs, EPL, and now where do they find themselves, right? Kind of in the same basket as everybody else.
I mean, teams like Mouse, I think the really cool thing about Mouse is the fact that it's such a young lineup, and they're just raring to go. They're like, listen, it's another brand new opportunity.
Of course.
But I want to loop back to what he said about Device, right? Like, he's known as the cerebral assassin. He's one of the more smarter operas, one of the more static operas, so to speak. So I'm curious to see how he's what his approach is going to be to how CS2 is right now.
Yeah. And where would you put your approach, Blay, to CS2?
I just want to play.
Your personal approach.
My personal approach is just play a lot of the game. I've been playing a lot of games. It's been fun.
Been getting in some grind too, haven't you?
Yeah, of course. You know me. From 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. I'm right there. I'm grinding.
How do you feel when you lose 500 elo in just one game?
Well, that's the key. I don't lose.
Ah, that was the secret. Oh,
That's
That was the secret all along.
That's the play.
wow, who would have known? That's pretty nuts. Just don't lose. I do love going in there. It's like, I think I was playing with Moses the other day.
Oh, no.
We're like, well, yeah, Jason, if you win this, you get like 2 elo. But if you lose, we're sending you back to the Stone Age where you came from, essentially. Yeah, we look.
You know, we're wired to
motivation.
react to that more, actually, as human beings, as a species. We're wired to react to negative emotions better than positive emotions. That's what gets you going. The fear of losing elo is stronger than the
That is
hope
true.
of winning elos. That's just fact, science right there.
What a reality to live in. Well, check it out. So again, back on the table, Astralis versus Lynn Vision. And if I had to guess, we go to Ancient.
Oh,
Yeah.
You had a guess?
I think that suggestion is pretty good. I'm looking at the HLTV page right now, see where they're practicing.
Where are they
It
on?
looks like a little bit of Ancient is
Yep.
up
Oh,
there as
really?
well.
You know what? They even have the
Wow.
Vitos up there. So Trace,
I didn't know the vetoes were there, okay, but I
But we
did
have
see.
live shot right here.
Yeah.
I'm not super sure about Ancient for Lynn Vision. I
Where
think
do they have to
banded
go?
up.
Where do you want him to go?
I don't know, man.
It's a best of one.
Okay, they obviously going to ban out Mirage. They ban out Overpass and Vertigo. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
That's my point.
They don't have a. They
This
don't
is-
have. Where, you know,
It's
an
one of the
option.
rare occurrences where the best of one in itself, make sure that you're not going to get one of your very good maps. Like, you have to have a gentleman's handshakes at the end, and then we're going to meet in the middle ground and all of these platitudes we always give about best of one. That this is where it makes things a little bit more complicated for them. They were not going to get away with a hugely favorable map. It's going to Ancient, a map that Astralis have definitely made strides on.
They used to love playing it. The one thing going the way of Lynn Vision probably is the fact that the last two times Astralis played this map, at least in CS2, it was against 9 and it was against Apex. And they lost to 9. 9 and Ancient. If anyone knows about the lore,
Why are you putting so much shame on
the
that? right now? What's happening?
the
Catch
lore,
strays.
the lore of 9 and Ancient is a thing of beauty. And if you guys follow the particular lore, it is kind of shocking they lost there. So that's something going the way of Lynn Vision right there.
But
Catching strays for no reason.
yeah, I mean,
I mean, they cut their IGL. Things weren't going good in that camp. I'll just say
but they were good at Vertigo.
they were really good.
They had Vertigo in their pocket, if I remember right.
no Vertigo
So-
here though.
Yeah, no Vertigo, no 9 either. So I guess
That's the way it crumbles.
that's just going to be that, isn't it, Blay?
That's it.
I think this is where the conversation kind of stops, right?
Well, to a degree. I mean, obviously, we know we are going to Ancient. We do see Astralis starting on the CT side, and it begs the question for Lynn Vision: what do you do to get out of the gate and try to control some of this inertia we talk about in terms of losing that first little bit and then not having anything the rest?
They should just get off the gate, just running in, right? One thing we've seen for a lot of teams on the T side here, and CS2 obviously plays a little bit more different than how it was in CSGO for Ancient. A little bit more CT side, where there's insta smokes coming into its elbow, for example. And a lot of the better teams on the T side, it's been fast Bs, fast A pops, fast fakes all the way from spawn. You can see smokes being lined up from spawn for an A fake, for example. And I think some of the better teams on Ancient play that way. I would like to see that from Lynn Vision, kind of dictating the pace instead of allowing BlameF just circumnavigate everything and just like sneak in from behind with a shank at the back.
Yeah, very, very late round situations will be complicated to handle for Lynn Vision. I think if we go below the sub 25, 20 seconds mark, this is where usually individuals with the more experience will make the right decisions, and the likes of Device and BlameF, they thrive in these moments. So make sure that the round is kind of decided before that. And I don't really know if they have the quality of finishes to have these sub 20 seconds finish. But we look at Anubis, that's a map where I feel like they can handle the heat of that pressure coming up from the time. I don't know if that's going to be the case on Ancient. So yeah, you want to get off that pressure. Just make sure the first few duels are quite early in the round. Use that skill we're talking about. These are skilled players. We look at some of their sprays, and like mechanically speaking,
I'm looking
candidates.
I'm looking at my man Starry. I think he is the one shining light.
Yeah,
that's how Star works.
Stars
are shining.
But also Stars in Astralis. Is it just fire with fire?
Okay, you guys have. I think you've burnt out yourselves. You started.
We supernova.
Why don't
We went
start the
supernova.
match? How about
Yeah.
that? Let's do that. Let's go ahead and get into the game that is going to be that of Astralis Lynn Vision. We know the map. It's Ancient. We also know our commentators. It's going to be Moses and Dinko.
I think Troy's star pun was the best out of that lot. Blood was proud of himself. I don't think it was as smooth as he thought it was.
I thought Trace's divisiveness was
That was the best.
That
That
was
was the
great.
best.
That
That
was
was the
subtle.
highlight
There
of
was
the
no
desk.
reaction on the desk either, too. They just flew under the radar. It was beautiful. It was magnificent.
It was magnificent, and this could be a magnificent game for the likes of Lynn Vision. Perhaps we've all had a bit of a Lynn Vision in our sights, because I feel like you've got an Astralis that's laid before them that's riddled with uncertainty and instability. You don't know where the future lies for some of these players, and perhaps, the fact that Lynn Vision have played a lot more CS2 officials, as Maniac was saying, maybe there's a chance here for the upset.
I feel like this is like deja vu. These are a lot of the similar points we were putting for TYLOO.
I feel better about Lynn Vision being
yeah,
Astralis, though.
Yeah, I do too. This one seems like the upset is a little bit more in reach for the Chinese side, for Lynn Vision to actually overtake Astralis, especially considering Astralis just looked so bad in their past tournament.
Yeah.
So bad. It was so sad, so depressing. I expect them to come into this event looking better, looking sharper. One of the things Device had to say, in his interview as well, was, the biggest bummer of like burning out of the tournament of the Rubek Cup a little bit early was they want those reps and officials.
Exactly.
Like
right,
the reps and officials is so important compared to you can practice all you want. Officials always have that different feel to it. So missing out on that is something that that was probably the most painful part of that loss in his mind. So here, a little bit of a challenge challenge. They haven't won a match yet on Ancient and in CS2. They're 0-2 on it. Both of those came during the Rubet Cup, and as Blood kind of highlighted, some of the losses were relatively significant. But I still expect Astralis to have all the advantages in this, in terms of experience, in terms of player strength, in terms of their tactical approach to the game. I think they can really work Lynn Vision here.
Yeah, they have a lot more firepower, but Device definitely didn't have the most comfortable first outing in CS2.
Yeah.
Didn't look too comfortable about it. Obviously, you're going to be putting a lot more time into the game even since that point. But, there is no secret that AWP is not as strong as it once was in CSGO. But Device is a player that adapts, and I feel like it's only a matter of time.
Device is also a player, remember, way early in the days, he wasn't an AWPer when he started his CSGO career. He was still a top 20 player in the world on the rifle. Yeah. So, he can transition back to it. He can still be impactful with it, still have the AWP in certain moments. So it's not the biggest loss. And he's even kind of mentioned, rifling's really strong right now in MR12. You don't have the AWP dominance anymore. So I think he'll be well attuned to go back to the rifle and be in that position. So I think, between BlameF and Device, they should have a huge leg up, and those two individuals specifically over Lynn Vision. Yeah. The question is, what does Lynn Vision bring to the table on this map?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they bring to the table, because obviously, yes, the other day was a big win for them in the IM qualifier when they beat TYLOO, but where does that lie in terms of playing against some of the top opposition? We don't get to see them that often. When they had their little Pro League stint, it was cool to see them.
And I was way more hyped this morning coming in thinking about the upsets than I am now. I just watched ENCE bang out TYLOO, and
I think we got forced down into reality.
I know, I've been brought back down to the ground, and it's I don't like it.
Even all the anticipation of the build-up of the tournament, you're like, oh, we have the home crowd there. You sort of romanticize the moment,
the
and
jet
then reality
lag,
kicks
the jet
in.
lag was there.
Yeah.
Now it's
it's probably going to be a one-sided victory for Astralis, in all things considered. But it probably should be. That's the crazy thing about it. Lynn Vision are a team that haven't had as much international experience as TYLOO, even though we're calling them the #1 Chinese team. It doesn't really matter on the international stage, right? Because TYLOO have actually the team that's been there to these bigger tournaments, been to Colognes, been to big tournaments across the year. Whereas Lynn Vision, their most recent stint in Europe was Pro League, right?
Yeah.
And they did.
They had the better performance than what was Cyclone at the time, which is now TYLOO. But Lynn Vision was the one that was really kind of popped off, and you're like, oh, okay, Zachar, okay, Starry, here we go. Let's get into this. So I think of the two Chinese teams, this is certainly the better opportunity for an upset. And I think Maniac just hit it perfectly as well on the desk. Is we can't have Lynn Vision showing up in this match and not get into the game for 8 rounds. You don't get that kind of buffer anymore. There's no forgiveness in slow starts.
So much build up for this best of one, and if you get through this best of one, you have a chance to move into that best of 3 later on today against ENCE. If you win that bO3, then you're in the semi-finals of the competition. And for a hometown hero team, you definitely want to see them get that opportunity, but you got to go through an Astralis that sure have their issues, but as you mentioned, there's just the amount of star power in there is just going to be difficult to break down, especially the CT side. As Blau was pointing out, those instant spawn smokes making the CT sides very strong. You have BlameF, one of the best CT players in the whole planet. Definitely got to help a lot.
I just expect with the kind of way that Astralis plays the game, a little bit more tactical, a little bit more slow pace. I think they can dictate a lot more of how this map actually plays out than Lynn Vision will be able to. I think if Lynn Vision want to be kind of the driving force of exerting their style of gameplay onto Ancient, they're going to have control of the economy as much as possible, because I think Astralis tactically is going to be able to work them around the map and be much more comfortable playing slow, much more comfortable being patient and waiting for the right timings and the right moments to pounce. So. That's a mustache.
Well, Trace was talking about a sword. I think the more prominent talk about is that mustache he's got going on here. Perhaps a Movember feature from Device.
Yeah, I can't figure out if it's strong mustache or not. I'm still undecided. I'm going to let the game I'm going to wait till the end of the map to really just make my final decision if that's a strong mustache.
I think Device is just pushing everything. He's like, can I be attractive in all scenarios, even with this mustache going on. But yeah, I think when you come into a game like this, Lynn Vision, that there's tensions there for Astralis. There's certainly the issues, and that gives you at least the chance. And that's all you can really ask for. You can see the smiles on their faces as they stood on the stage, as the crowd got hyped for them coming in. But, the Chinese crowd seemed pretty balanced. There doesn't seem to be a heavy lean towards the hometown teams. I think Device's response, when he came into the audience, everybody was just super excited for him to come into there.
That's kind of the funny thing. They're obviously going to be rooting for Lynn Vision, but Device has a lot of fans in China. I imagine BlameF does as well. I know Twist was talking about how the reception is. It is a different environment. I was at the CAC in 2019 as well. And doing some China events.
Where you got
it's
the
just,
jacket, right?
Yeah, the jacket. But it is like very much a different environment than what you're used to going to European events and going and seeing the European fans. There is
Yes.
a lot more, I guess, activity, fanfare.
Yeah, I mean, Twist was tweeting out yesterday. He turned up to the airport and there's people waiting for him as he came through arrivals and that, cheering his name, etc. So definitely a lot of excitement. The Chinese scene has actually been starved of events coming towards them for years.
I'll tell you
so-
what, that's a cool feeling. I was when I did the CAC event, I did like a little vacation in Korea ahead of time.
Yeah.
And when I got off the plane in Korea and was walking out to get a taxi, there was a giant horseshoe of fans just in a U.
All for Moses.
All flashing cameras, all this noise coming out, and I was like, "Oh my god! Like, why are they? There's not even a CS event. Why is everyone here for me? Like, I don't get it. I'm famous." And then they weren't here for me.
Who were they there
there was
for,
like
Jason?
there was like a boy band coming
Wow.
out behind me, and I was like, that's it. But the feeling when you lie to yourself
Yeah, you can-
and tell you that you are the focus of attention is amazing.
You start doing
thrilling.
selfies with your fans.
Oh,
giving
adrenaline
back
was
to them.
pumping. I was
Yeah.
excited. I was jacked up.
Yeah, no, it's that's sick for you, Jason. I'm glad that's a memory.
Thanks.
you
Yeah,
have,
that is a nice memory. I can take
Yeah.
that with me forever.
the fantasy world that you live in. But we do have a slight mic issue right now for some of the players, so that is why we're just delaying and talking about Jason's fantasy celebrity status. But
Making myself
it did
the main
happen.
character.
It did happen in Brazil actually for the Rio Major as well. The Brazilians are very passionate. They would it at the rivals, and I swear like people were just taking photos of everybody that came through. And I know I got some photos of people they probably didn't know who I was. So that was kind of sick.
Yeah, they just
It was
enjoying.
like,
They're just here for the fun.
hey,
Yeah.
there. Nice to meet you, I guess.
Hey, I'm Dinko.
Yeah, you don't know me, but I
You
guess
will
you'll get to know me.
one day. You will.
Yeah, I think in China, if you are big into your skins, which Device obviously is, then you generally go down pretty well. They're very stylish folk over there in China. I've seen like all the merch looks sick. The audience is very well dressed. It's a very stylish event out there in
looking great.
Shanghai.
It's looking great.
I'm a big fan of the ice theme we've got going on.
Yeah, the glaciers. Yeah, as we see
Yeah.
it there. Yeah, the backdrop that we have. It's
Look at that.
magnificent. Yeah,
Look at that trophy right there.
beautiful.
Can't take my eyes off it.
Have we seen it yet in person? Does it actually look like that?
Well,
I hope so.
I haven't seen it in person. It's quite far.
Have we seen
far
it on?
away.
Have we seen it on camera?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Maybe we'll see it when it goes into
Yeah,
sort of the main arena.
The playoffs, the main
'Cause
arena.
If you guys are enjoying the setup over there right now, that's pretty sick. That is actually only like the group stage arena. We're gonna go and ramp this up into a bigger venue
Bring this bad boy
for the
into
playoffs.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's kind of crazy. We still have another level we can go to. I'm not quite sure what that death setup was there.
I'm not either, but it looked cool. It looked very cinematic.
Yeah, it looked
great.
really cool.
Yeah.
I could sit there and chill out.
Well, let's touch back on the game a little bit because as this mic issue is obviously getting figured out. Maniac also brought up a good point, and it's a point we always have about these teams that are kind of like mired in rumors and potential roster changes with the whole Stown and
With
Yabby
the whole
from Road.
Yabby Stown
And
situation.
it is kind of like I feel like some of these younger players on Astralis have been like kind of playing for their spot for some time now. It's like another.
any new player that comes into Astralis is like your fair game just
Yeah,
gets
they haven't
absolutely
found
wrecked,
they
really.
haven't found like a full deep 5-man deep lineup that they're confident in quite yet. But they have to be accustomed to it at this point where you maybe you do feel like you're still playing for your spot, and and they have some things they need to figure out, especially after some poor performances, and now especially with it staring you right in the face that this is potentially happening. Maybe even you don't even have a chance to impact it. There's a world where depending on how you kind of step into that situation as a player, it can put a ton of pressure on you, or it can relieve a lot of the pressure as well.
And I like what Maniac was saying, don't let this moment just let you fall back in your shell. Actually play for your spot, play for maybe your next spot in another team. Make yourself look like the player that you want to be and other teams would desire to have. And I think the rumors around Stabby, I've just said it.
Wow, you just really let that was a real
I
Freud
just did a
moment for you.
Bubsky
Yeah,
right
sure.
there. Shout out Bubsky, he came up with that one. But yeah, it's Stown and Yappy. I don't know, people are saying they're not even the right choices for Astralis. Maybe they should go for a Shoosh kind of player as well.
Okay,
So.
sure.
Yeah, I mean, let's see how that one goes. But Lynn Vision versus Astralis, exciting times ahead. That mic issue hopefully getting fixed.
Are you going for the upset? Are you predicting?
No. I would have earlier today.
You
but
would
I
have at
think-
6 a.m.
Yeah, I would have at 6 a.m. Absolutely delirious, and on the back of hoping that TYLOO would put a better shift, but watching them get bodied.
Yeah, they've really taken the mood down in this
I was
whole
like,
this whole group, haven't
Okay. Yeah, I think reality is setting. in
Yeah,
at
why'd
this
they have
point.
to do that?
Yeah, it was kind of sad. But Nurse and Senpai, two players individually that kind of broke them apart alone, and I feel like it could happen here with just the Device Blame F combo. It's
Yeah.
probably going to be a very similar story of just those two players stepping up, taking over the server. At least they have the possibility to do that.
Especially Blame F, who I think has been like the more consistent of them of just being able to exert his influence and his presence on the map, and his style of play can be tough to handle. So if he's able to get some space to work with, and again that comes into the tactical nature for Astralis. If they're able to spread the defense, they're able to work the map in stages and progression, typical Danish map control style Counter-Strike. I mean, Blame F can have a field day if it's presented to him. So Lynn Vision's going to have to be on top of their game.
Yeah, they will be. I think. Did you see the Amelia CAC clip on that B-bomb site where he gets like the Deagle lineup? That was or the pistol play on the B-bomb site. It was like his Honda moment. I felt like he was looking sick at the previous event. He's got some crazy headshots. Look out for Amelia coming into this matchup.
Yeah, I like that you called him Amelia CAC. That got me a little bit.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah, that was good.
I went up with all the letters.
Here's that crowd. Everyone's waving. Everyone's having a good time.
I love how they're putting the signs. I've seen a lot of signs in English as well. Someone was asking Device to marry them, so maybe he'll follow up with that. Who knows?
Bold.
So good luck, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
Give it a
if
shot.
you never take it, it's never gonna happen.
Yeah.
Worst he can do is say no.
Yeah, worst he can do is say no. And, well, we'll see if any more signs. We'll keep an eye on the signs here in Shanghai for the rest of the tournament. It is the CAC back underway. It's been quite some time since we had an event out in Shanghai. You've been a part of a few of them, Jason. Any exciting stories from the days of Shanghai suitable for the broadcast?
Suitable for the broadcast. I think that was a pretty chill event. I actually don't remember. I don't think we did the Beijing event was like 2 weeks before that, and then I did Korea. So I had like I think by the time I got to Shanghai, I was like done with the sightseeing thing. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm good.
Did you see the big wall?
I did. I went to the Great Wall. Went with Trace actually. They have a nice picture at the top of the
Oh,
Great
yeah.
Wall, kicking me down the stairs.
Is it great?
It is great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's awesome. I do like you get to the end of the Great Wall of China and then you can kind of go around it on the water. But the idea of it was the delay, obviously.
You know, I was shocked when I got to the Great Wall at how do I put this? Small it is in a way.
How not great
It's not tall, I should say. Not small, but it's not high. You know.
Okay. You expect it to be like this gigantic.
I did. I
wall.
expected it to be a more intimidating experience in terms of its height, which it was not. It's obviously massive in terms of width and length.
Yeah.
And
that's important.
But then when you look at it, like it's not tall, but like the approach to it is like just like hills and trees, and it would just be a nightmare to have to deal with that.
Yeah, I guess it was just to delay
Yeah.
potential attackers long enough for you to get ready on the other
Yeah.
side. And maybe they're hoping that Lynn Vision can delay Astralis' victories here today. Certainly delayed at the start of this matchup. There's a travel show in Britain that was quite popular, and it was called An Idiot Abroad.
Idiot Abroad.
Ricky Gervais's friend, Carl Pilkington, who was just like negative about everything, complains about everything, and they thought it would be great to send him around the world and just make him experience things in different countries and different cultures.
Yeah.
Hates any foreign food, just loves his potato chips. You know, that's kind of all he eats, right? So he brought his own British food to China and packed lunches.
As you do.
And he stood on the Great Wall and he looked around. He went, "It's the all right wall of China."
Yeah.
And that lives rent free in my mind.
No, it was a cool experience though. It was worth going out to. It was a bit of a hike from our hotel, but yeah, it was fun. I'd go back.
Yeah, well, I wonder if we could get an update, perhaps. Well, communication over there in China back to here. It's come through, and they have, in fact,
You got your update.
fixed the microphone.
We're going live.
So we are ready to get into
Fist bumps
the
are out. You love to see it. That's the universal signal that we're getting underway. Fist bumps. And now into the game. Freeze time coming to a close. All important pistol rounds in MR12. Astralis taking on Lynn Vision Gaming, trying to prevent the upset that feels like it could be very likely, but a little bit dampened after the way the day started. But we still believe, we still have hope.
And we absolutely do.
Dooley's on Borup.
Let's see if those dual Berettas are put to work early on. He is going to be under quite a bit of pressure. They're coming through cave already. Here's the swing out from Borup. Good kill on Zachary. Goes in again. Not going to be working out this time. The long-range fight against Westmelon will not go his way. So drawing it back into the 4v4. Flank coming through spawn. That is Blame F on that flank. Device climbing up heaven. Fighting down the bottom of the B lane. Hasn't gone Device's way. And now Blame F has been detected by G. Lynn Vision in a perfect position here in this pistol to try and close it.
Yeah, except no one's actually in the bomb site.
Yeah, that's true. They're all outside.
That's kind of a problem.
What has happened here?
Oh, Blame F sees one, spots G, knows the call of 2, but Astralis doesn't realize how empty the bomb site is quite yet. Blame F still doing work, and now moving in a little bit faster. It's Amelia with the kill, but Stair finds another, and it's so quickly down to just Westmelon. And you can start the defuse, but is there time? There's no kit, so I think this pistol round is going to go the way of Lynn Vision.
Wow, that's a crazy post plant. Seeing Lynn Vision have no single player inside of the site, all the B lane action going down, and it will eventually be Lynn Vision to come out on top with that pistol win.
The strength of that retake and the way that round played out with just one defender dedicated to B watching towards K, those bore up with the dualies, it was always going to be on those flanks. Blame F having that really quick flank considering he had to go all the way past T-spawn. Device was pretty quick towards the jump up as well. Just both of them shut down perfectly by Lynn Vision. Spotted out early as well so they could actually, adjust to what was coming at them. Second round buy-up for Astralis. Deep smoke down middle to prevent any aggression, but it's not going to hold it back for long as Starry steps through with a flash.
A Starry flash. Ooh, a Sacker at the bottom of the rampage. They're gone. He's not having a good old time at the start of this round. He's going to sit back and watch the 4 remaining screens of his teammates who are currently alive. Mid control established for Lynn Vision. Cave control taken to an extent. They've got Jaguar, but they don't have full cave control.
It's a really nice opening kill for Zacher. He's been the best performer for Lynn Vision statistically, so they'd love to have him get a hot hand early on. Timing push down B ramp.
Slow play from Lynn Vision, not wanting to make a mistake, not wanting to commit into any stack. Get caught by an aggressive move, but eventually it will come. It's the bottom B ramp play from bO3 that's worked out on Westmelon.
But all 4 players are at the B bomb site, so A is going to be overrun by Lynn Vision. It's going to be a bomb plant, and Astralis is going to have a decision to make if they want to try and force this retake in a 4v4. Once again, no kit. If they don't get a kill very, very soon...
Save.
Yeah, I think you might even just go pick up that Galil, right? Especially now, but they're going to go like lambs to the slaughter. Starry and G each with a kill, and Astralis backs off.
Yeah, you got to get away. Very far away if you're Blame F on 1 health. You never really know where you're safe.
Did you see that? There was a Reddit post that showed if you have 1 HP and you're trying to survive the bomb blast, depending on where it's planted, it had all the different, it had like just a line through like the entire map.
You basically are safe nowhere. You've got to get very far away indeed if you're Blame F to get anywhere near safety. And even when you get that far away, the hunt is even on, so it looks like Blame F's life expectancy might be decreasing, but he's going to stay alive at the bottom of the B ramp. He's managed to keep that M4, and at least they save Device and Blame F's weapons. But that's 2 in a row now for Lynn Vision, and a great call to keep it clean.
Yeah, really, really good round from Lynn Vision as well. They had the opening kill, but even when it gets traded off in the B lane with that piece of aggression, the immediate response to hit the A bomb site. Working around the map, never getting caught, never getting too committed to any one idea. Get another pause.
Just a little pause, one would hope. Here's that sauna music, chilling out. And
it does feel like I'm going to like a massage, or like
it
a
does.
hotel spa. Let's go back.
Feels like I'm putting the
Go back to T-spawn.
disposable underwear on. Just get ready.
All right, Dinko. Go on. What else? What else you got going on?
That's kind of it, I guess.
Okay.
That's all the massage talk we'll have.
Sure.
Well, sorry for that mental image.
Yeah. And now Astralis can't really invest anything. They have the M4, they have the scouts, and that's what they'll keep for this round. That's about it. We'll see what Blame F is able to do with the M4. You might want to. You could even if you wanted to buy up a little bit of armor with it. If you wanted to get frisky, wanted to be a little crazy.
Frisky stuff. Yeah, we could see that. Damn, CS2 does look pretty though. Have to say, the water. That's my favorite thing about CS2.
Water's great. Yeah.
We may not be able to jump properly, but the water is clear.
Look, we're gonna get there.
We are.
First things first. First step forward was the water.
Yeah, that was the first step.
Yeah.
And plenty of chances here for Lynn Vision to get a good start, which is exactly what we're talking about on the desk, right? You know, you look at the start that TYLOO had, it was the opposite, right? They let ENCE build up a big lead.
Yes.
And then once you have a slow start in a best of one in MR12, it becomes almost impossible to come back.
They had a very slow start.
Yeah, I don't think they started. Unfortunately, that was the problem. And so, yeah, you see Lynn Vision getting a chance here for a great start. You know, your Astralis have gone in for the force buy early on into this game.
Yeah.
That might actually cost them down the line here.
Frequently is a stumbling block for the underdogs, and they handle it well.
Yeah, and so, yeah, it's a great chance here for Lynn Vision to start to build on this. And Astralis in a bit of a weird spot economically. But not too sure how long this pause is going to last. Maybe some of those mic issues continuing. So let's check in with community consensus. That's always a great place to go.
Sure.
To. Let's see.
You got a segment for us.
Do
you have a title for this segment?
Community check-in.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
With Dinko.
Yeah. So we have one here called Vladan. So we'll click on this one.
Okay. Stand in for ENCE.
Yeah. The stand-in for ENCE we just seen play earlier today, and it's a prediction that he is going to break through on this event as a stand-in.
Okay.
The guy's been cracked in Tier 2 for a while.
I'll tell you what, I like that prediction by an anonymous forum user on HLTV, just because no one's going to be able to come back at you if it's wrong.
Yeah.
You know?
And if it's right?
And if it's right, you just see to say, look, I posted this before the event even began. So
exactly.
he's really gone for a low-risk maneuver.
So that is the community check-in. You guys can get involved on socials, and perhaps we'll make this a thing. It's a letterbox. We'll continue this throughout the group stage. Using hashtag CAC. Here we go. 2-0 start for Lynn Vision, and given the fact that Astralis only have 2 safe weapons, it probably should be 3 in a row here for Lynn Vision.
Yeah, hope to thaw. Device with a scoped weapon and an M4 on the board in the hands of Blame F. You know, there's a real chance. That's a nice damage done. Double nade towards Device's position. A little bit of a rebuttal from Blame F down towards middle. Superficial damage really onto Starry. But Device is brought very low and is going to have to play a bit more passive. 21 HP after the nades.
Not a good time for Device at the start of this round. Could get a little better for him though.
I like this. This is a nice boost to have with just one hero M4 on Blame F, right? You have that lower player to cause a distraction. If someone from Lynn Vision maybe gets a little bit too antsy and goes for like a too early of a peak, an individual peak, sometimes can be tough to trade. You can really stall out any presence in cave with this kind of a boost. At the moment, not seeing any aggression. Amelia is challenging towards A. Pressuring Buzz. Nobody shifting from Astralis' defense, which is stacked towards the B bomb site.
Yeah, this is the best chance to win the round, and Blamef realizes he's going to make a move. He gets into the corner, he's made noise though, and Starry surely is going to check him. He will. So Starry clears out Cave alone, and the chance to win the round was off the back of Blamef's rifle, and it doesn't happen for Astralis. So Blad talked about Starry being the standout player. He was hoping he would step up for him. Really good round here. Device one shot on the way out, but that is it. And that will be 3 in a row from Lynn Vision. They've survived every test so far.
Yeah, they really have. It's well done in Cave as well. And unfortunately for Astralis, they had just broken up that boost. They just kind of stepped off it. And Starry comes around the corner. I think due to the pressure of the execute, realizing they'd be exposed to the ramp play. Ball's going to try and grab a kill at the end of the day. Won't be able to salvage a weapon. Not even going to get the kill to begin with.
Yep, that's
3-0.
Wow, this is so clean from Lynn Vision. They lose a single player here, and it was a 2-for-1 from Starry, so you can't be bad to that. It's a great deal they've got at the moment. 3-0 lead. Astralis better start winning rounds pretty much now at this point. They've got the AWP for Device out. We'll probably see those instant spawn smokes coming in for Elbow. But let's see how that AWP is going to fare for Device.
Yeah, where's he going to put it as well? He's been talking. He's in his interview. He gave a couple indications. He's got a few tricks. He says he's found a few pieces of mechanics that he really, a few mechanics with the AWP that he really enjoys using.
Sure. Let's see those.
Oh, late mid control. It seems like this is a huge execute from the smoke.
Really satisfying to watch that come in, just watching the sort of tracers and the utility being thrown into middle, and Buzz, he's not going to be happy about it because he's just been absolutely wrecked. His teammates can't help him because the utility's just so damn good from Lynn Vision.
Yeah, and Borbson picked off pushing down B ramp as well, trying to have some kind of a response. And Hacker finds him, but they line up straight down from Stair. Nice double to bring it back into a 3v3. And look at the HP on Zacher and Westmoreland. They got nothing.
Yeah, this flip back, didn't it, real quick for Astralis. They've got a chance. In fact, they look better now with the health advantage and Stair having full control of the bottom B ramp. Lynn Vision, once again, after such a good start in the round, they have to try and reconsider their options.
That's the bomb dropped as well in front of
Yeah.
Jaguar. So at some point in this next minute, you know, Lynn Vision's movements across the map are always going to converge into that position. So Blame F, very conscious of the fact that middle was taken over. Red Room is a liability.
Oh, Blame F's going to see the tip of the barrel through the edge of the wall, and that's going to be the kill for Blame F. Nice and easy. Starry starts to activate in middle. Device is taken out, so that's the AWP without impact here. Starry just spamming close to Cave. He wants to try and get this bomb back.
This is really interesting. If he can get this and just back away, I mean, obviously they don't know the position of the second
Got it.
player at all. Yeah, he has the bomb now. Zachar's going to investigate into the B bomb site and try and find some information, but Starry's bailing out to A.
If Zachar just sits here and they rotate back through Cave, this could be a rotation being cut off, but Blame F reads that move, takes out Zachar, and now Starry's in a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, and he knows both players were at the B bomb site because Star got the double sprayed on. Where can he position?
Where can Starry go with this one? See Star go into the donut. Didn't see the second player. Predicts Blame F to be coming in from CT spawn.
Ooh, he wanted to blow up in that smoke, I think. He didn't get any information off the back of that nade.
A little too deep with the nade. Now they've doubled up at donut. Remember, Starry has got a Molotov late into the round here. Smoke goes on. It doesn't matter. Starry's got the kill. That stare down. Is it Blame F as well? The answer is no for Starry. Blame F able to come back in. Gets on that defuse. And Astralis do have their first round, but Starry nearly gets the chance then.
Okay, well we gotta answer a few questions in this round as well. I mean, Lynn Vision going to be able to work the map appropriately on the T side to find themselves out of danger. We saw the first round of devices off, which did absolutely nothing. Positioned at the A bomb site to open, rotated in towards donut later on, and was picked off with ease. And now Astralis, they win the round, surviving with just one player. So money is going to be a problem. All of a sudden on the back going to be reset again.
Yeah, but the opening portion of the round, I think, was definitely better from Lynn Vision as well, right? You see that mid-round activation from Stare, gets a double kill. You're not going to get that every round, so...
And that also gives Astralis a little bit of a notice, like a full-blown execute with like coordinated utility coming out of mid a little bit late. So if you're going to go for that mid control, you better be ready. They're not going to be afraid to come through that smoke with utility.
Yeah. Comes a game of, you know, they're probably going to late take mid. You know, with that execute, you can deploy that at any point. Sure, it costs a lot of utility, but if you have eyes set on taking mid control, why not go for it? So instant spawn smoke. A feature now of Ancient coming out from CT. Down towards elbow. Hit a lamp before you can get the peek out comfortably. And a close molly just to stop any pushes through it. So it has given Astralis control not only of middle, but now full B lane as well. This is great. This is a fantastic opening from Astralis.
And Blah alluded to this on the desk as well. With CS2 and Ancient, you can do this a little bit more. It's like old school Ancient and CSGO where the CTs can have so much map control before you're really able to respond. So it's a nice step for Astralis. We'll see what they can do with it. It's a lot of resources spent in a round where they don't have a lot. 3 players at the B bomb site. No one from Lynn Vision is even close to this side of the map. So it's good information, but no impact in terms of kills.
Keep track of G's utility. Here comes some mid control again. Flash is being set up from G rather to allow his teammates into middle. They can go for an A split, an A pounce through Donut, and there's the kill from Amelia into the site. Buzz can't do much, but Device perhaps is the Buzz kill to this attack from Lynn Vision. Repositions back to Temple. Deeper CT smoke this time from Lynn Vision.
Yeah, Amelia, just went a little bit too early and picked off by Device. Now, we know Device with this AWP is going to choose to save it if this retake is not looking likely. So Astralis is going to wait out some of this utility, and then they're going to have to hustle.
Yeah, Device is going to sit back, allow that MP9 to take some space first. Flash is set up. G takes out Stare, and it doesn't feel doable here for Astralis. They have to call the save call. Their chances will come in a later round, but that's Lynn Vision, another good round from them.
Yeah, and a little bit of a feint, right? Like, Astralis had all the information, so it wasn't like it faked them out completely, but a little bit of a feint of utility towards middle, just what they'd done in the previous round, make the defense a little bit nervous, make them expect like there's going to be presence in middle instead of at the A bomb site, and then it's just a contact play out A main. Buzz just gets deleted. Set call out of spawn, no investigation for Lynn Vision, and they are off. And this has all the makings of the upset that we hyped up. Yeah, right here, Buzz is up on the sign, destroyed.
Oh, the Shadow just gives him such an easy kill. He had like 10 minutes to get ready for that.
And I don't think the flashbang popped exactly where they would have liked it. Flashbang was thrown, didn't catch A main either. You saw it pop or heard it pop.
But you know, I think this has been in conversation all day today. But it's all about the sort of development of the Asian scene. And Maniac, I think, brought it up first. He was saying, gone are the days where we say that they're so far behind in the meta, you know, the Asian teams. But now we're seeing, like, sick utility out of them. The mid takes are really good. G has some really cool flash lineups. You've got a lot of utility. That they're not behind on at all.
So I'd say that with Lynn Vision. I'd say that, you know, there's elements of it with TYLOO. It's getting better, but I mean, the deeper you go down, right, it's gonna kind of fade away. But certainly, yeah, this Lynn Vision team has been the most exciting Chinese prospect we've had in a very long time to see this, you know, since some of the old TYLOO rosters back in the day, way early on. Very cool to see. 3-round lead.
They actually blown up in the smoke, and that's going to work for Device. So that's the opening for Astralis. Westphal needs to be careful. Jaguar actually run right into Borup, and that's a double opener from Astralis. Zacher has to try and make some space back, so he makes his way in towards the B-bomb site. Sees there, nearly gets the chance for the kill, but he's worried about so many different angles. He pushes so deep. Device is going to take that one without issue. G now holding for the fight. Device lands that shot as well. G is given a warning shot. He's lucky not to be dead here. And he's going to get behind those B doors.
This is what you like to see, though, if you're an Astralis fan, if you're rooting for Astralis. Device in a round like this with the AWP just having his impact and really making this round winnable and favorable for the Astralis camp. Deep Deagle shot onto Starry, tags him down to 34, and Lynn Vision have just now realized they've got nowhere to go, really.
Oh!
Ooh,
that looks sick from Device's POV.
Yeah, well, yeah, it did. Not if you're Device.
Yeah, not if you're Device. But as a spectator from Device.
Yeah, for
POV.
sure. I don't think Lynn Vision can actually go for this. This is just going to be a long save, especially when you have Device pushing forward like that and having such a deep angle. You realize, like, man, I got 19 HP. I can't really go anywhere. Legged earlier, but that's the AWP for Astralis on the ground. That weapon that has netted them an advantage in this round.
Jesus watching it now.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, cool.
Keep
I
it
now
away.
have an objective.
However, I mean, okay, Buzz scavenges an AK-47 from middle. I was going to say there's a couple pistols and low buys. They might just want to throw them away in a hunt to try and take this out of their hands, but now they've been able to upgrade them. It's all good. Second round for Astralis, and they avoid any kind of really painful reset of the economy. They've got a good buy and obviously supplemented by some salvaged AK-47s to help them save money.
Felt a little looser there from Lynn Vision. I think a lot of the rounds have been very controlled, taking mid with utility. This time the nade, they're ready to peek behind it. And Device
was
given the kill, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good feature. You know, setting yourself up with the nade is kind of risky as the AWPer, but Device is able to get it done.
The safety of that cubby, right? He can hug that wall
Yeah.
and take the peek whenever he wants and hide if he's in danger. Round 7 coming in.
So the first tactical timeout being used here for Lynn Vision. Definitely starting to feel like the economy is now being stretched thin.
This is kind of cool too, because this is like what you expect out of like old school Device and Astralis, and obviously AWPers towards the end of CSGO. Like, he's been everywhere on the map. We've seen him start at A, we've seen him play Donut in a mid round, we've seen him play at B in this round, we've seen him in mid in this round.
Yeah, Device was definitely one of the AWPers that kind of started talking about heat maps back in the day, and yeah, definitely thinking about spreading that out across the map, being very dynamic.
It just throws it's so hard to read where the AWP is going to be, so it doesn't let you call against an AWP very efficiently, very well.
Well, I'll tell you where the AWP isn't, towards the A bomb site. In fact, there's no one there at the moment from Astralis.
This execute works so clean for Lynn Vision, why not go back to it?
So eventually there will be that readjustment. So Device now comes back over towards CT spawn again. The problem earlier that allowed Device one kill was the peak from Amelia Camp before the CT smoke was up. We'll see how long Lynn Vision decide to go for this. Previously it was an A split, right? They got mid control, went for the donut split. We'll see if they do a similar round again here. Shadow up against the wall. Has to be pretty quick now. You've given away info.
It almost looks like they want to replicate this A hit with dedicating Westmelon to it and go out mid a little bit late. Starry and G are just waiting, so they really want Westmelon to find one kill, find some contact, and he's going to have a good chance at it.
He has a really good chance of this. Buzz is not ready for him to be so close. Westmelon slips in. Oh, he still gets it. Buzz looked like he had that kill, but Westmelon able to recover in time. Ball up off the top. It's one on Starry with a FAMAS at that kind of range. And now there's even space towards B. And Zacker's getting that information.
Yeah, but there's like 3 different ideas going on for Lynn Vision at the moment. They're coming back to the A bomb site where Emilia just gets dropped. Westmelon's pushing mid. Zacker's already in the B bomb site, so the bomb's got to hustle all the way back. And with Westmelon cutting off rotations, Lynn Vision is in the power position in this round.
Yeah, Westmelon's position becomes so important. His role in this round, he needs to stop them from rotating. He needs to buy his teammates some time. He should at least get 1 kill here, but Device has to be aware of this, and Westmelon domes him right away. They say he can't hold angles. Westmelon stops him in his tracks. Start coming back in. An important kill to keep this one doable for Astralis, but still a long way off is blamF. And they're starting to just wait and draw out this time. G's looking towards CT. They haven't got eyes on blamF yet, but now with that flash, they know that both players are in the same position. Zacher holds down the spray, only manages 1, so it's down to G. Open hand from long side, hearing the steps, hearing the jumps of blamF, trying to draw the off into the fight, and blamF has got that fight he's looking for, gets to the defuse. G didn't really need to peek that.
Nope.
He offers up his life, and blamF will take it.
Yeah, it's the composure in this late round post-plant situation that betrays Lynn Vision. They had it, even the 1-for-1 trade with the AKs onto Stair, but the AWP could have just waited for the tap on the bomb. G could have just chilled.
He had the round if he basically hides around the corner, right? And this brings it back to the previous segment that we just heard from Maniac, where he said, I think the start of the rounds would be good, early rounds would be fine, but it's those little details in the late round that might cost a team like this.
It's the lack of experience against the wealth of experience in those
exactly,
situations, and obviously you saw the experience come out on top there with blamF.
Just confidently stomping, trying to bait the shot out, make him uncomfortable. And it worked very well. Now, boost over the top. Both times they've gone for the challenge at elbow. They've been taken out. blamF instead with a couple of kills locked in, but it's still getting pretty messy here considering some of the weapons for Lynn Vision.
Yeah, but Astral's starting to feel confident. Oh, but they're getting punished. This is actually really well done from Lynn Vision to hold off all this aggression. It's been non-stop. Body after body thrown into it. G is low. Flashbang out for Device.
Oh!
Traded, and it's Emilia in a 1v1, tapping away, but Buzz wins it out. That's a huge victory for Buzz.
Yeah, straight up chaos in this round. Like, this is all over the place. Down B lane, just fights everywhere.
Yeah, I like the idea from Astralis, like flex on them a little bit, get in their face, show them that you're willing to be that aggressive. But man, that did not work out in any significant way to make Lynn Vision fear this kind of a setup from Astralis.
I feel like it's actually scares Astralis more than that of Lynn Vision. You probably won't want to throw one of those in anytime soon.
Yeah, you got the opening kill on the boost in the middle behind the smoke. You got the opening kill in B lane. That still came down to a 1v1. B-rush, baby.
Yeah, I like it. B-rush with the Deeks. Bust them up. Go into the site. It's Borup looking to try and hold, but his first bullet accuracy is not what he would have liked, and that actually allows the bomb plant to come in. They clean up the rest, sure, but bomb plant locked through, and not a single kill for Lynn Vision in the end.
Yeah, the Astralis loves that. 5 people alive, take the plant. We get extra money in our pocket. That helps us feel a little bit more secure. We can dip into the playbook with some cash and utility, and they have a 1-round lead.
Yeah, look how much cash Lynn Vision get off the back of that, though, so they've got a really good buy.
They didn't really invest a lot. That was like Deagles, like unarmored Deagles almost.
Just straight up, yeah, exactly. Just run them in. But the cool thing is, for Astralis, like you said, they're going to be very happy about keeping 5 players up, because Device, his economy actually started to disappear. He's on the MP9 in the last round. Now, oh, I'll take the AWP.
Yeah, I'll take that upgrade.
I'll take the upgrade right away. Thank you very much. Only 1 round with the little gun. Round 10. Already underway. Again, instant elbow smoke and Molotovs to follow. And Westmelon, oh my god, 1 health. 1 health he survives on, getting bombarded by utility as he tries to force his way up B lane. And I wonder in Westmelon's head, is it even worth it? Down on 1 health.
I mean, he's just sat here, he's like, what am I supposed to do in this round now?
Yeah.
Like, I really
Might as well be dead, really.
And you're like the Jaguar player, you can't really challenge or bully Jaguar or Cave whatsoever. You can't even really flirt with the idea. So at some point, he's likely to get dropped some utility and just kind of turn into the supportive element that chucks out nades and smokes and flashbangs and watches a flank. Holds for the AWP, and the AWP takes him down.
Yeah, Westmelon didn't have the best round there, did he?
Nope.
You gotta feel bad for him. You don't envy that. Now 1 minute left. Where did Lynn Vision go with this? Maybe they get the bomb out first should be the main objective, but that doesn't happen. Device, another blown smoke, another kill with the AWP through it. This time, the impact is felt because they've dropped the bomb in middle and now panic stations for Lynn Vision because that red smoke is faded away. You don't have the safety to go out mid comfortably, and you've got to waste time trying to get it back.
You've only got one more smoke. You have no flashbangs. One smoke, one Molotov, a second Molotov picked up now, so a little bit of utility. But I think this has just got to fall into kind of a little bit of a scuffed execute at the B bomb site.
Yeah, it doesn't feel too confident now for Lynn Vision. Stair's spot is really good too with the assistance of bO3. This setup is very common.
Stair, I would imagine, will be in front of... Oh, no, not with
The smoke will cancel that setup out entirely. Should allow Lynn Vision to get into the bomb site for the plant here. 7 seconds left in the round. Stair could deny this by just running in and stopping the plant. He won't do that, but he'll win the round regardless. So bomb goes down. Doesn't really matter. Astralis are going to go ahead and take 6. Good move right at the end there, realizing the limited time.
5 players alive again.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Their economy is fine for the rest of the game. These last 2 rounds have really set up Astralis to kind of skate and coast. Amelia had nade out, didn't expect to push through the smoke whatsoever. But Astralis is able to play it just kind of passively and chill after these opening kills from Device. This one even punishing the smoke being blown open. That one's by Lynn Vision, and it gives Device a clear line of sight that G can't handle. And another timeout called by Lynn Vision. 4-1 at one point.
Yeah, that's kind of depressing when you put it that way.
We were getting all jacked up again. We were so quick to get hyped up.
They got a good start, Jason. They're winning this game. But then the reality is, as soon as the guns came out, they had one sick A split. And other than that, it has just been Astralis dominating the gun rounds.
Yeah. Device had a pair of really impactful rounds with the AWP to open things up and start things out for Astralis. Still only had 6 kills.
Yeah, true.
That's like one of the weirdest parts about MR12 is getting used to like the score lines. Yeah. Getting like the kills just seem so much lower.
Yeah, 30 bombs are really impressive these days.
Which is great. I love that. That's the way it should be.
Here comes the mid control. This time, Lynn Vision are given some space to play with the mid. They haven't had that in previous rounds. It has been Astralis kind of dominating that. And bO3 will get aggressive towards the bottom of the B ramp, but completely overextends. There was absolutely no way that I felt confident, based on that spray, that he was going to win any of those fights, and he commits around the corner and dies, as he should have. Now Stair holding cave. It is only 1 kill from Stair, and the defense is starting to topple completely. Lynn Vision in a 4v2.
All the Astralis youngins dropped. It's on to the grizzled veterans.
Yeah, definitely made a lot of the mistakes there.
Yeah, bO3, I mean, I understand he really wanted that kill.
He's like, yeah, he's
really
gone.
wanted it, but he missed his timing, he missed his chance at it, and just never gave it up. Now, the slowdown is going to give Device time to find one more and have a little bit more mid-round impact. BlameF now knows what's coming. 1 kill on the cross, and he's got it.
4v2 to 2v2, and it's the 2 players from Astralis you absolutely want in this position. It's down to Amelia now to somehow recover a 1v2 clutch. Device and BlameF, what a combo this can be. We talked about the chance that these 2 players would be enough to break Lynn Vision alone, and it seems like that could be the case here. We know Amelia has some fantastic mechanical ability, but now this clutch becomes so difficult. He plants in the open, Device is spamming him, tagging him with a P250. They allow the bomb plant, but they look to play together. They've got a kid on the back of BlameF. They got a smoke and double flash.
Well, they know he's still on the bomb site. BlameF has him locked in.
But he's looking for fights. That's what he wants. He wants the chance to turn this into a 1v1. He peeks and a headshot immediately on Device, but BlameF spams him down through the wood. There was a chance there with that instant kill on Device, but he couldn't get it done. And a 4v2 for Lynn Vision goes Astralis' way.
That's actually a sick peek and shot onto Device, and BlameF with a perfect response. Almost there. Such a tough clutch, such a tough 1v2 for him to win. Almost
It was a good
pulls
try.
it out. Yeah, he really did. 7-4.
That's rough now for Lynn Vision, though. You get all of these mistakes that Astralis make, you punish them. You get a 4v2. And Device and BlameF just crush you.
6 rounds straight for Astralis.
Yeah, 1 gun round from Lynn Vision. Think about it, right? So it was a 4 spy from Astralis. The second round after losing pistol, then kind of save weapons and pistols around it that Lynn Vision were able to pick up. Ever since the guns have come out, other than that A split, it has just been Astralis all day long here. bO3, is this the round where he actually gets away with it, Jason?
They've been so aggressive at this B ramp throughout this entire half.
There's no flash. It's just going to be a dry peek. That might actually work, but Emilia's holding for it. Oh, bO3 having a great time going for these be aggressive plays. And Stare, he's seen that, and he's decided, okay, I don't want any of that. I'm just going to sit back on top of the ramp. And now the A4 looks to deliver death. That Starry down. He's actually disrupted this initial run-up, and they know that he can't have got far. And now BlameF's trying to try and break them again. He does it once more. BlameF on the triple. This man's a bulldozer, and he flattens Lynn Vision inside of the B-bomb site. 8 rounds for Astralis at the turn of the half.
Well, we said the individuals of Astralis might have a field day. BlameF is 16-3. 16-3. He's been a monster. Stare's right up there with him. 14 kills for him. Good performances. Device has had his impact. Not great on the numbers, but that's all good. A dominant half, and it ends with a 7-round run from Astralis.
BlameF just played this position just back-to-back rounds right there. You know?
Yeah.
Cleans up the mess that his teammates have left at the bottom of the beat ramp and makes it look so good.
And that'll be a conversation Lynn Vision has after this game when they go into review about spacing, about how they want to take that position.
Like,
because that
how
is shut
we
them
let him
down.
do it again.
Yeah.
16-3. Wow. Stare had a good half as well. 14-8.
Well, we get to switch sides now. See what Lynn Vision has on the CT side. This is like the opposite problem of TYLOO. TYLOO started didn't enter the game until round 8. For Lynn Vision, they started out great.
Turns out,
and just disappeared and faded away at some point.
Turns out good starts aren't everything.
But I think a lot of it was Astralis being more aggressive and not giving Lynn Vision time to set up those mid executes.
Yeah, they actually disrupted the game.
Yeah, they're getting in their face and they're not giving them the room to work with. And from there, the game plan for Lynn Vision had to change of saying, how do we force back this B aggression? How do we keep them at bay? How do we not let this destroy us?
And it's very difficult when you have sort of a game plan in your mind of how you think the game is going to go, and then suddenly you're given a curveball that you're going to have to solve on the fly. And that's where that international lack of experience, rather, in the international stage can come back to bite you. But here comes this pistol round from Astralis. Not fully committed towards A. The bomb is actually elsewhere towards that B-bomb site.
Now, Buzz is just being a presence. He's just being a little bit annoying. Bomb's going to go elsewhere this whole time. Delayed mid-take, P250. That was almost on point on the G from BlameF. They're going to make sure middle is cleared out. They're going to make sure this defense is passive and forced back into the bomb sites with no information so they can have a clean hit.
Zacher on the Julies gets destroyed. There's nothing he could have done about that. Stare with a second. The Glock is looking so good today. And bO3 starts to flank around the back. He's cutting them open, dissects this pistol round in favor of Astralis. Buzz continues to have a nightmare day. Yeah, that's
Poor
it.
Buzz.
Everyone else living the dream.
He's having a field day, and he's just like, oh, this guy's been in the corner the whole round.
He just hasn't moved.
But again, that round is all set up by the fact that, I mean, Astralis, there's a little bit of presence at the A bomb site to start, but they just had so much room to work with. Obviously, Stare had to fight for his, but BlameF got in bO3 got in great positions in Red Room. Starry's having a nice round in terms of kills. There's no chance at winning this, but some nice shooting.
Yeah, lovely shots, in fact. He's imagine if he had a kid.
Wishes he had a kid. He's got a smoke.
Imagine he had a kid. That would have been something special.
I bet he jumped out of his seat when BlameF killed him there.
It's just
I bet he jumped out of his seat.
Straight to the
No
ceiling.
idea who was coming.
Yeah, almost guaranteed that. But Lynn Vision, CT loss in the pistol should result in a full eco in this second round. And that feels rough. That feels bad, man. Because you're going to have to see 10 rounds go up on Astralis' scoreboard. 6 stuff from Astralis. bO3 gets his double. Buzz gets wrecked, of course.
The nice thing about it,
how it goes.
We really like the idea of the upsets from the Chinese teams today. We really like the idea of seeing Lynn Vision, TYLOO in that kind of best of 3 for quarterfinal, semifinal spot. We still get something cool. If they go on, I mean, if Astralis continues on this pace, it's going to be Lynn Vision, TYLOO for a quarterfinal spot or elimination, which is equally intense.
That's very intense. We get that rematch from
Yeah.
a few days ago in a more sort of do-or-die scenario. And then we also get Astralis versus Nets. One will go to the semifinals today, if this is how it ends. But 4v3. Blair 19-4. And he's gone down as his 4th death. Device burning. Toes heated up a little bit, and Lynn Vision have had enough, so they can run away from this. And they might just run into bO3 inside of middle, who's looking to defend and cut off that location of the map. Stare will come to help him.
So 10-4 is going to be the scoreline. And 9 rounds straight for Astralis. So Lynn Vision's first gun round on this CT side is going to be everything. Any chance of still maintaining some kind of a fight in this map all comes down to this next round. There's money for an op if Story wants to drop it over. It will chew into the economy quite a bit, but he will go for that and drop it over to G. And let's get it on. Map rests here. Lynn Vision need this win.
Yeah, the hometown heroes had a chance against Astralis, but even after a very strong start, Astralis' individual ability has shown through. Ability to disrupt the game and turn favorable scenarios from Lynn Vision back in their favor. It is ridiculous here, but Buzz has got himself a kill on Starry. He'll add a third to his overall tally. XM breaking apart the smoke. Another great thing about the shotgun is it actually creates a massive hole in the smoke, so you can
decimates the smoke.
You can track your opponent on the other side of it. Alright, 4v3 off the back of that kill. You're seeing a CT adjustment as well with the location of their setup here. They're going to go a little bit more focused in towards red.
Just to try and recover. Have some form of information and gain a piece of the map that allows you to shift between the bomb sites. Here comes a late peek from Blake.
Oh, timing!
Oh, turns away.
Oh, that feels so rough if you're West Melon because you're just turning away just for a second, and that's the moment that BlameF walks right into.
That's how it works. The shotgun better be godlike.
Even more so, and yeah, it's not going to get anything done. Buzz eradicates him. Now G has no other option but to try and save onto this AWP. But even that doesn't seem like a reality that will happen because BlameF's already close towards him. With some steps being made, BlameF's got the headphones on. He's listening in. He knows he's got to pray right in front of him, and that's the AWP gone. BlameF asking, should we pick it up? In fact, we will. So 11-4 for Astralis.
Yeah, I'm passing that bad boy over to Device.
Deve.
Being a little bit more of a passive support.
Device is negative right now. Negative KD. Like, it doesn't feel that way, but I suppose, yeah. BlameF and Stare destroying them at the moment.
Yeah, I think there's only so many kills to go around. One, and BlameF and Stare are just killing in that department, obviously. But also, I mean, the important thing with Device and as any opera is you have your impact rounds.
Exactly.
You had two of them to get them started in the first half. So
yeah, then that 2v4
numbers aren't there,
as well.
But those performances are massive from Device.
Yep. Boost being deployed for Zacher, and there's Device on the board again. Starry this time taking down.
I wonder if the smoke was blown open.
I would have to imagine it was.
Got that through the smoke. Yeah, the smoke. The smoke
was boosted
still shows
over,
up. Yeah.
Right. So.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, it was the boost coming in. But that's going to be Zacher going aggressive and doing what Borup couldn't in the first half, which is get a kill from that aggressive B-ramp play.
This is the nice thing about having Device as an opera, though. Like, he's always so focused on preventing, like, the next move, right?
Yeah, he's always a step ahead.
Is just trained and said, oh, if anyone's going to push B-ramp, I'm here. Stare, tested,
oh,
loses it. And Device misses
close.
the opportunity for a trade.
Yeah, very close to the trade, but now that trade might come in the form of BlameF.
Yeah, this is BlameF at his best as well. They've kind of shifted around him and let him get great map control. But, I mean, if Device...
He's committed to this?
He sees two. He knows two are there. So this is... They're going to pause and wait, and they're going to let BlameF play. He's the next one to make a move on the Astralis side.
Yeah, this is a better angle from Device. It scared me for a moment, the commitment. He couldn't fall away.
Buzz against Zacher is really tough at the A bomb site. Zacher's just shifting into a new position. BlameF should have this lurk kill, and indeed he does. Dinked up, and Zacher found him in the corner. Buzz didn't clear it.
30 seconds left, bogged down inside of the site. Device knows he's got an opponent inside of A main, or at least close to the big boxes. Well, he actually lost track of him, so Zacher's done very well to sort of be elusive, and Device reads the CT kill. That's West Melon gone, and Device is having some serious impact here. BlameF goes down, and Device has to close it in 1v1 up against G. Position called to a CT, but Device is still looking elsewhere. And now G coming back in from CT spawn. Device commits to the plant. Is he ready for the headshot? He absolutely is. Device with a masterful round, a triple, and a 12th round for Astralis. It's map point.
Swap it out to the AK-47 as well in the heat of the moment. That's a big round from Device. Him and blamF combined in these. Is that another 2-on-3 they win, or a 2-on-4 in that situation?
Yeah, another. Yeah.
1-1 on the CT side. Now they've won one on the T side as well. G, even to his credit as well, remember he blew that 1v1 earlier against blamF at the B bomb side in the first half by peeking a little bit too early. This time he plays it passively. He plays it right and still loses out the battle at the end of the day to Device. And that is just an all-time great player being prepared for anything coming off the bomb plant.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's so quick to be ready for the next fight, for the next angle. Really hard to catch him off guard. That 12-4, wow. It's so depressing, really, to see Lynn Vision start so strong and have so much promise on the T side. We love the utility they're throwing. The rounds they put together, the first gun round they put together was really nice to watch, that A split. But ever since Astralis turned it up to the next level.
Even some of the rounds they lost early on in that first half was like,
getting them
it's
into early
cool idea.
positions.
Yeah, it was cool.
2v4s, multiple positions where they've had
But they've
multiple man advantages.
They've just been completely swamped since then. And Astralis looking to end it with an uppercut. Fast pace towards the A bomb site. G gets away blind. Can't get the follow-up shot. Device pins him down. And now the A bomb site is lost early. Plenty of utility for Astralis to use. Desperate pushes from Lynn Vision, and it's all over.
Yeah, it's all over.
Whoops.
Couple of chances here for Lynn Vision. Some positives to take away from this, but the main positive we will take away from this opening game today for Astralis is they've come to play in Shanghai. Zacher hiding behind default. Astralis getting the job done in confident fashion. Eventually, it is closed. A 13-4 victory in their opening best of one of this competition. Astralis have booked themselves a spot to play against ENCE later today, and that upper group final to decide who is heading to the semi-finals here at the CAC.
Yeah, that's, 13-4 victory in 12 rounds in a row for Astralis to close that out. Once they got started, once they got rolling, and again, that goes back to Device with some impact rounds on the AWP in the first half, getting them started, and then blamF and Stare running away with it.
Yeah, it was absolutely a masterclass coming in from blamF in particular on this game, and it was that CT side that broke them. We know him as one of the strongest CT players on the planet, and definitely showed why. Because some of those rounds, 4v2s, the fact that they were pulling those kind of rounds off consistently multiple times throughout that is so impressive.
Yeah, it's that experience. So fist bumps all around, GG's passed along. That sets up, as you said, Astralis ENCE. It also sets up TYLOO versus Lynn Vision.
Yeah, in a sort of now the gauntlet of death, right? You're going down there for survival, and at least you're playing in front of a small audience, but you want to go to the stadium. You want to play in front of that home crowd in the full arena. But it is Astralis to come away with a win. We've got our desk to break down the matchup.
You absolutely do, Dinko and Jason. Thank you very much. Welcome back. This is the CAC, and you are at the analysis area, or desk, or whatever you want to call it. The point is, breaking down that game is going to be pretty simply told, I think. A lot of it coming from the Astralis side, of course.
I mean, Lynn Vision did what we wanted them to do, get off to a rollicking start, and then they hit a brick wall called blamF.
Yeah, listen, I would argue they drove into that wall willingly. Yeah. With the GPS open, take a right into the wall. And that's pretty much what they did. No, I don't want to say...
destination is the wall.
What I won't do is take away from Astralis' wins, because there was plenty of very well thought and executed plans with the multi-kills from blamF, the bO3 and Stare synchrony on the B side, and flash pops for each other. This was great. But Lynn Vision fumbled two very clear opportunities to make the first half way more competitive, to run away with it, to break the money of Astralis, and this would have been a different game. They fumbled these opportunities. Astralis used their experience to catch on it. That's the situation we're watching here. That's one example as well in the clutch. And once Astralis gets rolling, it's over.
Yeah, I think it comes down to, again, perhaps lack of experience, you might even say, or also the fact that nerves were clearly there. There's a 1v2 round, I believe, from Starry on the A bomb side where he gets the first duel, and he just goes for the swing. Well, the bomb was ticking away. It was a 1v1. He knew Blame hadn't gone for the, hadn't tried to stick with the fuse, and he goes for the swing, loses the duel. We saw the 1v1 again with G as well. In a 2v2 where they had in fact, it was a 4v2.
It was.
And they had a lot of info as well. So
that's the drama.
And fumbling the bag, especially when you knew when the money for Astralis were kind of in a rough situation, it could easily have been 8-4 for the side of Lynn Vision. I don't think it's any stretch of imagination that could have happened.
Yeah, this 4 versus 2 is really sort of burned into my retina. I cannot close my eyes. I still see it. I still hurt from it. In sports psychology, there's this concept where there's a time to train and there's a time to trust. And when you're playing officials, you're not training anymore. You're trusting. You're going through the motions of what it is that you've prepared, and you know what you got to do. You don't have to overthink it. We were watching Lynn Visions in these advantageous positions, and it felt like they were thinking about them as they were unfolding. If you're in the 4v2 thinking, what's the best play I can do in this 4v2 to capitalize? You're Westmill and you get picked up by Device towards middle, and then suddenly the round kind of falls apart. You have to know how to handle this deeply.
Also, the fact for Blame, I mean, firstly, 24-5 in a game
That's pretty
lasting 17 rounds is kind of disgusting. But also, like he was playing towards a B long position, right, on the right-hand side, and the amount of multi-kills he was getting there from the lack of spacing from Lynn Vision, the lack of utility being lobbed in. So that's the thing with this particular squad. They have good ideas, they have good executes, they have good, macro overview, holistic ideas of how they want to use, util and everything. When it comes to these 2v2s, it's like, guys, I'm going to throw a pop flash, talk to me, we're going to space and swing together. They don't have that.
Yeah, that was the issue. After that 4 versus 2, they never really found themselves in favorable positions towards the end. And so the late rounds are just a little bit scrappy, and then BlameF just loves it. Like, he loves this, dry 20 seconds sort of peak on the B side. He's in the back lane, back-to-back, double kill, triple kill. That's his bread and butter. This is where he gets the job.
And also, you don't want to go up against these two people in particular in a late round situation, namely BlameF and Device. They're usually going to be coming out on top.
Yeah, and for Device, he has won tournaments in China before, right? Like, this has happened, so maybe he's trying to run it back. Is that a stretch? I mean, sure.
I think he's trying to win.
Was a minute ago,
he's
but
trying to win.
I think they're trying to win, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad we know that.
Imagine wanting to win.
Yeah, that's I try to win every matchmake game, but there
who actually benefits from that game a lot? I think it's there. Like, we were talking about the possible changes coming in the horizon for Astralis. He's a name that's been put out there. He's got a great first game. Very assertive on the B side. Again, the pop flash play and sort of the flick flack setups they had with bO3 did a great job as well. Lynn Vision tried to fight Cave a couple times. They also got kind of caught off guard by the pushes down the B lane in situations where they had advantage as well. I think the B side of Astralis did exactly what they needed to do. This was brave from them.
And I also really like how, for someone like Stay, who lacks experience as opposed to someone like Blame and Device, even times when bO3 gets taken down, he's like, okay, is this a trade which is worth attempting or not? That's a lot of people make a lot of bad decisions here. They try to go for a trade where it's not really available, and from a 4 versus 5, it's a 3v5, which is basically unwinnable.
And there's a difference between tried and true and then tried and trust, as we've learned here. I understand what you mean, though. Like the idea that you kind of have to put faith in your teammates because this is a team game, right?
Yeah, and because once you're stepping into the official server to play, it's not the time to think whether or not what you're doing is right. Like, that time has passed. This is what preparation and quality of training gets you to. You arrive in an official event, and your game plan is your game plan. And you believe in it. Whether it has flaws or not, whether it's perfect or not, you go through it so that you don't have to have all of these micro decisions that just basically cloud your brain in these late moments. This is what it felt like for Lynn Vision. And I also think all of us woke up pretty early today, maybe brain half oxygenated. We had such high hopes for Asian CS. We came here talking about upset cities and TYLOO versus Lynn Vision. Imagine that, qualifying to the playoff. Where are we now? Both these teams are going up against each other in the nation game. God damn it, what happened, Trace? Where did it all go wrong?
Well, I tell you, TYLOO lost first. And then Lynn Vision lost thereafter. So yes, they do find themselves playing each other in an elimination game, all on day one.
Maybe they just want to play each other. Just played each other, for the IM China qualifiers as well very recently. So maybe they shaped it for us.
Anyway. We're shaping them.
Yeah, let's go ahead and hear from the victors. What do they got to say?
So I want to start by looking at the fact that it was a bit of a slow start from you guys, and especially given the fact it's MR12 now. Were you worried at all? Did you just need them to wake up?
I don't know. I think we actually have used this pistol round a lot and won every time we used it. So, but not this time. So, yeah, I don't know.
因为这是现在是 MR12的比赛，然后他1比4的开局会对他们造成一定困惑嘛？其实他们感觉还好，但唯一的问题是他们之前打比赛手枪就经常会赢的，所以这次输了之后确实还是对他们造成了一定的困扰。
Now we're hearing a lot about the team right now. I want to see when it comes to the players you have at this moment and playing here in Shanghai, what's the mentality you've come in with for the tournament overall?
I just think we do as we always do, just trying to do the things we prepare for and the match and stuff like that. So for us it's the same, it's just rumors. So yeah, I have my 5 players and I'm fine with that.
之前是问他们是带着怎样的一个状态和心情来到这次上海，来到这次比赛啊？他们说其实我们并没有什么改变，然后有传言说他们可能要换人，但是他们说其实我们还是5个选手会在一起打，所以对他们来说没有任何的影响。
And now you are going straight into another game, and this time you get up against ENCE. Obviously a very tough opponent for sure, but slightly weakened, not with their full 5. Is this an advantage that you feel like it's going to benefit you guys?
Yeah, of course. I think it's better to play them with a stand-in, but sometimes it can also be difficult to play versus teams with stand-in. So I guess we have to see.
面对 ANS 他们是带了一个替补嘛，但是对 A 队来说其实这是两面性的，打一支带替补的队伍当然是好的，但是因为充满未知性，所以打一个带替补队伍他们也没有说有绝对的信心嘛，就看下一场比赛到底会发生什么吧。
And we have a community question from everyone from the Perfect World side of things here. They wanted to see, since you've been in Shanghai, what tasty food have you had so far?
I think we was out with a traditional Chinese dinner. I think we tried like 25 different kinds. So I think we have been pretty well around. A lot of seafood, I think, and desserts and everything.
Sounds very good.
就是来自完美电竞 APP 的玩家是提问 A 队来到上海之后是尝试了哪些上海的美食吗？ A 队其实来了之后呢，被带去吃了，他说超过25种不同的传统中国食物，然后他具体不知道是什么，但是他感觉非常好吃啊，也是吃了一些海鲜，觉得也是非常的好吃。然后现在请我们 A 队教练选择现场的一位幸运观众，将为他送出一个雷蛇继星沙 X ANC 的主动降噪耳机。
So pick any fan you want to choose to give. The one with the Astralis shirt, come on
好
forward.
的，这位拿着 A 队 T 恤的兄弟也中奖了。也是请我们的工作人员为这位幸运观众和教练来一个合影。
Oh, you got to wait a second.
然后也是请我们教练为选手的这张合影签名。
So the story I'm understanding is this: Astralis seafood, and then they ate. They certainly ate here in their first match.
I really respect the fact.
Don't look at me like that.
Okay, I'm just ignoring that.
As you should.
I respect the fact that a lot of teams coming into in Asia, they're like, I'm going to play it a little safe with the food. I'm not sure how I'm going to react to it. And considering the fact they landed like a couple of days ago, and they're like, we have an opening game here, willing to try everything the Chinese cuisine has to offer. Shout out to Astralis. I appreciate that and respect it.
And the scarier parts are when you get to go eating, in China with you, Bleh, because as it turns out, you like spicy foods. I don't know.
I mean, I walked in with you saying this is going to be spicy. It's literally a hot pot. Let's do it. And then, that night happened.
So you would say you were trolled that day, perhaps?
We were all trolled.
Yeah, we were definitely trolled. So if Bleh is crying about the spiciness of foods,
I was crying.
Then I think that speaks volumes. Isn't that right, Maniac?
Oh yeah, I don't even eat spicy in Switzerland, so I'm not gonna mess with that guy.
Not
It's
even-
just he's way above my level. Just go ahead, King. Do you?
Yeah, go off, King.
I do me too many times. That's a problem. We do have our groups, by the way. The
no, that's a
shipping.
bracket. That's great.
That looks great. I love the fact that we have this massive screen right there. And Astralis, a winner moves on straight to the semifinals. I think that's going to be really spicy, but spicier. Chinese hot flush Szechuan pepper spicy indeed would be TYLOO, Lynn Vision down there. That's my
Szechuan.
spice.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a bloodbath in a way. You never want to go out last place. Obviously, miss on the arena games. You want to have the crowd. I think it matters mostly for them, being at home, having the crowd with them. But if you lose that game, unfortunately, you're never gonna get to see it.
Yeah, if you lose that, you are out. So that does set us up. We have an upper bracket matchup here with Astralis, and then we'll have an elimination game with TYLOO and Lynn Vision. Gentlemen, I think we go to a break. We can come back. We can get right back into the games, and that game being the Ints versus Astralis best of 3. It's on the other side of this. You're watching CAC. We'll be right back in just a few moments.
Szechuan.
Hello everyone, welcome to CAC 2023. We've got Device here for a pre-match interview, so welcome, and maybe say hi to the audience.
Hello guys, thank you for watching. It's gonna be good, this one.
Okay, so let's jump into it. So first of all, welcome back to China. 4 years ago when you were here, you won a different tournament in Beijing. And can you maybe share with us, what's your first impression? I know you guys just got to Shanghai not too long ago, but what's your first impression here, and what's it like for you?
I think it's different of what I remember from Beijing being. I think this area where we're living in Pudong and the whole place is really pretty. There's a lot of skyscrapers and stuff like that, so I like it. It's really nice, and as always, the food is really good and everyone is really welcome.
Okay. I guess next one. During the off season, there's been talks of like a lot of different roster moves for different teams and whatnot. And as for you guys right now, you guys seem quite stable. And there are still some rumors. Can you maybe share with us how your lineup is looking right now? How's the team chemistry within the team?
I think the team chemistry is good. There's always going to be a lot of rumors, I think, in this game. So that's just how it is. And as you said, a lot of like things are happening right now. Nobody really knows when everything will settle. So yeah, just focusing at one goal at a time. This time it's here in this tournament, and just gonna try to prove that we can go really far and get to the playoffs at least, and maybe go the whole way.
So we all know BlameF right now, he's the in-game leader. And do you feel like your team's system has made any major changes, or like is it different from when Glaive was leading? Can you share with us like how things have changed and how the preparations going so far?
I think things have changed a little bit, but not that much. I think that we have more set roles on the T side now, so it's a little bit easier going from map to map. Other than that, I think Blame is a really good leader, both at calling the set strats, but also playing defaults and doing mid-round calls. So it's also what Glaive was really good at, so they match each other really well. I just think that obviously when you look at the CT side, BlameF has a lot more like firepower and plays some of the star positions, so there's a different dimension to him when you're on the CT side, and on the T side he's really good at calling and setting the team up.
How prepared do you guys feel coming into this event this time around?
I feel like we're as prepared as we could be. It's definitely like hard to say where everyone is at with the level of CS2, because it's almost a completely new game. It's our first LAN tournament, so for us it's all about showing that the practice we put in the last month is gonna pay off, and to learn a lot of things playing this tournament. So yeah, I mean, like, the preparation has been good, but as it's a little bit gonna be a little bit inconsistent with the whole level playing field right now in CS2, I think.
I guess one burning question that I have, as well as a lot of people have, because I mean, you know, basically whenever you ask anyone, it's like, hey, if I want to learn the op, who should I watch? You know, whose demo should I look at? Basically, the go-to answer will be like, hey, you should study Devices, how he rotates on the map, how he plays the different positions. And coming to CS2, a lot of people have mentioned it's a lot more difficult to play the op. And how have you adjusted to the new iteration?
I think there's a lot of different game mechanics in this game. So the whole Pegasus advantage, and just to take that, for instance, like holding an angle can be really tough now. So it's about not positioning yourself in the most obvious angles that people are gonna hard strafe at. I think that's a pretty easy one, and then there's the interpolated thing on how you have to hit with the AWP. That's different from CSGO. That is something I think all the AWPers are trying to learn right now. Other than that, it's just abusing the game mechanics. Like, instead of being a stationary AWPer holding an angle, maybe you peek into angles and you treat it kind of like a rifle, so in some sort of way. And other than that, obviously with the MR12, you also play a bit more rifle in more rounds. So I think there's a lot of changes. I like that AWP is not as strong, and that it's possible for a rifler that is really good to peek him and kill him. So it's just about getting used to it. It takes some time.
So it requires you to be even more all-rounded. You got to play rifle a lot of times, and with the op, you got to really pick your fights.
Yeah.
And timings. Okay. So, like, right now in the team, you have some younger players and some older players. So how's the dynamic within the team? Like, when you guys communicate, is it like the older guys maybe perhaps gives a little bit more of a lead, or is it like if someone has an idea, hey, let's do it, or like how does the set plays go, etc.?
I think definitely Blame and me talks the most in the team. I think bO3 is also a guy that talks a lot, but as you said before, everyone can kind of chime in and do calls. So we rely on everyone in all aspects of the game to communicate and have have a good idea of what's happening towards their side of the map and how to play their own position. So a lot of freedom in that, but also in general, just Blame F and me kind of like try to I take over a lot on the CT side in regards to positioning myself so that people can play around that, and Blame on the T side is the guy that kind of like strategizes, and if we're not defaulting, he's probably the guy that talks the most. In defaults, it depends on the map.
One of the questions that people want to ask is like, right now in terms of like Chinese teams, what are their shortcomings? Why are they not able to reach the potential that some people expect, perhaps? From past experience? Or,
yeah, it's hard for me to say. I actually think that the Chinese scene, Asian scene in general, have been doing better and better after COVID, and is looking strong here in 2023. I think especially Lynn Vision, who is like doing better and better, is showing that they're capable. I think that it's just about having enough experiences, having the right practice and stuff like that. I imagine it's harder to maintain a practice routine where you are playing against a bunch of really good teams, like in Europe, for instance. So it's a lot to do with that, and then there's the maybe general lack of experience over the last like 5 years. So it's hard to say. I think that every time I watch Asian CS and Chinese CS in general, I think you see a lot of high individual skill, but it's also about like making that into a great team. And I have no idea why it hasn't clicked yet, but I do think it will happen at some point.
I guess some people mentioned that coming to a new version of the game, that teams will end up like, the gap between teams will be a lot closer and competition will be a lot tougher. Like, so far from what you've seen, like all the different events going on, do you think that's the case?
It's hard to say because there's such a small sample size. I do think that, as everyone has seen, FaZe has been really good in CS2. So I think that they are by far the best team, but I think the gap is a little bit smaller now. I think we'll see a lot more of results that are maybe surprising. And I also do think that in time, like the coming months where we will have game updates, it might just sway towards different teams' preferences in like mechanical skill. So right now it's a lot of Pega's advantage. And who knows if it's gonna be like that. So I think it will fluctuate a little bit, it will change in time. But yeah, I think FaZe is the only team that's really proven that they deserve to be called the best team. All other teams, like, who knows, depends on the day.
start with 8, and we'll end out this day by eliminating 2. That much I know for sure. This next game, though, is not an elimination game. I want to welcome you back to the CAC. That's CS Asian Championships for short, and there's no shortness around here. In fact, we've got a taller Dane here in the middle. He goes by Pip or Jacob Vinicki. Welcome.
Thank you, man. It's good to be here, Trace.
Nice. Cool. So what have you been up to in all this time?
Well, I was sitting in the green room watching the game with you. You know, slight delay, but that's all good. So now I'm ready and prepared for what should be a great matchup between Astralis and ENCE.
And Maniac, what did you do with all your time?
But I was also in that green room,
Oh, okay,
also watching
okay.
Counter-Strike. We were all together.
Yeah.
This was such a wholesome moment. We were talking about politics and whatever topics not to be brought out at the desk, of course.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure that politics was, friendly conversations. Like, this is a weird time to be alive.
It's been adults, you know.
Yeah, but we are adults, and we do have a Counter-Strike tournament in front of us. Again, we did just get a witness of what was Astralis Lynn Vision that went Astralis' way. Earlier on in today, we had ENCE go against TYLOO. ENCE found their way through as well. So that sets us up with what, Jacob?
What should be a good matchup, you know, in a best-of-3 setting as well. I'd argue Astralis didn't look that impressive against Lynn Vision. I feel like that was a game that could have been much closer by the scoreline of it. So if I'm ENCE walking into this game, despite all the roster changes, the rumors circulating, and the stand-in situation, I wouldn't be too scared of Astralis, to be completely honest.
It's kind of hard to pick a favorite. I would probably lean more on the Astralis side personally. I think if I look at the strength of the roster coast to coast, with the Vladen for Diha switch up, I think there might be a little bit of a lackluster skill situation for ENCE. Nerds did destroy TYLOO completely
Absolutely.
from start to finish. Just think about the consequences of this game for the planning of the event, right? If you win this game, straight to the semi-final, that's a game that was going to be on basically the last day of the event. So from that moment on, you can relax a little bit, you can get to observe all of the other teams, you get to adjust to the jet lag as well. And top 4 guaranteed in one game, Mr. Trace, that ain't too bad.
No, it seems like the definition of working smarter and not harder in this notion, Jacob. You look at these teams here, you look at the Astralis that we have, and I think is, well, the only Dane between the three of us. What's your
That's
give or
correct.
take on Astralis in their current form?
I mean, it's complicated, right? We know the rumors that are circulating around this lineup as well, with Yabi and Stown apparently being on the way in. At least that's what they want to. And then you have a situation where 2 of the players within the current Astralis lineup can't really feel sure about their future within Astralis. So even them going to the semifinal, even them going to win this event, I don't think that changes the notion right now that is circulating around this lineup that it's a little bit shaky. I don't think the players feel comfortable. I don't think the team exactly knows what's going to happen within the next couple of months, and everything is a bit up in the air right now.
Yeah, it's really troublesome almost if you're sitting there and you're wondering, hey, am I going to be playing for this team? Not entirely sure.
I know, it is definitely complicated, and I think teams need to have a way to connect with each other in order to perform, but there's a reality behind all of that tumultuous changes, is that success benefits everybody in that roster. Doesn't matter if their future isn't together down the line and we're talking months or whatever ahead, success benefits everybody. If you're bored, if you stare, maybe it's possible your jersey is going to be different in a few weeks, in a few months. But hey, you gain by having success here, seeing your value go up, maybe send the messages to other people out there that you can still play the Counter-Strike to a high level. Maybe the role you were playing in Astralis wasn't exactly the one suiting to you. And if you're the rest of the players of Astralis, of course you want to get ahead and get that trophy. You have a chance here in China with the hierarchy not exactly being set in stone aside from the phase dominance. So I think, again, success benefits everybody, whether or not you're going to be in the future together.
And that success, obviously you find that when you win, obviously. And if you're one of these guys, you're thinking about like, okay, maybe I need to have a billboard. Maybe I need to have a statement tournament if you're on your way somewhere else, Jacob.
I mean, ENCE have had that billboard. They've had those statement tournaments by being in a lot of finals at a lot of big tournaments. So coming into this one, I feel like there's no pressure on ENCE. They're playing with a stand-in. We don't know exactly what's up or down with Snappy. Is he going to stay with that lineup? Is he not? That's the in-game leader. That's the guy who built the entire squad from the bottom up. That's the franchise player for ENCE. So I think ENCE walks into this matchup right here, takes on the stage with no pressure whatsoever. They're facing Astralis, and if they can get a win, as you said, that will be a bit of a surprise in the sense that Astralis should be able to win this game having no stand-in on the roster.
Of course, we're looking at 2 teams that have potential changes on the horizon. It's been quite clear, it's been established. But I feel like ENCE might just be on the brink of disintegrating fully as a lineup.
Maybe, yeah.
Because, and you're talking about it, Snappy being on his way out, allegedly, the guy that put them together, the guy that kind of created this recipe out of all of these ingredients, if he's going to be out the way, maybe he takes someone with him on his way out as well. If you're an ENCE player right now, I think it can be quite complicated not to fall into the overly selfish category where, hell, I mean, listen, I like you guys, but it's my contract that's on the line, it's my future that's on the line, so I might not flash for you, you know? I might actually just bait you just a little bit. I know it's not conscious, but I think if we're looking at details and like plus 5%, minus 5%, it's a team whose future is really uncertain. I have zero clue what ENCE is going to look like in a few weeks or a few months for that matter.
So let me put you in a hypothetical hotspot then here, Maniac, if you don't mind.
Hotspot.
Jacob, you get to jump right in afterwards.
Okay.
Imagine you are joining the server today under, one of these lineups, under these pretenses, right? Where do you see yourself mentally coming into that? You talk about the little things like maybe the minutiae of, this flash may or may not happen, this, that, or the other. How do you put yourself in the right mindset knowing that change could be on the outset?
Well, I do think that ENCE was probably one of the healthiest team out there, Trace. It's one of the way I would characterize them. And I think the quality of the reports between the players might be something that shield them from all of this uncertainty. Because you and I, we might be teammates, and we respect each other, and I know you're on your way out, but we agree that for this event we're going to put things aside and we're going to play our best Counter-Strike. It's a test on the quality of our link. If I don't like you, if I dislike you, and our interests aren't aligned, I'm not exactly sure I'm going to give my 100%, even though I'm a professional and that's what my contract would want me to do. I don't think it's that easy.
No, I would agree with that. Don't ever underestimate a player who's playing for a contract. I think if you look towards ENCE, right, you have the Standard and Vladen, and you have Madden right now, who I think if ENCE were to implode, then some players, he's going to find a team, no doubt about it. He's absolutely fantastic. Duher as well, not here. He's going to be just fine. Nerds is a hot prospect. I think there's a lot of teams that will be willing to sign him as well. Whereas for Madden, he's in this weird-ass position where he's been sacrificing a lot for this team. So if he ever had a chance to showcase his individual skill and maybe playing for a new contract, that would be at this tournament. So for him, this situation is vastly different compared to a guy like Nerds, for example, who is secure of getting a new contract no matter what happens. Same could be said in the Astralis camp. You're looking towards Star, you're looking towards Boss for that matter as well, you're looking towards bO3. They're playing for potentially a new contract, whereas Device and BlameF, they are safe haven. So some of these individuals will have different motives coming into it, whatever you agree with.
I know what you're saying, and I get it, and I wanted to raise another point, which is some players definitely benefit in their input to the team and having a well-oiled machine and teammates in the sense of let's have a broad and a perspective together. Some players are more on the team play side of things, more on the glue side of things, right? They carry people together. They put people together both on the server and outside the server. These people's value and input hit the deck when the team's future is uncertain. Because if you're a support player, if your role is to be that mesh, that glue between players, maybe that isn't happening that anymore. When you're not exactly certain what the future is made of, where we're going together, these are moments where the intrinsic individual value of players maybe rise up a little bit. You're a super carry, you're an extremely strong player. It doesn't matter if we haven't had that team play. I'm strong enough for that. I'm a multi-kill machine, that's fine. If my role is giving good flashes and good setups, maybe I suffer from it a little bit more.
Yeah, and it's the heroes are the ones at the top of the scoreboard, right, Jacob?
Yeah, that's right.
The only thing that matters, in fact.
If you're not on top of the scoreboard, what are you really doing, right? Is that... No? Okay, I thought that's how you operated, Jacob. Jacob, I'm looking at a matchup that's not going to be featuring any Inferno or Anubis. That's a pretty clear given, right? And as we kind of teeter closer to those vetoes within a few minutes, where do you start to house?
I mean, I think we're getting to know the map pools of these teams moving into CS2 as well. I was, theory crafting myself. Could that change vastly moving from CSGO into CS2? We've seen Astralis play it up. We've seen ENCE play a decent amount of Counter-Strike as well, and they seem to stick to what they know. So I think no real big surprises are going to come in for this veto. As you said, Anubis going out of the way right here. That's obvious. Inferno not coming in right here. So we're going to see some of these basic maps. I suspect Ancient.
Overpass should be here. Overpass should be the go-to for Astralis. There's no real reason. Now, the question, and if we can wait a second before revealing that pick, ENCE, on paper, looking at numbers, could go for Vertigo, but here's the catch. Vladen doesn't play Vertigo, and they are going to go for it anyway. I think it's been more than 6 months since Vladen, the stand-in, actually has a Vertigo map recorded on HLTV. So now you're going to have a switch. We're going to have to see what kind of impact this has. Sure, it's not a stronghold for Astralis. I do wonder if ENCE did not just play themselves right there.
Yeah, a little bit. I expected Ancient to come into the mix for ENCE just to be a bit more safe on that regard. You also sometimes want to cater to your stand-in to make sure that he's comfortable, so you don't have to allocate too much manpower in order to make him feel comfortable. And trust me, you and I would both play Vertigo once in a while. If you're playing that map and you don't feel comfortable on it and you don't know what to do in X, Y, and Z situations, that is one of the worst maps in the game to not feel comfortable on.
Why have you upset him?
I don't feel so good on Vertigo. It's just
not. No one feels good on Vertigo.
You ever try to be a B anchor in a Face It game where you have no team play and you just get Molotov all the way? No one has a flash for you?
Nobody.
You've been there before?
The mid guy? Nowhere to be found.
The mid guy is just...
I'm out of there.
I'm just on that bomb side and say, yeah, guys, yeah, they're executing on me. Yeah, do you have a flash? Do you have a flash?
Crickets.
And I'm dead.
And
That's
nothing at all.
And I'm dead.
Yeah, okay, so
the maps out there.
The maps are out there. Overpass, Vertigo, then we're going to go to Ancient should we need it in a best of 3. Given what we saw earlier, what are the odds that we need 3. I mean, it's hard to say that these teams got tested in their first matchup, right? I mean, we're talking pretty indicative score lines as to running the board, but what does it smell like?
I have less faith in ENCE winning their map pick than I have of Astralis. So I think the 2-0 for Astralis is way more likely than a 2-0 for ENCE. I don't think ENCE has what it takes to win in 2. I think they would need 3, whereas Astralis could maybe just get away with it.
I completely echo that sentiment as well.
And that was it.
And that was it, just like that.
That's all you had. Okay. Well, I know because it's hard to go against Astralis in your camp, right?
No, that's easy. You know, they've been terrible for a long, long time, so I don't really mind saying that. And especially given the circumstances and what's going on within Astralis and Denmark right now, that it's not safe haven for them. But I agree with what Matthew in the sense that I think the overpass pick plays into their own favor. They have looked somewhat decent on it, whereas ENCE with a stand-in, you can't expect them to win.
You talk about the overpass of Astralis. In my mind, they have one of the strongest A setup on the CT side that's at the top level currently. Device and Blamef, a duo that holds the A side, probably one of the strongest that they are.
Also means that the B side is weakened to some extent, right? It's been looking alright on the CT side, but lack of firepower against an explosive team like ENCE who like to run those strats set out of the T-spawn. I think that could be difficult for a team like Astralis on the B side as well.
And again, if you don't have all the pieces to your puzzle, well, you know, can you complete a puzzle without
You cannot,
pieces?
in fact. Just look under the sofa, that's usually where it rolls.
The puzzle pieces.
Exactly.
Oh, they don't just get up legs and just walk away?
They don't.
Well, then I've been lied to my entire life. Gentlemen, thank you very much. I do believe we can get this game underway. It does look like a little bit of it is Astralis coming at you right now. CAC, take it away, boys.
That segment, but you know we're looking
Edge
at
pieces first, Dinko.
Yeah, that's it. Edge pieces. Is that the strategy we're going for?
Absolutely.
I can't even remember the last time I did a puzzle. To be honest, I've never had ever since the introduction of the internet. I think puzzles are a thing of the past now, Jason.
Yeah, probably. There's some hobbyists out there. Regardless, ENCE Astralis spots in the playoffs, semifinals for the winner, quarterfinals for the loser. No one's going home. It's just that positioning and how deep in the tournament you kind of get to skip ahead. So
basically, this is a quarterfinal. Is what you're telling me, Jason. This is basically a quarterfinal.
In a way, yeah, it does feel that way. I'm actually surprised that the desk was saying that Maniac and Pimp were both saying that Astralis 2-0 feels more likely. Because then Pimp followed it up with like, yeah, they have been terrible for a while, but I'm just so confused. I'm so confused.
I can understand their logic, of course. You know, you're coming in with a stand-in if you're ENCE, whereas Astralis, if they're full squad, right? And the idea behind it was the vertigo.
We can't spend the morning talking about the upheaval with the heroic players potentially coming to Astralis, using that as an X factor, and then all of a sudden say it's not an issue in this matchup. I think in general, if we just take away like the external factors around these teams, obviously like there's still a stand-in as you mentioned for ENCE. But ENCE is still the much better team in my mind.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And we got Spanish device and Danish device.
Ooh.
So this is going to be fun.
Yeah, that's a nice little clash there, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's going to be a battle of minds here between Blamef and Snappy, of course, as well. Interesting. A lot of turmoil for both of these teams, uncertainty about the future, but one thing we know for sure is we're kicking this thing off on Overpass. Semi-finals line wait for the team that comes out on top of this best of 3, and Astralis will be starting on the T side.
I'm excited. I feel like I don't get to watch Overpass as much these days. It's fallen out of popularity, but I still very much enjoy the map, and obviously there are some complications. It's huge. It's a huge map, and Sunpius, ooh, that's a nice early headshot onto Borup. Goes back for that secondary repeak, and he's got an opening kill, and now he's got information as well.
Yeah, well, Sunpius, when the moment is large, he steps up. He is overrun this time by Device, and Snappy coming out through the connector around the backside. P2K in hand, a lot of damage done, but no kill for Snappy. He goes down. Really should have sunk a kill there, but Nerds, are they going to be ready for Nerds? They do not see him. He gets into the cubby. Now Buzz walks right into his execution, and that's going to be Nerds taking him out of the round, and a 3v3 established.
Snappy's situation is exactly why I switched off the P2K. It's exactly why I went back. It was that exact scenario. Just
you
feels
feel like you do a lot of body shots,
a lot of
but you just
damage, a
want that
lot of
one
body
clean
shots,
headshot.
but you can't get a clean one on the head. And it's just awkward and uncomfortable. This is a little bit of a dicey situation. There's a minute for Astralis to work with, so they can slow this down very, very much. Hitting the pause button right now, Blamef looking towards the flank, but making sure that they're forcing ENCE to make a decision on the defensive side. You can see that kind of supportive element of Madden shifting between the A bomb site and the B bomb site, but now it's kind of resolved. Gonna stick around. One player at the truck, one player at the stairs. No utility for Astralis.
Speaking of stereo at the front of the toilets already, bomb in his possession. And creeping ever closer is Device towards this top site. Needs to get something done with that P2K, but not making it work. Not at all.
Should have kept the Glock.
Yeah, it absolutely should have kept the Glock. We'll see what Device can do with
I
a
take it back.
1000. You
I
take
take
it
it back.
right back, Jason. Double kill from Device, and now down to the 1v1 up against Nerds. So much talent in this clutch. Astralis have Device looking for the right position. He's got the read. Nerds coming in, but the timing has eluded Device until this point. He goes for the peak. Nerds gets ever closer, jumping around the dice box, but Device so cool in these positions. It isn't going to matter. Nerds comes in, runs over the top of him, and ENCE will win this prolonged pistol.
Man, those were some beautiful shots from Device, but well done from Nerds, getting aggressive behind the box once he's spotted and playing Device, changing the timing of his peak, not letting Device get comfortable with when the next fight's going to come, and that is a fantastic clutch from Nerds, who had a wonderful game to open things up on Nuke earlier today against TYLOO. Continues here with a clutch in the pistol and 2 kills.
We talk about the impact needed from Sampias and Nerds today. Missing out on Diha, who's such a pivotal player.
Yeah. This feels like this pistol round should have actually been a lot more comfortable for ENCE in like a bunch of different ways. Snappy gets 1 kill when they're actually progressing. If he gets that kill when he comes up from the stairs, this round gets easier. 3-on-1 against Device, who hits 2 stunning shots. So like that felt like it was firmly in control of ENCE that whole way, just up until it wasn't.
Well, the AUG's out early, sighting it long. Nerds, what a ratty little angle.
Ratty.
Around the side of the tree. Little metal gap.
That makes me feel like I need to wash my hands.
Feel queasy after that.
If I got killed by that, I'd be so mad. I'd be like, I hate this guy.
Yeah.
With all my being.
Well, it has resulted in an ENCE opening kill.
So once again, Astralis is going to be forced to move around the map at a man disadvantaged situation.
Now, Astralis did start pretty slow.
Oh, this is a really strong bathroom setup as well that they're going to walk into. Sampias out towards long. You have the double setup at the main alleyway. Oh, they push right into it. They push right into it. It was almost a disaster. Madden gets 1, and Sampias, he's biding his time.
Nurse is swinging out this time. Device with the scope rifle on the other side of things takes him out of the round, and Nurse is gone. Now Sampias, he has blamF at the back of the pack. Not only is it blamF alone, but he was the bomb carrier. Still stands with it as he takes down Sampias.
It's happened again. I feel like the advantages are in the way of ENCE and just the fight's going the way of Astralis, and now this is awkward. Snappy trying to recover the situation. Teammate on for a long flank, but it's MP9s, it's SMGs after all the rifles have been taken down.
Snappy can't get any closer. Vladen not finding anything inside of the toilets. Device going deeper down the bank stairway. Snappy looks for the combat. Will actually win that fight with the MP9. Upgrade there on the ground, but the time it is ticking, and there's no kit on the back of any of these players, but the kills are starting to come in. If they can find a kit somewhere, at least get on this defuse right away. There's a chance now. blamF looking to try and clutch it. Comes around, lit into it, denies that defuse, and we'll get Astralis the round back. So 1-1 tied up. blamF was the late piece, and he's able to make it happen.
Good movement from blamF as well, because I mean, remember, like they're obviously going to assume he's out towards long. That flank had come through bathrooms as well. It had just been clear just a few seconds prior to the moment. So blamF with the reposition from long to bathrooms gets a nice easy win, and Astralis respond immediately in round 2.
Oh, this is the star we were hoping for. Back and forth already.
Yeah, I feel like that setup from ENCE was so strong. I think due to Astralis kind of being so quiet and moving so slowly, they were not patient in just holding the setup, right? Like it kind of comes in right when they're moving, ready to go into the aggressive peak, and it gives away the game. Tough round. Krieg is the only rifle available for ENCE in the round.
It's in the hands of Snappy. Does not look good for ENCE here with the purchase. Gotta hope that they can make Snappy get something done with this Krieg. In the meantime, Astralis have taken long control. Snare getting closer. But Buzz had a tough time earlier today. Another tough round for him as he looks the wrong way. Vladen catches a good timing and gets away with that opening.
And that can allow the Krieg to shift, to move. Which is everything. Both the rifles sticking around at this B bomb site, it's clear. Vladen's peeked all the way out Monster and sees absolutely nothing. One of them needs to hustle back to the A bomb site because Astralis is picking up the pace.
Smoke goes down at long, but might be disrespected. Snare getting tied down through the smoke. Here's the play from Borup around the corner. Sampias, he's going to be asking questions of his teammates. Why was he able to do that? Why was he able to just walk up in behind and take that kill out of the round? 40 seconds left. Astralis yet no closer to get that bomb down.
Again, just hitting the pause button, looking for a reaction, looking for a fast flank. They know there's pressure on Ents because of the low buy, so Snappy gonna tuck into the corner with this Krieg and try to hold the line.
Yeah, with limited options, Astralis have to commit into the A site, and you have to say there's a chance here for Ents. Snappy in the cubby, trying to get the pre-fire off. He does get taken out by bO3, but Nerds on the 5-7 is an absolute god with a weapon. He wants a bit more. His teammates coming in, he's just trying to delay and distract, and now Vladin on that flank gets caught by BlameF. What a shot. Device and BlameF today are winning some ridiculous rounds together.
Yeah, obviously the two you're going to want in those clutches. We saw the 2v4s on Ancient previously against Lynn Vision. They have another strong clutch here into the 8-bomb, so that's a hard-fought round to win for Astralis. An early break events his economy, so he'll have to sit a round out. A chance for Astralis to extend this lead up to 3-1.
Oh man, there were chances here. You think Snappy maybe get something, but then Nerds pulls this out of the hat.
Especially because there was no flashbang for Astralis to turn that corner. You know, normally you'll see one flashbang just to distract and blind that angle specifically, and obviously not available to Astralis, and they still win it out. A good jiggle peek from Long gave away the position.
For Astralis, as you mentioned, this is their chance to just sort of get comfortable at the beginning of the map and not have to deal with the buy against them.
Sure, in this round, definitely, this is an opportunity to get comfortable. In this match and series, Astralis has struggled with performances lately. It looked downright ugly at times. This is a series in which they can start to show that there's been some improvement, start to show they're on the right foot, and obviously book a spot in the semifinals, which would be absolutely lovely. Extra day of rest, extra day of preparation, extra day of jet lag acclimation.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's definitely something, and obviously all the extra cash as well from placing deeper in that tournament right away. And here's Starrett coming out of the bathrooms. The MAC-10 about to make some cash, or peppered from multiple different positions. I think he realizes walking around that corner it might not be as easy as he would have liked. He's going to set up with the flash from bO3, and nice and clean here from Astralis, not getting anything going the other way, and just absolutely perfect. Everybody stays up.
BlameF just straight up ignored Snappy in that corner. He was just bull rushing behind dice boxes. Still mops him up at the end of the day. 3-1, nice and easy for Astralis. And Ents is going to get back into the rifle play.
We've seen a couple of yawns earlier on today coming out of Madden. Obviously some time now since that opening game. I'm sure fatigue will be setting in even further when you stay up. Unless you had a little nap, Jason. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean that's like an outside factor to this game that's just interesting. Is Ents playing the first game of the day, having what, like 2-ish hours off, and now having to kind of come back in and perform at a high level in this best of 3 while being jet lagged, while being tired.
Yeah, all of the negative things. Astralis probably didn't even have to.
I just went and got some bananas.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you just leave your gear plugged in, focus up for the next game. Just so happens to be Ents. This was the matchup that was most likely to happen today, even though we thought there was chances for upsets. This is the game that most people would have written down as the most likely outcome of day 1. And here comes the walk forward from bO3 at the front of the pack. He's got himself towards the divider. He's the MAC-10 player. Perhaps the first peek may come from Device. Or swing. That's going to be an easy kill from Nerds, but switches to his knife, gets caught in the open, and now Sampaius under a little bit more pressure, under scrutiny perhaps, as he looks towards Long. It's a missed shot. Stair gets across.
But Astralis haven't pulled the trigger on this hit just yet. Slowing things down just to put out utility, and Sampaius peeks right into Device. Another kill for the Opera of Astralis, and now it's all on Madden. Blinded, but so is Buzz, who wins out the fight regardless. And for Snappy, it's a save.
Yeah, it has to be. And that's frustrating, you know. Nerds with a little fumble to his knife in the earlier fight. Maybe he can get a multi-kill out of that, or maybe he can get away.
I think he was straight blinded anyway.
Yeah.
I don't even know if the knife switch would have mattered.
Yeah.
Unless, I mean, maybe holding down the trigger, someone swings into it, but
that's the way out of it.
Yeah, that flashbang took him right out of action.
And then there's some Sampaius peek into the waiting Device.
It's hard, especially as an Opera in that situation, especially going up against Device, because that's the style that makes Device so dangerous at times. Is he's not like trying to make the play to open up the bomb site. He's just providing cover for his teammates to swing into the site. And if you're Sampaius, you know you have to get aggressive at some point if you want to stop them from taking it, and that plays right into Device's hands. Perfect positioning, and drills the shot. It's 4-1 for Astralis.
They're looking comfortable. They're looking like they're having a great time right now, especially Device. Why wouldn't you be? 4-1 up. Tactical timeout taken here from Ents. So we've got a couple of rifles. Perhaps this can be used as a scenario to figure out what is even possible with what you've got available.
Yeah, this is where, like, you know, and Astralis will have this in the back of their mind as well. This is where Ents during this time I can talk about if they want to bust out any cheese, any trick plays, boost up in the stairs towards the short tunnel, boost up somewhere at the B bomb site for one of those M4s, get aggressive out towards long perhaps, and see if you can catch some players off guard. Some options available to them. Getting those last minute ideas in. 4-1 timeout comes to a close. It's round 6. Not really a whole lot of investment. There's a decent amount of investment around the M4. Madden's picked up a little bit of armor.
Decent amount of utility as well here for Ents.
Yeah, because you want to have enough utility to be able to, you know, delay some things here and there to make sure, like, that you have time to set those M4s up, give them time to be in the right position at the right moment. Nothing too sneaky out of Ents whatsoever. Pistol's getting a little bit frisky. One of the M4s on Snappy is out towards long. Vladin has the other one over towards the B bomb site.
Here comes Stair. Nearly getting a shot, but didn't see Nerds. And yeah, it can be a little difficult to see over the flames in CS2, so perhaps didn't track him to the bathrooms in time. Now Madden, a little tickle from the fire. Borup hears that. He's looking for the name to unleash, and Madden senses the timing to swing. So he upgrades that 5.7 into an AK-47, and now there's a play out long. It's Stair tapping away, gets a double. Pius and Snappy both gone on the long fight.
Yeah, so Madden has to take a bigger risk now. If that had panned out differently, he could have taken his time, but now he's got to push forward. The other M4 hits the deck as well. So it's all on Madden with the only rifle.
Device hears it.
Device hears it.
What? Oh,
that was awful.
Definitely took a while to get that, but 7 HP Madden is finally brought down by 1 bullet from Device.
It looked good.
Yeah, sure.
It looked like that should have been a first bullet kill.
Definitely should have.
It felt like it.
Yeah.
Deep in my plums. Nerds is going to push up towards long, try and recover the M4. That's all he has left, but you could see Blame F sticking around.
So we're looking at a 5-1 start here from Astralis. Really can't be bad to that if you're Astralis at the moment.
A strong 5-1 start as well. Losing the pistol, winning the second round, and then working it from there.
Really impressive stuff. Now, obviously, this round in particular, not a whole lot brought to the table for Ents. We'll see that buyback in the next round, and then we'll continue perhaps to sing the praises of Astralis even further. But it's on to Snappy and Saw now to figure out what they can do about this, because this is not the CT start they would have been looking for.
Not at all. Nerds will be able to save this rifle, so a little bit of money that he won't have to spend in the next round, but nothing to be too excited about. Bomb goes off. BlameF has his boys playing really well. We mentioned Nerds having a great game in their opening match against TYLOO on Nuke. Well, it was BlameF and Stair who were absolute monsters for Astralis, and Stair has some nice taps in this round to take down Snappy and bust that long setup.
Yeah, we're yet to see the Stair that everybody was excited about. You know, he's been touted as one of the talents of Denmark to come into Astralis. Obviously, was in Sprout for quite some time, never really went to the likes of Heroic or any other teams, really, in the region. So when he got the Astralis call-up, everybody was excited. I don't think he's kind of lived up to that yet. Big performances at this point for Astralis, but Molotov, you don't love to see that if you're Buzz.
No, especially because with all 5 players there, it feels like they wanted to take advantage and do something quick towards the B bomb site. Not having that toxic barrel Molotov kind of prevents you from doing anything fast. It makes you a little bit more cautious about it. So a re-exec a little bit late, but Vladin's in position, I believe, been spotted as well.
Well, Vladin under so much pressure just gets absolutely obliterated. Buzz with a double bust in the B bomb site. And I think that might be it. It's just nowhere near this.
Look, you missed that Molotov in that fashion, you better get a double kill. Get your teammate at the bomb site, and he does it perfectly. Save call for Ents. You can't go for this. You can't even really think about it.
So another dominant round from Astralis.
Yeah, overpass for them is looking real clean, real strong, like a well-oiled machine so far.
Just avoiding the big hitters of Nerds and Sampius. Perhaps they've got an idea about this B bomb site at the moment. If it's the Snappy Vladin combo on that B site. Stand in game leader.
Yeah, this is the caliber of a game as well where you're really going to feel the absence of someone like Diha. You're really going to feel that missing. Obviously, with the cohesion of a stand-in that's not quite going to be there, the understanding of how they like to react to different situations and the protocols you might have in place, but just also Diha's playmaking ability is just so dynamic. Can turn rounds on its head. Not available to you at the moment.
Yeah, and a lot of those high-pressure games, Diha can make some of the difference-making rounds. You know, going for big diffuses, going for some clutches, or going for the risky play that'll get you the necessary advantage.
And I'll tell you, this is the time of the game that's ultra frustrating for someone like Snappy, because he's been one of the more vocal in-game leaders about like the switch to MR12 and how much it hampers an ability to find solutions, to recover in situations, to recover from bad starts, which in my mind for Snappy has always been a hallmark of his leadership, is he's typically been able to find solutions to most problems when we watch them play historically and over the past few years. And obviously now you're sitting in a situation where Astral's already at 6.
Yeah, these big starts, these strong starts in CS2 have been so important. We've seen that through every competition we've seen so far in CS2. The teams that are getting these better starts, especially in matchups like this, generally coming away with the victories. Astralis had a 12-round streak earlier today to win their opening game. Pies dropping back from bathrooms early on. Snappy takes short control.
A lot of jump Molotovs missing in this game so far.
Perhaps the movement. People aren't so used to it just yet, shall we say. I was looking for the nice term, but I'll go with that.
Yeah, you were
one.
trying to be like really kind about it, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The inconsistency of like the height of the jump.
Yeah, there's been a lot of attention on that
Yeah.
since CS2's release. Out towards long, it's Stare. He's gained a lot of ground, a lot of positioning. And they're just going to leave him in this lurk role.
Oh, Vladin close towards Monster. Tosses out the smoke. But it does look a little worrying for Stare. If he goes around this corner, waiting for him is Nertz.
He's gonna wait, I think, either for his teammates to come back or his teammates to do something else on the map. It's not his turn to make a play. He wants there to be some kind of a distraction elsewhere on the map to potentially make a defender move or take their eyes off this angle.
Pius now goes deep on the angle. This time, Device is the AWPer that is caught off guard. And Nertz gets blinded again. He has been absolutely wrecked by flashes in this half. They've just neutralized Nertz's impact multiple times in this A bomb site with a simple piece of utility. Now 20 seconds left. Astralis into the bomb site. Or pushed up far towards the stairs. Not shot from Madden. That might reopen a chance back into this round now for Ents, thanks to that.
But look at Stare. He's made his way all the way towards Bank. They have no idea. Vladin's going to go down, and he's in a perfect position for the post plant. Oh, the spray connects. He's got another.
That's a great angle from Stare. And now coming back into it is Snappy. He's up against BlameF. We called it a game of the minds this time. It's a brawl, and it's going to be the peak from BlameF that'll pull it off. Astralis continue the streak. 7 rounds now on the board. And all the clutches, all the 1v1s, all of those close moments are going the way of Astralis.
Yeah, and BlameF beat him in a clutch earlier by repositioning towards bathrooms when Snappy was looking long. Now Snappy's looking at bathrooms and BlameF is out towards long, so he's just schooled him twice.
BlameF is one of the most difficult players to play against in those kind of scenarios because you never know where he is, right? He's a little off from the far from the pack. He's just really good at playing those 1v1 scenarios.
Yeah, and let's also be fair, in that situation, he has all the information in the world. He's just sitting back, letting his teammates play, playing for the bomb. That's his job, that's his role, and by the time it gets into a 1v1, he knows everything that's coming. He knows exactly where Snappy is, he knows he doesn't have time, and he has so many options on how to play it. So all the advantages in BlameF's favor, but give him credit, because obviously taking advantage of it as well.
He's won a lot of 1v1s today, across both games so far that we've seen him play. So, Astralis have 3 players outside of Monster for the time being. Leaving Stare to clear out Playground. Just have a look to make sure no one's getting a little too aggressive for his liking.
Man, Ents is getting absolutely spanked right now. And it brings up the conversation next onto the desk where there's not a whole lot of faith at the moment in Ents's Vertigo, which is going to be the next map in the series. Touched on Vladin not playing it very frequently. It's been, what, 6 months, I think Maniac said, since his last official on the map, playing it with a stand-in as well, so things could get dicey.
Well, it's about to get real dicey for Snappy. His buzz is already around the back. Snappy comes off the top. He actually gets a kill out of it. So far, so good for this Ents defense. And maybe a bit more from Vladin. The stand-in does as much as he can. There's now a 2v2 set up by him, but it's Device and blamF again.
Yeah, and I don't know if this pairing has lost a clutch of any caliber yet today.
Nope, 4v2s have gone their way. Clutch is harder than this one. But it's Nerds and Sampayas. This is literally the duo from both teams you want in the clutch. Nerds fakes the drop, but he's buying time for Sampayas. Device has had enough of sitting back. He wants to take the fight to heaven instead. Lands the shot immediately, and now Sampayas, with that kill going against Ents, he really can't think about this clutch. He can't get back in time, no kid on his back. And now, while he's struggling, he's on an island all alone here. Will prevent Device from getting away alive. Sampayas will have to run himself to get away from that bomb blast. blamF gets to safety, AK saved over. And Astralis, another clutch one. It's 8-1.
Astralis is just working this map tactically so beautifully. They're winning all the first timings, all the first contacts going in their favor. This is actually the best defense we've seen Ents mount at either one of the bomb sites really throughout most of this game outside of the pistol.
It still wasn't enough.
And they still can't get it done. Snappy gets the opening kill. Vladin gets the next 5v3. And you lose everything after that. Vladin just desperately running out of ammunition, grabs one more. But they just cannot seal a round.
This has got to be such a frustrating game for the Ents camp at the moment. Best case scenario is an 8-4 half, and we just haven't seen enough to even see that as a reality right now. As you pointed out, it's just been Astralis' tactical dominance across the map so far.
And still managing to put together some pretty solid buys, all things considered, despite this losing streak. Obviously, the help of a saved AWP.
Yeah, and that lost bonus will chip in, but even after, even if they lose this round, though, even with all that lost bonus, they won't have enough to get a really good buy in the next round unless they were to save some weapons here.
And despite the fact that you have this saved op, which is great, you love having that tool on the map, but Sampayas has not been able to find impact with it throughout this half. Every time he's had it, it's been maybe like one and done. One kill and then traded. Has not been able to put together a sequence that saves Ents or puts another round on the board. And again, oh, that time peeks right into Device. A little slow on the trigger. This might be the round Sampayas is able to step up.
Well, second kill in from Sampayas. Now he's starting to deliver, but he's gone. He's ripped apart by bO3. Second check on Nerds.
Damn.
Wow. Nerds neutralized again.
Another 5-on-3. That's just slipped out of their control, and now it's a tied up scenario. 3-on-3, bomb being planted. You have no kits on the Ents side. And that's the last piece of utility.
Yeah, Buzz gets into the smoke. Bank, it'll start to fade away soon and reveal Madden on the other side. It's another kill for Astralis. Another feather to their cap. As this looks to be another round for them, but Snappy's MP9 kill might just open up a chance. A window of opportunity, but blamF once again impacted the late round. And he's looking to take out Snappy. There's no way he can get back into this round. blamF denies that.
Yeah.
And that's going to be 9 rounds for Astralis. The pain just keeps on coming.
Yeah, I mean, even the positioning of blamF sets up a nasty crossfire with Buzz. The safety of Bank, such a hard position to clear out when a T is there. And you just have everyone being able to cover. No one can encroach upon it from behind because blamF is watching it. Buzz can react however he wants, and that was a near impossible 2v2. Third and final timeout used from Ents.
At this point, yeah, I feel like you have to, because you lose any rounds from this point onwards, and you really can't afford to lose a pistol round.
Man, this is playing out just like Ancient did with Astralis, right?
It's just straight,
a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it's better actually.
They rattled off 12 rounds straight to take down Lynn Vision. They started down 1-4 and then 12 in a row to win 13-4. Now they lose the pistol, but once they've gotten going, there's no stopping Astralis at this point. Even with Sampayas getting the 2 opening kills, and bO3 provides the 2 following frags for Astralis to get him back into the round.
Yeah, the clearance on Nerds was sick from bO3. Just keep going forward. Obviously he gets the kill on Sampayas, but the hard check on Nerds was fantastic.
Well, with the utility as well. There was a little bit of smoke in his face, but a flashbang as well behind him that Nerds had to turn from that made that a really uncomfortable fight all of a sudden, so bO3 just taking advantage of it.
Yeah, the utility has really made Nerds' life a nightmare on this map. He's inside of the connector this time around.
Making everyone's time a nightmare on this map. Vladin has had to deal with that at the B-bomb site a couple of times.
Short take from Ents. Snappy looking to pair up with Nerds. That smoke goes down as perfect. It actually isolates Nerds into a 1v1 fight, but It would favor him to win the duel against bO3. He does that, but Buzz trades immediately. So again, Astralis may suffer the opening loss to the round, but they're able to get it back really quickly.
And they also have the information that there was aggression towards short, right? You had aggression off sandbags from the Ents defense, so Astralis can use that to move around the map as well.
Astralis don't mind running this clock down a little bit, using the seconds available to them.
They're going to make this feel like an A-hit. A little bit of a utility from Device to help set up Stare, a little bit of presence from this AWP. As long as he doesn't get caught by Snappy, which he will.
Yeah.
Knife out, and there goes Stare. So this B-hit has to come in right now, but no one's in position to really stop it. Snappy's coming out towards sandbags.
Oh, Snappy's position is very, very strong right now. Buzz is going to go and check it. Snappy's taken down, and there's no way. Surely not another one of these rounds for Astralis today. They go into the site. The bomb starts to go down, and Buzz is covering off the planter. So bO3 is able to get away with some of his health. Definitely takes some off the top, but Vladin, look at this, taking a risk, climbing up on default, catches bO3 looking the wrong way. Now Buzz in a really difficult position. Some would say impossible, and that would come to reality. It is going to be Vladin jumping off the top and ends putting an end to the streak of Astralis. Finally, they've collected a second round on the CT side.
That's one of the first times they've been able to establish like some real aggressive map control from the CT side, and it's helping them keep track of the movements of Astralis. And even aggression into the mid-round with Snappy maintaining that up the stairs to find Device was the big-time kill. If Stare goes down out towards long with that kind of a solo play, it's not the biggest deal in the world. It's Snappy finding Device that really gets things figured out for Ents. 9-2. Third time out did wonders.
Oh yeah, it did.
Took 3.
Third time's a charm, that's what they say. Especially when it's a snappy timeout. Here we go. Chance for Ents to take 3 at the half. It's not exactly a wonderful position to be in, but better than the alternative. Giving Astralis double figures, exiting the first half of play. Stare gets up to his party early on, smokes out front bathrooms. No aggressive stance this time from Ents in this round.
Stare seems super comfortable in this role on this map, on this T side, of being like the kind of primary aggressor towards bathrooms in the A-bomb site, oftentimes playing on his own, oftentimes taking map control on his own. Waiting for Astralis to come back to him late.
Device, flash in hand, pops that into the front of the bathroom, sets up Stare for the peek. He'll clear long bathrooms in one foul swoop, and he'll come back. But this time, this setup looks a little deadly. Pius has the AWP. Sun is a deadly laser. Shot lands right through bO3. He'll get out of there. Nert's still undetected.
No noise at the B-bomb site whatsoever. No presence from
Let's go back.
Astralis this whole round, and once again swings into Device.
Every repeat is being punished by Device. And oh, Nertz is overextended. Device gets a second. Nertz couldn't even realize he was spotted. And now it's Madden at the truck. This is looking good. Stare swing in towards Madden. He's quite a monster in these kind of positions, but only the one this time. And it looks like it will be 10 unless Snappy can say something about it. But as it has been throughout this entire first half, bO3 has Snappy's number. Vladin the stand-in makes the rotation back up. But Astralis have surely locked in 10.
Man, I feel like Ents have dropped the ball in so many man advantages situations when they get the opening kill. We've seen Pius, maybe the third time we've seen him just kind of swing into Device's angle, peek into Device's angle, who's holding him pinned down. This has been a rough half. Vladin's position given up. An impossible 1v3. Device just waiting, hiding. That's another headshot. Oh, I said impossible. And now Buzz, he's just taking his hands off. It's over. No time, even if he gets the kill. 10-2.
Yeah, 10-2 half. Really incredible stuff from Astralis, dominating Ents right now.
A 9-round run after the pistol for Astralis.
It's been a very streaky day for them, hasn't it? But all kind of positive streaks throughout. Really solid stuff from Astralis today, and yeah, frustration here for Ents. Sure, fatigue is certainly going to be part of that.
I was going to say, this is where I would bring up that point about fatigue of this Ents looking this flat and maybe more mistakes than we're used to seeing, and that time off in between games potentially really hurting them.
And when you're Ents, you know, we've seen them be a comeback team in the past, right? In big events, in big matches, we've seen them be able to come back from a scoreline no matter what. But you have to remember there's certain talking points around the team about the future uncertainty. You're jet lagged. You know, there's so many things going into this that might affect that mental fortitude to dig deep enough to come back in a game like this. You know, it might just have to be.
Well, I mean, even the X factor too. I mean, even outside of the stand-in, the X factor is the player who might be leaving is the leader.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the
So
in-game
like,
leader, which is like an extra layer onto that.
Yeah. Just
Hurts miscalculating this angle. Device, that's he loves that. Just give it a gift.
Oh, thank you. Both kills for free, actually.
Take that one. Snappy was just turning to clear hard right, and blamF steps out for a better angle. And even some nice shots from Vladin can't save the day. 10-2.
Basically, you lose a pistol here, it feels like this map is done. I mean, that's the reality of the situation.
Nice thing is Astralis doesn't have anyone at this bomb site at all.
Oh,
big gamble.
The Astralis stack. There we go.
It's back in a pistol.
Looks a big gamble.
Looks a little silly now.
Doesn't pay off, yeah. Hasn't paid off at all. But that's kind of the perfect call from Ents. And now Sampaias has a chance to make sure that all of these Astralis players fall. He only manages 1 kill out of it.
Yeah, but he's got all the information. Everyone's coming to him.
Yeah, everybody's coming in from that side of the map. So turn your crosshairs, turn your attentions here, but it doesn't really matter if you can't hit the shot. Snappy's gone.
There's a smoke as well.
Vladin has some nice shots in the last shot of the first half. This time, he gets a nice shot delivered by Device. Handmade. Now the defuse, the kick, the smoke. It's all perfect here for Astralis. Vladin's not going to get there in time. That'll be the Astralis defuse. Thank you very much. That's the pistol. That's 11. And it might be the end of Ents on Overpass.
Wow. Astralis can do no wrong. They didn't even play the bomb site.
I feel like blamF is just having to celebrate, but that felt like half-ass celebration. It's like, we're just kind of here, they were just wrecking them. I suppose you have to celebrate every round win, but this is kind of wild. You know, all the advantages that Ents have had, you brought up the amount of man advantage positions they had earlier in the first half. Now this pistol goes against them.
Man advantages have gone against them, post plants, clutches, everything's gone the way of Astralis. Everything.
So this boost, ooh, I like how it's minimizing the risk, right? The crouch on the side of it, making sure that you don't fully extend up and you can sort of isolate the connector fight and the tunnel fight. But the timing actually just worked against there.
Well, you know there's going to be a buy in this round if you're Astralis. Bomb plant and the scoreline. There's no way Ents aren't investing here. You know you're against rifles. Oh, Borup's getting his kneecaps blown off.
He's going to get back in behind those barrels.
And because they expected the buy from Ents, the investment, they bought rifles themselves, which means they're really light on utility. So there's free access to monster and sandbags. No smokes in those positions.
No, it's just a full contact play already up. Sampaias is in the middle of the bomb site, but doesn't make the most of it. In fact, Buzz gets a double kill. Buzz might look for a little bit more. It's another kill from Stout this time, and it's just a massacre inside of the site. Ents are going nowhere. Ents get nothing done. Astralis, absolutely no mercy on this first map.
Yeah, they're not slowing down whatsoever. 10 chances to close out Overpass. This was quick.
Yeah.
I think the break between games was longer than this.
I think we could have had about 3 maps so far in that break, I think. Wow, what an incredible showing this is from Astralis.
Yeah, especially when you consider too, like, you know, Buzz had some really tough game, or his really tough game on Ancient. He got like timing a lot of times, didn't have a lot of impact. He was 18-6. He's come into this map ready to go.
That BO1 a little unlucky.
Little warm up against Lynn Vision.
Hit his bomb site a whole lot. Now he's loving life against Ents. Ooh. Again, semi-final on the line. If you win this best of 3, Astralis about to be 1 map win away from collecting that semi-final spot. We called this basically a quarterfinal, or at least I did. Well, that's not all that competitive.
Yeah, not shaping up for the intensity, the competitive nature of it.
No, not at all.
But the sentiment I like.
Yeah.
Missed shot from the scout of Sampaias. That's a jumping blamF who got a little bit of information. Des talked up Astralis' specifically the A defense with blamF and Device on this part of the map as one of the strongest in the pro scene, and we're not even really going to have to see it put to the test.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfect. You know, you have such a strong T side and overpass that you don't even need to use one of your strongest weapons. I think you'll take that.
They're getting a lot of information now. BlameF is peeking up Highway or Banana for you European players. Device is going to start shifting over, so is Stare, so is BlameF. Everyone's evacuating A. They have the information this late in the round. 25 seconds, no presence on that side of the map. It's definitely B.
Yeah, well, Device has got the first pick of the round. A second in for Device, and Bora will assist. It is done. Astralis with some absolute dominance. This was a game that, well, we thought would live up to a playoff match, but so far, so good from Astralis. Dominance, 13-2, and yeah, I mean, you're going to just take that first map, but I mean, for ENCE, I don't even know where you go from this. We talked about Vertigo being such a difficult map for them now in the rest of the series. That isn't going to inspire you.
No, not at all. I expected much more fight. That was yeah. We don't really have a whole lot to say about this one. We've kind of said it all throughout the map. That's just nothing going good for ENCE and not able to close out in advantage situations when it presented themselves. And that's a beatdown.
Yeah, I mean, I just mentioned a few rounds ago, but it does feel like I worry about the mental strength for ENCE now. Is there going to be enough to go out of this break and mentally reset and come back in and fight for it? Because you have the stand and you have the excuse.
I think there will be, but then you get into that question of the Vertigo pick.
Yeah.
And the desk highlighted
Even if
that.
you can you perform it well enough?
And I'm sure they'll have a chat about it as well. They're ready to talk through this one. So boys, we've said everything we got about a 13-2 win for Astralis.
Guess what, Jason? We're about to start. All right, so let's talk about this. 13-2. That one's pretty, it's obvious right out of the gate, Jacob.
Yeah, that was not expected. I'd be completely honest. Right, we expected a close game. We expected a back and forth and fair, but Astralis were just miles ahead of ENCE, especially with the T side. I think Jason said it pretty well that we highlighted the CT side of Astralis being strong. We didn't have to see it whatsoever. Only a couple of rounds being played out right there. It was the constant dominance on the T side that laid the foundation for this win. I feel ENCE played bad Counter-Strike though. I must admit it, right? It was not looking good at all. It felt disjointed, and it felt like this, symptoms that you sometimes see when you're playing with a stand-in, that some of these individuals within ENCE are well aware that we're playing with a stand-in, so each individual feels that he has to do a little bit more than he probably has to, and every single time they did that, Astralis punished.
Yeah, Astralis came a couple of well-timed B hit, which just made sure to keep ENCE in the dark, but I think the whole fight, the whole game was basically won on that A side. Like how many times we saw Astralis being able to step by step, just following their plans, taking map control on the A side. Once they have that map control, get ready for that execute, throw a couple of utils, and they always knew how to react. Whenever ENCE had the defense and util to stop, you saw Astralis just stop it out, wait it out, just play the timer, we can execute in 20. When Sampaias is trying to be curious with the AWP, boom, he's got Device waiting for him, locked down absolutely. And this was the more telling part. If you, on the defense, cannot assert dominance over that bathroom/banana/highway, by the way, Jason, highway really? If you cannot assert that dominance here, it's over for you. It's Dunzo Washington.
Oh, it's Dunzo Washington. Okay, I don't know which one I want to stop you on, the highway part or the Dunzo Washington. What is about the highway, man?
He did say that banana was called highway in NA, and please, tweet me, guys. Do you really call that highway?
I'll take
Hashtag.
it. I'll take it.
Yeah, but again, also, Dunzo Washington. We're not there yet.
I stand by it.
Yeah, we're not quite at Dunzo Washington, but we are looking at the score lines that would give you the indication that we may as well be on our way to that. It's rather flat-footed right here. Astralis up 13-2, obviously taking this map in the first one in the series. You look at the numbers on the inside, boys, and they're not really indicative to, I don't know, what's success. There we go.
No, not at all. Not at all. And it's not to highlight single players, right? I think ENCE fell as a team, couldn't get anything going. But if your Sun players who have been playing so well lately, AWP, CT side overpass, as you said, even saw in the highlight package, Device got his number every single time. You'd expect he was the guy who could go in and assert some of that dominance you're speaking about. Him not playing well CT side overpass, that's going to be it for ENCE. So they rely a lot on Sun players, and he has to step up to that responsibility, which he has done for the past 3-4 months, being one of the best AWP players in the game, but this game wasn't the case.
And neither Sampaias nor Nerds really stepped up, right? And I think these are the individuals you're looking at in terms of multi-kill power and like stopping or punching force. On the A side, Nerds got caught off guard a couple times in positions where he was maybe oblivious to the risk that it presented or the threat that he presented, got caught really quickly. I think Astralis' gameplay was just too well oiled, and whenever they were taking any part of the map control, it was very well done. And unfortunately, the problem was that very quickly Astralis realized A side is weak, and I think BlameF had a couple of very well thought out calls with these B hits, just spearheaded by Buzz on top of a couple of good flashes. Whew, that was quick.
That's the name I was looking for. Buzz has to be in that contention for an MVP in the first map, right?
Yeah, surely. He was doing great. He was doing great on the entry department. He was doing great on the T side. Had a lot of impact in this game. And again, a player that is growing, right? We don't say his name that often. You know, there's always talks about Blame F, talks about Device, but I think he's one of the players who's moved the goalpost the most as of recently. Also, why he's in consideration to stay within this Astralis lineup should Yabi and should Stown come into it, right? We haven't really heard any rumors that Boss was the guy being on the chopping block, and I think that speaks testament to how much they value him and how much they rate him. We saw it in this game as well.
Yeah, that was a very good entry performance from him. I agree with you. I think whenever the execute is well put together, you can see he can make good on that opportunity. He can make good on all the flashes that were used. Now, this was overpass. This was definitely Astralis' playground, let's put it this way. I thought they would win. I didn't think it would be that easy. But now we're moving on to Vertigo, and
That's
I feel
right.
our conversation maybe takes a somber tone, because this is now Ence's pick, not a map that Vlad and Affectionates particularly puts a lot of pressure on a couple of these individuals. I'm telling you, like, the 2-0 is round around the corner.
And Jacob, I have to look at you and ask you right here in this moment. You know, it does smell a little bit like a 2-0. But when you look at what Ince had in the first half, how are we going to go about finding, I guess, a belief system in what they've got coming into their own map pick?
I mean, they can play more free, I guess, which is one of the most vague arguments you can use for any team out there. Playing with a stand-in, lost the first map in the fashion, coming into Vertigo. There's nothing to lose for Ince at this point. So I think them coming into the T side where they will start, play free, get it going, and see if you can get nerds on fire and some pairs. Because I agree with you, without those two playing well, there's no winning for Ince.
Yeah, I think you're right. We're going to take a quick breather so we can go to a break. We can come back. We can find out if Ince have something in the tank or if Astralis is just going to run all over. We're watching the CAC. We're doing it together, aren't we?
everyone, welcome to CAC 2023 pre-game interviews. We have some players over here, and we're gonna just kick things off with you saying hello to everyone.
Yeah, ni hao everyone.
All right, perfect. So let's get right to it. So there's a popular Chinese saying that the wind that misses you has finally blown here. Now that the sun has finally arrived in Shanghai, how do you feel?
I'm feeling really good actually. And I can see that like there is a lot of sun outside in the sky, so similar to Spain, so I'm really proud. I'm really happy to be here actually.
Okay. Is this the first time you're in Shanghai?
Yeah, the first time I'm in China in general.
Did you guys get to...
I walk around here. I went for a walk and I think it's a really nice city.
Yeah, perfect. So we know that ENCE has done really well in the past year. A lot of Chinese fans believe you guys are one of the best team out there, and also like it also reflects in your placements as well. And your op is something that everyone has been talking about. You know, maybe can you share with us what makes your play style and what you do so impactful?
I don't know. I don't know exactly how. What is my style of hoping? Try to go for peace where I think I can have impact. Yeah, I also like to play passive a lot, so I just try to mix everything. And yeah, for being OPER, I think that you have to be quite intelligent and quite smart, and just try to support your teammates and of course like feel supported by your team.
And now that we're on a new iteration of the game, how has that affected the way you play or the way you think?
Right now it's a bit different because you have to pick more than hide, right? So you can hold, but it's a bit different, and I think at the start of CS2 I was a bit more tilted about it, but now I am getting used to it, so I will just adapt and I will just enjoy the game still.
From what you've seen, like other people playing as well as yourself, who do you think has, out of the operas, who has adapted really quick to this new iteration of the game?
Well, I didn't check too much, and I don't think any opera, like the only one maybe can be Monesi, but all of the operas, maybe not Jane, but the other operas are playing a lot of rifle also, so I think people are still adapting to it, and I think that we didn't have so many CS2 tournaments in LAN, so actually you cannot see exactly who adapted faster or not, so we will see actually maybe in January who adapted fast or not.
In a previous interview that you said before that it's hard to understand tier 1 teams. Now that you join ENCE and like you're also playing in at tier 1 level consistently, so what are the essential differences between like playing in a tier 1 team and a tier 2 team?
Actually, tier 1 team has two options. First of all, it's quite unpredictable, and second option, they are quite predictable, but they do the things really good, right? Like even if you know they are gonna hit A, they hit A really properly, so they can still like win the round with a high percentage, right? And a tier 2 teams is always following the same patterns. They don't switch anything, and it's quite easy to analyze. So I think they are quite easy to read and also quite easy to counter.
Because the new version came out, right? So there's no major in the second half of the year. So for a team like ENCE, what is it you're preparing for next?
Well, actually, all of these tournaments that we are playing right now at CS2 is the preparation for the major. So yeah, this we are taking this our trainings, I would say, and just trying to improve every tournament, trying to get better, trying to understand more the game, play it, and feel it. And yeah, this is mostly like preparation for the major.
So for your team, like, are there any times where you guys find communication a little bit difficult because perhaps you guys all prefer like your native tongue back then, and now you all have to communicate in English? So how does that impact the team?
Well, actually, you just have to use a lot of keywords, we call them. Like, I think that's quite important for an international team, and also like you cannot obviously talk better than a national team, right? Because obviously the language is different. So I think you need to keep improving that every day and just trying to keep having as good communication as you can.
Now that you've played against like Chinese teams quite a bit, can you maybe share with us what are some of the things that you noticed about Chinese teams you found that were a little bit different, or like if you noticed something that they weren't doing so well?
Well, I would say the Chinese teams, they have a different style. In general, what I saw from them is like they like to play default a lot and really slow. I think that can be good and that can be bad at the same time, because I think they are quite predictable, but yeah, like they try to play a really good counter-strike. They try to play, but I think it's a bit tough to play perfect CS, so because I don't think it exists, but yeah, that's it, I think.
Okay, thank you. So you do find it a little bit easier to read what they're trying to do because like.
I actually don't think it's like easy to read, but it's like you know that they are gonna play slow, so you can actually like save more nades. Like when I played against Chinese teams, they didn't rush too much, you know. So obviously at the start of the rounds, you maybe don't use so many nades against Chinese teams.
So you save up and then like you know when they're about to execute,
you have
still have
nades.
all your
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome back to CAC 23. We've got ourselves the second map of Astralis versus ENCE. 13-2 in the first map. It feels like Astralis surely have this one in the bike, Jason.
Yeah, they certainly. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't say that before the game. I thought ENCE would still be able to put up a fight. I'm hoping that was just a lethargic performance that ENCE is going to come back into this one and look a little bit more like the normal ENCE, even albeit obviously with the stand-in. But still, I mean, they're much better than what they showed on Overpass. So. Let's see if they'll bring it out on Vertigo. I don't know. Yeah. I think the great thing is, like, whatever, you know, any kind of conversation you have around Astralis, it feels like it all boils down at its base level to, like, is the supporting or is the cast around BlameF and Device good enough, consistent enough to be able for this team to be dangerous? And what we saw, you know, earlier in the best of one was Stair helping pop off. Now we've seen in this first map here against ENCE, Buzz is the one popping off. So you're starting to see some of the supporting cast, you know, get into the rhythm of things.
Yeah, and Borup even had, you know, he's usually a player that goes under the radar, but yeah, he has certainly some impactful rounds, in particular on those entries. So yeah, Astralis have a few extra players playing well this tournament so far. Well, we have just seen, I think, a player DC there, so hopefully we'll get back into the action as quickly as possible and kick off map 2, Astralis versus ENCE on Vertigo. It was kind of for a moment, perhaps a bold statement from Maniac on the desk, you know, confidently saying, you know, the Astralis 2-0 is more realistic than the ENCE one. So then we seen that first map, and I think everybody's now in his camp. We're all camping with Maniac, I think.
Well done. That's a nice call out from him for sure. Well, I mean, yeah, we'll see. This is the X factor for ENCE that they kind of highlighted on the desk, and I think the hard part is like all those things that you kind of lean into for ENCE that normally make them a dangerous team. You know, Nertz was neutralized by utility that whole game on Overpass. Sunpius's AWP couldn't find any kind of consistency.
Anytime he peaked, anytime he was going for a peak, he was just getting picked off by Device.
Yeah, Device just keeping him pinned down on those hits. You know, not even really getting to a point where you could. I mean, and the tough part too is like they lost on like the C. They got destroyed on the CT side. It was man advantages they were letting slip away, clutches going against them left and right. So, you know, hopefully they get a little bit more fortune, maybe a little bit of luck going their way to help them win a post plant, win a clutch of some kind to get them going in this game.
Well, here we go. Astralis looking to book themselves a spot in the semi-finals on day 1. What a story that would be for them. Quick day at the office, get it over and done with over ENCE. And it's a quick play in towards this B bomb site. Buzz and BlameF looking to open up a crossfire. It hasn't worked out at all. Sunpius and Madden clear it out.
Yeah, that's so quick. Double dualies and neither of only one kill between 4 pistols there. So nice call from ENCE. Just a B rush, and that's perhaps, you know, just coming out of the gate and knowing perhaps a little bit lethargic for Snappy and just getting them into a rush and saying, let's take decision making off the table. Let's make sure we just hit this bomb site. Everyone kind of knows their roles. You don't have to like really kind of calculate when to make a play, and let's just get in and let's have a high energy start to this map. And they've got the T pistol.
Well, you've seen Astralis lose the pistol on Overpass and then win with a 4-spy. Difference is here, they're on the CT side. So generally when you lose the pistol here, you will see the full eco follow up in the next. It should allow ENCE the 2-0 start here. And I think it's essential they get a strong start on Vertigo if there is to be a world in which they come back in the series. If there is a world in which ENCE compete, a good start would certainly go a long way.
Yeah, show a little bit of life in the early going, right? A little bit of energy.
Definitely got to see that.
Yeah.
Good interview, actually. I think his name is Mito is doing great interviews in English with earlier Device and then Sunpius right there. So it's interesting hearing Sunpius say that, you know, he doesn't believe perfect CS is a thing.
It's really not. it's at the end of the day. I mean,
although Astralis back in the day tried to perfect it.
You could probably find a mistake in every single round of Counter-Strike played. So I mean, it's all about how you handle the Counter-Strike that's in front of you. Yeah, that greatest of all time roster of Astralis is probably the closest team we got to playing perfect Counter-Strike.
Have actually gone for the investment here, Jason. So that's really interesting. Astralis are going for the force buy. So Stera's got the FAMAS out. Deagle's around it. If they win this is such a heartbreak for ENCE. If they win the force, just like they did on Overpass, that would be a disaster.
If they lose it, though, it's a question of how fast can you recover the economy. All of a sudden, you might be looking at a situation where the first really strong buy they have is something like round 5, and you're halfway through the half at that point. So a little bit of a risk, but maybe not too much at the end of the day. If they stack this B bomb site and end up losing A, obviously they won't go for the retake, and then you just kind of reset and try it again in the next round with these pistols and weapons.
Yeah, that is certainly an option. Kind of hoping Stera's able to step up, but given the fact that ENCE are being pretty methodical about their take, the Molotov in towards headshot.
Yeah, I think you got to bail out. I think you're not going for this retake, and Stairs smoked off, can't see a thing. Nade coming in, there's a first kill for ENCE and Madden. Sunpius dodges all the nades, and that certainly is going to be the signal. You're already a man down, couldn't find the equalizer with utility. No point in keeping any attempts, any hope in this round.
Yeah, I mean, the nade idea is really cool, but I just don't think they were able to sort of align them at the right time.
There's a little sidestep as well from Madden after the bomb plant, right? He just edges himself around the box so that the explosion, the HE, most of the damage is absorbed, and 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0. Forced by... Ooh, they've just lost, actually, the only rifle they had.
He wanted the Deagle, and he pays for it.
Yeah, a little greed. A little greed.
It might have been the opposite of greed. It might have been selflessness. It might have been him saying, I'm going to pick up this Devo so I can drop it over to the teammate in the next round so he doesn't have to buy it.
Well, look at you, Jason.
Yeah.
That's the positive in the world. Finding the positives.
He's being selfless.
But in the end, selflessness is weakness. He's got that weakness.
And that's why you play greedy.
Exactly. That's why you play for yourself. Well, 2-0 start for ENCE. They survived the force buy from Astralis, which is better than their overpass showing. Now a chance to build off of this. And yeah, Astralis have a bit of a recovery mission, so they should have enough money. Well, they will in the next round. So how much damage can you do to ENCE in this one? Well, that's a good start. That's a fantastic start, in fact. Play back for the opening.
Yeah, just an actual flex there, just rushing with a deal to find the opening kill and back away. 4 on 5. Still a massive advantage in terms of weaponry, obviously, with the AKs.
But these are the kind of little moves that can get you something. If you go for a boost over the top, but the head tucked away, Snappy's looking for it, just about sees Borup, and now knows the two players are stacked out. The nades go in. Look at that. He didn't look for the second player. What? Snappy, he turned back, he flicked back, but he didn't even look for the second player. You think he's just levitating?
I think he might have just thought he got
killed by the nades.
Or no, because there's only one kill. I think he might have thought he got all the way around the wall or something like that. But yeah, that was a little weird. See the boost and don't fully clear that angle.
Well, he got it anyway. He flicked back, yeah. So you got 2 kills, Astralis. That's the damage done to ENCE. Now we're looking forward to the buy in the next round. So they'll be able to purchase up, looking into the real sort of gun round coming up soon. And this is exactly what you would have wanted if you're an ENCE fan. You know,
Device will have the AWP as well.
That's also a great factor to have here.
But you're right. This is what you want to see if you're rooting for ENCE, especially out of that first map. 3-0 start, clinical, not too bad. They're playing much more. They're playing very grouped up here on Overpass, a map that kind of requires you to spread out a little bit more. This has been mostly, I mean, we didn't get to see a whole lot of their T side, to be fair. But this the kind of grouped up, you know, hitting a ramp, rushing B in the pistol. It's been nice, simple Counter-Strike out of ENCE so far to start Vertigo.
Yeah, and a big talking point today has been the fact that, you know, BlameF and Device, for some reason, when those two are alive in the clutch, they haven't lost one. It feels like I can't recall a single clutch that they lost.
It's not even
just those 2 players left.
And to a certain degree, it's not even necessarily they haven't lost them. It's like the ones they've won, like 2v4s is
a good way of looking at it.
And one map.
Yeah, exactly. It was one map, yeah, and even won a few on Overpass too. Here we go. Madden at the front of the ramp take. A position and a role he's very comfortable in. Although he gets peeked out, Stare getting bombarded by utility. The nades from ENCE are doing a great job on this T side. and bO3 does not pick up the trade on the swing.
Oh, but he does on the follow-up. The spam right through the smoke takes down Sunpius. Equalizing kill found, but oh, he's caught just being a little bit lazy out in the open. Flashbang in hand, and Nerds finds a freebie. And that can open up the map now. You have your stand-in in a lurking solo position, so you don't have to worry about playing with anyone. Vladin just gets to play for himself, and he's finding a timing against Buzz.
Oh, Buzz. Oh, it just turns back in time. Looked like he was going to cross into safety at elevator and perhaps get caught by Vladin, but he's able to turn back. And now blamF is taking position at the sandbags. Are Ents going to check it? They cleared it early in the round with the double nades. Are they going to check for blamF again? Or is this position going to work for him? Here he is. Peeks out. It's one. On to the second. It's blamF, the behemoth, yet again, delivering massive impact here for Astralis, and Device will close on it. blamF is just always making the right decision today.
Yeah, I think they found like 3 players essentially in that position throughout that round. They never expected the third one. And that late in the round, once your lurker has gone down in middle, you want your next move to be contact, right? They have a Molotov, but if you Molotov those sandbags, that allows for the quick rotation from Astralis because they know exactly what's coming. And blamF just plays it perfectly. This is the nade stack on a stair. bO3's going to find 1 kill through the smoke and then fall back towards the sandbags. And blamF slides in a little bit late, unexpectedly.
And this kill from Buzz was really impactful too, on that slight step back in mid, and then blamF getting the double. So right back into the play again. It is Ents once more, fixated upon taking A-ramp control. Madden at the front of this attack. Nate goes in to stare again, who's once again playing sandbags in. Would have been an identical start to the round for him, but he survives in 7 health this time.
He's like, come on.
I think he's going to get one here, Jason. I think now they...
He might, very well might. There should be a flashbang at some point, you'd imagine, but this is a lot of utility being dumped by Astralis to hold him back. There goes Madden with the kill.
There it is.
There's his 1.
It is just 1, and the rest of his teammates are falling down, so... 4v3 favoring the side of Ents, but blamF quickly starts to turn that back. In fact, he doesn't fall back after the first kill. He sticks around and gets a double out of it. So not only does he draw it back, he actually extends the advantage in favor of Astralis.
Yeah, I can't believe that he was
going again.
That second kill.
He's going again.
Ooh, and he's got it.
blamF. That is
Beautiful.
incredible.
And Device is there for the final kill. All right, blamF.
Yeah, he's celebrating. He's just farming today.
He's just, just back-to-back rounds. He's just controlling the ramp. And Ents is not able to trade that kill whatsoever.
I remember watching blamF games back in the day and casting games when he was on Epsilon, and you see him just like farming a solo carrying a map, and you think, okay, maybe it's just because it's against his low position, but then he does the same thing against top-tier players, and it's just very strange to see how good he is in these kind of scenarios as an individual player. He's a lone wolf a lot of the time, and he's so impactful at that role.
Yeah, fear does not factor into his decisions whatsoever. I mean, that's an awkward thing, because like Ents is just trying to slow the round down, right? They're trying to play it, like just take their time and kind of clear angles out, and blamF just keeps bringing the fight to him repeatedly.
Yeah, it's really cool to see how good he is today. But here we go, Sunpius to the front of the attack. AK-47 this time. bO3 nearly gets caught, but not today. Not today for bO3. He's able to stand tall. Although Madden has somehow found Device elsewhere, but that's a risky play from Vladin. It isn't going to work out for him. Stair turns back to the site. With distraction actually coming from the site itself, it sets Stair up for the double to close, and Astralis have tied the scoreline up.
Here's what's happening right now. Ents is really trying to establish that they can take this ramp and take the A bomb site and show Astralis that that's a point of the map that they can actually, handle on the T side and find success at. The fact that Astralis has essentially shut them down there, 3 times in a row now? It's been like an A bomb site simulator these last 3 rounds. Like now, if you're Ents, it's like it's really hard to go elsewhere on the map at this point, because Astralis can probably feel pretty free to rotate players off of it and stack elsewhere.
Once you've lost that battle of ramp early on, it can really come back to bite you. Now mid will be occupied by blamF. He's in the right position again to get early impact. Nearly on for the second here. Nerds doing his best, but it's not going to work out for him. blamF gets the double kill in the end. Now Snappy and Sunpius enter the bottom of the B steps. This time Buzz will give them a bit of a cut. And now Sunpius is left alone. 1v5 with the Tech 9. I guess the best case scenario here is he prevents the clean sheet and takes an Astralis player down, but this is turning into another big streak being built up from Astralis very quickly.
Yeah, this defense looks amazing so far, and they have not look how aggressive. There's a minute left in the round. They're already flanking them out. They're not giving anyone from Ents any time to do anything on the map.
Yeah, they're just in their heads at the moment. You know, BlameF starts in mid this round, predicting a slight change up. Maybe look for the mid control instead. They probably don't have the utility to battle for ramp, so he goes there early. Realizes he probably has the weapon superiority, so gets that M4 involved in the fight. Gets a double kill again. Just a lot of multi-kills so far from BlameF. He's racking them up. 9 and 2.
All right, another shot at it though for Ents. AKs are back in hand. Sunpius has the AWP.
Okay, there's going to be a stairs take at B here from Astralis. 3 players start this side of the map. They've got it. Forced out by the Molotov, forced into the fight, and Vladen doesn't get the chance until Buzz gets confused, lost in the sauce, and then backs up into it.
I think they wanted to set up that kind of an aggressive play, but just the positioning from Vladen really kind of threw him off. That peek through as the nade blows open. They didn't get the timing they wanted on that play. So Buzz goes down. He'll have to sit back and watch.
Alright, and so they've got the advantage. Now, we did see on Overpass, they were able to pick up early player advantages, but they weren't always able to convert those into round wins.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it here. I think this is a round where Astralis was thinking similarly to me and saying, we've just shut you down at the A bomb site 3 times. Let's get aggressive on B stairs because you're going to have to test elsewhere. You're going to have to try something, and obviously it's backfired here. But Ents have to close it out. 5 players towards B. Defensive utility spent at the A ramp. It's BlameF and Stair. Device shifting back towards middle. He has 1 flashbang for Borup.
Oh, Vladen just shows a little too much skin, and Borup nearly takes him out of the round, but still standing with 5 RNs for the time being. Borup will finally take one down. Not only 1, but a double, and Stair suddenly strikes as well. So Ents go from the 5v4 into a 4v2, favoring Astralis in this one. They are getting dominated. None of these advantageous positions are going their way, and Sunpius has to drag them kicking and screaming into a round position where they can win this. Sunpius fixed the plan, bends out Stair, and is now looking for BlameF. But this man ain't losing clutches today. Another 1v1 for him, and Sunpius decides it's time for the rifle. Throw that trusty AWP out and go! One tap! Sunpius makes it look ridiculously easy and closes in style.
Well, that's what we said. A recipe you needed. Some of the clutches, some of the magic going the way of Ents in this map, and Sunpius has just delivered you that, and that is one of the nastiest one-taps I've seen in a long time.
This is BlameF, who I don't think has lost a 1v1 today, it's felt like, and Sunpius just switches out, pulls out the AK, and just domes him off the stairs.
I'm assuming he saw him at some point on that flank, because like his attitude changed real quick to drop the op. Yeah, but I think also I'm like in my head I'm like, well, if you tab and see it's BlameF, you certainly got to check the flank.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Stair running straight through the smoke at Gap. Device, fortunately for Astralis, will trade that. Wild start to the round is chaotic as he kick off back into round 9. BlameF once again positioned at the sandbags. Why not? He's got some help this time. Smoke though, it's not going to help him. That fire will spread. And he has to try and get out of dodge. Device, very lucky not to have fallen down to Nerds there.
Yeah, it just drops the smoke as quick as possible, pulls the op out, and gets prepared for a fight that doesn't come. Nerds backs away. However, so much attention and ground gain towards now they have to pull the trigger. They wanted to take this a little bit slower, but that kill from Borup forces their hand, and actually maybe even helps them out because it forces their hand into walking into an open bomb site. Nobody's home. Buzz shifting over, gets the dink, but not the kill, and another post plant.
Yeah, bomb goes down.
Look how far away they are. This is going to be a tough call. You're going to investigate. You're going to go for it so early in the bomb.
Yeah, you've got some utility as well that might be able to help you out. Borup's going to be the water boy. Set them up. Set Device and BlameF up. Now, we mentioned how these 2 players have been pulling off these comebacks and these clutches. Here they go again, but they haven't met Sunpius today until this point. He's starting to frag out. He's starting to feel it. And Sunpius has got the essential kill to stop this really from going anywhere. That's going to be Ents going up to 5, taking the lead back.
This is what they've needed from someone on this team. And in the absence of Diha, it's Sunpius to step up and provide huge impact. 1 kill in this round, but it negates any attempt at the retake. But the 1v4 in the previous is what's really put them in a good position.
That was so sick from Sunpius. The fact that he just uses both weapons, takes the AK for that 1 tap as well.
It's a glorious one tap.
I love the confidence of Sunpius. You know, he just kind of exudes confidence.
Calm, focused confidence. Saved weapons, but no crazy investment behind him. Yeah, Sunpius just feeling it. He's like, yep, call my play. Put me in, coach.
He's already up through the B-bomb side. Off he goes.
See, everyone hop
combat
on,
Alper.
everyone hop on my back. I got this.
It was interesting hearing him, you know, he was asked the question, how would you describe your playstyle? I don't know. I just kind of do what I feel like, and maybe I'm aggressive, sometimes I'm passive. And Nert's certainly happy about the lineup in mid.
Yeah, he's loving that. That's one of the rifles taken down, so Device is now on a mission of save, and Stare is on a mission to protect the AWP at all costs. Good luck.
I mean, that big clutch in some pies we're actually seeing, it's allowed this streak from Astralis to actually end. There was no sign that it would have stopped, right? It felt like that was going to continue. The CT side was in full swing, full control, and the clutch from Sampayas, and then this as well, burning away Device right at the end. He's having some crazy levels of impact right now, and it's actually got Eds fired up. Those are the kind of moments that actually fire up the team, right? That gives you some energy when a big clutch happens like that.
Yeah, that's the key word, is for a team that looks so lethargic on map 1 of Overpass, that kind of a clutch is what gives you the energy and a little bit of that jolt back into action, bring you back into reality, and then brings the team back into the game. Really impressive stuff from Sunpius, and Ents is taking advantage of it. 3 in a row. 2 rounds remaining in this first half. And they still haven't gone back to A. This success has all been at the B bomb site. When they've gone A, they've been demolished on ramp. BlameF has done a number on them on that side of the map.
Yeah.
Now starting to abuse the other bomb site.
Could have been a nicer lineup there for Nerds.
Yeah, Device was never getting away.
Cremated. Just gone. Ooh, we've got a wonderful in-game directing team here at PGL. Chev, JRaz, an unknown FME, or Bastion. Catching all of the action as round 11 continues to rage on. It's Device already down the bottom of the B stairs. Very deep smoke. They've got a lot of control there at B now.
Yeah, I mean, they had to do something, right, with the way that bomb site was getting abused. And that was a kind of an aggressive play they tried to bust out earlier that backfired, but at least this time it goes their way. And back to A, let's see if the magic is still there for the Astralis defense.
Well, the magic certainly being in the hands of Sampayas over recent rounds. It's another one added to the Spanish sniper. Flashes raining in towards this A bomb site. Buzz under a lot of pressure now. Madden starting to clear the site. It's going to be another headshot. A second in from Madden. That's the site taken. And Borup and Device are nowhere near a position to compete for this. They've got to back away. And Ents are suddenly in control of the game.
Back-to-back opening frags for Sunpius. He has taken over this map for Ents. He is the engine at the moment for this offense. Nertz loves this. Wants to take rifles away. Got Nertz in the open, but can't win the fight. Couldn't get a clean one around the corner of the box, and that should allow Device and Borup to keep these weapons alive.
I've never seen the defense look so strong and then suddenly be silenced so quickly. Now they're starting to win with the advantages.
I mean, that's just a mood-shattering clutch that Sunpius has. That's a clutch that invigorates Ents and has everyone at Astralis looking around like, why did you play it that way? Why did you make that decision?
Yeah.
Second guessing each other.
Look what happened now, guys.
It can wreak chaos. Ents looking to have a good first half, 7-4.
Yeah, that jet light's starting to phase away.
Yeah, they've forgotten about it.
Yeah, the energy's back in the camp. Ents looking to try and take 8 rounds on the T side. That's the Sampayas opener.
Look at the mood change. Whenever previously when Ents went A ramp, did they have that much space for Sampayas to get an angle like that? The fights were all happening at the base of the ramp towards the sandbags. BlameF swinging out a little bit wider. They've never had that much control to even take a peek into the bomb site.
Yeah, you were pointing out that 3 rounds in a row they just bashed their head against the wall essentially as they tried to get ramp control. You can't really shoot through the metal anymore, especially with a FAMAS.
You can drop a nade on his head.
You can do that. And Buzz is going to eat the shrapnel. Not exactly the most nutritious meal, so he'll back away. Madden just doing the dirty work, and another opening kill from Sampayas. This is a masterclass of a map from Sampayas so far, and he's not stopping. He wants a little bit more, but he's forcibly stopped by Borup. He eats a mouthful of lead. from the Dane, and now the fight's down the bottom of the ramp. This time, BlameF is not going to be perfect. Nerds and Madden clear him out, but it's Device. Device is still here, and this AK-47 is hungry. It's ravenous for a second, and Device has got it. It might even be a third from Device. The Dane comes back, and magic deliver from the AK-47. It is Nerds with a 1v2 left. There's plenty of time to win this clutch, and bO3 has no idea. There's the surprise. There's the kill, and it's Nerds up against Device.
Got time.
Device has got to play, and he's got the headshot. Confidently peeks for the 4K, and Device with a hero round right at the end to grab Astralis. Another.
Yeah, a little rebuttal from Device right at the end to counter what Sunpius has been bringing to the table ever since, round 8. Sunpius has just taken over the game. Entry kills and clutches, and this is Device saying, I still got it too, baby. Good shooting, poised as Madden is just toying with them. All clean headshots.
Oh, I love it as well as the peak. He makes the clutch simple. There's none of this wasting time trying to outmaneuver. It's just, I have an idea where you are. I'm going to make that kill happen as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's a good point. Nerds probably didn't expect the fight to be coming at that kind of
he
a
thought
corner.
he probably would have had time to reposition, get around CT heaven maybe. Device would play more defensive, select an angle inside of the site, but Device just was like, nope, I'm just going to one-tap you.
Playing away from the bomb as well, which you know, Nerds might have thought he was going to be protecting the bomb towards ramp. What a round from Device.
This is
a little bit of a brawl here in map 2. This was what we wanted on map 1, that we obviously didn't get in a 13-2 win for Astralis, but here it's punches being exchanged.
Yeah, we're getting it finally, right? It's a matchup you haven't really seen too often, right? The Astralis versus Ents, and how much skill is on both of these rosters. It's really cool to see them go tit for tat, head to head.
Yeah, the org kind of had different trajectories.
Yeah, absolutely. Building up, falling down. Here's the pistol. And the Glocks we mentioned, super strong. Especially when they're put together. The death rattle of Glocks can click their way forward into the round, and that's ridiculous. That is just ridiculous. Snare hits a beautiful headshot on Sunpius. There's absolutely nothing you can do about that. And the Glocks just ran hellfire through the smokes. Snappy couldn't even get involved. And now down to a 2v4. There's not much you can do here if you're Ents.
No, but first things first, you know Borup's position. You want to try and find this one kill. Nerds hoping he pops his head up, but the smoke obscured vision. It obscures it once again as he crosses over, and now it is out of reach for sure. Not even a freebie kill to get this retake started. Nerds is pinned down from a distance, and that's a T-side pistol for Astralis.
When you put some speed and a pack of players in those Glocks, I don't even think you have to be that accurate. Like, stare at that headshot on Sunpius. That was a little BS right there. I'm not gonna lie.
You gonna call
that was
it?
a little BS. That was a little BS. I want to see the replay.
Sure.
I imagine being Sunpius. You're just in that position. All you see is, phew, boom, just gone. Ferrari peaked. Exactly what happened there. Oh, you can see it. Look at that.
Oh,
you see what I mean?
yeah.
Like, it's just so ridiculous. Just bouncing along, bounding into headshots.
A rough Device gets that one through the smoke as well. Just a little two-tap through the smoke towards a headshot angle, small pixel. Second round by for Ents. Madden's got the Mag 7.
Sure. Shotguns. It's the new era.
MP9 on Vladin. FAMAS on Nerds.
All right, so we've seen on this map 2 CT4 spies. After, you know, we mentioned many a time it's meta not to buy so often, but the game is so close.
I think also some of these have been like 2 players survive that pistol, so you can upgrade your armor a little bit cheaper if you want to go that route, or you have a little bit more money to play with.
Oh yeah, sure.
Because you already have armor.
There's the play from Vladin to trying to defend, but it's not going to happen for him. Nerds and Vladin go down immediately, and the Mag 7 is not ready for that kind of fight. You gotta hope that they come right into it for the nail gun to work out perfectly. And that's going to be the bomb plant. Device locks it in. Sunpius and Snappy on double pistols.
You don't see a lot of Mag 7s these days.
For good reason,
It's
Jason,
like
I would say.
it's like the third of the in the shotgun hierarchy.
No, absolutely. It's very good in close quarter combat, but the XM is just good in general.
Yeah, money was an issue. I'll give that to him, but I would have expected the Nova, for instance.
Yeah, we did.
Would place the Nova higher than the Mag 7?
Would you? I don't know. I think if it's in the hands of Simple, perhaps.
I mean, look, I
think he's kind of ruined that.
I personally don't use shotguns.
Yeah,
So-
me neither.
It feels grimy.
It does. The XM, I'm sure everybody at home, you're experiencing it right now if you're out there playing your Premier games and you're experiencing the XM blowing up in the smokes and somehow killing you at 10 miles away.
Stair almost died at the bomb there.
Yeah, the blast radius
Calculated.
Yeah, you gotta be right on the edge of it. 7-7. That force buy not paying off here for ENCE, so this should allow Astralis to shortly take the lead. Crazy to think we're already, just into the second half by a few rounds, and this would have been the last round of the first half not so long ago, Jason.
Yeah, very true. Been a fast-paced map.
It really has. Buzz at the bottom of B. Feigning a little bit of ramp control with that smoke, but Astralis want nothing to do with A. They're all about the B play. And given there's 3 players in mid here from the CT side, you would actually be able to rotate very quickly into this B bomb site. Here comes utility from Astralis. Full executors in.
Yeah, Molotovs everywhere. No tricks, except for maybe Madden just swinging into a headshot. Beautiful with the deagle. Not a great chance to build upon it. Smokes again, utility. I've just kept ENCE at bay. Everything being watched, and that's a nice find.
Yeah, that's a great find, and that's going to feel rough for Snappy. I think it's the second kill in this half so far.
Yeah,
that's going to get him through the smoke.
Pissed around as well.
Yeah. So a really tough time there for Snappy. Just hanging around, perhaps trying to be a little bit of a pest, try and get some of these exit frags to let Astralis get away with everything.
Exit frags and grab some damage on him as well to maybe make it a little bit nervous with the bomb going off. That's a good find from Nertz. Keeping these Astralis players close to the bomb explosion as long as possible, but Stare is going to pretty much end that. Pretty good number of kills out here for Astralis, or for ENCE in this round.
Yeah.
A little bit painful for the Astralis side, but they're fine with it. 8-7.
Yeah, that would be a 4K collected by Stare. He'll take that as well, pad the stats a little bit against some of those pistols. But it is the lead taken by Astralis as predicted, given the purchase they were going up against, or rather lack thereof. And now comes the real buy for ENCE. Now the big factor here is Sampais has got the AWP again. You've seen what he did in the first half. He's actually been eclipsed by Madden on the kill count now. Madden is up there on top.
Yeah, and the op also on the CT side, like you're not always going to be at the point of attack. There's going to be some rotations as well. Fast-paced up A ramp as well, though. In this first gun round, Blame F.
Get out
the
of
Molotov nade combo. Snappy is in trouble, and the Molotov gets extinguished at just the last moment.
Oh no, Sampais misses the shot, and so Device's AK overwhelms him. And are they going to check the sandbags? They spam down. It's actually Snappy who somehow survives that, despite his lack of health. Eventually, he could be taken out here. So it is that trade through on the sandbags player, Snappy. A 2v4, flank through from Buzz. Nertz can look nowhere, and he goes nowhere. Vladin's on the other side of the map.
All that time, they're expecting the main thrust to come from the ramp, and all that action and those kills has just pulled all the defensive eyes off of middle, so just sideswiped. And Astralis up 9-7. And this is where it gets really hard for ENCE now too, because the economy is just in the bin completely.
This is another level of just taking all the boxes, turning over all the stones. The bomb is in front of Blame F. He's got it in his hands, and eventually they will take out Vladin, and that is going to be a 9th round for Astralis. The energy looks positive.
Vladin just wanted to save his rifle, and Astralis had left the bomb back there, so then
they had to come back
he was
down
forced to actually go for the fights. Yeah, this is a rough round for Snappy. The fact that he gets one is magnificent. It's just these 2 kills happen simultaneously, and that's the defense done. Snappy's got 4 HP stuck inside of a smoke. He can do nothing.
Yeah, you're going to be I'm sure Sampais is sitting there very frustrated. He misses that shot on the Device.
Yeah.
That's a shot he would hit 9 times out of 10. And it's just one of those shots that go against him. It could have had huge ramifications for the whole round, but this is a mess for Astralis inside of the ramp. ENCE have just won the majority of these fights. So now they're up in a 3v2, and Astralis are now at the panic station.
Back to the B bomb site. Need a clean entrance. And you can't toss utility either. You have to go contact here. So Vladin's MP9.
Oh, that's such a good spot for it, isn't it?
Yeah, they're going to clear it, though, for sure. He's still got it. Buzz able to spam through. Vladin, not so much. Swaps out to a new AK. It's just a pistol. Buzz still has the HP to work with. Nertz has to be very careful, and that 570 makes it work. The mobility is wonderful.
That's a massive round to win for ENCE. Up that ramp, Astralis have all the advantages in the weapons, but sometimes if you have the skill that you have on edge, you might want to just swing and fight.
It's the insanity of this swing from Snappy. He gets that kill really quickly onto blamF, who wasn't fully prepared. Stair took a little bit longer to spam Madden through the scaffolding than he expected, so the Deagle's able to clean him up. And yeah, this is a really nice return from Ents to stay alive in this game, to keep it close. This is a very important round. Astralis is out of money. Losing this, and Ents can springboard into a lead.
That's how devastating those pistol round losses can be. Go up against the force investments as well. Device looking up through ramp, hoping he can catch an aggressive peek. Nothing from Ents coming forward. bO3 will drop a couple of nades onto the head of blamF. A round like this, as you mentioned, a swing round, you want to make sure all of the T's are crossed, all of the I's dotted. Astralis will take their time going through the motions of taking ramp control.
Both these teams playing very grouped up on their T side of Vertigo. bO3 turns into a lurk in mid after his utility. 3 defenders here at the bomb site, no eyes on middle.
Clear intention set on the A play for Astralis. Will the defense be strong enough here for Ents? Snappy nearly getting caught through that smoke spam. Hangs around a little bit too long. More than he's welcome. And it's going to be Madden. Essential trade from short. A second on the swing back out on Stair. And now suddenly bO3 and Device left alone. And you mentioned bO3's flank. Well, let's see if he can get anything from it. Big kill on Nerds. Was close to getting a lineup there. Madden was slightly more extended. He has crossed over. Oh! Flatten's killed his own teammate. Flatten's just shot his own teammate in the head. And suddenly the round goes the other way. What a nightmare round for the stand-in. Oh my god. One of the most important rounds of this map, and he shoots his own teammate in the head.
Oh no. That's an absolute disaster.
Oh, that is literally the worst case scenario for you to stand in, and that is a round people will remember.
Confusion and nerves.
Oh, just desperate to perform, and turns back information, sees a target inside of elevator, and just bangs the headshot.
Hey, it sounded like a really nice shot.
It was clean. It was clean. Gotta give it to him.
It felt like an instant headshot.
Instant headshot it was, but no way. We gotta see this again. Madden does so much. Then he gets damaged up here.
That's a great turn. He's got... Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's just itchy on the trigger finger. And then dropped immediately.
Oh, it's so ridiculous. Oh, no.
Well, due to the fact they won that MP9 round earlier, they still got money to invest here. M4 is picked up on Nerds and Snappy. M4 on Madden. Vladden, after the team kill, is relegated to an MP9.
This doesn't instant kill.
Yeah,
no instant headshots for you.
This one can't shoot at range, so you're good. Look, that's...
Put the training wheels back on.
Forget the fact that it's a stand-in. Any situation like that happening is a chance to just send your mental into a spiral, into a pit.
Yeah, especially, like you mentioned at the start of that round, how important that was.
Yep.
The fact you want to force buy previously, right? You with SMGs, etc.
And now it changes. Now Ents have this force buy with no money left, so if they're the one to lose, then the map's pretty much done. The series is pretty much done. Nerds is going to grab the opening kill. That's bO3.
And the mid-stack is a strong position. Has resulted in Ents grabbing that opener. Not only that, but Sapias has actually been able to upgrade into the AK-47. Now this is the short play. Snappy getting aggressive. Now he's made it work a few times. Snare gets the gun out. Smoke is up. That should prevent this fight from happening. It will for now.
Snappy wants information, though. He wants to know how clear this is or where the attack is actually progressing. Doesn't want to be denied that intel so he can make sure he has his team in the right position. 5-on-4 for Ents. Nerds looking for a head to peek up over the smoke, and he's got it. Buzz actually gets distracted by his teammate.
Now Nerds being burnt out of quad, can no longer stand there and will have to rely on his teammate to come and help him. Nerds looking to hold this bomb site. Vladden gets closer. Now this is a position he did some work from earlier on in this half. He looks to do it again, but not this time. His cage is rattled, unable to get it done against blamF on the boosted position.
It's okay. This has taken so much resources out of Astralis, both in terms of time on the clock, there's 18 seconds, and in terms of nades. They're just going to back off and try and save this, but Snappy's on the hunt. Any gun he can take away is valuable. Awkward fight, can't do it. Gets the dink, can't complete the kill, and that'll be the end of the round. So it's 10-9.
It's a round recovery from Ents. It's one way to bounce back after the previous disaster class.
What's the call here from blamF now? You have 2 AK-47s. Everyone else kind of has to stick on a pretty hefty save or very low buy. Don't want to invest a whole lot. Losing bonus is only 1 round. It's only at 1900. So a pause is called, likely to talk through some of the money situation, exactly how they want to work this one out. And they're going to invest completely around the AKs. blamF and Buzz replenish some utility.
Very strong setup in middle. A couple of these individual fights not working out for Astralis. Still in the lead. Still a chance to further that, but gotta say the side of Ents certainly have the advantage in this round. When you look at what Astralis brought to the table, it's 2 AK-47s saved on over, and now Tech-9s and Deagles among the rest. Snappy takes a peek out gap. And gets away as the bullets start to click against the wall beside him. Vladin's taking B control, so Ents don't want to sit passive. They want to take some control. They've got deep B control of that smoke going in.
Yeah, that'll slow things down for Astralis as well. They want to at least have the element of danger that they can challenge and retake B. Smoke's everywhere, so they're just going to let them fade away. They haven't spent a whole lot of utility themselves because they're a bit limited, so they've got to wait out at least the first salvo, the first round of nades from Ents.
It's about the patient game again. Borup, same position for utility at short. Preventing Snappy from being anywhere near the gap aggression yet again. 50 seconds remaining this round for Astralis.
So Stare to set up a fake. He's applying pressure and maintaining presence. 1 kill would be amazing, and he's got it.
Oh, that is a massive kill on Sampaius.
Look at what it forces. Vladin's got to shift back a little bit. Nerds is coming back to the B bomb site, so that's a good read, but Vladin out in the open finds 1. That's blamF down.
Yeah, chance to make up for it here. Vladin from the site. It's a first kill. Now Astralis in limbo. Where do they want to go? Because Stare is so impactful on this A side. He's still cutting through that defense, but he's stopped by Madden. He will not breach any further. Steps being made from Borup to draw the attention away from construction, but it's still the turn back from Nerds. Vladin holds strong with 13 seconds left. It is just Buzz on the Deagle. And it doesn't look like any heroics will be coming out of his hand cannon. It is Nerds to tie up the scoreline 10-10. Ents doing a good job of staying in this one.
I have to imagine that round from Vladin holding onto the B bomb site when he's under that much pressure in such an important situation is probably the first time he's been able to relax since he killed his teammate.
Yeah,
it's probably the first time he's really like
probably flying. He's probably thinking about every
the first time he's
external
exhaled. Yeah, where he's been like, okay, I stepped up and delivered here. Let's move past it.
Yes, exactly. You know, the redeeming moment. You know, instead of playing that moment over in your mind over and over again. You know, at least at that point, it isn't going to be the play that loses you the map instantly, right? It would be horrible to see that happen and then go on to just lose the map.
And because of the aggressive decision to buy in the previous round, a full buy with everyone, because of the low money, because of the low losing bonus that they were getting, Astralis can't invest anything at all into this. No armor. Maybe a P250. Should be a turkey shoot.
Yeah. I think you're on to something, that. Vladin, these are the kind of rounds you love. Just come at him. Get them all the free picks. So that'll be 3 added to his tally and ends up to 11 rounds. So into the lead. A smile from Vladin. Good to see. But now it's Astralis' chance to once again dream of that 2-0 to get into the semifinals here and now on Vertigo.
Coming down to it. There's a decent amount of bank built up for Ents, which is great. They can sustain a loss and still buy. So plenty of fight for the Ents side of things. Stare trying to catch someone off with an aggressive peek, nading open the smoke that he threw. Once again, he's the lone player over towards the A side of the map. Here comes a mid-execute. Nerds out in the open again, turns from a flash. He's got 1, can't convert the second. And blamF and Astralis will be happy with the 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, it's 1.5 really for Nerds. blamF down to 50 health. Vladin, oh, he's going back in. He's going back in for the rest. At least was close to doing so. Didn't see blamF tuck in the corner. Didn't go wide enough to deal with that, but aware that it's a possibility. Now focus. I'll shift over towards ramp for Astralis.
And blamF is waiting to feel his timing. He wants this flank in middle, but he knows there's got to be some contact. There's got to be something at the A bomb site to force the eyes away from middle, to give him that window of opportunity. Buzz, Device, and Stare all ready to go.
Oh, Sampaius is starting to activate, though. He doesn't feel comfortable just sitting down. He wants Madden to be there with him, and that's exactly what has happened. Madden rips apart Device. Good kill from Stare, but the lineup from Madden once again. Montenegrin Monster will strike once more. 3 kills come through, and blamF, he does activate mid. There's just no one else around, though, and he's got to just go back and save this AK-47. Not enough time for him to get a clutch going, not enough time to do anything, and that will be 12 rounds for ENCE. Map point here on Vertigo.
Yeah, you got to give credit where it's due. It was Sampaius to get this ENCE team started in the first half with his clutch and his opening kills that he provided with the AWP from the T side, but Madden has carried them through the distance of this map. 12-10, 2 chances for ENCE to close out Vertigo. That would take us to a third and deciding map of Ancient to determine who moves on to the semifinals, who moves on to the quarterfinals.
That could be a great deciding matchup over on Ancient. But look at Astralis, man. Look at that money. It's not looking pretty at all. And here's Madden. Fragging out, gets behind the sandbags in time. Then he gets a nice little lineup here. Sure, a bit of luck plays into it, but you got to hit the shot still. You got to control the spray. He does that perfectly as Buzz just steps in behind him.
Fighting while tiptoeing on the skyscraper.
It's a ballsy maneuver.
Yeah, it is.
On a tightrope. But here we go. It just feels like ENCE have done enough with that kind of round, though. You know, you're looking at Astralis' purchase. What can you really hope for? There's such a small chance that now they'll be able to pull this back to overtime.
4 in a row so far for ENCE on this defensive side. 5 of the last 6 to really just take control of this map.
And that one round that Astralis won was Vlad shooting his teammate in the head.
Yeah.
Which gets him a chance. It was going to be an ENCE round. It looked like it at least.
Yeah, they were in the right positions. It still could have turned, but you're exactly right. The only round there was a little bit of a gift given, or a lot of a gift given over.
Yeah, Christmas came early.
Buzz is going to get aggressive through this Molotov. Flashbang off the wall. Minimal damage from the Molotov, and he establishes B stairs control.
Yeah, you got to let everybody off the leash now. Looking for fights, looking for some sort of opening. Astralis don't have a lot of utility. They don't have a lot of depth to go to if this round goes into the late dying seconds. So they're going to look for fights, and they're still looking for them. They're just not getting them. And eventually when that fight comes through, it's Nerds gets the opening on Buzz. Nearly a second kill, in fact, on Device down at the bottom of the B stairs. Still could finish that off. And Nerds looks like he wants to do so.
Yeah, and ENCE already saw exactly what was coming. That was an attempted pinch.
Ooh,
that's the bomb, and he just gets away. I believe Vladin saw that. Just didn't pull the trigger, didn't have a clean shot at it.
Device is very lucky to get away with the bomb.
Well, they have complete control of the map, ENCE. With this push from Vladin, he already saw Device retreating, so he knows he's got some room to work with to keep pushing forward. So he's closing the gap, and the rest of ENCE is rotating over to defend the A bomb site. And the nice thing is, with this flank being so fast, they don't have to be aggressive about it. They can give up some space. They could just play safe angles, pick one off.
Yeah, this is going to be a chance now for Vladin to take out Device. He'll do that. Headshot locked in from 0 to hero in just a moment. Now the plan looking to try and come through from Astralis, but they're not allowed to feel comfortable. They're not allowed to get the space to put that bomb down inside of the site. And the rotation's fully in. ENCE have every opportunity now to close this out here and now and send us to map 3 of Ancient. Astralis, a little patchy in the first half. Strong performances. There's a couple of these individuals, but ENCE look like they have done it. They will secure it 13-10. It will be ENCE biting back and sending us to a third map to decide who's heading to the semifinals.
Yeah, great rebuttal. We were wondering if ENCE was going to come back in with renewed energy in this second map after it being demolished on Overpass. And really, they didn't come out of the gate that way. It was Sampaius who got it started. He was the one who ignited this team, and then Madden carried them the rest of the way, 13-10. A very strong win in a map that was always going to be a little bit questionable for ENCE.
Yeah, certainly going to be questionable, but now questions arise for Astralis. Where are they at now at this point? You know, you had a lot of opportunities in that first half. Sampaius started stepping up as an individual, but as you mentioned, it was Madden, the player who was able to close it out in the end, really, for ENCE. And it is those players that, in the stead of Diho, in the stead of the system, they're kind of stepping up for that extra few percentages.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Ancient's up next, and we're going to have the desk walk us through Vertigo and take us to that third map.
If you ask so nicely, Jason, we will do exactly what you ask. I'm just kidding. Yeah, totally different ball game here on the second map of this series. And, of course, you're watching CAC. It's the CS Asian Championships. We find ourselves on day one. And in doing so, Jacob, I mean, I thought your Danish friends had it closed out after one. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff that we called out after the first map was that Sun Payas didn't show up. He showed up massively, however, here on Vertigo, especially on that T side that would lay the foundation for Inns to win the map.
Yeah, and, you know, Vladimir tried his best.
Yeah,
he tried his best to lose.
You'd argue he tried his best, right? He wasn't really needed, you know, to some extent, and the reason why he was because Sun Payas just put the entire team on his back. That performance on the T side, not only the clutch in round 8, which I'm sure we're going to see at some point, but some of these entries that he was taking as well, aggressive towards the B side with the op, just playing it as he was a rifle. Without him, they wouldn't have won this map, but that was a very impactful performance coming out from Sun Payas.
Yeah, he definitely dug ends out of a very complicated situation at the beginning. I think Astralis' level overall was much lower than the first map.
Sure.
You could see they were less comfortable individually on how to handle positions. It felt like once Sun Payas caught on fire, no one on Astralis knew how to handle themselves at the beginning of rounds. You saw Buzz giving away a couple of kills on the B side, and it was very simplistic from ends. We have this beautiful 1 versus 4 rather that's coming up. It's pure from Sun Payas. It's about the fake, decomposing the angles, knowing what to peek, and then the thought process at the end, knowing Blame F is the last life. He's probably coming in from the back with the top flash peek as well. But I think it's more about Astralis not knowing how to handle that hot AWP coming out on their T side. They gave away too many open kills.
Yeah, I agree with that. They gave away way too much. Couldn't handle it at all. Again, you say Astralis played a lower level of Counter-Strike, felt a little bit more comfortable. I agree with that, and I'd say the direct opposite was the case for Ensign in this situation as well. All the players, maybe apart from Bladen, felt comfortable on the server. You could see they had a game plan, and you could see they put in a lot of trust in Sun Payas as well. They would always follow up with it. Sometimes you see a player like Sun Payas catching fire, but the rest of the team is not ready to follow up. They're not ready to capitalize on all the space that he's taking and creating. That wasn't the case right here for Ensign. It was a team working in synergy.
Yeah, if you've got one guy that's capable of, you know, pulling out 2-3 frags around and, you know, you're still having trouble closing it, that's pretty indicative as to the impact that player's having.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I also think that we should give a little bit of flower towards Madden. It's not a name that we've mentioned so far, but the numbers are right there, and they don't lie. We're talking about 24 kills, more than 100 ADR. I think he did really good on utilizing all of the small mistakes Astralis were doing, taking the A ramp specifically. That's a buttload of kills as you get it right here. And he was very much committed. Madden is not a guy who shies away from fights. I think he does not fear from getting stuck into it, getting in that yellow highlight position, rather shortcut position. It was crazy.
Opening duels.
100%.
100%.
That's 3 out of 3, actually. I just want to put context on these numbers.
But it sounds so much cooler when we say 100% out of, like, okay, you only got 3 out of 3. So
you have a career in politics, should that's where you do.
I hope not. My God, anytime I've ever, you know what? We're not going down that path. Nothing good comes from a political discussion on the desk. Isn't that right, Jacob?
The golden rule
maybe we need to try. You know.
Yeah, go ahead and kick us off, Jacob.
No,
I got a
nothing.
topic too. You can't think of any off the top of your head. No, it makes sense too.
No.
Okay, so we have an even kill series at this point. We're looking at Ancient as a decider in a third map. And how we got here, well, I didn't know. I didn't even anticipate it after the first map of play. You think, okay, this is a non-starter series.
Yeah.
Now it is a starter.
It is, you know, and it's the map that's going to decide the entire thing. What we have seen so far is Astralis play the map against Lynn Vision, and that wasn't too... I would say that wasn't too shit. You know, it wasn't too great coming out from Astralis right there. A little bit of an uncomfortable position against a team they should be running all over. However, this is a new matchup. It's a team they know how to play, so I wouldn't take away too much from that instance. I think Astralis are my favorite to win on Ancient, given the fact that they still are a team. And you saw one of the things that worked for Astralis against Lynn Vision was the fact that they were relentlessly being aggressive on the CT side. All 5 players were looking for fights all the time. I have a feeling that Ents, if they get exposed to that pressure, they could crumble.
Do we already know who is starting in what position on the map? Is that a public information at the time? Is it going to be a knife round eventually?
Look, I was paying attention earlier. I was watching even.
You were watching?
In the words of Kasada, I was watching.
Yeah, okay.
And it did say, if I'm not mistaken, Ents starting on the CT side.
Ents would be starting on the CT side
That's
of Ancient, right?
Yeah.
I did make all that up.
Astralis has more in the bag than Ents when it comes to the T side, having to start and having some of these executes. They might be a little bit light on the Ents side, and I don't think that the simplicity we saw from Ents on Vertigo, how they open situation, how they close it, I don't believe it can be applicable on Ancient.
So that was a chord flip, but it's kind of like a hair flip for Mean Girls, right?
Well, when you have my hair situation, you better flip the chord because the hair ain't gonna flip themselves.
Yeah, you know what? I think we just flipped the script. We go to a break. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We do have a break in front of us. We do have a decider as well. We need to find out who comes out on top between Ents and Astralis. It's the CAC. We'll be right back.
welcome back to the CAC 2023. What a game we have here. It looked like it was a done deal, Jason. It looked like it was going to be a 2-0 for Astralis, but ENCE showed up. And when I say ENCE, I mean Sampaius and Madden showed up.
Yeah, those guys really saved the day on Vertigo to bring it here to this third and deciding map. It's Ancient. If you're just tuning in, this is a match to qualify into the playoffs. The winner goes to the semifinals. The loser goes to the quarterfinals, so it's not elimination whatsoever. 13-2 win on map 1 of Overpass for Astralis. 13-10, I believe it was. It was so long ago. On Vertigo, victory for ENCE, so that takes us to this third and deciding map. And yeah, now we get to see. The nice thing for Astralis is they played this map earlier. This is the map they played against Lynn Vision and had a nice win. Stare was a monster. Blame F was a monster. Blame F and Device were winning 2v4s all day long in that match, so they're kind of warmed up on the map already.
Yeah, but they are going up against a different caliber of opponent now.
True.
And who actually probably have a lot more belief in their performance now that after a performance like that on Vertigo, belief that they can do it, they can win this best of 3 and get into the semi-final. And what a day would be if you're able to close out on day 1, straight into a semi-final off the back of a best of 1 victory, and then a best of 3 victory right after that. So for a team with a stand-in, you really don't want to make the road any more difficult than it has to be.
Well, if you're ENCE, you want look, it's easy to just say you want to get out to hot start because obviously you want to do that, but the question becomes like who's going to be someone to step up in a moment where it's needed, because will you come into this flat to the point where you need that kind of a 1v4 from Sampaius, where you need something incredible to fire you up into the game, or are you going to come zoned in, ready to fight back right out of the gate? And I think that's kind of the first question that needs to be answered by ENCE, because we've seen the flat one and we've seen them when they get powered up able to actually compete with Astralis.
Yeah, absolutely. And moving into this third map of Ancient, we've seen the 12-round streak earlier today from Astralis. That's what they went on, 12 rounds in a row to close it, 4-1 down through a 13-4 victory. It's kind of wild.
Even in the first map against ENCE, right, on Overpass, they went on, I think it was like a 9-round streak, something like that, maybe an 8-round streak, like right in the middle of the half. So like Astralis at the moment feels like when they get it going and they get into that flow and they find some of that momentum, they ride it, and they ride it hard, and it treats them very, very well. So it's going to be up to ENCE to prevent that from happening or put a stop to it earlier before it gets out of control. Pistol round going live. Third and final map in the series between ENCE and Astralis. Semi-final spot on the lines for the winner of this map.
Straight away into the pistol. Astralis grouping together. Now, a lot of these Glock pistols from Astralis have been heavy team plays, just running in and exploding with early kills, but look at ENCE's response. It's kind of the opposite maneuver. They're pushing through A.
Well, and the question is how fast do they want to go with it? So it's right out of the gate. They get to that choke point. They start moving forward. Utility being spent out towards that B bomb site, though, with a little bit of a gap for Nerds to work with. Nothing too easy to exploit, but yeah.
Yeah, the volumetric smoke expands before he can really make anything of it. Astralis put the bomb down at a minimum. So now at least have a force buy in the second round, but they've got their eyes on the prize. They want the whole dang pistol. And it's Device on the back play on Snappy that's taking him out of the round and giving Astralis the first kill of this pistol round. Hard to see ENCE getting back in shortly, especially with all these fights still going the way of Astralis. Blame F chimes in this time around. Buzz, impact again, this time on Nerds, and it's just not working out for ENCE.
No, Sampaius was up at the jump up very, very quickly on that flank, but actually couldn't gain any map control, couldn't gain any ground. So, I mean, he's just forced back right out of the gate. Great follow-up flashbang for Device after he gets the kill back in T-spawn onto Snappy. Then he sets up his teammates inside the bomb site and perfectly executed for Astralis. So 1-0. As they start out with the victory, and now we get to see no saved weapons. Let's see if ENCE, who did 4-spot in the second round on Vertigo, see if they do it again here.
Both teams did it, actually. They both went for the CT investment on the 4-spy.
They're going to do it.
Yeah, okay, let's go for it. Or, yeah, a little sell, a little change up, but they did commit. They recommitted into utility.
Yeah.
So, more heavy on the nades, so perhaps an elbow nade stack, or we'll see what kind of idea ENCE have up their sleeve here for this round. Instant red smoke out from Astralis. Got the mid-control.
Stare eats an 8. That one barrage towards B lane. And backing away from the Molotov inside Jaguar. So on top of all the advantages of weaponry, Astralis have complete map control, nothing early on. No complications encountered for mid control, and now towards cave as well.
Stare smoked out, but that won't last forever. Eventually he'll be given an access point.
Yeah, it's actually, Astralis is very happy with that. That's a very early timing to force out that smoke that ENCE won't have later on, so now it's going to be more decisions that they have to make as they shift the players around and see if they can find a way to stack the position of attack, but it's not happening. It's a more passive defense at the B bomb site. That's where Astralis is going to end this whole time.
Smoke out short this time. Madden held behind it. Sends his deagle into the cubby. They dive on out. Bora clearing out in the middle of the site. It's what a shot from Buzz. Lands that right between the eyes. Madden could do nothing about it.
Yeah.
Now for Ents, you just realized that it hasn't worked out. This round hasn't gone the way you wanted. You've invested everything into this. Might as well save it.
That's a desperate hero play from Madden. I don't even mind it. Just throwing away your life and seeing if maybe you catch Astralis snoozing, someone not watching for that play. Maybe you get one kill, delay the bomb plant, and allow Ents to come rotate over. Maybe you get two for some lucky reason. But obviously it doesn't happen at all. So AK-47 picked up as blamF goes down watching for the A push. And Ents is going to play for the next round. They have armor, they have pistols, now they have an AK-47. And a scout on some bias. Let's not leave that bad boy out.
Yeah, let's not leave that out.
Appreciate your scouters.
Yeah, especially when they're as good as some pious, right? We see himself and a couple of players up with that earlier on and can really make those pistols work. 5.7s then within a couple of shots away from taking down those damaged opponents. So let's see. Let's see what some pious has got for us. The Astralis, clean start. Kind of what they hope for.
Not clean yet.
Yeah, okay. I'd say it's pretty clean. 2-0.
Clean so far. But this is normally that round where you have a little bit of an easier time because of the save. There's still a chance that this can be messy. AK-47 in the hands of Laden. He's gonna have that in red room, spamming away, hoping to get lucky with a headshot. That has not happened.
Yeah, you can see Bora doesn't want to hug that wall. You know, if you tuck in on the left wall, it's a really common spam spot. So we dodged it by playing a little bit more into the middle of the map there. So Bora is able to get up to red room. He's not alone, so he's got blamF here. And Vladin's tucked in the corner. Now they've got to realize they have him trapped in the corner, but Sampaius is there. Scout does ring out. And that's exactly what you wanted from Sampaius. At least one kill being picked up out of it. Now Madden, close quarter combat inside of the smoke. Doesn't find himself the fight he's looking for just yet, but perhaps patience might pay off. Buzz about to get the fight he's looking for. Nerds overextends into the A peak, and Buzz nails the headshot. It could go for Buzz to have a strong Ancient here as well. He had a really tough time against Lynn Vision.
Yeah.
Perhaps he didn't really go towards him many times on the CT side.
Yeah, that great map on Overpass, though, to get this series started in that dominant victory. So that was nice to see. What's really nice for Astralis in this round is they took the AK-47 out early, and they've managed to control it as well as it was MAC-10 traded out on the ground now in its place.
All right, Snappy.
Madden's here.
Madden has come over.
No one's coming B ramp. It's all cave.
Yeah, good patience on the device, good crosshair placement, locks in the headshot. Will they detect Snappy? No. So Sampaius and Snappy combine. Another kill in from Snappy right at the end. Now blamF and Stare. They're damaged goods, and Sampaius' USP comes in, and that scout nearly makes the difference, nearly does it all. But blamF is able to close in the round for Astralis. All right, Jason, I take it back. It wasn't that clean, but they got it done.
Yeah, they did get it done, and that's really cool. It's got to be so tough with blamF. You know he's going to be coming. You just don't know with which pace he's going to be coming up that B ramp whatsoever. And Sampaius with a little peek out almost makes that work. Snappy, this is a great sequence. Getting that second kill on device just as he disappears into the smoke. A little bit fortunate with the headshot right at the end, but it gives space and it gives the timing for Sampaius to make this play and almost make that a miraculous victory. First gun round at hand.
And the first gun round for Astralis has a heavy A presence. No control anywhere else on the map. It is a full execute out of spawn. So smoke's up. They're going full commit into this A play. And this could work. The setup isn't exactly designed to deal with this. Sampaius is about to be smoked out. Donut is now cancelled out as well. So Sampaius takes the risk. Not feeling too comfortable. Wanting to at least get something to play with. And he isn't going to make it happen. And Vladin gets caught through that Donut smoke. Blows open the smoke, but Nerds has been pushed, he's been wrapped around, and Astralis is so impactful upon that A play.
And because it's just so convincing as well in the entrance, they've used minimal nades. They've got so many follow-up smokes and Molotovs to make this impossible. He's got another one. Sampaius never saw it somehow, and Device is able to rip his head off.
Yeah, that is real tough now to swallow for Ents, because even though you want to go for the save, it isn't allowed. Astralis are denying even that bit of mercy. As they take out the AWP once, they look to do it twice. Madden white knuckle grips the AWP in the corner back at long, but the hunt is already on, and a player close towards him in the form of Stout. He is the player that could take this AWP away from his hands. Doesn't look like they're going to force that issue though, and he will be allowed to carry it into the next round. But Astralis with a simple call out of spawn, and they make it look easy.
Yeah, it's a beautiful find from Buzz onto Vladin really early on in the round, and then obviously Nerds never saw bO3 creeping up towards Donut. This was a wonderful find. That's got to be a hard angle for Sunpius to see.
Very hard for him to see, and clearly didn't see it. So 4-0 now for Astralis. This is the kind of start they'd be looking for.
Early obstacles for Ents as well. This was the question. Now they have to have someone step up again. 4-0. You have the off on Sunpius. It's the only weapon you have, and he's negated by utility.
Sunpius getting boosted up. Ooh, did he see the arm?
I don't think he spotted it. It looked like it was there for the taking.
Well, it was obvious to us with the highlighted outline, but yeah, not for him. Couldn't quite see it over the top of the smoke. And this round will slow down a little. Here comes the boost and device. Should give him a chance for the opening. It did, but difficult shot with the jiggle and the movement. The device couldn't take it away. Sunpius taking the risk now, going back. This time, same angle, but this time a different result. bO3 taking off the top of Heaven, and Astralis handed the deficit.
And you can see Sunpius on the minimap hustling over to the other side of the map because he's revealed his position with the AWP, and that's well known. Astralis will know that's the only weapon they have in hand, so trying to hustle over to get to this point of attack, but he's going to be smoked off. Snappy again in the same position.
Oh, Snappy, here we go. It was so nice. He's going to try it twice. Oh, but he's not lucky twice. He's got himself one eventually. Took way too long to get it done, but
I don't know.
I guess the result is still the same.
He's pretty lucky he gets that kill.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, that's what we call the struggle bus.
Yeah, that was certainly the struggle bus, and he bought a first-class ticket. 4v3 though for Ents currently with the players, but they're going to smoke out the cave. Not an easy round by any means at this point for Astralis. Feels suffocated, especially with this flank from Vladin. That's bO3 down. Device misses the shot. Oh my god, the 5-7 nails Device. And that's it. The defuse's being done. Stair needed a lineup kill, and it isn't going to happen for him. That is a ridiculous round to lose for Astralis. The pistols come into play. And you wouldn't have guessed that it started with a snappy, cubby play. And then Vladin on the flank, bO3 not looking the right way, and he doubles up and then nails Device.
Yeah, and the op only gets this kill. This is the only one. The saved AWP only finds the one frag right here on bO3.
This second shot on Device was sick. Here
Nasty.
we go. Boom.
Ooh.
Get wrecked, AWP.
That 5-7, baby.
Yeah, Device is going to be frustrated about that one. Astralis, that's the end of their streak. That's the round the Ents win.
Tell you what, forgetting about that TK after a round like that, Vladin might have just got you started here on Ancient. Deep Molotovs, deep nades, and Sunpius wants to grab an angle. No smoke so that it stays clear for him. He's got Nerds towards the jump up.
Yeah, since Sunpius aggressive, confident peek into elbow. And bO3, speaking of confidence, he senses a gap on the B ramp. He pushes a little further up into the beehive.
It's always nice when you get a little piece of information of someone like crossing over to that position.
Yeah,
if
sure.
you want to be aggressive on this B ramp, just knowing the information of where at least one player is. And
bO3.
almost found it again.
Yeah, you got to sink that though, and that opportunity. Sunpius nails his chance on Buzz on the other side of the map. A little bit of a block at the bottom of the ramp here for Astralis. They might have fumbled this. Definitely not the most comfortable position to be in for the T side, but they take a breather. They'll keep 3 players up, and we now head under 1 minute left on the clock.
That was really scrappy. That was like Madden running the gauntlet back and forth.
There's a gap.
Yeah, spotted the information, but didn't swing his crosshair over fast enough. Stair's been a little bit of a monster on some of these entrances.
Yeah, we're seeing some of the mechanics really come to light with his peaks. Now Nerds, he peeks out from first pyramid. Doesn't catch bO3, who not out of dodge, and then the re-peek in from Sunpius. Once again, it's Device on the other side of that. Good kill, and he stays alive, barely, as Nerds is trying to take them out, but he runs out of ammo. The AK, and he goes back for the peek? That's maybe a little too bold there from Nerds.
He's just setting up his boy to have another highlight.
Yeah, that's it. Vladin, this is his chance. This is the round. This is the clutch he's looking for. Device taken out first, and it's up against bO3. Oh! And Vladin's got it. Headshot nailed on bO3. He goes for the confident peek, and Vladin is able to get the job done. Absolutely 0 to hero here. Vladin's having some huge impact on Ancient.
And we talked about bO3 and Device in clutches have been just ace today. And that's a 1v2 that they lose. Or 2v1, I should say, that they lose to Vladin.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about earlier on today. Sure, it was sick that Device and bO3 were able to win a lot of those rounds. But the talking point was the fact that Lynn Vision were clearly showing signs of being inexperienced in those kind of scenarios. You know, the opportunities being given up, peaks being shown right at the last second. with Ence's level, you know, you shouldn't really expect too many of those. But
Vladden's giving him the business right now. That's back-to-back rounds that he's
exactly.
and secure. Once with the 5-7 with the double kill, and now a 1v2 victory. Huge step up from Vladden.
That's going to give him a lot of confidence. There's some pious buzz. Not really figuring out that A lurk at all. You know, he's tried it a couple of times to be sort of pressure lurk, and each time just getting caught. Nerds, I cannot believe he went for the repeat with the Eagle.
It's been crazy, like watching this like Sunpius device op exchanges across the series. If you think back to Overpass, remember how many times Device just had like Sunpius pinned down and was just ready to pick him off as soon as he peeked. It's happening again, and Sunpius has just got to be so paranoid every time he makes a decision to slide out and take an angle. Alone at the A bomb site with the opposite Sunpius, and he's gonna have a full set piece coming his way. He's got the first one easy. The first one is free.
Now, this is the kind of position where if he was to repeat, Device is now posted. So he'll probably think twice about doing that. It has to jump back into the temple. Was praise being heard, though, with Buzz making his way towards the side flat and taken out. But Nerds down through the smoke. It's an exchange of spam from both sides.
Those flashbangs from Astralis are absolutely picture perfect. Madden inside the smoke wants to make a play, waiting for the bomb to be tapped.
Yeah, here's it. The commitment to the bomb plant, but he isn't going to move on it. Now he will. Smoke fades away, and he has a gap, he has a corridor of safety thanks to that smoke, and he'll smoke out Donut. This gives Ents a chance, a way back in. Shot up towards the back of the side. It's Blame F to take out Madden. Bit of an opportunity now for Ents to pull off this retake. And they feel uncomfortable, and they need that ult to create some space, and that's exactly what it does, but it's a battle of the AWPers. Device and Sunpius, blow for blow again. Both still standing this time around. And it's Blame F alongside Device. That combo, usually so strong, but Blame F is gone, and Device just in the post plant, missing shots right between the wickets. This time he nails it, and it's down to Sunpius. There's not enough time, he has to retreat. Astralis have held on, and in particular, Device getting it done.
Yeah, Device just being a nuisance that whole round, holding great deep angles, making sure nobody can begin this retake, and at the end, the constant repeats, just not allowing Ents to get settled to actually tap the bomb and defuse the bomb inside the smoke. Constant pressure.
But that bomb blast is massive because Astralis don't have enough money to get the AWP back from Device. So we're just seeing how impactful his AWP has been in a couple of these rounds for Astralis. It's not there anymore.
And a 5-on-4. Those flashbangs to allow Buzz to get that entrance is so good. And Ents kept pulling it right back into their favor. That's a beautiful kill from Snappy. And painful they can't close it out.
It's the same story for Ents right now, too. They don't have enough money for that AWP.
Economy's busted on both sides right now. We got a couple SMGs in both squads. This is going to be a scrappy round.
Yeah. Tactical timeout for Astralis. Second used. This is a swing round. Important to win this one if you want to have control of the economy. And more so for Ents. You know, they don't have that buffer that Astralis have. You let them take control of this economy, you let them take control of the whole game. Look at this from Playmat. Look how much ground he's got already.
I don't think they've spotted it either. I don't think they have any idea. Sunpius, you got a big job to do. Wide swing. Device picks him off. Madden trying to wrap around. Buzz is taking care of that. Oh, now Blame F's positioning is so strong in middle. What a call. 1 minute and 30 seconds, and the knockout punch has already been delivered.
Yeah, 3 kills in that space of time. That is so wild. Ents just looked completely unaware of what was coming their way. Sunpius is very frustrated, I'm sure, about that. You know, just holding down the B bomb site. Wasn't even ready for the ramp play coming up this way.
It's also a great call in terms of understanding where the economy's at for Ents as well.
Yeah.
Like, they don't have the deep Molotovs and the deep nades to chuck down middle. They don't have likely the deep Molotovs, towards B ramp to slow things down. So Astralis know they have there's that little bit of a window, a bigger window of opportunity early on to gain some space and make a play.
Oh, they're going to take everything away. Astralis, this is the perfect scenario. Not only do you win the round almost immediately, but you also keep all 5 of your players alive and don't let them sip anything. So this is the best scenario for Astralis in terms of building economy now.
You've shattered Ents.
Interesting decision here for Sunpius and the boy, or rather Snappy and the boys here to call. And Sunpius has gone towards the scout. Well, I see what he can do with it. And I guess a little half investment, light buy, upgrade pistols here and there. And the scout of Sunpius can often do wonders.
It's a full losing bonus for Ents, so even with this kind of investment down to where they're at, they'll have plenty of money in the next round. And once again, Device is going to gain some ground at B ramp, looking to challenge early, holding an angle, seeing if anyone's going to wander into the crosshair.
Yeah, it's a great point from the previous round from you about the lack of utility. Again, Astralis making the most of that and taking B ramp, realizing they probably don't have the utility to barrage the bottom of the ramp and prevent you from taking it. And oh my god, okay. Device with a lineup through the wood. He killed Snappy through the smoke in this series. Now through the wood, Snappy can't catch a break.
And I believe he just spotted 2 out towards long.
Yeah, this is a massive round. Just information gathering and a kill from Device.
Yeah, and you can see them already shifting back towards middle where they already have control. So just saying, well, we've seen a number of players at this bomb site. Let's go towards middle. Let's go towards the weak side. Nerds tries to make a play, shut down immediately by Stare.
Yeah, he's out of there. No problem at all here. Astralis maybe just getting another one here. Device is inside of the red room smoke.
Yikes.
Ships in the night. Madden's behind him. Hello! There's the night kill. Shank him up. Take the AK-47. Thank you very much, Device. Well, I guess that will be the highlight of the round for Ents.
That's great money.
Fantastic money for Madden.
It's in a situation where you're running out of funds. That extra kill reward of the night is huge. Shadow shows, but Buzz ain't never going to repeat that, ain't never going to go back. He's backing away completely to get away from the bomb. So Sunpius looking to get 1 kill on exit, but he's missed the chance.
Yeah, he's just trying to cast it. Oh, damage being done. Might prevent bO3 from being able to get to Sanctuary. But because he's quick on his heels, he should be able to get away.
7-2.
Yeah. Kind of crazy. But that's that swing round previously. Did allow Astralis to extend their lead even further. But the money is once again returned to the banks of Ents.
This is where you need another one of those big rounds from someone from Ents, like kind of like how you had Sunpius with the clutch on Vertigo. But that big round right now to let Ents close the gap and keep this game close going into the second half is everything. Otherwise, Astralis has hit that point, it feels like, where they've got that momentum and they're working the map really well, making great calls. bO3 is having a wonderful game.
They've got the mid utility this time to prevent that quick mid take, but they nade stack Nerds. Very common nades from CSGO, but it's the nade lineup that Nerds walks right into.
And again, it's all based off of economy. Like previously, fast paced when you know the money is low and they don't have utility. This time they have a full buy, and you're like, they might get a little bit crazy. Let's pre-nade this and just see what happens.
Yeah, well, they already penetrated this B bomb site. Oh, just like that, the smoke just disappears, and on the other side of it is 4 Astralis players looking right into your soul. Stare will reap the soul of Snappy, and we're down to just 3 Ents players. Sunpius taken out, obliterated through the smoke. Absolutely nothing he can do, and it has to be the safe call for Ents. It's a tough pill to swallow. It does not taste good. It does not go down easy. But Astralis 8 rounds are force-feeding Ents.
That's actually so funny, that POV of the nade blown open.
That's kind of what we imagined, you know, when we heard that you can blow nades open in CS2. That is exactly the round you just envision that, and you see it.
It gives you advantage over the people trying to make those grimy plays around edges of smokes.
Yeah, I love it. Bang, and your cover's gone.
8-2. Astralis now just tearing apart Ents. This is feeling much more like map 1 than map 2.
Yeah, it really is. And you're right, you know, we had to see a moment like the Sunpius clutch. That was what really spurred them into a position where they were able to compete on Vertigo and get back into the game. Even at that point, before that clutch, it was actually looking comfortable for Astralis. This is it from the other side of it, the POV, but a lot nicer before it.
That sucks. It's just a firing squad.
It's so ridiculous. There's nothing you can do about that. It's like, oh, suddenly I am screwed. Poor Madden, man. But yeah, it's.
I mean, he's the one trying to put himself in a position to make that kind of a play, right? He's trying to get himself in a position where he can have a jump as they get into the bomb site to maybe grab 1 or 2 and make it a doable retake and just obliterated.
If you think about all of the big games that Ents have had on Ancient, in particular on the CT side, Madden is a player that steps up in a lot of those important matches on that B bomb site. He's often around long, getting multi-kills. He's really struggled to put any numbers up. And that's after a really good performance on Vertigo. Now coming over here, he's only got 2 kills.
Quiet game from everyone on Ents, if we're realistic here.
Yeah, that's true. Not enough firepower across the board.
And look at all the confidence that Astralis has. And this one's just basically a rush with AK-47s, although they stop a little bit short. With the Molotov, they've gotten great space, not giving away any indication this is coming. At some point, Madden's likely to just walk into his death.
Yeah, bO3 just at the top of the ramp. Now it just pumps the brakes. Just patient. He knows if he crosses over, there's a chance that the AWP could be scoped up on him. You would be correct in assuming so. Waiting on utility from his teammates to come in. Make it a lot easier for blamF not to leave this position. There's the peek though. Madden was ready. Madden swings with a flash assist from Sampaius. And now Device looking to strike. It's bO3 creating space. Moving forward, taking down Madden and Snappy. And that's the B-bomb site under wraps. bO3 keeps going. He knows he might be caught between a sandwich, but that's an important kill for Nerds. But once more, it is bO3 stepping up on this B attack. Nerds has to clutch this alone. Thrust into a winnable round, but peak on the double. And it'll be Astralis up to 9.
Yeah, just working it, man. And this has gotten so out of control. When Astralis has that kind of confidence and is more than willing to just rush up the B ramp and just hold that position for the entire round, they're feeling this game and they know they've got Ents against the ropes.
Yeah.
Continually applying pressure.
And you see Castle getting hyped up with bO3 up there, getting behind him, firing it up. Not a player that is often given the accolades of being a top fragger for the team, finding that level of impact. But bO3 running in, breaking through some really essential kills there, and confidence.
Doing it again.
Oh my god, they're doing it again. And Madden isn't ready. He's not ready for it once more. Sampaius under so much pressure, and this time it's Device. Astralis are bullying Ents on the B-bomb site.
Throw in the towel. This one's over. This one is so over.
Here's Vlad in, round the back. It's a kill on Buzz, sure, but 2v3. Nerds is the only player close to this B-bomb site.
There's just no respect being shown for Ents right now by Astralis.
The utility isn't there, man. They're not stopping them. You know, if you're going to let blamF run up B-ramp like that every round, sure, he's going to do it. Where's the Molotovs? Where's the nades?
I mean, you got to say this is awesome for an Astralis that came into this event with question marks, or that disappointing exit at Rubet, not even making it deep. They haven't shown a great level in the online matches leading into this event, and all of a sudden, this looks like a different squad.
Now, this is an Astralis we were talking about this morning, possibly losing to Lynn Vision. Right?
Yeah.
This is, you know, if we've seen this Astralis, and we knew that this is the level they were coming into the event, absolutely no questions. They should have been taking that, and this is really exciting to see them play towards this level. And they're only a few rounds away, 3 rounds away from a semi-final placing. And with this kind of performance out of Stare, Device, blamF, this is what you would want to see.
Even bO3 is up there on this map. 10 kills for him, tied with Device and Stare.
I mean, it is, I think the trio you would like to frag out, it is Stare, Device, and blamF. You know, Stare is brought into this team because he is sort of an exciting talent. Didn't really live up to that just yet. So giving him some time, it'll be interesting to see if he can get up to this level consistently. Again, this is, of course, an Ents with a stand-in, right? We have to reiterate at that point. They are playing with Vladin instead of Diha, who, of course, is such an impactful player for them. But still impressive nonetheless.
And look, by the benefit of Ents' game earlier, like, this is, again, not an elimination game. This isn't any kind of catastrophe for Ents. They still make the quarterfinals. You've got some time to figure things out, to get your stand-in a little bit more on the same page down the road for the playoffs that are going to come. But certainly at the moment, all the talk is around Astralis, and just not even the victory, but the way that they're winning this map. Just like what they ended this with, like essentially 3 B ramp rushes or fast aggressions.
Here we go. This could be an absolute obliteration from blamF. The Jewel Beretta is in towards A main. Vladin is gone. He rolls the dice. Is he lucky twice here at blamF? He gets out of that. Does not want to get involved in that. Jewel Beretta is looking for long-range fights out of Cave, down to elbow from Device. A little bit ambitious, but he's going to run back.
Ents is so tentative about this as well. Like, no one trying to aggress and pick off and trade off blamF. Look at the positioning of Stare. Okay, so the map's just closed off.
Yep. They realize, oh, we have nothing. Literally nothing. Okay, so difficult time ahead here for Ents. They've just got to try and fight their way out. When you're in a pit of despair, you either die or you try and climb out of it, I suppose. Quite a sad proverb.
Okay, yeah.
Ancient speech.
That one's gonna.
Ancient wisdom.
That one's gonna stick. We'll write that one down. Oh, Device. Not even going to be caught unawares. A little bit of a fake being thrown towards the A bomb since they can have mid access, and Device knows that's the bomb. Easy kill for him. And this pistol round was out of control from the get-go. Astralis up 11-2.
I would argue was very well in Astralis' control that whole time. That was just unbelievably strong from them again. You know, just perfect movement. They could go wherever they wanted. They had full map control.
Well, it's exactly the philosophy they were doing in the first half, which is just we are going to be supremely confident. We are going to be in your face. We are going to push up, and that's exactly how we saw them bullying ENCE towards the end of the first half.
And you have no other option here, ENCE. There's no talk about ecos and trying to play for the gun rounds at this point. You haven't got enough rounds on the board to really discuss that. So you've got to go for the investment. You've got the Mac 10s, the Deagles, the Tech 9s. Doesn't feel too good here.
Warp got a little bit scared. Yeah, careful with that FAMAS. It's not exactly the best weapon in the world. Stare's going to find the opening kill. The rest of ENCE is still here over towards B lane, but no one's really pushing forward. Out in the open, Madden loves that fight with the Deagle. Going to step up for the next one.
It seemed like bO3 really loved that fight too, really forcing the issue. blamF this time offers himself up. Will get traded out by Vladin. Now Stare overwhelmed by the Tech 9. So they've given them all the fights they want. They've given them the chance here. ENCE on pistols into the site. Device comes to clean it all up. And the bomb plant is locked in for Snappy. But he needs more than that at this point. He needs a clutch. And Device just isn't going to let it happen. Absolutely no mercy from Device.
Yeah, he got a dink off Snappy on that first bullet. Just lands right in the helmet of Device, but not able to find not enough time to get off a second shot. 12-2. Astralis is going to be moving on to the semifinals of the CS Asia Championships 2023.
Very bold prediction of you, Jason.
I know. I'm calling it a little bit early.
Just a little bit.
It's not a bad day in the office. We touched on this earlier. One best-of-1 victory over Lynn Vision, the series victory over ENCE with a stand-in, and you find yourself in top 4 guaranteed.
Yeah. It's really exciting for Astralis to have a good run at the event. I mean, this is a team when they do have a few pop-off LAN events throughout the year. Even when things are looking rough, they have a deep run at Cologne in 22. Earlier this year had moments in Dallas, so definitely a team that when they come to LAN can perform a lot better. And that walk from ENCE, that slow walk into the MTA bomb site, I think they'll be very happy with this outcome.
Yeah, this map at the moment, with the way the kind of spawns have changed, the way it's playing in CS2, feels very much like extremities are getting all the attention. We're not seeing a whole lot of that mid control anymore because it's such a risk, it's so much more difficult now.
So Astralis want to close it now. If they want to go to the semi-finals in this round, they've got to play in a retake. They've got the opening kill. They've got the advantage for the retake. So the numbers are with them. Utilities in, and there's the follow-up kill. Now they're coming through the temple. ENCE's light is starting to fade away. They're starting to run out of chances, and they're starting to run out of players. It will be Astralis heading to the semi-finals. Day 1 is perfect for Astralis. They get the best of 1 under their belt, and now a best of 3 versus ENCE. Astralis can leave today with their heads held high.
Yeah, and both map victories in the series against ENCE, 13-2. Dominant wins on Overpass, dominant win here on Ancient, obviously, and that's a statement for Astralis. They've come into this tournament to play, and this is a winnable event for them, and certainly looking good here against ENCE. So for ENCE, as we said, it's not elimination. They'll be in the quarterfinals. They get some time off, they get some rest, and obviously some more conversations with Vladin to get him a little bit more acclimated into the team for the playoffs.
Yeah, you got to do that as quickly as possible. But yeah, deflated look on the faces of ENCE, as you would expect. I mean, you're probably not coming into this event with the greatest mentality for multitude of reasons,
Yeah.
stand-in, rumors, etc., about roster moves, etc., like that.
And then on top of that, not putting out a fight in that third map, especially, is going to be painful, especially the way that Vertigo kind of went, which was a really, really cool map from ENCE.
Yeah, but the positive is, as you mentioned many times, is the fact there wasn't elimination for ENCE. Plenty of chances to bounce back. And you look at the rest of the field of the group, you got to feel like ENCE should still be making it through.
Yeah, I think the positive I take away from Astralis is seeing like a little bit more performances the deeper you go into the roster. Right? Like Device was perhaps even one of the most quiet players we had today. blamF had his pop-off, Stare had some pop-off maps, Buzz as well had a great map. Like all these guys are contributing now deep down the roster. Makes Astralis very dangerous. Regardless, we got the desk ready to walk us through the end of the series.
Yeah, we'll do just that, Jason. Have no fear. We are here. And when I say we, I'm talking about Pimp in the middle and the Maniac down in the end. And also, here's Astralis. We're still looking for ENCE, though, right?
Yeah, never showed up on this map, unfortunately. Kind of replicating the first map of the series as well. Very uninspiring performance coming out of ENCE, to be completely honest. Doesn't take anything away from Astralis, who, again, dominated the game from start to finish. Wasn't even close at any point. The T side was looking sharp, was looking good, and honestly speaking, you know, there's not too much to say. When you're losing in this fashion for ENCE, you never really showed up.
No, it wasn't really a game. It was very reminiscent of map 1. I'm right there with you, Jacob. I thought that the simple, dry Counter-Strike that Astralis was playing at the end was very telling. I think they all realized we're heads and shoulders above these guys. Like, they are not able to handle us right now. We can take some of these duels, and we're talking about deep into the first half. We're talking about round 9, 10, 11, 12, where it's basically just duels being taken out of B ramp. This is a bit FU. That, listen, you're a noob. I'm better than you right now. I will take duels again and again and again. And I think Astralis very quickly identified that ENCE was in a horrible spot on this last map. And unfortunately, the show wasn't really spectacular. It was very easy for Astralis.
It was very easy, and I agree with you. The simplicity of the game plan coming in for Astralis was enough. I'm sure they could have added another layer if they needed to. They could have gone above and beyond, but at the end of the day, right, it never really came into fruition for ENCE, so they never pressured Astralis to play better Counter-Strike per se.
Right.
When we win 13-2 without even trying too hard, that's pretty solid.
No, definitely. Listen, I think I'm always careful not to overuse the standing card and just give it a free pass for any horrible setups in the world. But I do believe that ENCE, being put in that very passive position on the CT side, did just not have the weapons to be more aggressive. I don't think they had the pieces needed and the T-play needed to be a bit more aggressive, to be a bit more in Astralis' face and know how to handle these late rounds. When you have a standing with you, you try and facilitate his life. You don't get into a very complicated rounds where it's supposed to be rotations, movements, relay or whatever the hell. No, you tell him, listen, go to this area, it's gonna be fine. I think they needed to have some of these moves and they were not able to put them together, and Astralis did exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, and they walk away from this. They go into a semifinals appearance. Also, you know, that's not the end of the road for ENCE, so you have to put that also in your back pocket. Winning 2 of the 6 possible pistol rounds today, not exactly what you want given the parameters of what your team's doing.
No, I mean, that's a point of conversation for sure if you're ENCE, and that will be a point of conversation for a lot of teams with MR12. I think we can argue the pistol rounds are slightly more important now, despite the second and fourth buys are still very potent for most teams. So yeah, you got to work on your pistols and you got to win those. But I agree with what you're saying, right? You're playing with a stand-in, you're playing with Snappy potentially on his way out. I think ENCE are meeting expectations. The only thing that's disappointing for me is the fact that they didn't make the game competitive. It was a little bit too one-sided for Astralis, but for Astralis to win a game with a full roster against ENCE, that's not too big of a surprise.
Yeah, I thought Jason went really high on that one. He just coined them like they could win the entire event. Jason, I love you, but this was ENCE playing, you know, Astralis versus Lynn Vision and then a stand-in ENCE. I'm waiting for the semifinal to see what they're made of, when people can actually really stress test their map pool. We've seen it against on Vertigo. Even a stand-in ENCE was able to put them to 13, so maybe we just listen from the victors.
Let's do just that.
At one point you were 10-8 up, but you really started to struggle going into that second half. Do you feel like you should have had that one?
I think we had some good early round situations where we lost the first kill. I think that was the reason why we lost like the momentum. So yes, we could have won that game, but who cares now?
在他们获胜2张地图上面，其实 A 队赢的是很轻松啊，但是在他们输掉的大厦上面，其实他们感到了一些压力。Device 说原因是因为他们在比赛的前期一直很挣扎于拿到首杀，每次带着人数劣势来打这个比赛，所以最后这张地图还是输掉了。
And when it does come to Overpass though, and Ancient, it was absolute dominance from you guys. You guys seem to be just toying with them at times. Why was it so easy, mate?
It was the T sides were really good. Like we kept being brave, just not letting like the gas off the pedal or what you say. Like you know what I mean. Just being brave and taking the initiative and trying to push the opponents to have like bad situations. And I think we had money control as well. So a lot of like good CS from us, I would say. BlameF, just really good calls and everyone trusting him. That's how it should be.
在他们获胜的地图上面，其实他们觉得胜在了他们进攻方，他们在进攻方打得非常的勇敢，一直主动试图去找击杀和对方进行对抗。然后 BlameF 也做了很多很好的指挥，很好的命令吧，他们也是非常信任他们的指挥，所以他们非常轻松一下这2张地图。
Now I do have to ask you this: the beard, is this a Movember thing coming up? I'm used to seeing you so clean.
Yeah, it's Movember. It's already been like 4 days only, and I want to shave it, so it's not that good. But yeah, we'll see. I'll promise I would keep it. So yeah.
其实 Device 觉得他留着这个胡子看起来显得他很老啊，但是他会在这个月结束之后去把这个胡子给剃掉的，大家可以放心。
Well, the fans like it, that's for sure. Now, the last question here is from the community coming out, and they were saying, BlameF, he's been so hype, he's yelling, and they're enjoying what they're seeing from him. How do you treat him after this? What do you do to him after such a good game?
We've been calling him, I think it's Da Zhuang. It means big and strong in Chinese, I think. And I think he's getting hyped of that. So yeah, he's really hyped, and it's helping us to just keep the momentum. It's really nice.
I like it.
他也是知道你们对他的绰号是大壮啊，就是非常强壮的意思，所以说他也是很高兴这个选手在他们队内给他们非常好的氛围来鼓励他们，他非常感谢有这么一个指挥，然后也是请 Device 随机挑选一位现场观众来获得他们的幸运礼物。
So now you have to pick anyone you want to see out from the crowd.
Mousepad, the guy with
With the mousepad,
哦
come
现
on
在
up.
这位拿着 A 队鼠标垫的观众。
Interesting stuff going on over
Yeah,
there.
like it.
It's all good.
Never miss a step, to be careful with that one.
Never want to do that.
Put an LED on that.
Jacob, has anyone ever told you that the internet is forever?
You have just now.
Wow. And now you know. If you would have fallen live on air right there, how do you recover from something like that? That's an important question. I just have to know.
Never happened to me, but I guess there's a couple of cases we can look into.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Just putting a pin in that one for Ants Astralis. Astralis move on into the semis. Ants go into the quarters. We still have to eliminate a team today. So, there's still a little bit on the docket. In fact, we do have the bracket up right over there so that you can kind of keep your own eyes on it if you want to gander into what it looks like within the confines of Group A. That is right. I just told you Astralis moving to the semis. And then that elimination game down there on the very bottom should be our next game featuring TYLOO.
TYLOO versus Lynn Vision, indeed. That's a little bit sad, of course, for the Asian scene. They're going to have to lose a contender today. That's just the name of the game. Already a storied matchup. We're talking about teams who fought out to get the IM China spot as well. Very recently, that was on LAN as well. There was a bit of a grudge match to come, but we're not going to use the bullets of our esteemed colleagues coming up soon because I'm out of here.
Yeah, good for you.
Good for me, right?
Good for him, huh?
Good for him.
Good for him.
Go to break. Break, please. next matchup of the day, we are featuring two teams, both who on the outset of this skirmish might find themselves eliminated from the CAC. That's CS Asian Championships. And my name is Trace. Of course, alongside me is going to be Bled in the middle with that kind of sort of menacing sort of smirk about him. And then Jacob, you about perfected that smirk. Man, it's been years in the making, huh?
A menacing smirk. I thought it was being nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's just sort of like, yeah, that's it. That's the one right there. Guys, so precarious situation. Both these teams now in an elimination game.
On the bright side, one team's going to make it through and play in the arena, so there's always a silver lining, Trace.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah, Jacob, tell me about this.
That's a bit of pressure, two teams who, as you said, want to do well for the region, want to do well for themselves, definitely want to get inside that arena and play in front of that crowd one more time. Two teams that also faced it and duked it out just 4 days ago for a qualifying spot in a very, very close game that ended up with Lynn Vision winning against TYLOO, after what you told me was a bit of a throw. So I think there's a lot on the line right here.
When you say a bit of a throw, now let's just step back a second and you tell me, what does that mean?
That was a bit of a throw, not like a complete throw.
Okay.
But to bring it back to Counter-Strike, or not basketball, or baseball, or whatever it is.
Or football.
Or cricket, or all those other games. Yeah, the TYLOO in a very close series are 12-8 up in that final map, and then somehow managing to kind of stumble over themselves, Trace, and allowing Lynn Vision to win. This is the 13th time these two teams are playing this year. Some people might even call it modern day Chinese CSGO, CS2 El Clasico.
The CSGO 2 El Clasico. Yep. And you found that right here first. It's a hashtag you didn't know you wanted, nor does it exist, but you can definitely make it exist over there. Really and truly, though, I think that is a great part to kind of start this conversation about familiarity and playing against each other X amount of times. And, you say, 13 times for the past year? That's about once a month maybe, and more. Most of the times for qualifying?
For qualifying, and right now, even though obviously various names for this particular lineup, they were Vici once upon a time, then became Rare Atom, then Cyclone, and now they are in TYLOO. While they seem to have the edge initially in a lot of their matchups they had against Lynn Vision, I feel like of late Lynn Vision, they are the better team, and even I believe it was Kaze who said they are the best Chinese team right now. So coming into this matchup, it will be Lynn Vision with the edge.
Yeah, I guess they're coming in with confidence. One thing is, as you said, playing against each other so many times in official games and qualifying games, especially when they qualify for big European events where these teams get a chance to get into a practice environment that is, dare I say, it's slightly more healthy than the one they face within Asia. Yeah. Also, we don't see all the practice they have against each other, right? There's, I would assume, limited amount of teams you can practice against within that region, at least in terms of the quality. So when you say, Trace, that these two teams know each other, you're spot on the money right here, because they know each other in and out, not only from official games, but also from the practice.
Yeah, that would be that level of familiarity, right? I mean, you talk about teams that come down to crunch times and they have to use everything they've got in their pocket.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially because of the familiarity between these two teams, I've seen them play quite often, and it's a different style. You see things they would do to each other, which they wouldn't be doing when they travel outside.
How would you describe the style of TYLOO?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do
TYLOO. Okay, here's the thing with TYLOO, right? They have traditionally played the most EU-centric meta of all the Asian teams until the advent of, no pun intended, advent of Mongols, just earlier this year or late last year. The problem with TYLOO is the fact that they sometimes play a little too EU-centric when they're going up against the teams like the likes of a Mongols or a Lynn Vision or whatnot, where sometimes I'm like, don't play so safe. You have the individuals. You have players like Kaze, who's a veteran in the scene. You have players like Mozia, Mercury, Jam Young, very, very explosive. Sometimes it's okay to be a little bit off meta and still a couple of rounds and surprise them. And I feel they play a little too sanitized version of CS, and I think that might be their weak link, actually.
Would you say that's a trend within the Asian Counter-Strike scene right now? They're looking more towards the European way of doing it, or is it just this specific team that has adopted?
I think they're the first guys to adopt it, but if you look at the Mongols, for example, they do it at the same time. But Mongols, what I like is they mix it up a little bit. Sometimes you see around, you're like, oh, that's wild, that's fast, that's furious, and that is something which is lacking in this lineup. Also, you have to point out the elephant in the room. Advent does kind of tend to struggle individually. I say tend to, actually struggles individually.
The trace of that team, yeah, right?
Basically the trace of the team, except he's got brains though, so let's not do that to Advent.
Right.
He's a smart man.
Thank you so much for that.
I love you too, Trace.
I was just curious about, let's go back to when you said sanitized Counter-Strike. Does that mean it's clean or it needs to be clean?
They try to be clean,
but it gets messy, it gets ugly. We saw that as well. And I have to go back to, like, I think Matthew mentioned it as well. A lot of these teams, when it comes down to late rounds, they have good ideas, right? When it comes to the late rounds, that's when the comp's a little messy. But this is a problem with both these two teams. It's not just, TYLOO's going to be struggling against ENCE or Astralis. So if it goes late round here, I'm just saying it's going to be chaotic, Trace.
Chaotic, thriving in the chaos, something that we've seen from this region time and time again. But in this notion, and with that familiarity in mind, where does it lead us to believe that this series will be played?
Well, I mean, that's a good question. We can look towards the game 4 days ago and look at that video. I would recognize and probably assume it's going to be somewhat the same in terms of the maps being played out, the approach to the game as well. 4 days between a game, in a big qualifying tournament coming into this tournament as well, that means a lot to these teams. You haven't changed a lot. Yeah, you can look at the demo, you can look at the game, you can try to fix up certain misunderstandings or certain mistakes, but the game plan will not change. The way you approach the game is going to be the same. The strats are going to be the same. Maybe you had one trick up your sleeve that you can add into it in a couple of practice days, but that's about it. So in terms of the dynamic of the game or what we saw 4 days ago, most likely that's going to reassemble right here in this game.
Yeah, I agree, absolutely. Especially it's an elimination game, no more second chances right now. They're going to stick to strengths. I feel like Nuke is the map the TYLOO picked. That's the one. Sorry, not Nuke. I believe it was Overpass, which is the usual pick. That's a map that he should be going for. Anubis is the best map for Lynn Vision. They're going to be going for that. The decider up in the air. Nuke came down to OT as the final decider. I feel like Lynn Vision could potentially allow an Inferno through. I think they're pretty solid on that, but the opening two maps, Trey, should be Overpass, and it should be, I think it's going to be a 3-mapper, honestly.
You just got that feel about it. Can you guys tell me any more about this matchup that was so recent? You said 4 days ago?
Yeah, just 4 days ago. I mean, look, they know each other very well, and you've seen this happen a lot of times as well, right? Go back to some of the EU regions. Look at the Danish matchups we've had where, when Astralis was playing against MSL's teams, for example, and you look back to the Swedish Counter-Strike as well, where sometimes logic goes out the window and we're going to just find some pretty spicy Counter-Strike.
And that's why I find it interesting what you spoke about in the sense of TYLOO, that you're looking at a team that is trying to sanitize the way they play, that try to adopt the European way of being a little bit more structured maybe and having that overview of how they want to approach the game. I think if you're Lynn Vision, you're looking to make this game messy, right? You're looking to create that chaos, you're looking to make them uncomfortable, and then you got to see if they can thrive in the chaos, because that's always been my issue with Asian Counter-Strike and some of these teams. There's a lot of skill. I think the mechanical level of some of these players are up there with the very best. They can definitely hold up to their own, and they also have a good way of starting out the round. They have a good idea of how they want to approach it, but once it get into the last 30 seconds, as Matthew said, as you iterated just before as well.
Like overall for Lynn Vision, the why for me they are the favorites in this matchup is if you look at I mean, it's really going to come down to fragging ability. It's a good spread. Even someone like Westmelon, who's their IGL, who you're not looking to really be putting in too much of numbers, he does find impact in the round. He's able to do quite a lot. And if on the other side, for the side of TYLOO, you're looking at the core 3 riflers and Kaze to really step up and kind of pick up the slack for Advent. And in a game as tight as this, just a player just disappearing in the server could be the difference maker.
Yeah, it could be. And so, Bless, since you seemingly know everything that there could possibly ever be to know about Asian Counter-Strike, well, please tell us who's going to win.
I think this one's going to go with the way of Lynn Vision. I think they've had more reps as well, right, on internationally. They played in Sydney, which was a rough outing for them. They've played more international competition. They've been putting in a lot of work as well. Also, they might have the mental edge. They got that win against TYLOO just 4 days ago. And overall, even though the scoreline was more lopsided for that Lynn Vision matchup they had against Astralis earlier on, I feel like I saw more promise and a more solider understanding of how they want to approach it as opposed to TYLOO. And yeah, I'm going to go to Lynn Vision here.
Well, that's a solider game plan right there. Let's hear one. You got one too?
I mean, for the sake of the fun, I'll go with TYLOO then. I think there's always something to be said about being the losing side of a close game, especially that matters a lot. You often tend to learn more when you lose than you do when you win. You're often, overlooking some of those things you can fix because you got away with the W. And in a game that was so close as it was 4 days ago, I'll side with TYLOO for this one and the experience.
Yeah, okay. Well, gents, I think we've put a pretty good bow on this one. We've got Overpass, we've got Anubis. If we need it, we're going to find ourselves all the way into Nuke. But for the time being, we're going to switch up the commentary crew. It's going to be that of Anders and Henry with a little bit of TYLOO versus Lynn Vision.
Yes, indeed, Anders. It's going to be an elimination game here, and I just want to do a bit of housekeeping first. I was watching the Twitch chat in the previous matchup. People were saying that Jason and Dinko seemed AI generated, so I just wanted to do a hands test to show we've got actual real hands here.
Hands.
Interlock them.
Oh,
we're standing up as well.
We are actually.
There we go. Just want to make sure that everyone knows that we are real people. We are here, and we're ready for the elimination game. The first of the day as well. We have to say goodbye to one of the hometown teams, and how does that make you feel?
It's a little bit sad, you know. You want to see them try and empower through. One of them obviously not going to be able to. I like that. It does seem suspicious when you start off saying we are real people, you know.
Just wanted to clear it up. There's been a lot of speculation right now whether esports commentators can be replaced going forward, and there's some more videos being created of like League of Legends games that are being casted by robots. So I just want to make sure everyone knows they're watching a real product.
For the moment, we're still real.
And we're standing up for ones as well. Like
Yeah,
I've never really seen my
time.
jeans on camera. It's pretty nice. Full body shot.
It's working so far, Henry. I don't know. Like, I don't know what to expect here. I think the desk covered it pretty well. I think really what's worth pointing out is that individually, it's true. We're probably going to see some really banging Counter-Strike.
Yep.
The problem always comes down to what happens later on when the chaos sort of breaks out. I agree that has been a problem for a real long time.
I think it's going to go 3 maps. I think it's going to go full distance. I agree with Blair, though. I think Lynn Vision have got a slight edge here, but slight being the operative word, I feel like it's going to be a real nitty-gritty game. Some good Counter-Strike being played, but obviously a lot of pressure on the line as well here. The fact that you're going home after one day of play as well, and it's your kind of the hometown representation as well. Lynn Vision the favourites, but certainly could go either way. And we've got some of the best names in Counter-Strike on the server as well. Jam Young, Westmelon. That's always a lot of fun regardless, right? You know, Westmelon just means watermelon, but it's been imported from the West.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a bit of trivia for you there, Anders, just to keep things fun.
It's a good time. And he's in-game leading, apparently.
Yes,
so
indeed.
got that going on, too. I don't know. I don't really want to make a strong prediction. I feel like I'm
just do it anyway.
You have a team you feel like could win this one?
I'm going Lynn Vision. But I'm going to say 2-1. It's over past at Anubis drive. We love a bit of Anubis here. And I don't know who picks my even Matt wasn't really listening. Kind of missed that part, but presumably it'll be close either way. These guys played each other 13 times this year, and so they know each other like the back of their hands. I don't think the map pool is really going to be the deciding factor.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about as well. There's so many games being played. I guess Jacob's point is a good one, that when you're the last team to sort of lose a match, then maybe you are going to be a little bit more awake, and you would have spent some time trying to research things. I don't even know if that was in CS2 or not. Presumably it was a couple of days ago, they said. So
yeah, like 4 days ago.
So maybe you can't watch any demos, but maybe they can go.
I'm not really sure what the demo situation is right now. I think you could just the only problem is you can't watch your own demos from like Premiere and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But presumably, I haven't tried yet. I haven't tried downloading a demo. I haven't really been available to do so. We've been doing back-to-back events right now.
True.
But this is the first time we've been on land for CS2, Anders, you and I at least. So
yes,
new territory once again.
They did cover
the unknown
quite a bit, so we have some experience in the game at the very least. Yeah, we didn't get to Inferno. That still seems to be a less popular map so far. It's been banned out.
Bear in mind, with us commentating as well, this is almost guaranteed to go 3 maps. You're going to see some overtime as well, and with everything on the line here, that we're going home after day 1, that's an exciting prospect for me. So hopefully we do go right down to the wire, and I just want to see at least 16 rounds in this first map, and it looks like we're almost ready to go. Can we get back to the casting setup? I'm going to tentatively sit down here. It looks like we're about to get into the action, ladies and gentlemen. As mentioned, this is the elimination game, Group A lower bracket final here at CAC 2023. It's Lynn Vision versus TYLOO, and Lynn Vision starting on the CT side as well. We'll have a look at the buys as they come through. We're going to assume that on the T side, we're going to see a bit of utility on overpass here. It's Kaze with 1 smoke and a single flashbang, and it looks to be Kevlar otherwise, Anders. So nothing too tactical per se, nothing too technical, maybe I should say that. But yeah, we're going to see whether Lynn Vision sending 4 players over towards the B bomb site will pay dividends here. We are off to the races.
Yeah, clean looking USP from Starry, hoping for a headshot. He did give up on that angle maybe half a second too soon, unfortunately. But I guess he's not going to be going down, so he'll just start to fall back a little bit more. Could be going aggressive outside of the B bomb site. I think in pistol rounds, it's a really good idea if you are going to have a stack at the B bomb site to make it an aggressive stack. I feel like just keeping 4 people there is so risky. But so far they are. Let's see, Saka is sort of looking towards the connector from the B bomb site. But ultimately, all of the defense on the A side right now rests on Starry. He's the only one there, and he's finally fallen all the way back. So if he can land a nice headshot here, it could be okay. They can get the rotation in, and maybe it's all going to be fine. But if he gets it pushed back and it's a 5-on-5 retake with the bomb planted, that is going to be tricky. And look, they actually are pushing out of the B bomb site now, so they're getting a little bit of that. Nice little grenade coming in, flash to set it up. And he's got a teammate with him. All right, they know what's coming.
Well, the CTs will deploy the defensive smoke here. Still plenty of time. Doesn't have to completely dissuade them. And they're going to push through. The flashbang is delivered. First headshot as well as Westmelon lighting them up here with the P2000. Very convincing from Lynn Vision, I have to say. It's just Mosier for TYLOO, who will be prodding the bomb site, seeing there's any kills available. About the top end, and as he could hope for here, would be a single frag. I don't think he even gets that. Does he just want to hold on to the Kevlar? I doubt it. Needs to try and get the bomb down, but just hoping a CT will throw themselves towards his crosshair. But it looks like we might be all done. It's a clean sweep from Lynn Vision Gaming. That is very impressive and sets the tone for this first map.
Yeah, they got spotted early on in that long push, and they kind of just kept going. And I guess in a different world, they could have gone back. They could have said, all right, listen, unless we're really close to the bomb site, why not just fall back, see if you can retake some other part of the map? But they really wanted to keep going. Good grenade usage on the CT side as well. Not just the flashbang, but the smoke out on long, just making it very uncomfortable.
It certainly was. TYLOO didn't really have much of a choice at that stage. They're not going to force buy in this second round by virtue of not planting the bomb. If they did get that C4 down, you can almost guarantee they'll be bringing out the Galils here. But for now, pretty much a full eco. As I always say, Anders, you're probably sick of hearing this. Is finding a couple of frags in these sort of situations. A bomb plant would be fantastic, but it's Westmelon putting on the blockade here as he starts to mow them down. Only one kill found so far for TYLOO. Mosier will see if he can find another one here, but very well done from Starry there, jumping, leaping around the corner to secure round number 2. But here come the AK-47s. This is where things get a little bit spicier. A bit of a bonus situation, Anders, I suppose. 2 MP9s here and a FAMAS. And if they can win this round, Lynn Vision that is, they are in a fantastic spot here on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. MP9's definitely some locations on this map that could be very good, but obviously you can end up in a weird situation where you have to retake maybe the B-bomb side with an MP9, and at range it could be a little bit awkward, but we'll find out when we get there. AKs, though, you're right, they are out in full force in this one. It's Jam Young trying to take some control over towards the playground, forcing the smoke out there as G almost went down. That was very, very close. Counter grenades are coming in and spam from the other side. Uncomfortable for the T side there. They're kind of jiggling a couple of different angles at the same time. And actually the CTs are going to be allowed to walk away. That wasn't always clear that they were going to be able to escape, but I guess that's fine.
It's been quite a subdued round, all things considered. No real damage inflicted. Still got 10 players alive and kicking here, but decent map control from TYLOO. Connector is under their remit, and bear in mind the CTs have to be a little bit more active here. They can't just play a traditional default setup. Trini throw exploring for opening frags and at least getting a bit of intel in their favor, but you can see they're actually retreating some players back from toward the A-bomb site, and could be a B finish here. They're deploying that defensive utility. It's Amelia from the barrels position looking to fend off this B execution. Speaking of which, there's plenty of utility, and there's a couple of smokes, 4 flashes, Molotovs to the barrels as well, so looks to be all finishing on this side of the map, and here comes the execution. Can Lynn Vision hold them off?
Good grenades to begin with. They've got a little bit of space behind this one. They're trying to find Amelia back there, but he's going to be able to take down Advent Jam Young in return. So still a 4 versus 4, and I say that just as Saka picks up the kill. 25 seconds left, and yeah, this is where the MP9s could be a bit uncomfortable, or maybe not. Nice shot. He actually got the dink onto Kaze as well. So they've done a lot of damage all of a sudden. No more nades on the T side, so can they hold on? They're both stuck on the bomb site, not an easy position to fall back from, and they are starting to slide towards the Munster Tunnel a little bit more here. Kaze looking for the headshot with the Galil. He's got the right idea, but Starry's taking him down, and Mosier's just said already, I'm out.
It's a very convincing finish for Lynn Vision there. Very assertive, well played with his MP9s. Did so much damage en route. Sure, the bomb goes down, but Mosier doesn't even fancy the clutch opportunity there. He had, what, 83 HP, but no utility. Felt like he just didn't stand a chance. Probably for the best, I assume, because at least he gets to hold the AK-47. They won't have completely nothing going forward. And with the lost bonus racking up Anders as well, they can bring probably a partial buy around this AK-47 and hope for the best. It will be the first tactical timeout by the looks of things, though. TYLOO not having the best start on their map pick. It's Lynn Vision looking very, very good. And as I mentioned, that's a bonus round victory in CS2 MR12. That's a massive deal. In terms of the CT finances, which can really get out of hand and unravel, this is the best possible start you could hope for.
Yeah, that's something we're going to keep reminding people of for a while, you know, into the future, because obviously there are going to be a lot of people still tuning in. We noticed that last stream we were having.
Yeah.
That a lot of people do tune in. They say, wait a minute, is it MR12? Like, people are still kind of getting used to the whole thing. So we're probably going to keep repeating it quite a bit. For those of you who already know, it's going to be tedious, but
just the kind of levels to it as well, and how the economy doesn't exactly, like, makes sense right now. I think we need a slight adjustment, especially on that CT side. Like, thankfully, Lynn Vision have avoided the real troubling start you can have if you win the pistol, lose a second round to a force buy, and then it's very difficult to even bring out an AWP in that first half. But they are looking very, very strong. They recover a couple of Galils out, upgrading those MP9s. We've got an AK-47 within their ranks as well, and hopefully we'll be underway momentarily. This looks to be more like a tech pause to me, Anders, and I've seen a few in my time. So I'm going to call it. Looks to be a technical issue. No one's chatting, but everyone's looking very relaxed. Even maybe a bit of a smile there, enjoying this. Oh, I'd wave into the crowd as well. Apparently the crowd have been fantastic down there, Anders.
I feel like they usually are. Yeah, there's always like some really dedicated people down there. I remember, I think the first time that I went to China was in Beijing, and I remember, people showing up, getting autographs from the likes of Get Right and Forrest, and all these people that I was thinking, how many 1.6 fans could there really be in China in 2013, I think, at that point in time. But
That's a long time ago.
it's a while ago. But, still, they were there. And, I think there's like a dedicated community in China that's still holding on to the Counter-Strike dream. It'd be sick to see it blow up. Maybe CS2 will make the impact.
I think so. I think we're waiting for a world-class Asian CS team to come back into the forefront. In 1.6, we had some massive teams. Like, if you think about, some of the iconic players from over the years, and they've got positions named after them. Like Mirage, for example, we've got Jungle over there. It's been a while since we've had a big kind of Chinese or Asian representation here in CS, but I think you're right. With CS2 around the corner, a lot more events coming through, a restart for everyone. I think there's definitely a chance for a bit of a comeback in that regard. As we get ready for the unpause to come through, it looks like we've got just one player off the servers, so hopefully he'll be jumping back on very shortly.
Yeah, I'm sure they will get it sorted out. I think, right. It's a great start for the CT side. They're going to be loving it. They've got the ability to bring out the AWP early on. Definitely a curious case of Moja saving it at the end. I feel like that's something that we wouldn't have seen too much in European. You'd probably try and go for that 2-on-3.
I think so. When you've got the AK-47, the retaking of MP9s, at least take one down with you, try and make things uncomfortable. Maybe he doesn't have a kit, but he just gave it up. He just wanted to save the AK-47. Playing the percentages, I suppose, they still have a real strong chance in this next round. Tech 9s and an AK with a bit of utility, still a very deadly round. So maybe just securing that firepower, confident in their overpassability, perhaps. It's very early days here. It looks like the unpause is coming through. Ladies and gents, if you're just joining us, it's the Group A lower bracket here at CAC 2023. Unfortunately, the loser of this series goes home after one day of play, and looks like the match medic is underway. And round 4 will begin shortly. As mentioned, it was Mosier saving that AK-47. I don't think they fully invest around it, but maybe you can get a secondary AK and Tech 9s. Otherwise, if they get the plant down, it will all be justified. And there's the first couple of Tech 9s coming through. Kaze, I think, might get a Galil. Goes for the Deagle instead. So, quite a modest investment, all things considered, as they've got maximum loss bonus just around the corner.
Otherwise, just not that many kills happening generally on the TYLOO side. So that's always something to think about too, is having the impact early on, slowing down the CT economy. Got 3 kills on Jamyang at the moment, and some tags coming in here. Advent actually getting dropped a little bit low. Not exactly ideal scenario. They got Tech 9s out. Who doesn't love a good Tech 9?
It's had a bit of a resurgence the last few years. It was at one point one of the most OP guns in the game, unfortunately, but it feels like it's really found its place in CS2. It's just about perfect. As we see a little set piece there with the grenades, unfortunately no one home to receive them. That's pretty much all they had here on this B play, but the Molotov's going down, a smoke towards heaven. We'll see if they can get the bomb planted and start to apply some pressure. Nice ding from Jamyang, but he will be taken down by Amelia. And still, they're finding some territory here, Anders. We said these rounds can be deadly, and they're doing a very good job to get that bomb planted at the very least as we enter a 4 versus 3.
Double setup in that forward position. That's interesting. AWP up on the high ground. The smoke is finally going to be fading. They don't have another one to put up here, so as long as they stay outside of the range of the scope, they should be fine. There's a kill on the Saka, and it's really looking grim at the moment. Moja saving that AK from the previous round and coming back into this one with a double kill. And this time saving the AWP makes a lot of sense. So that is such a successful round from having almost nothing to work with.
Yeah, that's about all you could ever ask for from Tyler with that sort of situation. He said it can be a deadly and potent round. If they do pick it up, they're right back in this one. And they keep 4 players alive as well. And that saved AK-47 that we questioned, and maybe he should have gone for it. It pays dividends going forward as well. He gets 2 massive frags there, very clean headshots towards the end as well. And it will be TYLOO posting their first round here on their map pick of Overpass. I guess the bad news is that, bear in mind, the CT's had a very clean start, so they will have at least 1 full buy with that saved AWP. Great flashbangs, though, even pushing through the smoke, finding some great territory on the B bomb site. It was even the early opening frag going in favour of Lynn Vision, but it wasn't quite enough. Those stifling Tech 9s kept pushing forward and making things very uncomfortable indeed. So, as mentioned, we've got the Westmelon AWP. Is that going to be enough? Time will tell. Round number 5.
Something else to be said, because the defense of the B bomb site is so far back, they're basically allowing the T side to just step in and get aim duels, right? There's nothing else like this. They're not in any choke point. There's no counter grenades coming out either from the CT side, really. So I guess that makes it a little bit easier. That's something you'd probably want to see change in the future for that kind of defense. Because they had the players there. They just, once you lose the aim fight, it just feels a bit silly. You've just given them such a great opportunity to spread out onto the bomb site. Round number 5, and they're going to try and do it again. Yeah, running on to it this time. It is the high ground AWP to take down Moja. And he's going to land another shot there. G actually coming up with a couple of really crucial kills.
Yeah, impressive. This could be enough as well. That was the chance. Oh no, Westmelon, he's fumbled it. Couldn't find the shot there towards Kaze, and now it gets pulled back to a 3 versus 3. The bomb not planted, though. It's going to be towards Monster for now as they wait for the rotating CTs to come through. They do have another smoke available for Graffiti. That's going to dissuade G from his angle as well, but it's not great. He is actually past it already, so he can still look towards shorts. It's the last vision of the bomb side itself, but 40 seconds remaining here. T-side don't really have much utility to speak of. They've lost Kaze in the process. That's the bomb going down as well. And how do they recover this situation? It's going to be a bit of a scramble here with 30 seconds remaining.
No more grenades either.
Nothing at all.
Really waiting for some sort of reaction from the CT side, but they're not getting it at the moment. They're playing very conservative Counter-Strike on Lynn Vision at the moment. Little flash to take a little bit of a peek here. They're down to 15 seconds. If they want that bomb plant, it's going to have to be real soon. Another good flashbang, and that probably could have been a kill right there. Mercury's going to get 1, and they will take January in return. 8 seconds on the clock here, and it's Mercury out in the open. Surely going to get down, or run out of time. One or the other. Starry playing. It's a very annoying position.
Swing after time as well. You would think most players would try and deny the cash going forward, but you're right. Conservative is the operative word there, Anders. Like, it seems like they didn't want to give anything away. They didn't risk any players being dropped in the process there, and they had the bomb under their control. Time was of the essence, and it will be TYLOO only finding 1 round. Can't streak them together, but at least they managed to win one of those partial buys, right? So they have extra cash in reserve. Loss bonus is still intact as well at $2,400, but 4-1. MR12, they need to start posting a couple of consecutive rounds here as we get into number 6. We are going to see a bit of aggression from the likes of Starry here. You can see that's a very meta smoke now. Instead of the double Molotovs, most teams are deploying 1 smoke and a single Molotov towards the playground itself. Connector gets a lot of attention as well. And we'll see them just fending off initial CT aggression, if any, and parking themselves up. And they've been focusing pretty much every single round towards this B bomb side, Anders. So we'll see if they continue their progression on this side of the map. It looks to be the case as well. 3 players ready and waiting. They've got short control. Connector is theirs. And in terms of utility remaining, they've still got 3 smokes, 6 flashes, Molotovs. So they are absolutely fine for now. But the slow gameplay hasn't really worked out for them in terms of opening picks. Lynn Vision haven't given them much to work with whatsoever.
To be fair, even in the last round, they were allowed to get onto the B-bomb side to take those same aim duels that I was talking about. Yeah. They just didn't win them that time, but I can understand why that is a tempting thing if you're on the T side to say, oh, we can get on to B and just fight them straight up. Why not? Because every other time, normally, you're pushing, through a smoke, you're flashing your way through the monster tunnel. You risk getting sprayed down in some of those choke points, but TYLOO actually have a bit of an opening, potentially. Speaking of choke points, Westmelon hanging out inside of the monster tunnel, but he's alone here. I think there's no one else behind him, so this is very risky. Smoke's going to be fading. I don't think he's going to be able to get the multi-spray down here. There's just so many people on the other side. He goes down to Moja instead. A little bit of a counter raid coming in, but they are ready to go.
Yeah, that was a great opportunity for Westmelon, but a little bit too much on his plate to deal with. It's the opening frag for TYLOO, but Time is of the essence once again. Can they get his bomb planted? Looks to be absolutely fine here. CTs might even consider a save at this stage. Zaka keeps the round alive. If he can find a double kill, the retake is back on here, but it's looking desperate. They're giving them nothing as he just recovers the AK-47. I think the save is up next. G's down to 2 points of health. Saving the AWP is their only option here. And once again, focusing on that B bomb side, Anders. This one pays dividends as 4 players survive, and the CTs have no choice but to save their weapons, which is the correct choice considering their money is so battered and bruised right now.
Not that it really made any difference whatsoever, but it's kind of fun seeing TYLOO actually smoking the bomb in the middle of that fight. Like, once the bomb was planted, they smoked it, I think, twice. I guess, that smoke also helps people who are on the ramp to not get spotted from the high ground. It could a little bit, but still, that could also present a bit of a security risk in another context, right? You're helping the CTs potentially run inside of it. Obviously, no one was nearby, but just something that you wouldn't maybe normally see in European Counter-Strike. Tactical timeout being called here as Lynn Vision want a chance to, I think, probably discuss what is happening at that B-bomb site, because, again, it feels like I can't really blame TYLOO for walking onto the B-bomb site over and over again. If they're allowed those fights, it's great.
Well, we're not really seeing any moves from Lynn Vision. They're playing quite bread and butter, CT side here on overpass. We're not seeing them explore short or pushing into connector. It's a pretty default setup each and every time, and you're dead on. TYLOO looked way too comfortable getting through Monster, finding even like 0 trades towards that position. Once 3 players around Monster and you've got a 5-on-4 advantage, like, it'd be difficult to lose the round, honestly. And Lynn Vision had no choice but to save the little they had, and they're going to reinvest here, try and keep this solid CT showing they've had so far going. So a couple of MP9s in the hands of Zaka and Amelia. We still have the AWP in the hands of G as well. So we'll see if this is going to be enough. Number 7 is upon us. TYLOO starting to come online here. We have a bit of aggression from the aforementioned sniper here towards Fountain. As you can see, there may be a little bit more inquisitive now, considering they're on the back foot financially. Molotov to flush out the connected position. You can see it's now Starry. A lot of pressure. They don't have to worry about the steps. They can just pre-fire him in the corner, but it's to Advent's detriment. He's actually gone down. Opening frag for the first time in a while for Lynn Vision.
You could tell who's very determined, though, Advent, to try and take that fight, so sucks that it didn't work out the way that he wanted. Let's see if they can do it this time. There is a counter grenade coming down, so Lynn Vision actually getting a little bit more grenade usage in this one. Molotov as well to try and slow them, forcing them onto the barrel side. This is much better, but they are getting lined up in this corner. It's a bit uncomfortable. Mercury gets a kill, but Westmelon with the MP9 managing to make things work. Good double kill, and Kaze is going to be on his own now inside of the smoke. I love the counter nades coming out from the CTs. That was a real difference in this round. And the MP9 getting a little bit of work in. Your favorite gun in
I was about to say, as you always say, Anders, pound for pound, the best gun in the game.
Yeah.
One of us said it at some point. I know that. But I think the point still stands. Yeah, excellent work there. It seems like they got buffed in CS2. Like, it was already an incredible weapon in CSGO, but now they seem more powerful than ever. We see so many long-range MP9 frags, but very well handled from Lynn Vision there. Defending another B bomb site attack. How do they keep just choosing the same area over and over again? It's worked out twice now, but surely we've got to check out the A side of the map and see what's going on there, chaps. As we get into it, we are going to see CTs actually looking for that first pick once again. I feel like they know they've got a lot of freedom on this side of the map. This grenade could be very, very impactful if it hits the mark. Not quite. It's Mercury taking a little bit of damage there, down to 92. But this looks like more of a side, at least default Anders. They're going to try and get towards long, the bathrooms, push the CTs back, which is normally the methodology. We'll see top European teams deploy, then you go back towards B, then you go for execution. And we can see the orb of G patrolling down towards long, at least initially. He's going to peel off and hold behind the dice boxes.
It's kind of it's tricky, I guess. You've been sort of thrown out of the B-bomb side now. Could also be a little bit obvious if you're going straight back to the A-bomb side. I wish they would try and sell this as another B attack, and then, you know, you could rotate really quickly through the connector, right? You don't have to just make it too one-dimensional here, but it seems like they are leaning much more to the A-bomb side, and we'll see if there's going to be a rotation happening from Lynn Vision if they feel the same. There's still 3 people at the B-bomb side, but if they rotate one back, I would say that's probably a sign that maybe TYLOO are telegraphing this a little bit too much. There is a rotation coming right now.
I'm kind of excited to see how this goes down on the A side. We haven't seen any action on this side of the map whatsoever. Apart from the pistol, of course, but who cares about the pistol? We are going to see the first gun round here, the first execution. It's G, AWP in hand as well. Oh my goodness, Starry with a surprise in the back. The double spray down with the AK-47. It's an absolute massacre here. This is a very, very clean round. They don't take any damage, Anders, at all across the whole team, and making them look a little bit foolish on their A-side attack. There's a good reason they don't go there, perhaps.
They did. I mean, certainly when you hit the timing like that, Starry just walking in behind them as they were about to set it up. But I've got to say as well, Saka was rotating in. They did have a 3-man defense at the A bomb site, and I think that's because when you've been hitting B that much and suddenly there's nothing happening there, like there's no noise, there's nothing, it is a little bit suspicious. Like the CTs will start to figure it out, especially because you lost the previous round on B in a pretty emphatic way. I like this though. Blowing open the door, a little boost going over. They will back off it, but down to pistols on the TYLOO side of things. This is spiraling a little bit out of control.
Yeah, it's actually a little concerning for me. Like, we kind of build this one, it's going to go the distance, they're going to make sure it's a very close game. We can still get to that point. Like, bear in mind, MR12 is quite forgiving in that sense. Like, all we need to do is kind of steal one of those important rounds away, and if you win the pistol in the second half, like, I think this is still fine. I don't think it's necessarily good for TYLOO, but they can bring this one back. It is going to be 7-3 after this one. There'll be a couple more rounds left to play, but if they can... It'll be 7-2, sorry. If they can just maybe win the next gun round, get themselves to 4 rounds, it's their map pick.
Yeah.
They should be fine with pistol victory. Like, so it's never over, especially in CS2. It seems like huge leads that are garnered early on in the map kind of disintegrate quite quickly. It can be quite a fragile setup, especially on the CT side. But this one looks like it's absolutely under control. We've had one single frag with the Desert Eagle, courtesy of Advent. It's Mercury looking for the second kill, but yeah, they don't really have much to work with here in all senses of the word, because there's no real Kevlar, there's no grenades remaining. You've got Advent, who's down and out of the round. He's going to be cannon fodder for the rest of them. Westmelon should take care of him momentarily, as the CTs once again, Anders, they're not giving much away. Like, sure, they're not being like very active on the CT side, but they don't really have to be. Like, they're playing great crossfires and making sure they don't give much away. It's another beautiful shot there with the Desert Eagle. Should be all said and done here at round number 9. Like we said, he goes up to 7-2 for Lynn Vision. Really comfortable hold in the end, really. And Money's starting to get back on track for TYLOO. So this is kind of the do or die time. If they only get 2 rounds in the first half and they're a map pick, it does not bode well at all. It's an Uber's coming up next as well. So we need to see them maybe just go back in towards B. Maybe it's a set piece from Spawn, Anders. Just try and get that bomb planted, force out a clutch scenario. And Starry, he's really getting to 5th gear right now, looking very comfortable. And they're denying the plants as well. So here we go. 7-2, and a chance of TYLOO. They need these last couple of rounds here, to be honest with you, and they don't have the orb available to them. It's pretty much AKs across the board, and we'll see if this CT defense remains solid. It's G going down first. Bear in mind, he's the sniper as well. That's a great opening frag for Advent.
Oh, here's one more. Amelia finding himself in the center of the bomb site, kind of out in the open, no real coverage there. Starry is kind of in the area, but I think Westmelon's already rotated back. He's already moved quite far away from the action, so they might have just already given up. They said, that's it. Looked to me like for a minute, Starry wanted to be the hero to sort of walk back in. Oh, gonna try and blow open the smoke. There's so many targets.
Huge.
But that was the bomb, and he's gonna get Jam Young as well. Westmelon with a stunning double kill. 3 versus 3. Is that gonna lure them back in?
That's
bomb is still not planted.
Absolute gut punch of a sequence there. Just when it looked like they had the round completely under their remit. There's an excellent play. And Westmelon providing a couple of frags, death from above as he gets 2 from heaven. And now this retake's certainly on. The bomb's ticking at some pace, however, and it's been quite a conservative approach from Lynn Vision, but maybe they fancy this one after that double kill. It has to be the flashbang right here, right now. They're going to have to push him from shore. We'll see if Starry can lead the charge here and make this retake a possibility.
Nice flashbang, but nobody really could do anything with it. Advent's going to be going down. They are running for it. They do have kits as well in their pockets. Mercury getting one. The bomb attempts it, but getting denied. Mercury, I think either way, he's bought enough time here. Yeah, he's running on it, but it's not going to happen there. Mercury with a good defense of the bomb at the end, and a 3rd round for TYLOO, which they absolutely needed.
Oh, absolutely true. And it came off the back of 2 sensational headshots there. 5 versus 3. It looked like Westmelon, though, was going to steal the round away. Very impressive usage of the HE grenade towards heaven. Gets himself a double kill. The retake was possible, but as you mentioned, time is of the essence, and he didn't have enough of it. And just going for that defuse. At least they took everyone down there. Now, bear in mind, with everyone going down, you win by virtue of explosion. It's only $3,500 per player going forward here. So there will be some concessions. There'll be probably a couple of Galils in the mix. Just one, but that means they'll sacrifice a bit of utility overall. As we'll see Mercury try and battle his way towards the playground. This time, G with the AWP. He got taken down by the rifles in the previous round. Looking for some redemption here towards long, focusing towards that playground. If he finds the opening pick, it's a scramble, try and get back towards safety, but he's more than willing to take this fight, and he has got Mercury on the other side waiting for him.
He does. Oh, but this range should be working, and it will. Finds Mercury, and there's nobody there that can revenge anything. No one on the corner.
Really nice play. He's got that incendiary as well. We talked about getting that opening pick and denying the trade, and he's got the hell out of there. Now he can reposition mid back towards B. After showing so much presence on this side of the map, you can see that's completely discombobulated TYLOO now. They've lost control of that side of the map. Might just have to go back into Old Faithful and go for that B execution.
Hard decision to make here for your TYLOO. If you wanted to prove that you were still maybe at the A side, it's a lot of time, it's a lot of map control you need to regain. But you run the same risk that we were talking about earlier, that if you don't do any of that, they can stack up at the B bomb side. They're going to be ready. They still have quite a few nades on that CT side. We'll see what they're going to go for here. They are actually moving towards the connector a little bit more. Oh, jump going to be coming over maybe. He could have spotted a bunch of people there. That would have been quite something for Westmelon, but we're down to 28 seconds, and they are going to go for it here, but I think they're walking into a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something there. The Lion's Den comes to mind here. With 20 seconds remaining, you've got to plant the bomb, find multiple kills. You're already on the back foot, and immediately opens things up here. G looks very comfortable as AWP. He's got all the advantages you could ask for with the Shadow, and looks like we might be done. A double kill has been found, but it's all in vain, I'm afraid, as Lynn Vision have a very comfortable finish with 3 players surviving. TYLOO looks like they're a bit out of ideas, Anders. Like they seem to lose the first pick, wait for any further CT aggression to come through, and once again going back into that B-side execution. It's getting a little bit predictable at this stage, and it's G, like we said, after he gets the first pick towards long, back in towards B bomb site. He knows he's shown enough presence to dissuade them from going back towards A, and it's a final round of the half. TYLOO on their own map pick haven't really showed up thus far. Like, if they can get 4, as mentioned, I'd say that's enough, but it's going to be a struggle here, as even with maximum loss bonus at this stage, Anders, it's pistols, Galils, and bare bones utility to say the very least.
Well, they're lacking quite a bit, aren't they? Lacking in terms of the overall firepower. I feel like there are not enough kills happening right now on that T side to really put pressure to Lynn Vision. So that's something to consider. Maybe it'll change in the second half, but they are running the risk right now of just not getting enough rounds. I think that if they can get one more in here,
yes,
that's going to be huge. If they get up to 4 rounds, 8-4, pretty manageable. You can still bring it back. You win the pistol round, maybe you're going to be okay, but 9-3, man, that just doesn't have quite the same ring to it. So.
Yeah, it's going to sting. It does not make you feel confident going forward into your opponent's map pick as well. You just get absolutely blown out the water. Lynn Vision with the slight favourites, I would say, coming into this one. And we'll see if this round number 12 works out for TYLOO here. They've got a lot to go up against here. As we mentioned, 3 pistols, 2 Galils, and once again trying to obtain control of the connector if possible. Early on in the round here, a bit more pep in the step as well. You can see TYLOO operating a little bit quicker, and they've only gone towards A once. So I'm assuming it will be another B finish here. They've got double HE grenades, Anders. I think I'm about to use them. This is deployed before, goes towards short. Once again, no one home, and that's to be the commitment. That's going to be pushing straight through with the Galils.
Yeah, they're going to put some pressure on this one. Plenty of time on the clock, but they're going to find the opening kill. It's Moja getting one. Saka will take one immediately in return. Still a 4. Oh, actually, what? He's clicked in for the smoke. I don't even know how, but Camion is dead. Kaze with the Deagle trying to keep the dream alive here, but I don't think he get the bomb plant at this point in time. He's so locked in. His teammates are gone. Yeah, he's going to try it, but they are everywhere, and it's going to be Starry almost half falling off the ledge there, getting the kill. 9-3 at the end of it, Henry. That's a great first half for Lynn Vision.
It's fantastic. You couldn't ask for much more than that. TYLOO had a couple of moments there. The rounds were like, okay, this B execution, there's something to it. They're bringing back these deficits, but overall, it looked like the game was in full control there for Lynn Vision. They would do well to give up this lead at this stage. Even they lose the pistol, got a nice buffer of rounds here, and you can see the kind of highlights there with just a couple in the mid stages, one towards the end, but that last round left a lot to be desired there. Just a couple of Galils, some Tech 9s, and yeah, the bomb planted in 3 versus 1, but it didn't really equate to too much. So yeah, TYLOO, we need to wake up here. This is the elimination game, the lower bracket of Group A. If you're not aware, it's day 1 here at CAC 2023, but we'll be saying goodbye to one of these teams after they lost to ENCE and Astralis respectively. We'll see whether they can bounce back. I still believe it's their map pick, Anders. The body language suggests they're maybe not in it. But we'll see if they can bounce back. Has to be the pistol, has to go in their favour. And on the CT side, if you lose that pistol round, you're force buying in the second, it could be GG. So need to win this CT pistol at this stage. Lynn Vision, as long as they get the bomb planted in the pistol, they'll be absolutely fine. That's kind of like the priority. Winning it would be fantastic, but here's the replay. I think Starry got like maybe a drop kill, yeah, while he's jumping down from the heavens. Pretty cool. Apparently, like in CS2, I don't really have the stats, just kind of heard it on Grapevine, like jumping shots have more accuracy, like the jumping Scout now, jumping MP9, a lot more viable than they were in CSGO.
I heard this rumor as well. I've got to be honest, I have not really checked it out, but you know, I'm still trying to. I'm just not making many conclusions at the start of it. I'm not a concluder in that way. Henry.
No? Well, it's good to clear that up.
Well,
what's happened here?
I don't know.
We've got like a bit of a HUD.
The HUD is definitely not keeping up.
Yeah, but don't worry about that. We'll sort it out. It's a pistol round here.
Little boost going on down to the B bomb site. Not that they're finding anything with it, but and it seems like Lynn Vision are well aware that something could be up. They're going to be moving forward slowly but surely towards the connector. All of the CT side, real far back. I think Mosier's making a bit of a run up long now, so he's going to take a peek out there. Hard to know what that means if you don't see anyone in the pistol round like this, but at least he's going to be able to slowly call it in and say it's less and less likely this is going to be an A attack, and they are rotating people back. So it might be a 4-man defense at the B bomb site in about 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be that B finish from Lynn Vision as well. Flashes and smokes being deployed. Who will find those opening frags? Time will tell. Good defensive smoke, though, coming in from the likes of TYLOO. Advin will open things up here to get himself a double kill. This is looking much more like it for TYLOO. As we mentioned, as long as they get the bomb planted here, you can consider the round a success, but I don't think it's going to happen here. This is going to be Zaka at this moment. 4 versus 1. TYLOO have done enough to find a very convincing pistol, you would imagine, unless they start throwing it away. Still 30 seconds here. Zaka will take down 1. Still 3 players to find, and it's up to TYLOO now to give this round away. There's almost no world that Zaka can win this.
Yeah, and I think once he got that first kill, they kind of got the message, just don't fight him individually, it's not really worth it. Wait till you get the crossfires, wait till you get a chance to get the refrags if you need it. And Saka moving forward. He's putting a little bit of pressure on, but he was also running out of time, so he had to fight then or risk getting eliminated after the clock had run down, and nobody wants that.
Well, there it is. That's the nightmare scenario for Lynn Vision. No bomb planted, a convincing pistol for TYLOO. Should be a full eco on the second, as we saw in the first half as well. There's no real reason to force buy this one. You're not trying to steal this round away. You don't need this round, but certainly an opportunity for TYLOO to close the gap here and raise the morale of the camp, because we said the body language looking a little bit off after that first half. Understandably so, didn't really show up. And there it is, yeah, the full eco. Lynn Vision don't have much to work with here to say the very least. I don't think there's any upgraded pistols, maybe a Deagle for Westmelon, that's about it. And we'll see if they can make any sort of a dent here.
You know, in a pistol round, having a smoke towards the barrels is like a bit of a coin flip. It's hard to know whether it's going to favor you coming in on the T side or the CTs who are hiding there. Whereas if you throw a Molotov towards the barrels, it's a pistol round. They probably don't have a smoke to extinguish it, and then they're running out from the barrels while you're running onto the bomb site. So I feel like, I mean, I've been saying this for a couple of weeks now, maybe a couple of years even. I just feel like smokes and pistol rounds are they're so hard to predict what's going to happen. Like, very often if you throw down a smoke on the CT side of the pistol, the Ts will run through it anyway, because you don't have any automatic weapons on the other side waiting for them, right? Sure. So why would they be slowed down, really? Yeah, maybe a Molotov to the barrels there would have been a better tool for the job in that sense, what I'm trying to say.
Let's see if there's any tools available here for Lynn Vision. Second round, full eco as we mentioned, and they're making pretty decent progress down towards long, but they will be discovered momentarily by Kaze. He'll drop a nice defensive smoke this time and just fend them off. I guess the best you can really hope for here is like 1 kill, given the situation they're in right now. Bait out a lot of utility, like cost them some money in that regard. But it looks like TYLOO have got this one under wraps, as they'll just explode in towards the A side, try and get the bomb planted. That will be a bit of a success if they can pull that one off, but the defensive smokes keep on coming. As we mentioned, like 1 kill would be good. There's the first frag. I doubt they get any more, as the MP9s are here to mop them up as we go 9-5 here, but not off the woods just yet. TYLOO will have to fend off the AK-47s. Now they win this round, Anders, the game's back on. They've got a real chance of bringing this back into their favor, maybe even winning it. But it all comes down to this round. They've got to have a bit of a bonus situation. You might consider just upgrading one of those MP9s, just to the fact that you need a bit more firepower. You need to really guarantee this round. But Mercury hold on to his. Advent with the FAMAS. They've got more than enough to win this sort of round. And then Vision, we'll see what they bring to the table here. Bear in mind, TYLOO didn't really do anything else but attack that B bomb site over and over again in quite a slow, methodical manner. And we are going to see them with a bit of CT aggression. We didn't see much of this at all in the first half.
Always finding a lot through. That could have been scary. Can't believe Saka doesn't at least get tagged a little bit down to half health there. It looked like the spray was fine, and obviously with the smoke evaporating from the bullets there, it looked like he should have been able to see him as well. That's surprising. Here's the flash setup for it. Deep flash coming in. Saka turns for it and he swings almost in time to catch the kill, but they're going to keep on going. And this is not great for the CTs. They're locked in this weird corner. You don't really want to be doubling up on this one. Up at the high ground, Moja coming in with a lot of relief. Big double kill to clear the way. Now his teammates need to do the rest. They're all here, man. Inside of the smoke, hiding is just the G left. 1 versus 3 is good for the one. Picks up the second. Oh, he's almost ready for the third. What a clutch that would have been. But Jamyoung's there to secure the round then. You're right, TYLOO, they're back in the game.
Oh, absolutely true. An exciting finish, though. I thought that third kill had some potential behind it. The spray got a little bit out of control. It is that B-side finish, but TYLOO looking quite active. As I mentioned, we didn't really see much of those kind of inquisitive plays on the CT side of Lynn Vision. They were playing very conservative across that first half. TYLOO, this is their map pick, and that's the best start they could have hoped for. They've got the 3-0 now, as we will see at least some finances available here. This is like half-buy territory, though, as the gap is starting to close round by round. TYLOO starting to believe as they need to build their resources up as well. They need a nice, clean round here. It's come down to a couple of close situations, some one-on-ones. So the money not amazing, but they do have the luxury of maybe an AK-47 in the hands of Advent and Kaze with the AWP as well. So Lynn Vision, are they fully investing, Anders? Okay, I don't mind it. I don't think it's necessarily like a required call here. Like, if you lose this round, you're going to start sparring at this point. But if they can pull this round off, it will be devastating to TYLOO's money in general. So this is a huge swing round. TYLOO with a nice boost here to kick things off. Doing a lot of damage towards Zaka as well. That's almost his round nullified.
Yeah, shooting him in his little booties there.
Yes, indeed.
Not the way you want to get going, but don't have a choice, I suppose. It's curious to see in that previous round, Lynn Vision kind of getting a little bit of a foothold on the bomb side, but they don't focus on planting the bomb and falling back. They focus on clearing the entire front of the bomb side, which ultimately backfired. I think there is a way you can probably throw a smoke and just plant the bomb and say that's you can stay in front of the water if you want. You can hang out down there. We're just gonna get the bomb, fall back to the L bend and to the monster tunnel. But they're really concerned with clearing everything up, so that did cost them a little bit here. Under a minute now. And Saka is hanging around outside of the B-bomb side. See if he can cause a distraction. Well, there's a nice kill and a good trade for Westmelon. That's so worth it.
So, are they going to be taking the educated guess that the A side should be open here? 2 kills found early on as well. The rotation's coming through. Mosier has got a trick up his sleeve, though, Anders. He can potentially deny the plan with his HE grenade. And it's going to be Westmelon going down first. That's from the bank position as well. So both CTs on this side of the map. There's the grenade. Doesn't quite hit the mark. There's some damage towards G. That's more like it. I did a ton of damage. And it might put them back in the driving seat now. That's going to be Jamyoung finding 2 massive frags here. It's Mosier. No kit available, no further utility. He's got to fight for these frags, and fight he shall. That is beautiful as TYLOO keep the streak alive.
Wow. A lot to think about. They actually, I think Saka got the kill in the B-bomb side when they got the double up at the A side. So in that moment, there's nobody at B at all, right?
Right.
They could have rotated back if they wanted. They had the time to do it. They decided to go A instead, and it cost them a lot at the end of it, even if they got the bomb down. But, you know, losing a couple of players before that even happened.
Well, the good thing for Lynn Vision is, sure, they haven't picked up a round in the second half, but every time it's coming down to the wire. Like, they just need to do one of these rounds, one of these clutches, and it might be GG at that point. Because bear in mind, TYLOO will have no loss bonus. I mean, $1,400. So the fact they got the bomb planted there, sure, it was a force by previously. They got the bomb planted. They did a lot of damage financially to the CTs. You can see they're operating with very little as well. Famous, no grenades pretty much on Mercury to speak of. So we'll see if this boost will do considerable damage once again. Not fancying their chances there. Zaka swings round with the AK-47, asserting his dominance here towards short as well, looking for the opening frag. We have got a player towards the barrels. That's going to be Jamyoung here, only with the HE remaining. Pretty far towards a connector, you're right in thinking so. Mercury's there. He's kind of surrounded right now as well. Needs a bit of backup on somewhat of an island here. Starry's going to challenge him. This frag might decide the round. Thankfully, Mercury does get a dink off here, but it's going to spread the CT defense very thin. They need to react. They need to get some territory under their remits.
Yeah, uncomfortable. Good timing on that one. Coming through the tunnel and opening the door towards the connector at the same time. So Advent just way overworked. And it's 5 versus 3. They got a minute left.
Yeah, But I don't know. I'm liking what Tyler's doing on this map. I don't think this is an open shut case with the low HP of Zaka and Starry. Like, I feel like there's a few more twists and turns here. Yeah, but bear in mind, this might be the GG moment. If they can just take down all the remaining CTs here and it's a clean round, there'll be absolutely nothing going forward. Like, you have to be a force buy. You'll be 10-7 down. That force buy probably won't work out. Then it's 11-7. Then you're kind of looking down the barrel of like, well, we either take the full eco and allow them to get the map points, or we force buy again. So yeah, this is kind of a lot riding on round number 17 here. If they do plant A, you just let them have it. You don't retake, you keep 3 players alive.
Yeah.
I think that's the only solution here. You're taking a bit of a gamble, and I think the round is already over. So Lynn Vision will find their first, but is it worth the hunt? Their money is quite precarious as well, Anders. So I would say yes, it is worth it, but that's if you know where they are, you've already locked them in. They don't really have the positional control to justify the hunt, if you ask me.
Yeah, and it's probably a very hard call to make as well. You're looking at your own cash, you're saying, sure, they're going to be screwed as well, but we could be in a, if you lose 4 or 5 players in this one, hunting them down, you're going to feel like you're a bit exposed at that point in time. So I guess it makes sense. They are spreading out a little bit just in case, but they're not aggressively running across.
Yeah, there's no real conviction to their pathing right now. It doesn't look like they're running towards T-spawn, but slowly but surely might be able to find one, I suppose, but this is absolutely the correct call from TYLOO. Take the gamble, stack the 5 versus 3. As long as the AWP and the M4 survive, you've just got a fighting chance going forward, but that will be double digits for Lynn Vision, their first round in the second half. And they keep 5 players alive as well. So everyone's happy with that, I suppose. And it's not going to be the swing round I discussed prior if they do manage to save 3 weapons like that. So well played from TYLOO just to have that awareness, realizing that the game would pretty much be done if they went for any sort of retake there. So as I mentioned, $1,400 might be worth the tactical timeout. Indeed, TYLOO will call it, because if you don't win this and everyone does go down again, you're still in a lot of trouble. It'll be $1,900 into the next round. So definitely worth a discussion here. It's their map pick. It's been a good showing on the second half, but now in a problematic situation.
Yeah, this is something that could really dictate the outcome of the map here. A little bit of a pivotal round that's coming up for sure. I do like the fact that they are taking a tactical timeout to discuss how to approach this. But I kind of agree with what you said. I mean, I think they've been playing pretty well on this map now in the second half. They look like they have more ideas, and they are coming up with some interesting fights at the beginning. Bit of a shame that they lost that early fight in the last one. That solo connector player being caught on his way back is just devastating.
He was surrounded, yeah. They're really focusing reference towards B, but he couldn't get out and then got the dink off, but wasn't quite enough as we get into... Are you good, Anders?
I'm good, Henrik. I'm destroying the studio, but apart from that, everything's fine.
Everything is fine.
Studio might not be, but...
Broadcast continues as we get into round 18 here. The MP9s are out once again, and they're going to be spotted. Oh my goodness. It's Jam Young risking everything there, trying to make his way back in towards the A side of the map. I think he's learned his lesson. Will just go tuck himself in here as the Vision continue to explore the prospect of middle. Now, bear in mind, we've got the Kaze AWP available as well, so they've got to be very careful here. It's Murky with the M4. Gets the shadow advantage and converts that first kill. Can he find a second? It would be unbelievable to think he could. It's a compromised position. He's trying to make it as awkward as possible. I think he might have done enough here. There it is. Hat trick. Massive spray down. Just what TYLOO needed. He steps up and finds him a 5 versus 1. There's the quad kill. He's on for the ace.
Yeah, if only Saka wasn't so far away, but that's wild. And you could kind of tell those 2 last T players coming in, doubling up against it, but nobody wanted the wide swing. Nobody wanted to really sacrifice himself to try and get the kill, making it look just a bit awkward here.
Yeah, the old 1-by-1 through the tightest choke point on the map. Like, yes, not a pretty sight here. And I will say TYLOO looked like the more comprehensive team on Overpass. Like, sure, in terms of the rounds in that first half, they didn't get a whole lot done. But in terms of an understanding of the CT side, how to apply pressure, play the advantages, they can definitely still bring this one back. That's a massive round to win. I can't stress that enough. All those MP9s, those Famises, look at them now, Anders. 3 AKs under their belts. And Zaka, literally nothing he can do with this to save, and that's huge. I didn't think Mercury stood a chance of getting more than 1. He ends up getting 4 in total, confirms the round single-handedly. Look at that, the human rubble remains.
Yeah, that's pretty spectacular. Didn't see that one coming either, and 5 people alive on the TYLOO side. So for an economy that's been struggling here on the CT side to pick up this kind of round, absolutely huge for them. You can see they're just jiggling it. I mean, I guess to his credit as well, he's not getting baited into like a wide swing himself. Like, he's playing it very, very tight on the angles, so they can't really easily hunt him down. There's no one on the other side on long either. I guess that would have been the other way to go, would have been to flash your way in to try and sandwich him, but they didn't really have that capability, so...
Wow, and as this one's heating up,
It
good
is.
game on our hands here. That round decides it. It's really up in the air right now as well. Lynn Vision starting to shrink. It's a bit of a wake-up call. As we get to round number 19 here, they've got one full buy remaining here. A little bit of residual cash for Zaka, but overall they're quite invested. We've got G back on the AWP, Molotov down towards short, and these are the sort of moves we didn't see in the first half from Lynn Vision. That's why I'm saying, like, it feels like in terms of the map understanding, being active and having these little novel plays like that, I think TYLOO have them invested, and that's a lovely opening pick. Westmelon's gone down.
I agree. There's a really noticeable difference between how these two teams have approached the CT side, and it makes all the difference in the world. Just a little bit of proactivity, just getting a player gone before they can make it into time as Westmelon going down at the start of it. Sakura is playing real well. He's got 19-8, so maybe they can use him as a tool to get into the B-bomb side once again. As Kaze's kind of calling it in, surely on the radar or on the radio right now, saying there's no one here. It's completely clear. I can't see anyone. So get ready down to the B-bomb site. That grenade up on the high ground is probably going to confirm it. They know what is coming next here. 30 seconds on the clock. Good opening. There's Saka. That's what I'm talking about. But Jamyeon quick to return. Under 30 seconds. That bomb plant had better be swift.
Well, it looks like they're under a lot of pressure still. I feel like TYLOO can afford to throw a couple of men through the smoke here. Gotta wait for the backup, though. The cavalry will arrive momentarily, and it's up to G and Amelia here. And now just the former, as he has the AWP, but Anders, yeah, you can see it. I think he just has to save. There's no way he's doing anything of this round. And after an impressive opening pick towards Mosier, they get the bomb planted. Sure, it keeps their finances okay. They'll be able to buy up in the next round here, but G needs to be very careful as he does hold on to the AWP. 10-9, one round in it, and we'll take the third tactical timeout here for Lynn Vision.
Yeah, good stuff. And good, it was just a good retake. Like you said, they could have either run through the smoke or they could have waited for backup. Either way, they're probably going to come out on top anyway. And that'll do it. That'll get them a little bit closer. Tack timeout, but yeah, TYLOO looking like they have a good read on the CT side, especially T side. You've got we criticized it plenty already. Definitely not what you would have expected, but
well, people are saying 9-3 is the new 11-4.
Do they say that?
Yeah.
The important thing is, has Sonic said it?
I don't know about that. I actually would have to ask him. But I think, yeah, it's kind of showing its worth here. We've got one round difference here. TYLOO honestly look like the better team after looking very, very flat on their T-side campaign. Their map pick. Anubis up next. And Lynn Vision don't really have much to report in the second half. There's one round going in their favor. They've got the maximum loss bonus and then some with a bomb being planted as well. G wants to take matters into his own hands, but they seem to take so much damage from this boost every single time. Even more so now, another opening frag for TYLOO as Amelia gets dropped early on.
He's still at the corner waiting. He pushed through the Molotov, so he wants a kill right here. Getting grenaded down instead, and Mercury coming out on the other side. They're just so proactive on the CT side.
We just didn't see any of this from Lynn Vision. That's why I thought there's still a good chance if TYLOO win the pistol. It seems like they know what they're doing on the map. It just hasn't gone in their favor in terms of the duels. But it's been nothing but one-way traffic here in the second half. Jamyeon pretty much confirms the round now as we go into a 4 versus 2. It's really starting to go wrong for Lynn Vision. The wheels have officially fallen off. And in terms of remaining utility, they've got a single smoke and an HE. Westmelon taking some fall damage as he tries to descend the ladder. And yeah, this is just a matter of time before they give this round up as well.
And also credit to TYLOO, right? They're aggressive when they need to be, but then now they've slowed it down. Now they're not out hunting for kills anymore, because that is a classic way to lose a 2-on-4 if you just keep it up forever. But yeah, they know when to rein it back in, play a little bit more defensively.
Well, Westmelon, I'll take a deep breath there and hope for the best. They present a contact play into the B site. A trade simply won't do. 3 versus 1 now. Starry, he's had some interesting moments here on Overpass, but overall it's another very convincing round for TYLOO. The lead has officially been given over as we tie things up. There's no bomb plant this time as well. Suggests we're on half-by territory of all 5 players going down. So Lynn Vision, bear in mind, I was about to say, I thought they've used all their timeouts so far. We've got 1 left. I guess the fact we've got 4 out of 4 here. Maybe it's a different rule set, Anders. Normally we get 3.
It could be, yeah. I guess it is perfect world, putting things together. So I guess they're in charge of how that plays out. Well, they get a chance to discuss one last time what they can do to change what's happening here. It is really getting out of control. 10-10, we're all tied up. And TYLOO just making a great comeback from a miserable start on this particular map.
Yeah, it was looking like we were done. There would be nothing to be said in the second half, but yeah, as usual, this matchup, some are calling it the Asian El Clasico, and they've played 13 times this year. It's always down to the wire. It's always 3 maps. It's never a blowout, and the trend continues. Huge rounds here, and it's kind of like pretty much a full investment. They've saved like $1,000 on a few players here, so a couple of Tech 9s, a few Galils, 3 AKs. Things are getting desperate out there. They're barely planted the bomb now. They are being locked out as Mercury continues to apply pressure. This time from the connector, gets the opening frag. Looks like he's willing to duel for more here. Down towards the deep side of connector itself, but he's already got the opening advantage. No reason to give this one away. Jamyang will hold with the incendiary in hand. As soon as he gets any sort of contact, will deny access towards the B bomb site. Great reposition from Mercury as well, so no pressure can be applied from short at this stage, and it's going to have to be a contact play through Monster, but not before they wait out the incendiary. But it didn't actually go down. No, I think he just mistimed it. The smoke was fading.
Okay, yeah, that's unusual. Mercury's looking to get the kill here, so might not be all bad. He picks up one more onto G, and it's down to 5, so 2 versus 5 here. So yeah, the fact that the grenade landed probably won't matter at all now. Bomb, they can get it down at this point in time is the big question. If they can't, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. They're falling back to try and look for more, but Jamyang is going to be taking a kill here. And looks like TYLOO going to be taking the round lead finally.
Oh my days. It's really gone horribly wrong here for Lynn Vision. They were high flying in the first half, can barely find a single kill here as they give up the lead 11-10. 1 round away from map points as well. This would be an absolute disaster to give up in this fashion. He just didn't turn up to the second half whatsoever. He had so much open runway as well to close this game out. They had a few frustrating rounds. It came down to a few 1v1s, but ever since those moments, they haven't capitalized on really anything. And it's Zaka with 21 kills. Westman 15. It's been a good team performance in that first half, but they're going to have to dig deeper than ever. And Anders, their money really isn't looking too pretty now. We've got Galils, Deagles, and living on a hope and a prayer here, round number 22.
They're in trouble, no doubt about it. A little grenade, Molotov just now fading. So if Saka wanted to, again, it feels like a lot of the entries are just going to be down to him. That's what he's been doing really well for a while, and he's back at it again, but Moja will shut him down. The spray continues, the trades continue, and it's a 3 versus 3 now. Smoke up here for Moja, just trying a little of time. He's got a teammate coming in from the high ground as well with an AWP, although their third teammate is miles away, rotating through the playground at the moment. So it's going to be a minute before they can really get here.
Yeah, absolutely true. It's going to be a 3-on-3 for now, with lots of pressure being applied. You can see them taking them down.
Oh no.
Via the grenades, there's a lot of low HP players, and it's going to be straight through the smoke. A wallbang as well as Starry confirms the 3-on-2 advantage for TYLOO. Are looking to post map points here. Retailer's good. Amelia down to 17 points of health. G gets dropped with nothing here. I don't think there's a world where Amelia can even go for it. He's had to save. Now, what can you do here, Anders? He's got no HP. The bomb's going to be defused as an incendiary. I think this kills him straight up, and there it is. Kazi will find him. This has been a nightmare for Lynn Vision. They've got 1 round in their second half after a 9-3 first half showing, and TYLOO is looking comfortable to close this one out. I don't think there's much left to be said. At least the bomb got planted. With the maximum loss bonus, they'll have enough for AKs this time. But now they need 2 rounds in a row to take us to overtime. But to be fair, whenever I kind of utter those immortal words, Anders, it seems to come through. Just when you think the team's dead, there's nothing to be done. 2 rounds can be found, and overtime is still on the cards.
Amelia was actually throwing some really good flashbangs that could have maybe helped them out at the end there, but it was just a little bit off timing. Not that he could have known, but that would have been fun to see. Maybe the flank coming in there, the lurk through the Monster Tunnel could have been disrupted with if the flashbang had been thrown half a second early, but it's all in the past now anyway.
A lot of ifs and buts there.
A lot of ifs, yeah. I'm just trying my best to figure out how they could have done something to maybe win it, but it's real tricky. Moja, good double. Jamyang is going to be taking on Starry. This has gone very quick in the round. Down into a 2, actually make it a 1 versus 4, and they are getting absolutely blown up on this one. It's just Saka left, and he's completely surrounded. Shut down. 13 rounds on the side of TYLOO.
Good Lord, Lynn Vision. What in God's name just happened to you? Up 9-3, running away with it. Looked like everything was going in their favor. We had to go with the old classic tropes of, well, if they win the pistol, if they get the second round, there's always a chance. But it all rings true today. And I have to say, TYLOO is looking so assertive on that CT side. We didn't see any of that proactive play coming in from Lynn Vision, their CT forces. They were winning the 1v1 duels. Sure, they're winning a lot of the clutches, but you can see that the understanding of the map seemed to be going in favor of TYLOO. It makes sense as their map pick. But what a way to steal things away, Anders, there. Just when it looked like the game was over, there was nothing left to be said for TYLOO. They absolutely blow them out the water with a fantastic CT showing.
Yeah, good for keeping, the morale high. That kind of start, can be really tricky, but I guess they knew what they were doing. Yeah, good combination, like you said, being active at the start, but then also falling back and being a bit more safely when they need to. I love it. We do have the desk ready, I think, to bring it all down for us, so I look forward to seeing what they have to say.
Well, Anders, you're not going to see much, but you can damn sure listen. Sit back and hear what they've got to say. I talk about my professional analyst over here. Yeah, that one.
Professional you got there.
Guys, I mean, this looked like a shoe-in. It looked like it was locked in. It looked like Lynn Vision had the keys to success here. But my goodness, what a CT showing from TYLOO.
I've seen this play out so many times between these two teams that, until the fat lady sings, it's never, ever over. Look, it was a story of two very, very lackluster T-sides. I think TYLOO looked completely out of ideas in the first half. Just keep running into its B bomb side, into the blender, and it's not like Lynn Vision did anything too crazy in the CT side. It just has some pretty solid setups, and TYLOO just walked in every single time. And opening duels, I think 9-3 for Lynn Vision in the first half, and then you move on to the second half, and TYLOO just suddenly woke up. Active CT side, Mercury was phenomenal, I felt like, with the rifle as well, towards A being the star rifle, towards A bathroom position as well. And yeah, crazy turnaround from TYLOO, and it was looking grim, Chris, I agree, but they turned it around.
It was looking grim. You look at players like Mozia and Advent, who, obviously did their part within the opening realms, to say the very least, Jacob.
Yeah, they did, especially in the second half. Advent was constantly being boosted into position over on the B bomb side, finding opening kills, left, right, and center, and that's what changed from first half to the second. TYLOO became way more aggressive, way more comfortable. This round in particular as well, the 4-kill in toilets. You said how it was not supposed to happen. That could have been a massive game changer for Lynn Vision. Fact of the matter is, we played 23 rounds of Counter-Strike, and only 4 rounds was won on the T side. Lynn Vision only got 1. You cannot win a game of Counter-Strike if your T side is that lackluster. And I'm not gonna allow TYLOO to think they played a good game of Counter-Strike either. Their T-side was also a bit lackluster. So fact of the matter is, they won the game, sure, but there was room for improvements for both teams, especially when you consider T-side overpass.
Yeah, look, and for the side of TYLOO, I'll give them this though. The CT side, what looked really cool was the amount of map control they were getting. Like Lynn Vision were not able. The fact that Adam's able to get away with murder, getting boosted 3 rounds or something, 3 or 4 rounds.
Yeah.
How is that not being neutralized by the side of Lynn Vision? Right, they didn't do that. They tried to go for connector control. Mozia was just looking unkillable as well. Lynn Vision could get absolutely nothing done on the T side, and considering it's a map that, sure, TYLOO picked it, right, but it's a map that you play quite often. You played against TYLOO themselves so many times, and you haven't figured out a single solution on your T side.
It's one of those games that, had we played MR15 Trace, had we continued to play 20 rounds, 25 rounds, 30 rounds, I don't think Lynn Vision would have come up with any solution whatsoever. They could win the occasional one round where one player would pop off, but as a team, as you said, they didn't have the answers. So you never really felt that TYLOO weren't going to win the game when you moved over to the second half, but considering how first half played out, Lynn Vision were favorites to get it.
So Jacob, give me an MVP.
Mercury.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I think he played well. I think he played exceptionally well. You said it's star player towards the A bomb side in the toilet area. Again, aggressive, not afraid of taking fights. Had a couple of big swing rounds as well. So definitely an MVP candidate.
So tell me a little bit about that dilemma you find yourself in. If you are Lynn Vision, you came through here with a storm in the first half, right? You've kept them to 3 rounds. And then it seems as though they're coming awake. They're coming alive on the other side. How do you go about trying to trump that?
Good question. You gotta have solutions to the issues that you're facing, and I didn't see that. Personally, slightly disappointed, in that regard from the side of Lynn Vision. However, TYLOO, Mercury, they played their brand of Counter-Strike. I feel like you said they had a European style, or they were aspiring to be a little bit more safe, a little bit more calculated. And I think we saw that on the CT side, a good balance of aggression, and also the B defense. Good team play, good synergy, playing off each other, sort of like a European team would do.
Yeah, and the fact that we're abusing the fact that Lynn Vision really didn't seem to, like you said, have the right protocols when it comes to map control. But again, it just confuses me. This is a map you play quite often, even though you might not necessarily have the best win rate on. So you have a few approaches which should give you some control. They couldn't get anything done, and TYLOO abused that. Look, if you're Lynn Vision, I think they kind of knew map number 2 Anubis is still their map, right? So they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable, I feel.
And I feel like we should go to a break. And of course, that's not up to me, but it's also okay with me. I can tell you that much. We're going to go to a break. We're going to come back. We're going to try to determine, at least with the confines of Lynn Vision and TYLOO, who's the better team? Who's going to stay alive at CAC? We'll find out when we return.
huge amount of trouble. He's gonna try to take matters into his own hands. Couldn't find the second shot fast enough, but yes, he drops in. Oh, talk about an Estonia. Oh, a superstar. Talk about the elite.
The A-ramp is shut down. Starry gonna get his name onto the feed with a 3K. Oh my god, one more. Nexus into the crossover, he's got a smoke, he's got a kit. Nexus, don't do this to him. Don't steal it with the smoke defuse. Nexus, no! A knife!
He was, and I'll take you. They're coming for you. They're coming for you. Sapphires! Continue! Oh, God!
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CAC 2023. We have Map 2 becoming a Lynn Vision and TYLOO. That trailer got me all hyped up. I got a bit of goosebumps there. Hopefully we can see some of that action reflected on the server in this particular outing on Anubis. Anders, your favorite map?
It's a great map. We've had a lot of fun with it recently. Definitely still evolving a lot. We're seeing new looks from a bunch of different teams. So yeah, I do like the map. Yeah, that trailer got me hyped as well. Made you wish you could have different season in the maps, like the little wintry stuff there. Just looks very cool.
I'm sure we can render autumn tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got CS2, like it's a new engine. We can do all that.
We
stuff,
can do
right?
anything you want. But I don't know. I think 3 maps still possible here. It's a great resurgence from TYLOO, but moving on to Anubis next. It's a map that hasn't really boded too well for them in this particular matchup against Lynn Vision. They've played it a lot in the last few outings here. It's always kind of creeping into the map pool, but it seems like it's going to be Lynn Vision taking it time and time again. Of course, they probably knew this map was coming to the pool today. They might have the moral advantage in terms of like having more confidence after that great comeback, after fending off the 9-3 scoreline there. But still, I think like it's 3 maps all day long, if you ask me, unless TYLOO have really been working on the Anubis.
Yeah, and they've had plenty of times in the past to figure out that, you know, this map needs work when playing the division, and they haven't been able to. That also could suggest that there's maybe some problems they just don't know how to fix, or they haven't figured it out yet. So I don't know if I don't have a strong feeling that this is going to be a 2-0. I feel like you're probably right. It will be a third map coming up. But I mean, we'll see. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Obviously, it could be that they've put in the work finally, but I'm skeptical as well looking at the results from TYLOO on this particular map.
Well, in terms of like, it looked like a done deal, right? For Lynn Vision, I feel like they should have taken that first map. The fact they looked so flat on their CT side as well. Sure, they got 9 rounds there, but it didn't seem like they had a real understanding of what the current meta is, and a lot of teams probing for information, trying to make sure that when you have a disadvantage, you're being active and making sure you're applying pressure. Didn't really see much of that at all from them in the first half, and especially in the second, like their T-side campaign really didn't have much to talk about. But I guess that's kind of true for TYLOO as well. On their T-side, it was just a beat bomb side over and over again. It's quite a one-dimensional game in that sense.
It was a little bit, yeah, I agree. But it was cool to see the comeback anyway. Like, I appreciate that. Probably not that easy to come back from that 9-3 scoreline, but they managed to turn it around. So I guess that's great news. And really, also the other problem, I suppose, was on the Lynn Vision side of things, Saka was just getting a lot of kills for himself, which is great, but he needed somebody else to step it up. Like, it felt like when he was out of the rounds and when he didn't get the entry in a round, they didn't have a lot more to do.
And bear in mind as well, there was so many moments as well where it felt like if they just win this one single round, all bets are off. They've won the game, but they couldn't find it. I think they kind of choked there as well. Don't take anything away from TYLOO. The fact they had so many impressive rounds there with the likes of Mercury and towards the bathrooms, getting that 4-man spray down. I think that really broke the back of Lynn Vision. They couldn't really recover from it. They weren't even getting the bomb planted towards the end as well. So where Anubis goes, I have no idea. I think this is very wide open still. The stats suggest we are going to a third map, but you never know. I'm not sure, because that was such a roller coaster of emotions for both teams. It looked like TYLOO were down and out. The 9-3 scoreline apparently is the most dangerous scoreline in the world right now.
That is what they're saying. I feel like it's good. It makes sense, right? It was 11-4 before, but now we're playing about 12. Like, there's some mathematical thing going on there. So I could see it being the case. I think just especially with the economy, especially if it's 9-3 and then you switch to playing, like, you're playing the CT side and you get reversed on early on, like your economy, it could spiral pretty quickly.
CS2 is happening a lot though. Like, you never can take anything for granted. Like, we keep saying it time and time again, that these blowout first halves, you think it's a done deal, but all it takes is a pistol and some financial troubles going forward, and they can all fall apart. I guess I should note as well, we were kind of speculating as to whether it was like a HUD bug or whether the amount of timeouts they got was unconfirmed. Apparently in this tournament they get 4 timeouts.
Okay, cool.
So
good to know.
The graphic was correct, so we're going to change it on our side. And just good to know, just to make sure we can just kind of nip that in the bud now. now and end that conversation. So 4 timeouts, Anders. That's a welcomed addition, I guess.
Yeah, they get a chance to really get in the coaches, get a little bit of input. I appreciate that. I think what you're saying is true, though. The other problem that you're facing is, even if you have a big lead, people seem to be unsure about when they're supposed to be forcing up. And if they do it too soon, then that lead can just crumble really, really fast. We've seen that a couple of weeks now, where even if you have that 6-7 round lead, suddenly you're going for like one more force up, and then you don't have any money for like 2 or 3 rounds, and then it just it goes away. So I guess a lot of teams still trying to experiment with how to put this economy together properly and sort of how to make it work. You've been saying for a while you think it has to change eventually. So
I think so. I think the only real adjustment we need, and that being the operative word need, is making sure that the loss bonus first stage should be $1,900, just to assist that CT side a little bit more. But as mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Group A lower bracket. One of these teams has to go home. Lynn Vision completely throwing their lead in the first map, 9-3 up. TYLOO Resurgence ending things 13-10 in regulation there. Great comeback, and whether they can get it done on Anubis is yet to be seen. The information we've got at hand suggests we're going to 3 maps, but time will tell. The all-important pistol is underway, and we'll see Lynn Vision starting on the CT side. That's TYLOO opting to start on the T side of Anubis, considered to be the most T-sided map we have in the pool right now, probably for good reason. And in terms of the T setup here, 1 smoke, a single flash, so it looks like maybe just a mid-push. Smoke off the Temple side, make the way towards the A side, considering Mercury's position towards A main.
And again, these two teams have played each other so much that they probably have a lot of history to go back on, and sort of a lot of tendencies that they each know. Good little smoke towards the camera room, and they're going to be making it all the way deep into the back line of the T side of the map here, or the CT side of the map. So let's see, a lot of running around at Mercury. He's waiting for them. They are aware that he could be up here, so not immediately exposing themselves, but with a knife out, Emilia should be dead. Emoja going down. I can't believe that they get to live. The bomb's planted, but this is awkward.
Yeah, this is a very strange predicament now. It will be Lynn Vision with the opening frag, but still, you give the advantage maybe towards TYLOO. Certainly not anymore, as they drop frags left and right. It's a double kill with those dual elites here, and it's down to just Kaze. Mercury's been dropped. We'll see if there's anything left to be said here. He does do very well in getting the first few frags here, but he's running out of bullets. 2 left in the magazine, and it will be Lynn Vision. I think you're onto something there, Anders. The fact that they had all that information, they're pushing out of A main, the bomb was planted, they definitely should have had a 4-on-4 there, but they get absolutely wrecked by the dual elites of G. Gets himself 4 frags in total, and there will be Lynn Vision with another pistol under their belt. But bear in mind, TYLOO managing to get the bomb planted at the very least here, so they will be able to bring out Galils in the second round, so not all is lost here. It wasn't like Overpass where you didn't get the bomb planted, you're full eco, so not necessarily a gimme here in round number 2.
Also, this is such a compounding error for the side of TYLOO, because if they had got Emilia killed when he was outside of the A-bomb side there, they would have been able to, I think, isolate G. He got 4 kills at the end, but I don't think he would have been able to do that because he would have been pressured from behind. It would have been as easy with the dualies there, so just sort of one thing spiraling into the next round. But from the point of view of Lynn Vision, they're going to be quite happy with this getting a little bit of a better start. Otherwise, interesting, I suppose. I mean, they kind of got onto the site pretty cleanly, right? They only lost 1 player. They got the bomb down. They just had nowhere to go after that, unfortunately. So
yeah, the mid split as well. Smoking off towards camera, pushing the CTs back in towards Temple and CT spawn, then opting to fall back. As we mentioned, Mercury is outside, ready and waiting for the CT aggression to come through. He just doesn't hit his shots there. They were very aware of the prospect of even being in that position, but he definitely should have had the first kill under his belt and would have alleviated a lot of pressure there, but wasn't meant to be. And TYLOO, as mentioned, will be forced by in the second round by virtue of the bomb plant, as they get 3 Galils, making 4 actually, and then 1 Tech 9 for Advent. So a bit of utility behind this, but we're mainly focusing on the firepower. Speaking of which, have we got an AWP this early on? We do. Now, this normally doesn't bode well. Like, whenever I see a second round AWP come through, you're always thinking, okay, this could actually collapse very quickly, but it's certainly unpredictable. As long as you play defensively and don't give them a chance to pick it up, I think it's absolutely fine. He sacrifices the helmet, at the very least, but overall, pretty impressive. That's being brought out so early on. I guarantee them going into round number 2 here, as we see Mercury get some A-main control. Emilia, though, not going to allow it. Just drops the smoke and buys a little bit of time here.
I'm just as skeptical of those second round AWPs, and well, I don't know what it is. I guess it's just also because these second rounds have a tendency to be played, or can be played a little bit faster sometimes. You got running, Mac 10 or a Tech 9 or something like that, and when you don't have any helmet either, it can absolutely blow up in your face. So I guess we'll see if it's going to be a problem this time. Saka just completely exposed, nothing to the right of him. And he just goes down. I think Emilia's dead here as well. Might get 1 kill, but he's certainly going to get overrun. This is less than ideal. And now the problem is The AWP are maybe in the right position here, but still they're running out of players on the side. G, good kill, but Westmelon goes down, and now everything is open. 30 seconds left here. If they get G out of this round, they should be good to go. There's a little bit of a jiggle peek, and now they're all right behind him. That's a great no-scope, but I don't think it's going to change the round.
I think you might be onto something there. The Galils prevail, and they'll be able to recover the AWP at the end as well. So it gets a single frag, but it doesn't seem like it was the solution to the Galils here, as we see just poor old Starry, as he'll have to just probe towards CT spawn and make sure he's not being chased initially, but no choice but to save the weapon, and it's TYLOO bouncing back.
I've got to say, I don't mind Saka being a bit adventurous in the middle, but when Emilia's behind him, why isn't Emilia covering, you know, when he's checking the middle? Just step out a little bit further with the FAMAS. Maybe in a different world you would have had a smoke down there so that Saka can actually go and check out the middle while there's a smoke up towards T side of middle. Either way, that I think was the foundational mistake of this round really coming out for the Lynn Vision side. Unfortunately for them, it's going to cost them a lot.
And this is the nightmare scenario we discussed in the pre-game, right? So this is where the $1,400 loss bonus becomes a real issue. If you do lose against the second round force by virtue of the bomb, of course, it means you're at the bottom of the barrel loss bonus. Like you might as well force, because everyone's got $1,400. You still would be very compromised going forward as well. So the book does tell you to force in this third round, but it really is a difficult position to recover. Good job from Starry to at least get one, and they are not fully investing here. We have got Zaka, who's fully sensitive with the pistol and Kevlar combo, but overall, pretty much eco from the rest of the players here. So they're going to have $1,900 into the next round. So, yeah, very conservative approach here. It's early on in the game. It's not like it's wrong. It's just most teams would force by this second round.
That's a headshot through the side of the wall there. Otherwise, he would have been dead. They're still doing a significant amount of damage. Emilia might be very low on health here, but 3 versus 3. And Starry's moved out. See if he could catch anyone all the way nearly in T-spawn. He does spot one. There's the headshot on the Jam Young. That's what you were looking for. And now it's got a little bit spicy here on the side of TYLOO. If they lose this round just to the mid-fight almost on its own, it's almost unforgivable. A lot of damage here. Starry's trying to juggle it. They come through the middle, and it's Emilia to go down. They're both on this side here. 2 versus 2. Starry, he should be dead already, but he's going to get the help from Saka to take down Advent. And it's just Mercury. 1 versus 2. He knows where they both are. He's going to throw away the AWP. And now, does he have anything to pick up even? It's a MAC-10. I guess that'll do.
Oh, it's gone so wrong for them. We even said this wasn't really a force buy. And the Desert Eagle of Starry completely shuts them down. There's no chance of Mercury here, and Lynn Vision take the lead. Thankfully did throw the orb outside the map there, but what an absolute nightmare of a round. They didn't even bring much more than a few Deagles, some P2000s, a 5-7, and they managed to make it work. Lots of mid-pressure applied there. TYLOO let that one slip away, and now they're in the driving seat. They need to decide whether they're going to be force buying forward as well. But here's the kind of swing coming in from Lynn Vision. You can see how much pressure was applied. They start hitting their shots. They pick up a couple of rifles here, and then the flank from Starry as well was perfectly timed. They couldn't cover everything, and he hit some absolute bangers. So indeed, it will be TYLOO to force buy back in response here, but they are certainly on the back foot. Round 4, as Lynn Vision lead 2-1 here, looking to take us to a third map.
Well, we said they were in the nightmare position, but that's how you wake up really quickly. Second round on the board for Lynn Vision. Got a Galil, got an AK in the hand of Moja. Mercury with the Galil going to be moving forward towards the site. Looking to see if he could, have a little bit of a disruption here. They're really, really far back, though, on the CT side once again.
Yeah, the bomb's all the way back at T-spawn, so even with the A-main control, there's not a whole lot they can do with it. They can't pounce. It's going to leave Mercury in position here towards the Rugs position, and less than a minute now. They do have a couple of smokes remaining. They have been focusing a lot towards the mid-area, and it could be that same sort of pistol approach we saw before. Smoking off towards the temple side, presumably on this sort of round, and then trying to make their way towards the A-bomb site through camera. But you can see Zach in a nice defensive position. He's getting that information. He's got a swing from G as well, so the game is up. They're going to have to try and commit now with these Galils, saved AK, and it's the opening frag for G. They are going to collapse towards the A side. They think it's so much damage on Rulanders. I think they're done for.
Yeah, this has really been slowed down efficiently. Bomb. Don't even know if there's a really easy way to plant this one. Jam Young's in the middle holding to... Hope to hold them back. He's going to get that one. Not going to be picking up a shot for the smoke. Okay, they're going to get the bomb plant. This is better than I was expecting. True. It looked like they were really slowed down. They still have an AK on Kaze and Mercury with that One Galil not going to be falling back here. Not that many nades either on the CTs to retake this one with, so it's going to come down to some of these rifle fights.
Yeah, there's still a chance here for TYLOO. Not an amazing one, but they found a couple of frags. 2 versus 2 now. The bomb ticking at some pace as well as Zaka towards the heavens. He'll have to swing eventually. Mercury will find him and then behead him as well. It's just going to be Zaka joined by Westmelon, but it will be TYLOO to steal the round away there. Finally, a bit of fortune for them here on Anubis. It's going to tie things up at 2-2. It's a T-sided affair. They usually don't win this against Lynn Vision as well, so they're keeping things neck and neck. That was a massive round for them to pick up there. And we'll have a look at the finances. I think Lynn Vision has sent packing once again, so the war of attrition has officially begun here, Anders. And they did take the more conservative approach, better in mind before, so no tactical timeout called. I think they certainly need one, lads. What are you up to? Take the tactical timeout if you'll be juggling weapons around after the freeze time.
Yeah, you do have that option.
Yeah, we've got 4 of them apparently. Yeah, so use them. That's not great to see. It will be fine. It's not the end of the world. Don't get me wrong, but still, you definitely weren't sure about what you wanted to do there. Let's just discuss the options. Here comes that Mac 10 though. It's a huge round. TYLOO can pick this one up. It maybe gets them a couple on the board. So in terms of the investments, we are fully all in for 3. Of Lynn Vision here. Oh god! Ozzy caught with his pants down, and it will be the opening frag for Zaka.
He would have been so dead, Zaka, otherwise. He's got no helmet, so that Mac 10 would have destroyed him instantly. But with the nade in his hand, not what you're looking for. Boost up in the back here. It's something that people trying to do a lot right when Anubis came out, and I think people disappeared or went away from it again because it's very dangerous if Molotov lands in there. Oh, Mercury just sleeping towards Dark, and he is going to be going down. Westmelon, I think, might have even spotted out Advent there. Might have had a bit of a read on it. Certainly very suspicious, you could tell. 5 versus 3. Lynn Vision are getting back into some of these rounds that they really have no business getting into, and it's a bit devastating for TYLOO because they could have been in a very, very good position right now, and instead they're having to claw their way back. It's some scary rounds coming out here. Emilia looking for an instant headshot. The main push is over on this side, and it always was, but still, 5 versus 2 here, and about 20 seconds left.
And it looks like Starry is good for maybe 1. He does keep control of the situation. Not all is lost. The bomb will be planted presumably here, but it's a 4 versus 2.
No
now,
kit.
I guess, that's a very good point. The fact there's no kits here does make things a little bit more complicated, especially if both players make it towards the B main position. And you can't smoke them off, you can't smoke the bomb, and you're going to have to win out your duels here. And sure, you've got a few rifles, but they're Galil. So this one's not an open shut case. The bomb already ticking at some pace here as well. So, there's still a chance there. That smoke is interesting. What's the plan here? They're going to boost above it, I suppose?
Yes.
They kind of have to, right?
They had to just hope that they get the lineups perfect. 10-second defuse on the other side. They're sitting in front. Wow, the lineups were absolutely perfect, Henry. They could have been better. This has been dismantled. That's how you do it. That's a trick we did not know about.
So I guess that is denying the fact you can't push through that smoke.
Yeah.
It's kind of acting like a force field there. So you know you've got the lineup already hooked up and you can just spray them down. They almost certainly won't have a kid in that sort of situation as well, right? So, that's really kind of thinking on your feet. I thought they'd have to boost behind it, but no, they're denying the CC's going to swing as a unit and have a diffuser going on there, maybe bring it down to a 2 versus 1 in their favor. The smoke was actually a bit of a masterstroke. I have to say that was actually kind of beautiful. I didn't think that would be the play that would work out for them, but look how assertive they are in the spam of that C4. They looked like they knew exactly what was going on there, and it should be the full eco now for Lynn Vision. That war of attrition we mentioned, that's officially over, but middle has been a little bit difficult for TYLOO. This time it's a bit of a walk in the park here. All 5 players residing, and they don't give anything up whatsoever. That's more like it.
That was quick. What a start to Anubis. Back and forth we go. Now, finally, the war of attrition has been won by TYLOO, so they're going to come out on top of this one. Could have massive implications for the rest of the half here. That's just how it works on the CT side. They're going to be able to invest into this one, obviously, but they have to spin this around really, really quickly. They can't afford to let TYLOO keep on with the run here.
Yeah, well, bear in mind in their first half of Overpass, they only got 3 rounds. They managed to win that. So now they've already got 4 rounds. So logically takes they're onto a bit of a banger here. But it will be G hitting just that as well. From the dark room of the AWP, you'll find Kaze to open things up. They didn't see it coming. The AWP has been a little bit unpredictable. We saw him round number 2 as the second frag for Lynn Vision will come through. 5-on-3 overall here. It looks like it's a done deal at this stage unless they can thread the needle this Mac 10, maybe push a smoke. I've been trying to show a bit of presence, so the jig is up on that side of things. He'll have an option here to fall back and join his teammates. The bomb's down in spawn. It just feels like there's nothing that really can be done here. They don't have the firepower, the manpower, the utility, nothing really.
They won a 2 versus 5 in the previous round, but that was against much less equipment that they're currently up against. So
true.
3 on 5, doubt it's going to be particularly easy. And the clock is slowly running down. 55 seconds here.
Yeah, I think your best bet is here to try and make it a kind of a costly round.
Yeah.
With Envision. You're probably not going to win this one, but if you get like a couple of frags, a bomb planted, that might be enough just to keep Envision modest. Back towards middle we go, and as you might expect, we've got a very defensive hold and the perfect peek coming in from Zake. Catches both of them with their nades out, and that's going to be Envision confirming the round as well. 30 seconds left for Advent. 0 and 5. I don't think he'll be getting the ace to close this one out, Anders. Just gonna say it.
It's doubtful. I'll join you on this one, Henry. I think it's a safe prediction. Yeah, whatever smokes or grenades they were going to throw from the middle, they can probably throw most of them from outside of the double doors. They don't actually have to push through and stand around with the nades out. So a couple of small things like that can really hurt you.
Yeah. And then trying to hurt the finances if possible. Not going to be the case here. Very convincing round from Lynn Vision. They keep 5 players alive there as well. Hold on to the AWP, more importantly. And looks like maybe a bit of a timeout here. Those in-ears can be a bit uncomfortable. We've got the helicopter headsets on top. So, just maybe a chance to kind of just reset things, you know. Have you ever tried the in-ears and headset combo?
Yeah, I have on a couple of show match occasions.
Yeah, so I was going to say, in Sydney, I was playing the show match there, and I was like, you have to use in-ears. I was like, I don't really care. Can I just use the headset itself? I mean, that's not a thing. You have to use the in-ears. And,
it's a different experience. It's one of those things, I mean, I guess we don't highlight as much as we used to in the past, but like the difference between playing online and LAN, that's one of those things, right? If you're not an experienced LAN player and you get a shot, but it's one of your first time, you're like, oh wow, and there's a crowd as well, and there's a whole thing, right? So obviously these guys have probably tried it before a couple of times, but some of them we definitely know, but still, it's a different feel from being in your bedroom.
We need someone to really step up the game with the in-ears technology and get like full soundproofing with just the in-ears on.
Okay, that's what you're looking for?
Maybe. I'm not sure if technology allows it. I'm not sure if science would even get us there, because I guess it's more about the sound entering your head more than your ear canals. But,
yeah. Myself, personally, I've quite, I don't know, most esports headsets, I think there are a couple now on the market that have changed it, but most esports headsets are what are called closed cup headsets.
Okay.
And I've started using open cup headsets at home, and it's a really different world. Like, it's not great if you're in like a noisy environment because it'll let a lot of the noise in.
Sure.
But the cool thing is, it kind of doesn't feel like you're wearing a headset when you hear the noise. It actually feels like the noise is in the room with you.
I see what you mean.
There were speakers coming in from the outside.
So it allows them to have like more of a surround sound experience, I suppose, because there's like more space for the sound to travel.
I never noticed this before, but I've noticed it now that I've sort of been playing around with it a little bit more. When you got the open cup, like you can sit with an open cup headset for like hours and hours. And if I put it on a closed cup headset now, I feel so restricted and locked in. Like my ears get like fatigued way quicker. So I don't know if it's a thing anyone else is experiencing, but that's my new thing.
Well, I'm glad that kind of filled some time there. We needed it. That was a good 1 minute segment on headsets and the different options you have available to you.
There we go.
As we get into round number 8 here, the opening frag. It's Kaze hunting for it toward the dark room here with the smoke down. Won't be able to find much, as the bomb is currently outside A main as well. It's going to be Anthony, just dropped it off. Quite a subdued start here. Lynn Vision not giving much away as they look to tie things up 4-4. And bear in mind, as we mentioned, it's a very T-sided map here, so they've already got 3 rounds. They'll be quite happy with that. It's their pick. So anyone's game here. And we'll see if this B attack that's looking likely will come through for TYLOO.
This is what we've seen quite a bit in the European current meta, is that you're trying to pincer that B bomb site, dropping down and coming through dark at the same time. And it feels like if you win that dark fight, it's so hard for the rest of the team to hold the bomb site. You could see it even now. If one of these 2 players die, if G gets out-dueled here, it's probably over. So it looks like that's pretty much what TYLOO is trying to do, although they will not win the fight at the beginning. Good shot onto Mercury. He's going to be dead. And a bit of a smoke to slow them down afterwards. So far so good. There's a rotation coming in. Now they got 3 players on the bomb side. And it almost looks like they wanted to go aggressive on the A side, but they're going to keep it cool for a while here. Under 40 seconds, Henry. This is going to be potentially difficult for the T side if they can't open up that dark position.
Well, there's only 2 CTs actually residing within the bomb site here, but G is in a prime spot to find his second kill. He'll convert it as well. Takes down Jam Young. Great response with the incendiary being dropped in the air. They're just kind of leaping into choke points now, hoping they can win a scrappy duel. It's not going to happen. This is very convincing from Lynn Vision. 5 versus 2, Kaze and Advent. Nothing to do, I'm afraid. And in terms of loss bonus, they won't have much to speak of going forward as well. So they might just be better off saving the AWP and the AK-47. I think that's the call. 5 seconds remaining indeed. And so, yeah, Lynn Vision carried through that round by G, getting himself 3 lovely shots there. Defensive towards the darkroom as well, allowing them to walk into his crosshair and then pushing them back towards B main. Like I said, loss bonus at $1,900 as we get into the next round.
Go so far as to say that he cheated them out of the server, Henry.
Cheated them. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you could say that. It's one of the options available.
I've got to say, I mean, this is, if you wanted to analyze some of these situations, you'd say, where are some of the aggressive, flashbangs, especially in that first kill? Like, there are lots of grenades you can throw around. You can throw them outside of the bomb site as well. He has a very, very clear scope to get a lot of those fights in, and that's probably something that you'd want to see change from TYLOO's point of view. Just make it a bit more uncomfortable for him, or make it so that once he gets the first one, he's immediately having to backtrack and run back from someone else who's trying to hunt him down.
See a lot of CT pressure being applied here, not allowing them to get close to that dark room. Smoked off, Molotov to deny any sort of access, and speaking of Molotovs, we have one in return here. So another smoke deployed. Mercury, probably has to second guess, and now he can't capitalize upon it. Ambitious with the Tech 9 at that range to hope he could win the duel, but at least gets information. There's no CT behind the smoke, I suppose. And bear in mind, this is where TYLOO are fully invested. This could be a huge swing round if Lynn Vision can keep it up, and they've looked at the better team here on Anubis, I have to say, and it's going to be a very confident frag to open things up. Another 5-on-4 advantage here for Lynn Vision.
Well, let's see if they can get some grenades over again. Just some smoke, some flashbangs to get rid of that AWP, or at least make it uncomfortable. I would love to see that. Speaking of the AWP, it's actually all across the map, so just going to be the AK's on the other side here. Good little step on over as the smoke gets blown up. They're trying to go for the bomb plant right away, but actually, Starry, that's hungry. He wanted to get the shot before the bomb was even planted. I don't think it was even necessary. They're probably going to be fine anyway, but at least they have got the 1 versus 4 here.
And from what we've seen today, these two teams don't want to go for the hero plays. They don't want to try and win these 1 versus 4s. So they're playing the percentages. Keep the AWP up. We've got the bomb planted. That will help things going forward. But bear in mind, they only got $2,400 into the round. You can see that's reflected. With their loss bonus coming through, they're averaging about 32 with the bomb being planted. So they'll save the AWP. Not all is lost, but it's still a pretty unhealthy situation to find yourself in. The third map, according to the numbers, the stats, was always going to be likely. These guys play each other a lot, as you can imagine. They've played 13 times this year, 13 different series. And on Anubis, I look back for the data, Lynn Vision always seem to find very convincing wins on this particular map. It's a new day with CS2, I suppose, and the fact TYLOO had a great resurgence on map number 1. It was like a 9-3 deficit. They recovered to a 13-10 win. But Anubis was always going to be very tricky, and there we go. It's going to be the second timeout. And we'll reiterate one more time. At this tournament, we're using 4 timeouts instead of the standard 3.
Yeah.
So.
Well, something that I guess we haven't really seen is just a straight-up fight to try and claim control of that little spot outside of the A-bomb site where the beans are.
The bean room?
The bean room. They're not fighting for that so much at the moment, TYLOO. They've been trying middle quite a bit, and to varying degrees of success. Yeah. I feel like this B-bomb site's being locked down now. They're not willing to fight at dark, and they're not getting in without giving up a bunch of casualties. So.
Yeah, they're not really. It's not really applying pressure. We said it's a T-sided map, but they're not really making the CTs look like they're out of their depth at any stage of this one. I like that speculative shot through the smoke to see if you can blow it open. And as mentioned, this is going to be more financial troubles here. They go for the half by TYLOO. They save the AWP. Still a potent round, Anders, with the Tech 9 enforced by, the execution potential you have. There's still a chance. He's got that bomb planted. He set up the AWP for the post-plant situation. You never know. We've got to get past jail first, though, but a perfectly timed smoke. Of course, deployed by Lynn Vision. Puts them in good stead. They can bolster their defenses now, and TYLOO will have to readdress the map and see what else they can do, because middle haven't really made any progress there thus far. They'll try and give it a go here.
Well, right now would be a good time to hit the middle. There's nobody rotating back from the CT side, so they're going to be able to get really deep in there.
Yeah, it's that hold where Zach will be holding from the camera room, and he'll just be, with utility in hand. As soon as he spots one, he'll call the temple could be open. He'll try and deny access towards A. It's a really nice setup, considering what they're up against. That flashbang's pretty brutal, though. There's the incendiary that's going to run through it, try and swarm him. Nice approach. They get the second kill cleanly. You never know. Wasn't as clean as they would like, but a 3-on-3 with rifles recovered, Anders, and the AWP still in play. Bear it up in mind. We are going to see the bomb going down. One smoke remaining now. Whether they want to use it towards heaven, it costs Mercury his life. I don't think Kaze can get that kill. I tell a lie. He absolutely destroys Westmelon, and they've got a fighting chance here.
They have another Molotov even on G behind this one, but this is a very awkward round. It could mean a lot for TYLOO if they can pick this one up. Not a lot of money, or actually there is on some of them. I was going to say Westmelon's a bit low on money, but everyone else is doing absolutely fine. Starry, he can't win the fight, and now it's just the AWP, and they're going to be running away with it again. TYLOO with 5 rounds. Okay, this is really, really important for them. Unlikely having to run through the Molotov with Tech 9s, but they actually converted into a victory.
Unbelievable. We said it could be a dangerous round. They had to trade out efficiently in towards that A-bomb site. They managed to go toe-to-toe, bring it back down to a 3 versus 3. They recovered the rifles, smoke down towards heaven. I thought that was a death sentence, as Mercury did start to fight back at that stage. He was dropped. Felt like they were down and out, but it's going to be TYLOO tying things up, if anything. And the money should be okay, as Anders stated. They still have plenty of cash. Westmelon needed a drop, but they still have 4,600 in reserve for G, the AWP. And we get to round number 11 here, the dying stages of this second map first half. And it's G this time positioned towards B main. Now, bear in mind, the AWPs do get a lot of freedom on this map. You can pretty much just pick and choose at the start. We saw them go towards window. The A side now is going to be trying to find the opening pick, as we see Zaka as well getting a little bit of trouble here towards middle. The smoke doesn't do much to dissuade TYLOO, as they have got double doors control, but the incendiary denies them much further. The smoke down towards temple and back to this defensive setup, trying to disallow control of camera.
Good flashbangs coming in from outside. Can't believe he even got any shots off there. 2 flashbangs coming in, absolutely huge. Jam Young with a double kill, and yeah, this is starting to look a lot better for them. Change of pace, going a lot quicker at it, and you could tell Saka kind of knew what was coming really early on. Like, he had the right idea. He just didn't have the tools to shut it down. Going to be 6 on the side of TYLOO, and digging into that CT side economy as much as they can at the moment.
Yeah, we haven't seen much hunting today, Anders, though. Both of these teams more than happy to allow their opposition to hold on to the little they have. This time it's quite a lot, though. The AWP, the M4, they've got full utility belts as well, but the hunt has been called. They're going to give it a go as they start to pincer in towards this T-spawn position. You can see it's Starry. We have to protect G, the president, at this point. He's got the AWP, and they lose both these weapons. They're in a lot of trouble, as it's going to go 6-5. 1 round to go, and it looks like the hunt is unsuccessful for now. They get that AWP at the end. Okay, that's massive.
Yeah.
That is huge. Sure, he saves the M4 there, but TYLOO disallowing the AWP into the next round gives them a really good fighting chance. I don't think... although they did get recovered, or they had enough money to buy another one. I think we did say G had like $4,600, so he had enough to at least get Kevlar and the AWP going forward. Definitely many couldn't drop those, so it does have some ramifications here. In terms of the utility, they're actually pretty good. They've made this round work. A couple of helmets missing in the mix won't be a big deal in the final round of the half. And in terms of kits as well, they do have a couple. So yeah, they've actually made it work. Here, despite losing the AWP, we get to that final round here in the first half. TYLOO looking to take a 7-5 lead if possible.
They almost run into Kaze there. He could have maybe had that shot. Could have also gone down from the looks of it. And they're going to be just tracking back. They decide, okay, it's a double push outside of the B bomb side. What are the chances that they're going to have 3 people towards this A side? They are slowed down by that smoke, unfortunately.
This is going to be another 8 splits here. This one much quicker, though. You can see you've got a lot of assertion behind this. There's 3 players ready and waiting to get into the aforementioned bean room, as we will see Amelia and Zaka both playing toward this fountain position, just trying to pivot off each other, as they are getting a lot of presence now. The Molotovs are deployed towards heaven and the bricks position. First kill will be very important, and the swing comes through. Mercury absolutely eviscerates them with the spray.
Not that easy to sort of readjust your crosshair and keep the recoil under control like that, but he did a great job.
Yeah.
And this is the final round of the half, so there's going to be no saving here for Lynn Vision. You are going to have to try and go for this one. 3 versus 5. One of them with the AWP and with very limited grenade to try and follow it up here. Moja apparently showing his knee just a bit, and Starry's able to take him down. It's not ideal, but Mercury, he just continues. 3 kills on him before he finally goes down. G in the middle is gone, and now it's just Westmelon, 17 health. He's going to get dropped 7-5 in the first half in favor of TYLOO, and that is all quite good.
All things considered, there was that kind of spell of rounds for Lynn Vision. They got 3 in a row, but dealing out equal punishment. It's going to be TYLOO looking actually pretty poised to find a 2-0 here. It's a T-sided map, 7-5, pretty run-of-the-mill, but still a good recovery there. Looked like Lynn Vision had everything going in their favor. It's going to be another very important pistol round, ladies and gentlemen. How sick are you hearing that? In CS2 right now, they have a lot of weight behind them, unfortunately, with the current economy. Jam Young posting 15 kills, by the way. It's G at the top of Lynn Vision as well. We had some great moments with the AWP. We saw the AWP in the second round, which is very rare, to be honest with you. Didn't really work out for them. That was the start of the comeback, but bear in mind that first half, a little bit scrappy. There was a lot of force buying, a lot of back and forth there. We talked about that war of attrition. It was TYLOO that certainly won that, but in the mid stages, Lynn Vision showed that he might be able to convert this one once again. They'll move into the T side now, and we'll see what kind of approach they bring to the table. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our elimination game, lower brackets of Group A. If TYLOO can pick up this map, they lock out their rivals, Lynn Vision, out of the tournament on day 1.
Yeah, they're probably, you know, again, given the history, how much they played each other, probably going to be quite happy to be able to do that here on home ground. But I'd say we're far from done. 7-5 is the scoreline.
It's never that easy,
It's never that easy, you're right.
So, we've got 7 guns for TYLOO here. Couple of dual elites available for Mercury and Kaze. P2000. This is an interesting setup. So you're trying to take all the aggro with the P2000, then you've got dual elites in tandem. Oh, yeah, we're actually to see it come through as well. So this may be a bit of an anti-strat, and this is a very strange setup.
It really is, but like you said, they played each other so much. Yeah, there's the attention. Give it away. You're not going to be ready for it. Running into the first set of dualies, but that's the bomb down. You're right. Are you going to expect it? They're moving forward with the dualies. They're actually outfighting the Mercury. Good couple of shots. You might get the swinny wheel. Starry's out of it. And now it's Amelia 1 versus 3. Talk about anti-strat. I think you're right. That's one of those calls you make when you have a good bit of intel on what the other team is doing.
There's no team in the world who's going, right, let's do the old classic 4 pistols behind the double doors, baited in by the P2000. Like, it's a really cool anti-strat. If that's what it is, it looks likely to be the case. But, yeah, Lynn Vision running their standard pistol, perhaps, and getting a lot more than they bargained for. Amelia can still do something with this. It's the first gush, but there it is. He takes out Mercury. He makes things uncomfortable, but no bomb planted, bear in mind. So it does beg the question now. Like, the chips are sort of down right now. You're a map down. You've lost the second half pistol. Maybe you do need a bit of a miracle here. I don't think they force buy because they didn't get the plant down, but it does allow TYLOO to get 2-0 to kick things off here. Really nice setup. He got a little bit scrappy with this Mercury swing here. The dualies can be a little bit wild at times, but he makes it work, and it's a pretty convincing finish. He already found the bomb early on, and it will be the full eco here. So 9-5, pretty much guaranteed.
The fact that it was the bomb through the doors as well, it was just a very, very hard round to get back into. All right, I'm seeing a couple of Deagles in play. That's about it.
Yeah, no Kevlar though. I don't know, these rounds still, like, we commentated a lot of CS2 recently, and it seems like the full ecos seem to have a bit more oomph to them than CSGO. It seems like the rounds you think are a foregone conclusion tend to spiral the most. I don't think TYLOO will give this one up, but against those Deagles, they've got MP9 Sig, you never know. A couple of jammy shots coming through could actually be onto something here. Like, victory would be the bomb plant here in this sort of round, and they're going to head towards the A side of the map. We've got 1 flashbang, so let's try and get control of the A main/B room, and at this point, flash over and hope for the best. But Advent will be baited in by Mercury. It should be absolutely fine. He won't swing until the M4 takes first contact.
Yeah, that is, in fact, the idea. A little bit of a flash to set it up. They haven't still found him. There's Advent. A couple of shots, but at least they get something back. And now they can pick up the M4 and the MP9. Just tickling a little bit here, Kaze. Bomb is planted. Now he swings wide. Yes, they can. G's still back there. 1 versus 2. Can he find another headshot? He's being hunted down. And now putting up a little bit of a grenade to try and do something with. Not going to flash them, really. And they have some time in the pocket still. That bomb is planted, though. Another headshot for G. Could he actually do it? He's got 3 kills. And Jamyang, he doesn't have the kit. He can't just defuse the bomb to put the pressure on. Oh, it's already running down. I can't believe it. 2 deagles, and it's enough here to be able to win the round. Clock has simply run down for Jamyang. He gets the kill, but he cannot win the round.
No.
This is a disastrous turn of events for TYLOO.
Oh, we said like the bomb being planted, that would be a success, a bit of a victory. But they absolutely fumble at TYLOO with the opening couple of frags there, but the Glock's doing most of the heavy lifting. The bomb got planted, and amazing work there towards A main. I didn't think he stood any sort of a chance of winning it. I thought, yeah, sure, he maybe finds a couple more kills, but he doesn't take the bait and the fake defuse. The deagle shots start landing here, and it gets very, very uncomfortable. And as they get punished, it's TYLOO giving up the absolute gimme of a round there. That was a lock-in. That should be the round that you're just like not even really considering that you could lose. And it's a couple of deagles, no armor, 1 flash, and it's Lynn Vision back in the driving seat now. So initial nade to blow the smoke. No one spotted. And just to note as well, TYLOO will be force buying back in return. That's an absolute gut punch of a round to give over, though.
It is, man. I think you're right, though. They were meant to be playing off the M4, but the M4 was peeking on the right-hand side of the center of the bomb site instead of the other side. So that meant they got in really deep there. The flashbang to set it up, it just kind of all spiraled from there. Not exactly ideal.
Anything but.
Max 7 in play. 2 MP9s. A 5.7 and an M4. That's what TYLOO have got to work with. Maybe it's going to be Asian CS they're going to show us a little bit of the shotgun action, because the Europeans haven't been able to do it so far, Henry.
Yeah, like we said, we commented many maps. The shotgun meta seems to be left behind. It's purchased a lot, but it doesn't seem to really do anything. We've seen a few Mag 7s today. This time in the hands of Mosier. Bear in mind, this is their force buy as well. Give this one up. Lynn Vision probably be tying up the scoreline. 8-8, no problem. Media, very confident peak, and that's pretty much all they had going for them on the B bomb side, Anders, because I think they might as well save the little they have right now. The shotguns, the MP9s, the M4, and this round's over.
Yeah, why not? Don't know if that's going to be much of a hunt either. It's not like they have a lot of money on the T side.
Exactly,
so.
and you'd just be risking your AKs and potentially finding an MP9. It's not really worth it.
Definitely not. So, chill end to the round. A little bit of a chance for everyone to catch their breath. Jamyang still playing quite well. It's 17 kills there, but yeah, this is a big opening that Lynn Vision bought themselves by winning that previous double deagle round. And they're going to be enjoying the fruits of that now. Starry looking on over. Are people calling it Beans Room, or are we just doing it now?
Don't throw me in there. You're calling it Bean Room. I'm just joining in for this map. People call it A main traditionally, but I like Bean Room. I think they're coffee beans, right? So, you know what? I've actually got Go TV today. I'm going to go. I've disconnected.
I don't know why.
Have a look.
Why are beans inherently funny?
There they are. Legumes. I don't know. They just have a bit of a comedic element to them. I agree with you. There are coffee beans, I would say.
Well, there we go.
Not the high res models we were looking for. More like a JPEG over the top of some wooden barrels there. But
come on, Source 2.
Yeah. Would be quite cool if you could shoot them, all the beans start exploding everywhere. If it gets naded, that would be nice.
That's what I'm looking for. Make the beans interactive.
Make beans great again.
That's exactly. We should popularize that.
So, as mentioned, TYLOO did save at least a bit. Not much. MP9s. Jamyang with the M4, Max 7 for Mosier. Looks very likely we'll see this tied up at 8-8. It's Nuka's the third map, which is looking more and more likely as the second half continues here. Bear in mind, it's a very T-sided affair on Anubis. And then with the first chance of a frag, doesn't work out for him. Does some damage, but that's about it.
Mosier up close here. Gets these sackers on the other side, jiggling, but they're never really catching each other, it seems like. 3 people at the A-bomb site. They've just left the entire B portion of the map here for the CTs. Going to be grenades raining in. We'll see if the MP9 and the shotgun can do anything. Oh, there's a good headshot. You can't find the next one. There's a little bit of a lineup here. They come for the smoke anyway. And it's a 2 versus 2. The bomb has been picked up again, so at least they didn't lose that in that little excursion, but this is getting awkward.
Kase looked like he was just destined for 2 frags there. Thankfully, they trade out. Lynn Vision still have the advantage, I would say. But with 30 seconds, it's dual elites for Mercury. And he doesn't have Kevlar to speak of either, so he would do very well. I think he needs to play defensively towards main, just like that, and try and deny the plant. But an A split or just an A attack from the camera room looks to be very likely. Jam Young, 8 bullets in the clip.
I don't know. This is so awkward.
He can't even double frag this one.
Oh, but they're right on top, and he spun around. Oh, he was potentially in an interesting position if they were coming through almost any other angle, but that's where they come through.
Yeah, didn't have a chance to reload there. Compromised position, as mentioned. Mercury's got no Kevlar, dual elites. Might just be better off saving one of those rifles at this stage. I don't think he's winning this one.
Yeah, it doesn't feel very likely at the moment.
Let's grab an AK, get the hell out of Dodge.
That was such a great start. Maybe just waiting for them to get blown over, I guess. But
yeah, true.
What a start to the round for them. The Max 7, the smoke up on top, and then it just wasn't quite left, but it was real close, wasn't it? Okay, well, we're tied up 8-8 the scoreline. And TYLOO, I mean, they'd saved from the previous round to get into this one, so I guess they were in an alright position, but
they get that double kill, the MP9. It was a nice bait and switch with the shotgun towards the fountain position. If he gets double kill, Kaze that is, you never know. This is the position here, we can see it on the screen. He has the perfect opportunity to get Zaka, and G should have been his as well, but good trading potential, goes down to that 2-on-2. Jam Young with 8 bullets in the magazine. Nothing really could be done at that point as we tie things up. Nuke, the deciding map. Bit of a classic between these two. It's Lynn Vision that takes the majority of the Nuke outings, but it seems to be in the map pool every time they play. Always go to 3 maps. It's never a 2-0. And with that previous round, looks like that trend might continue here. Flashbang through the dark smoke. Are they going to push any further? They certainly are. This is a nice little aggressive assault here towards the canals. Kind of calculated risk, some could say.
It's a popular phrase these days.
Yeah.
A lot of analysts are bringing it up. I must say, I would have loved to have seen them continue that play. I realize it's very risky, but I guess but my point is it's already risky once you're doing that, so it'll be fun to see them continue. They are going to be falling back, and I guess, if anything else, it's put a little bit of a slowdown onto Lynn Vision. They're not quite sure what's happening in the middle now.
Yeah, but you can wait on those smokes, and the problem is when we talk about CT aggression on Anubis, is there's nowhere to hide. Once you've actually established any sort of control, you have to kind of peel back towards the bomb site itself, as displayed here. So sure, you definitely delay them, but it costs you a lot of utility for that sort of push. That's 2 smokes and flashes. They had to try and get canals controlled. Didn't really work out for them, and Kaze, he's dead, surely. He's got backup from Advent as well, but it's just raining fire here on the A bomb site, and they're getting absolutely mauled by Lynn Vision. You look guaranteed now to find the advantage here on Anubis. 9-8 is locked in. Jam Young and Mosier, nothing they can do. Very nice attack there towards the A side of the map. You can see how uncomfortable TYLOO were throughout the entire round. That's just like good information, I guess. Like if you felt that deep smoke towards canals, you're assuming they've put at least 2 players into exploring that position. They're pretty far removed from the A bomb side there. So there were 2 players for TYLOO on the bomb side, but Molotov out of position, flashed to hell and back, and it's going to be the clean sweep. Lynn Vision don't give anyone up here as they take the lead 9-8.
That bad, you know. In spite of being a little bit far behind at one point here, Lynn Vision throwing their way back into the game. Took a lot of damage onto 2 of the players, but they made it through no problem. They're going to be able to save the rifles on the CT side, so they've got that to work with. But man, they're kind of running out of steam a little bit. Advent's got 4 kills, so he's also struggling individually. Jam Young, he's got 18, which is really good, but a lot of those were in the first. I think it was like 15 kills in the first half. So it's been about 4 kills since then.
So bear in mind as well, TYLOO won the pistol. And then against the Deagles and Glocks, they lost everything. And since then, it's been 4 rounds in a row. So TYLOO were in a prime position to get a good start here in the second half. Losing to Glocks, though, it's unforgivable. And it looked like it might actually cost them the map, as they once again cannot fully purchase into this one. They've lost Jam Young to kick things off as he challenges G with the AWP in hand. An early 5-4. As they hunt for double digits, smoke goes down, trying to upgrade the pistol, I guess. Is that an M4? Okay, so something recovered.
It's probably worth it. What a flashbang. No shot. Nothing to do about that one. Kaze's probably going to be toast as well here. A little bit of a pre-fire. All right. Tiny bit more patience. He probably just has that one straight up. I think that was going to be a peak either way, but you know what? They're in a 5 versus 3. I think Emilia's checking out the A-bomb side, and the rest of TYLOO just grouped up in the middle. The bomb is really far away. Even if they find a kill, they're not going to find a bomb on the ground anywhere. So, yeah, this is getting absolutely slaughtered in the middle. Mercury, the last one left. Lynn Vision about to be at 10 rounds.
Yeah, pretty much locked in. Mercury's nothing he can do about it. And the streak continues. That's now 5 rounds in a row after losing the pistol. It's their kind of home turf here on Anubis, and they always seem to win it. And with Nuke up next as well, that seems to be more favoured towards Lynn Vision. They were the favourites going into this series. Arguably should have won the first map as well. You're 9-3 up, and then a complete collapse.
True.
In the second half is led them to this position where they got to close things out in 3, but I just don't feel like Anubis is a problem for them right now. Very, very convincing rounds here as Westmelon will confirm the final kill on Mercury as well. They have been pretty conservative with their funds, at least. They've still got money here. They could even bring out a double orb setup, which I don't expect, but the option's there. As you can see, plenty of money. The thing is why I mention it is because when things really start to go wrong, that's a perfect time to kind of mix things up completely, have a turret to one side of the map and maybe be a little bit aggressive elsewhere. Great flashbangs and mid-control in general here from Starry, as Mercury could only find 1 in return. So we'll have a look. It's going to be a tactical timeout. As mentioned, you get 4 of them in this tournament, as TYLOO certainly need to find a remedy to their problem here, because it's more than spiraling now. It's got out of control.
And to be honest as well, one of the things that worked really well for TYLOO on Overpass was these aggressive sort of moves out of the bomb sites to look for kills. And that's one of the things that's so hard to do on this map on the CT side. It's very tricky to do that successfully.
Well, we've seen one gambit from them in that sense. Like we saw the canals push, but like if you don't find anything, you can't just hold those positions. There's no strong spots to actually control and maintain. So is it a double orb setup? No, it's just going to be Kaze as we get into round 19 here. Lynn Vision touching distance of map points. Nuke, as mentioned, is the third. As we do have to say goodbye to one of these teams today in the lower bracket final here at Group A. So G setting up the flashbang for his teammates here. The CT's that aggressive little pushing towards canals again. So they have got some moves here, but hasn't given them too much apart from some basic information. And it could be the A split coming through. Starry, decent mid control. The temple is smoked as well. He's just making sure everything is clear. Plenty of time as well. They might just hold these positions. Second smoke down towards temple.
Might be worth just waiting around here, though.
Yeah.
Still really early on. It's a deep position to have. It's 1 minute and 10 seconds.
You're lacking so much information on the CT side. They need to push somewhere. Okay, they're at least being active.
Oh, Emilia, that was real close. He's going to take a step up, but the flick is not connected there. And now they're going to know. They throw a grenade, but it's just the HE lands on top of one of them. Maybe just a flashbang even. Didn't look like it was. Thought it was an HE, but 40 seconds. That's a nice Molotov to slow them down ever so slightly. They'll still have to worry about that mid-rotation. I think Kaze is walking into what certainly should be his death right here. Yeah, Starry's waiting for it. Oh, he's going to try and knife him. No, this is so dangerous. Oh, running up behind him. We've got 25 seconds left. Advent's getting a kill. It's all-out madness now. They know about the backstab, but can they do anything about it? Emilia goes down. It's still looking good here for Lynn Vision. 2 versus 3. And Moja going to be a smoke off a little bit further out. Oh, he's back showing. Gee, he could have been dead right then and there. The HE might just do it and turn it into a 2 versus 2, but no. It doesn't catch him. I don't even know how.
6 rounds in a row for Lynn Vision. This one was closer, sure, but the bomb down, 3 versus 2. Looks like we're done as Advent has been detected inside the smoke. Both players behind that, and just look like they're going for it. Like they're running out of ideas, running out of space and time. As Lynn Vision, after losing the pistol, have built up a massive streak. Yeah, huge finances available for them as well. Everyone on the team has 5 digits of cash handers, so that's quite rare to see in MR12, honestly. So, yeah, they're absolutely fine with the rest of this half. There will be no further ecos from Lynn Vision. And at the top of the scoreboard is G, the sniper, of course. 20 kills to his name. He's been finding those opening picks, closing rounds down as well. And we will see the dying stages of Anubis here. It feels like there's not really much to talk about from TYLOO. They won the pistol landers and nothing else since. Like they've tried a couple of maneuvers on the CT side, but they're getting blown out of the proverbial water right now.
They absolutely are. There's no other way around it.
Is this like an eco as well? Yeah, so looking at the barrel of map points, and you've got to present a partial buy on the CT side with just a few pistols and some basic utility.
Oh, well, I think we're starting to learn why this map historically has gone the way of Lynn Vision, right? We're seeing the trend here. That CT side is...
Well, exactly. Like, if TYLOO were going to give up the second round, the gimme round, I always say, if you're going to give it up to Glocks and a couple of Deagles, then maybe this one wasn't for you. Advent, if he gets the double there, he might have saved the day. If he gets a double frag and recovers a rifle, you never know. But they're still yet to post a round after 6 conceded. Nothing going in their favor on the CT side. I'm sure it's a 4-4, but historically that favors the T side in general, especially when they're fully equipped and you're operating with just pistols here. Not to say it's certainly over, but not looking good with Kaze getting peppered down to 22 points of health.
It's really slowed down the T side, that one kill, but they're going to be making their way through the middle. 3 people with the bomb. Kaze is alone over on this side. It'd be sick if they'd actually pushed him into the B-bomb side, but Lynn Vision probably sensing the danger, realizing, yeah, we are getting kind of funneled this other way. Let's try and buck that trend a little bit and just go towards the A-bomb side instead. And they're going to be able to put the bomb down here behind. No one really there to stop it. So
yeah, I wish I could find like a threat to pull on here and how TYLOO could maybe win this force buy and this retake, but that would be the start, I suppose, of the conversation. A nice opening frag, but bear in mind they just don't have the kits, they don't have further utility. The AKs starting to mow them down even more so now. It's a 1 versus 1, sure, but G is in no position to lose it. That's going to be map points. TYLOO still yet to post a single gun round here in the second half. That's going to be 7 in a row as the third map of Nuke looks completely locked in, Anders.
It truly does. That one was even a better round than we've actually seen in a bit.
Sure.
And it was just the pistols, so yeah, a little bit concerning. TYLOO don't feel at home on this second half. You can tell, and it's coming back to haunt them now. Tactical timeout, the last one that they have.
It's going to have to be a hell of a speech here.
Yeah, the war speech to bring them back.
Yeah, indeed. So you can see as the utility deployed to actually garner this first frag. If he gets a double, as mentioned, like maybe they can do something with the round, but they've fallen very flat here. Bear in mind, Nuke as well, the third map, always seems to go in favor of Lynn Vision as well. And in terms of individual fragging prowess, I would say Lynn Vision have them beat. On overpass, I would say TYLOO look like the better tactical team, like working as a kind of organized unit on the CT side especially.
Yeah.
As you mentioned a couple of times here on Anubis, you just don't really have those options on the CT side. So those aggressive maneuvers, those set pieces on the defense, you can't really present them too much, and that's where Lynn Vision, in terms of the one-on-one duels, are just coming out on top each and every time. G, especially with the AWP, hasn't had much to deal with. It's going to be Kaze bringing out the same sniper, but one more round will do it for Lynn Vision.
On the TYLOO side of things, they need 4 in a row to try and get this into overtime.
Yeah.
G,
good point.
Wow, running. That was actually Saka with the AWP. I thought it was it's going to be G, but no. Westmell to get the only one there. Kaze will finally get one back. And they might just want to walk away from this AWP. It feels like they are already deciding, yeah, they don't really want to take that fight here. Moja, does he see? And now he definitely does. But a nade for his troubles. They are about to try and take this fight against Advent with the AUG. It's a weapon we haven't really seen before in this matchup. Good headshot. And Advent's the one that's really been struggling, but that's a good couple of kills. That might give them a little bit of an extra lease on life here.
Where was that this entire half? That's much more convincing. Use the Auger boys. I think it's actually very meta on the CT side of Anubis. So one of the few maps you'll see it pretty much every outing. On the CT side, it means you can hold more aggressive angles. You can actually have a challenge against the AK-47s, as demonstrated there towards A main. So maybe not all is said and done. 3 rounds in a row, certainly possible. From what we've seen so far, unlikely. But here we go, round number 22. As mentioned, the money was out of control. A few rounds ago, for Lynn Vision, they had 5 players on 5 digits. But after reinvestment of the snipers and all the rifles here, they have a couple more buys in reserve. So TYLOO can take us up to 12-11. The money would be busted at that point. But I don't know, the way these rounds have gone down, I just don't think we get there. It's just a matter of time before Lynn Vision find the final incision.
Hard not to see that happening, but I mean, I'd be happy to be proven wrong. It'd be cool to see TYLOO make a run of it, but it's hard not to.
It feels like it's too little, too late.
Yeah, that is.
After losing to those Glocks and Deagles, sorry to bring it up again, I feel like that was the death sentence for me. But nice work. They've actually put up a bit of a blockade here and towards the A site. That will smoke down. The T's and CT's feeling the pressure here. It is a 4-on-4, which technically favours Lynn Vision on the T side here, especially on Anubis.
There's still 2 people at the A-bomb site. If they could find Emilia here, if they actually go and hunt for him, which it looks like they're thinking about, he's guarding the beans at the moment. Oh, the timing is ridiculous. Okay, that's going to really put a lot of pressure on Lynn Vision, surely.
Yeah, beans protected for now.
It's important.
Yeah, it is. The coffee beans. That's what keeps the world spinning here at this point. And we've got 35 seconds, Anders. They're going to have to go for a contact play. Interval's being made. It's G with the orb in his back as well. 1 key frag and the bomb being planted. The round can be turned on his head here, but you've got 2 CTs lying in wait. Defensive crossfire, it's what you like to see in these sort of advantages. But we'll see if it pays dividends. That should be the round. I don't think you can justify going for it anymore. 15 seconds. Should be a nice frag for Starry. They want to make sure they keep decent players alive here because the money could still be problematic. But yeah, there it is. Double digits. TYLOO now just need 2 to keep the dream alive and take us to overtime. But will they find the remaining players here? It doesn't look like anyone's close, so they'll save the orb and the AK. Like we said, the money's absolutely fine for another buy. Yeah.
That's the big downside. It'd be so much easier for TYLOO if they could have a round here where it's just going to be, you know, Glocks and Tech 9s, but they are just so rich on the Lynn Vision side of things. They're going to keep up the buy for a little while longer, including that AWP on G. So,
well, bear in mind as well, is Lynn Vision that had the 9-3 lead on Overpass. If they give this one up, God, I don't know, like maybe it wasn't meant to be, Anders, because if you lose a 9-3 lead and then your own map pick where you had 4 map points and then you lose it after a perfect performance on the T side, like, shows a lack of mental fortitude, if you ask me. But we're a long way from that conversation here. Sure, it's only 2 rounds, but these are the most difficult ones to hold on to. As we see the Molotov deployed in towards the dark room. HE in response as well. No one taking significant damage just yet. It's still 5-on-5 as Zaka tries to help himself. Gets the information the dark is at least clear. Drops another flashbang here just to keep applying pressure towards Mercury.
yeah, although good job on Mercury. He goes and checks it out immediately, so he knows that no one is immediately in there, and he can take control back with a smoke of his own. So, not allowing himself to be bullied too much in that position. And actually, they're going to double up. This could get a bit interesting. We'll see when the smoke clears if they're going to be able to take down Saka here. He's right next to the smoke at the moment.
I was going to say, that doesn't look like it was timed well. A wasted incendiary. Does it cost them the round? Can't afford to give this one up. Map point for Lynn Vision. Mercury will strike first. It's a double kill, Anders. 5-on-3. So the incendiary, not a problem. They'll still give this round a good go, though. In fact, they know that 2 players in towards dark. They might be onto something here. If they can smoke it off, Molotov that position, there could be a chance for Lynn Vision to close out the game right here, right now. And that's a beautiful shot. Jam Young absolutely destroys G. Advent will chime in as well, and it's going to be a 5-on-1. And with no bomb plant coming through, I would imagine... Oh, God, that's actually quite significant. Now that's the AK-47s removed and 2 of that handed the CTs. They can recover 1 more, but still, you might consider throwing the AWP away and getting a 3rd AK, considering you had the money to buy another one. But that's still significant. Like CT, AK-47s are amazing on the defense, especially on Anubis, holding tighter angles. You can have the one-tap potential. They lose a couple of them, but still, don't take anything away from Mercury. This double kill. Jam Young with a beautiful shot towards the AWP as well. I'd love to see that from his POV. This is the one. Boom. Takes down G, secures the round.
And G was the one that held the Molotov we were talking about. It would have been sick to see him throw that into dark, just to get a sense of what would have happened there. Timeout called as we are 1 round away from overtime here.
Their first timeout as well. They were in cruise control right up until the final hurdle. Now 3 rounds against them, and TYLOO looked like it's promising at least to take us to a 3rd. We're starting to see some financial deficits here. Westman's got the Galil. I'm just having a look now. I think Amelia might have a similar story here. He's not yet purchased the Kevlar, so yeah, I think it has to be Galil. There it is. Helmet, basic utility. So we've got 2 Galils, 3 Galils, Anders, and 2 AK-47s. This is the round they can seal it away, take us to a 3rd, or TYLOO have got enough in the tank here to get us to overtime and get the full reset.
We're about to find out. So curious if they're going to try and apply some more mid-control. I feel like that's something that Lynn Vision have done really well. They had that one round where... Was it Sacco snuck into the middle to catch Kaze walking back with the EWP? So yeah, maybe some mid-control. Oh, it's a lot of pressure from the CT side. Even if it's grenades, it's kind of funneling them this way. Moja takes a bit of damage, but at least they know what's coming in here. There is that mid-control. They're walking back towards that, going to try and see if they can pin to the bomb site. Rotation is awkward for the CTs. They're getting there, but they're all up on the high ground. I don't know about this one. Kaze, good shot. Moja trying to get in there and help out. The M4's going to be falling as well. Oh, they might be running out of steam right at the end. 3 versus 3. The bomb, though, is it dropped further back? I don't think anyone's picked it up, so... Oh, there we go. They did pick it up. That's good. Good job. 3 versus 3 in the Alpha plant.
Well, it's been an uphill battle for TYLOO on this second half. Do they crumble at the final hurdle? It looks to be the case. 2 versus 1. Jam Young's going to have to dig deeper than ever. There's nothing he can do. An admirable attempt there from TYLOO, but it all comes crashing down in the final round of play. We are going to nuke. The battle continues. El Clasico, as some people are calling it. The battle rages on here. And that was actually quite an exciting finish. It was the complete distance you might expect. Another game where it looks like one team's got it completely locked in, and right until they don't. They seem to not necessarily be closers on either side of the equation here.
Wow, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, it sort of felt like TYLOO, they found a little bit of extra steam, like a second gear at the end of it, but you would have loved to have seen them discover what that was all about earlier on in the half. It could have been a little more interesting. They just didn't quite have what it took.
That's the round they lose to as well,
Yeah.
and is the fact they had like 3 Galils, 2 AK-47s. You've done all the hard work right up until that point, and just bear in mind as well, it all came down to that pistol victory, losing the Glocks in the second round. There's a lot to break down, and I know one guy that's got a great team to do it. It's my boy Vinny Trace over on the desk.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Greer. Never short of a shining smile and brightness wherever you are. Anders, on the other hand, completely different story. Guys, yeah, speaking of other stories, the one that we thought we might get here might just be, hold on, maybe we get into OT. Didn't really shake down like
We
that.
got what we expected, at least what I expected. It was messy. It was, like, listen, I've seen this guys play so many times that I would be surprised if there wasn't at least one wonky round. And we saw like at least 2 or 3 of those. Starting off a few force buys, going a little bit back and forth here and there. And you kind of feel like, TYLOO, they should be feeling pretty comfortable with the way the first half shaped up. Great pistol round. That was, I think, like a pure anti-strat call, I believe, from TYLOO, having 3 people towards mid against Lynn Vision. And then you lose to 3 Glocks and 1 Deagle. I don't know how that...
No, I don't have any idea how I can even grasp that. That was very unfortunate for TYLOO and quite bad as well played in that round. I feel like they stabilized though in the first half, right? As you said, it was very chunky in the beginning, back and forth. The first 4 rounds were just force buy after force buy after force buy being won by either team, and then you get into the nitty gritty in the second half and you lose what essentially for 2 seconds was a 5v2 versus 2 Glocks. I don't think I've ever seen... I've never ever seen anything like it. Now, take nothing away from the Lynn Vision guy who stayed alive with the Deagle and won a 1v3 for that matter. That was beautifully played, but the lead up to that one, they're going to feel very sorry about it. And even the last round, you see right here, they stacked 3 guys on the bomb side, and yet Lynn Vision just walked in like was there no issue whatsoever. It was a weird game of Counter-Strike, I'm not going to lie, but at the end of the day, I think Vision were they were the least bad. Let's put it that way.
The bottom line...
I like that hold on, let's hear that one. That one's very soft around the edges, and I appreciate it. I respect it.
Yeah. They were the least bad team. But you know what, Trace? It was exciting. It was some fun Counter-Strike, You had no idea till the very end of the round, till like 10 seconds left on the clock, which way it was going to swing.
When you thought you knew what was going to happen, you could
we thought it was going to be OT, and look what happened in the final round. They walk into a 3-man stack at A, and they still win the round.
And it's like the old proverb says, if you don't know, now you know. We're going to a 3rd map, absolutely. Before we do that on Nuke, I have to look over there at the Lynn Vision side. I have to say that there's a couple players that stood out. One of them, for me, would be G.
Yeah. OG. He was great. I think he's usually the one who steps up on this particular map. I go back to EPL where they played as well, and he was like, he had so many huge moments. Zacher, he's consistently the highest fragging output player in this team. And I think the one edge that Lynn Vision have over TYLOO is the fact that every single one can deliver. You look at even Westmoreland and Overpass, he was putting the numbers as well. And I feel like again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but if you look at the side of TYLOO, once again, Advent at the beginning of the game was 0-7. It was 0-8. And sure, he might be doing all the util, all the IGLing and whatnot, but in modern day Counter-Strike, even before the advent of CS2, pardon the pun, he was still struggling. He was still struggling individually, and I feel like this particular event, I'm just going to go out and say, for a team like TYLOO, an org like TYLOO, to have an event like this in your hometown and to not make it at least to the next stage, I feel like that could be a call for some changes in this lineup.
Oh, okay. Well, those are big words.
Yeah,
Bleh.
massive words.
And you might not be wrong. Luckily for us, that's only just for us to talk about. We don't have to make those decisions, luckily. But I do think that there is some weight with what you're saying here, especially if we turn our attention to Nuke. Jacob, I look at Nuke, and I see two teams that are awake now at the very minimum.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can expect something the same as what we just saw right here, and it should be a close game. Probably going to be a bit nervous for both teams. You said it, a lot of pressure on TYLOO, a lot of pressure on Lynn Vision for that matter as well. Last time they faced off, we spoke about it 4 days ago, went into overtime, third deciding map as well. So the history kind of sets up this game to be a close one.
Yeah, it kind of does, which is exactly why we're going to go to a break so that you guys can all get your snacks and get everything ready to go. Forget about it. We don't need any of that where we're going. We're not going to scripted territories. We're going to a break. We're going to come back. We're going to see who's on top. Lynn Vision or TYLOO.
That one gets me a little bit chilly, Anders, every single time. But we do have one final map to play in this series and for the day in general. Some prayers in the chat for the production team and the analyst crew as well. They've been here since 5 a.m. day one.
Yeah.
We've gone the full distance. Day one's always a little bit rough, but the Counter-Strike is warming up here at CAC 2023 as we move on to Nuke now. The first two maps delivered. I think it has been a little bit disappointing on both sides of the equation here. Some massive leads given away. The fact that both games have been so close, but it seems like there was a one-sided affair throughout the entirety of the map. But it's going to be Nuke, the decider, where it normally falls between these two teams. Historically, Lynn Vision always seem to take Nuke in the matchup. And from what you've seen so far, do you feel like that's going to be the continuing trend? It's really difficult to call. Sorry to put you on the spot.
It is difficult to call. I mean, yeah, I think it's followed the history of these two teams so far, so I guess we'll just stick with that for now. I do feel like there are moments where you're seeing, something out of TYLOO that makes you think, okay, this could be different. Like they have individuals that kick off, but as a whole unit, like they're making some mistakes that are really costing them a lot, and it's just that's hard to make up for, especially in the March 12 format. You don't have a lot of time to find another extra round somewhere. Like you're not going to have that same luxury. So I'm a bit nervous.
So many I hate to say it, so many blunders there, Anders. That kind of losing to Glocks, and then that final round as well before you get to overtime, you lose to 3 Galils, and you had a 3-man stack there on the CT side.
Lost to 2 Deagles.
Yeah, exactly right. It's just like there's been so many absolute nightmare rounds here for TYLOO, and the fact we move on to Nuke as well, I feel like Lynn Vision have got them all tied up at this point, but you never know. It's MR12, and in this matchup, seemingly anything can and will happen. Like any rounds you think are locked in can be blown wide open in the blink of an eye. So I'm just hoping for another exciting finish. We've come to the third map. Let's at least make it a banger, shall we? Let's not have any blowouts to close things out.
I agree, and Nuke is actually my favorite map. I know you said it was a Nuke,
okay,
but
I normally whatever it is, I normally say it's your favorite, just for a bit of fun. But
all of the maps.
Why do you like Nuke so much?
I just think it's the map that is the most tactically heavy map. It's so much fun to see, especially when people hold all the cool little tricks. There's so many of them, like the drop down vents. Watching the CTs rotate, everything is even interesting.
I guess what you're saying is that when you've got Mirage, you have run to the spectrum where everyone's kind of playing the same kind of cookie cutter style Counter-Strike. They've got the same executions, the same smokes everyone's deploying. Nuke, you definitely have lots of different options in terms of variations of those smokes, and fakes, and suggesting certain players get down the vents or down towards Secret. So it should be a lot of fun. I haven't commentated much Asian CS recently, so I'm interested to see how they approach the map. They're normally off meta from European Counter-Strike, but definitely some more tendencies as the game evolves here. But bear in mind, this is the loser bracket. It's the final map of the day. We have to say goodbye to one of the hometown heroes here. Looking likely to be TYLOO, and I guess back in the day, back in 2016, 2017, they were kind of the mainstay of the Asian scene, and maybe Blair's onto something. If they go crashing out in the group stages in this manner to their rivals, maybe some changes on the horizon, because this is maybe not good enough.
Well, just so you said meta, but I mean, presumably when they've played each other, 13 times this year already, they've probably developed a meta of their own. Right. So even if they knew how the Europeans play, they might be prepared for it. We'll see later on in the tournament, I suppose. They're probably going to be playing their own style just between these two teams completely.
Well, we did see the anti-stratting come out in full force as well. That second half pistol, we saw dual elites in tandem behind the double doors, baited in by the P2000. That's not a strategy call from Spawn. That's something you've watched the demo, you've understood the tendencies. But that's when TYLOO got that first round of the second half. You think, great, they're on for the 2-0. But of course, they lose to the Glock. They lose to the Deagles here. They seem to just have a lapse of judgment sometimes and we go a little bit too aggressive into those sort of situations. But they really need to pull their socks up now and work out how they can make sure they convert the rounds. The ones that absolutely should be a lock-in against unarmored Glocks, you should be closing those ones out. So they're going to stand a chance here. That's what needs to happen. I think they look like tactically a better team, but it's been the firepower and those really crucial situations that have let them down today.
Yeah, they had a really hard time shutting down G, who had that AWP, another good, big rifle on a map like Nuke. Curious to see how he's going to be playing, especially on the CT side. Also, I mean, we've sort of seen how the European meta has developed a little bit. You came up with 2 smokes, Henry, out in the yard.
The Henry G smokes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll be deployed today. I think that is very on meta.
Yeah.
So hopefully we see those. But yeah, like CS2, it's a lot of fun. If you're not aware that the skybox now completely open. So in terms of new smokes and new bits of utility in general, we're seeing it evolve pretty much every single day. It's a really exciting time to be a CS fan. Still the early fledgling stages of CS2. It's a controversial opinion to say like the future is bright. A lot of people don't love the game right now, but I think it's just because we're missing some key features. The general gameplay and the way we're seeing at the pro level, I think, is still very, very fun to watch, and we're still seeing some great kind of novel new ideas coming through.
I would try and remind people, I'm like the optimist I feel like at the moment, but try and remind people like what happens when you have a new release like that. You're front loading all of the worst experiences and all of the cool stuff that can happen with the new engine, with the increased development, all the rest of it. Like you're seeing that later, right? So you are going to be front-loading all the
It's
problems.
more like the blueprint, the foundations
Yeah,
for the future.
so
right?
it's not really weird that you are running into like more problems than you would expect early on, and then later on the problem is I think people will just forget about it. But I'm going to be here to remind people in a year from now when you get changes that weren't possible before, then you're going to kind of see the other side of that calculation, and it's going to make sense in the future. But for now, it looks like we do have the players ready,
tempted
set up.
to sit down here. Just want to make sure it's all good to go before we lock ourselves into the casting booth. It looks like the players are ready to go here. Final map of the day, final map of this series. Loser goes home, unfortunately, between Lynn Vision and TYLOO here. And it's TYLOO that have certainly had their ups and downs. They started off with a 9-3 deficit on Overpass, managed to bring it all the way back. And it looked like they were great for Anubis as well. But the second round in the second half completely cost them the game. It felt like the fist bump's coming through, Anders. I think we can sit down. Let's get in position and get ready to bring the hype here. So we want this to be another close knit affair. I hope to see some drama once again. There's no love lost between these two teams. They are rivals, played each other 13 times, 13 different series I should say, this year as well. So without further ado, we are going to see, is there a ninth round, Anders? I don't think so. I think we're just good to go. We're just going to get into it.
Straight there.
And we will see, in terms of utility, a Molotov, presumably for hut roof, but it's not deployed in that sense. It's going to be a nade towards the squeaky door, and it's a straight up ramp rush.
Oh, right into a 3-man stack though. That's dangerous, but they're actually making it work surprisingly well. They're getting all the kills on that T side. Westmelon, oh my god, what a headshot to try and bring it back. He nearly had Jamyoung as well. Westmelon trying to save his team the best that he can right here. P2000, and he's slowly fallen back here, but my god, they rushed the ramp into a 3-man stack and still came out on top. That is quite surprising. Now, Moja has managed to make his way onto the site. Going to be clearing the path for the bomb plant, which will be coming up, and I don't think Lynn Vision are in position to do much about it.
Yeah.
Wow.
The fact... Oh, there's one player down towards low. I was about to say, maybe there's a chance of this retake, but doesn't look great. As we've got Kaze and Jamyoung very low indeed, but no kit available. And they're still towards our ramp room. So I don't even know how they access the bomb side at this stage. You've got Westmelon investigating proximity here, but he's been found out by Jamyoung, so a nice idea. Definitely was a backstab coming through, but he might be better off to saving the Dual Elite and Kevlar.
Yeah, definitely not much he could have done. If you had a kit and a smoke, I guess you could hang around and try and do something wild, but not going to be the case here. So 1 versus 3, and yeah, going to save what he can. Jamyoung going up with a bomb. But apart from that, everything is going to be just fine. TYLOO, strong start for what could have been a very, very unfortunate run-in at the ramp room. But they're going to be okay with it. AK's picked up, and we'll see, yeah. Just that shot from Jamyoung on the Saka, who was otherwise going to be providing part of the crossfire. Working out really well. Nice start for him personally as well. Down around. Got a couple of Galils in the mix as well, but no real investment coming in here from Lynn Vision. They're
Not
taking
really.
the time out.
On Nuke, it definitely in CSGO especially, you would see some force buys here, but they're going to take the more conservative approach. It's TYLOO, another great start, but bear in mind, on Anubis, they lost to pretty much a full eco in the second round here, so nothing is locked in, nothing is guaranteed, and we'll see if this push in towards Secret will yield some decent results. It's going to be Mercury just patrolling that area. Smokes are now gone down, but the frag's starting to appear. Kaze will open things up as he finds Starlight towards Garage.
Yeah, spots a second player really deep back there. A little bit of info and plenty of time. No real pressure on the T side at the moment. Just make sure you don't give over any rifles unnecessarily. Certainly don't give over the round. And they've done a fabulous job.
Bit of an aim display there from Kaze. I enjoyed that. Very precise. As we will see the guns presumably come out here in round number 3. Lynn Vision, not the best start, but not the worst. They do have a chance to bounce back right here, right now. They're up against the Galils pretty much across the board here. It's just Jamyoung, and we'll have the AK-47. They'll have everything they need, of course. There'll be some concessions to be made on the CT side, mainly the helmets usually, Anders, and that's actually kind of a big deal. Against the Galils, makes them just as potent as the AK, really. So as G and Westmelon that are on high alert, as we see the Molotov support towards Hut. Takes away a lot of those sound cues as well as you jump towards main. So you can see they're trying to make their way in towards that position. Good spam damage coming through from Amelia. Finds Mosier. Takes another 20. But we'll see whether they can continue the streak here on the T side.
Those smelly grenades, no real force behind it apart from the Molotovs going down, but not like they did a lot of damage, not they really got any map control behind it either. We'll see if they recommit to something similar here again. No real control down below. I guess they feel confident that no T's have slipped through, but dangerous assumption to be making here. Did he see that, Jamyang? There definitely was a player up on the hut that he could have seen, or up on the vent position outside. Looks like he's going to start to make his way back. 50 seconds on the clock here. The bomb is making its way towards the ramp room, in fact. And Saka, this is not a completely uncommon position, but it's very exposed. He's walking back into the slightly safer position, but he's realized he's kind of lost control here, and he's going to be falling back.
Yeah, a lot of territory taken here for TYLOO, but it's just a ramp room. It's not a bomb site. Oh, it's a laboured spray, but he gets the job done. It was an absolute free frag there towards outside. Zaka only good for the one as well. It's a 4 versus 3. A huge frag with Jamia making up for that almost missed spray. The back gets a double kill as well. One player down the vent. It's going to be Starry as well. So do they want to fall back and go towards Zappa here? But Media one step ahead of them. And they're running out of time, man. If they lose the bomb in an awkward manner here, this still could fall apart. The aforementioned C4 makes its way to the bomb site floor. And towards main, this still could be problematic. So Starry will now know it's on a lower plant, and Amelia gives his position up, but he's got a very low HP Mosier. I don't know why he's going for that.
It's one of those mistakes that can really cost you.
He just had to patrol the vent. You know one's down towards low. At the very least, it's hold Squeaky in a very defensive manner. You're kind of backing your teammates up there.
Yeah, even if they make it past, you go back into hut to try and play for the after plan. There's a lot of ways to go with it. Now, there is no kit in place, so if they really want to go for this, it's going to have to be right now with the defuse, and yeah, time is simply running out. So I guess I agree with Moshe, but also from Lynn Vision's point of view, unless there's a kit on the ground somewhere on the bomb side, which I doubt, they needed to be probably a little bit quicker to even get close to making this round work. It's going to be another one for TYLOO, and that's the first buy round for Lynn Vision, kind of just getting wiped out here. They'll only save 1 M4.
3-0. TYLOO with the idyllic start, and you're right, a single M4 saved is averaging about $3,000 going forward. The loss bonus being brutal on the CT side. It's enough for a partial buy, like some 5.7s for Deagles, but I wouldn't expect much more. Like we said, Jamyang almost dropped the bag there towards outside. He gets a double kill in the end. It got a little bit messy, but Mercury, that smoke down, guarantees the round. As mentioned, maybe some slight investment here. Not a ton, just a few upgraded pistols, a Max 7 for Amelia, saved M4 for Starry. It's the USP going up on top, so surprised that I guess it has the benefit of the silencer, but we'll see if it's overlooked. Probably not.
Wow, okay,
Yikes.
There we go. Such a luxury entering really any part of the map on any map with the Mac 10. Just a jumping, ability. Even if there is a stack there or anything like, you're just opening up the rest of the push for your teammates. So it's a classic, really. Jumping Mac 10s. Remember when they were first introduced by? Wow.
Where are you going with it?
I was gonna say by the Shark team. What is that team? What am I thinking about?
The Shark team, Vega Squadron.
Vega Squadron. Thanks, Henry. my brain went on full course.
So what? You about to say who invented the Mac 10? Like, where are we going with this one? No, I see what you mean. So Vega Squadron, yes, that's Jason's favorite team, I believe.
They are. Yes.
He was a big fan of the Sharks back in the day. Reminds me of the E-League days.
Chopper jumping around with the Mac 10.
Yeah.
Like, that kind of stuff was really revolutionary at the time. People were very upset about it. They were very angry. Like,
I don't
what
think
are they
enough
doing?
people take advantage of that. I think Snappy in Ents does a really good job of utilizing that, reading these opponents' finances very well, knowing it's the helmet that first is the first thing to get sacrificed. So yeah, the Mac 10 I think super underrated still. It has its place in gun rounds as well. If you have a stranglehold in their economy, it's a great weapon to punish and have some running gun potential or just jumping gun potential, as you're pointing out. So the great start here, as mentioned, that boost doesn't really do much these days, especially with the Mac 10 leaping out first. As we go 4-0, this is getting out of control for Lynn Vision. As we see them purchase the AWP, the G, who was fantastic on the second map of Anubis. He's going straight in, balls to the wall as he tries to challenge towards the ramp, and will find Kazi to open things up.
Good start, no question about it, and they need it now.
Yeah.
Things are spiraling, like you said. There's G outside. He's going to be finding Mercury. 3 versus 5. Do it again. The round is pretty much won. Advent's made his way down, which would be a lot more interesting in a way, I think, if he had the bomb closer to him. Maybe even with him, but in this position, not a lot of stress, I think, on Lynn Vision to do a lot here. They already kind of were checking on him. I think they took a step down the ramp just to see how close he was, but this bomb, how is it going to get... It's kind of isolated out here.
You might as well just make this round as punishing as possible. If you're TYLOO, you're probably not going to save here. And that's actually quite a promising start. The fact he's avoided death for at least for a few seconds there. If you can find a couple of kills with the bomb planted, you might be onto something here, but it looks like Lynn Vision have found that first. Looks being the operative word here because, yeah, there's a chance this bomb still gets planted. Smoke down as he crosses towards silo. Just going to plant in the smoke by the looks of things here, suggesting he's going to get behind the silo, so it does go down. All under control for now, but it's now a 5 versus 1. Can Advent do anything with this?
Yeah, the bomb plant's kind of nice, but again, like you said, some damage here would be really huge for them, and he's getting double time. That's tough. Okay.
Yeah, we'll take the plant though, and a frag, like, considering it's a 5 versus 3, not the worst outcome in the world, but it will be the first round for Lynn Vision here. They're quite a convincing one as well. They recover AK-47s, 4 players surviving, they hold control of the AWP as well, so could be a bit of a comeback here. This series has been the story of a comeback. Each and every time, it looks like someone's about to drop the ball, but it was Lynn Vision with the crisis aversion. In the previous map, they were up, 12-8, and it almost went to overtime. They got it over the line with Galil's pretty much across the board here. G, though, taking matters into his own hands in this particular round, aggressive towards the round, back to outside, nailing his shots. Yields the first round on the board. Money should be absolutely fine, though, as you can imagine. After a 4-0 start on the T side of Nuke, they still have a buy in reserve after bringing out the Kaze AWP themselves. So here we go, round number 6.
Yeah, those were the first 2 kills for G on Nuke in that last round.
Yeah,
so
okay, fair enough.
Some of them out. Western's got 5 and 3, but again, like some of those from the pistol round, got 2 there. So generally speaking, they just haven't had much to say at all on the CT side. That needs to change. Saka, I think he was thinking about going for a peek there, but he kind of fell off maybe. And G is back at it again.
Yeah, back-to-back opening kills.
That boomstick is absolutely working out for him.
I haven't heard it called a boomstick in about 15 years, so I appreciate that, Anders. That's an old school forum reference. But we are going to see ourselves in a 5-on-4. Another opening frag courtesy of the sniper of G. As he's now down towards lower. He's absolutely everywhere, Anders. Wherever they're heading, he's lying in wait, ready to strike.
The mark of a good AWP player, you're saying?
Absolutely.
Oh, they kind of have an idea that someone's back there, so they got Westmelon kind of locked in. He's going to get a headshot anyway. Doesn't matter. G, he's unstoppable at the moment. Making life very, very hard for TYLOO. He does get some damage in, but he hunts him down eventually. And suddenly it's a 2 versus 3. There is a chance here. They might just try and switch it up, but...
It's the right call. As you can see on the minimap, all 3 CTs are down towards lower, assuming it'd be the final play. They still have the advantage here, but the bomb going down, the AWP to patrol heaven, presumably, they might be onto something. The problem is Jamyang's down to 3 points of health. Grenade starting to rain in here, 1 bullet, and he's done for. So, Advent, from main entrance, it doesn't look like there's a world where he wins this one, but you never know. Fake defuse comes through, doesn't take the bait, remains calm. And the first kill is his. He might be onto something here, Anders.
Oh, that's huge. Grenade around the corner. He's going to take a peek again. They smoked him off, but... Oh, Emilia finds him right over, and they pick up the defuse kit to go for it. My God, that could have been an interesting round there. If he could have got into a position, we saw it on Anubis, how they were able to spam for the smoke. I was hoping for something similar, but... For Lynn Vision, it's great news. They're able to win the round.
Yeah, that was a bit of a must-win as well. They couldn't afford to be reset at that stage, but the bomb's planted. It should be, like I said, another buy available for TYLOO. 4 rounds on the T side, it's already a serviceable half. They can get 5 or 6. They've posted a really successful first T-side showing, but we'll see if they can keep it going here at all. Lynn Vision have been kept modestly, so most of these rounds have been relatively close. They'll have 1 buy in reserve as well, so we'll see who picks up round number 7 here. Back towards outside, a bit more pep in the step as well. We've got Mercury and Kaze trying to find the first pick. The first smoke goes down as well, but a few more being deployed from Spawn by the looks of things. G has been very influential in the last couple of rounds. He's found the opening picks and 2 frags apiece in the 2 they've picked up. That's Kaze. He's looking for the one-on-one duel against his rival sniper.
G kind of giving up on the position a little bit. Kaze with a boost up. Nice way to try and maybe outsmart somebody out here. A lot of movement back there on the CT side, but nobody really exposing themselves to Kaze yet. So for now, he's going to hang around with 3 of them out by the red container. Saka is here, and he's going to be able to call it in. He sees just a couple of people moving past. No, smoke's up. That is wildly dangerous. Again, G, third round in a row, Henry, with the entry.
He's absolutely killing it right now and killing the majority of TYLOO as well. Advent will strike back, though, giving them a fighting chance, but they don't look very confident with their setup. Westmelon certainly does. On a swivel, he manages to find a double kill with the M4. Retreat to safety as well. And speaking of which, we've got a 4 versus 2. Advent and Jam Young. We've got the latter with a bit of space towards up, but he doesn't have the bomb. So Starry gets himself in a promising position here. Doesn't overstep the mark, just waits towards the hub, making sure they can't retreat towards lobby.
Advent gonna go straight for it. They've also had bomb plants, even when they've been losing these rounds, and that's the 3rd bomb plant here for TYLOO, so that's at least gonna give them some extra cash. They're gonna be, you know, able to fight a little bit further on, which I guess is good news for them, even if this round is another very hard to win, and maybe impossible now. Advent on his own just run over 4 people living on the Lynn Vision side. But again, it's more bomb plants for TYLOO.
Firing on all cylinders, it seems. After the 4-0 deficit, they post 3 rounds in response, but the bomb keeps getting planted as the loss bonus accumulates as well. So maybe a partial buy at the very least, but at least on the full eco. And you're right, G has been giving them absolute hell. Time and time again with his opening kills. Westmelon with his beautiful sequence. Perfect shot on the first, head on the swivel, and manages to get the second as well. Mercury gets absolutely rocked in towards those vent positions, and for now, it's Starry to close things out as well. So round number 8 is up next. 4-3, 1 round in it. And indeed, it is going to be just that partial buy. Maybe the upper rush, Anders running the gauntlet. The Flames and the Fury of Westmelon are getting sprayed down. No frags found. Round over.
Always a bold move when you're running through the Molotovs like that. And it was a little bit, I think, wider than they were expecting. Greeted with bullets on the other side. Lynn Vision about to close out, or not close out, but, you know, tie up this game. Make it a 4-4 scoreline, and they've got to be feeling really satisfied about that. Again, at the start of it, they had almost no kills at all in the first 4 or 5 rounds, but they really made up for it. G, a huge reason why getting those openings. There we go. And no bomb plant. Not that this time, at least the round loss bonus, I guess, is saving TYLOO a little bit, so there's that.
Certainly. But that's now 4 rounds in a row. Seems to be the case for these 2 teams. As soon as one gets the advantage, the other quickly catches up. So round number 9 here, the dying embers of this first half of our final map. If you're just joining us, where the hell have you been? It's been a hell of a day here. Day 1 at CAC 2023. We've had the likes of Ents and Astralis make their way towards the playoffs. Astralis in the semis, Ents in the quarters. And we're trying to find the next team to make it towards the quarterfinals as well. So that's going to be either Lynn Vision or TYLOO. Loser, unfortunately, does go home.
True that. Gee, back at it again. Entry. He's so on point with this. What a frustrating experience for TYLOO, just having a player on the other side that active and just finding the entries.
He's 4-1 in opening duels right now, and they've got 4 rounds to their name. Damn. So that's kind of insane, really, when you put it like that. So the opening frag, can't hold on to the advantage for too long, though. G does go down after we sing his praises, and they wait for the smoke to fade. Bit of a surprise to Zach on the other side here. It's Amelia. Great work. Didn't really have to go for that second peep. He's got Starry to back him up, as Jam Young will find himself in another deficit here. 2-on-1, and I'm assuming the bomb is down.
Peek that with a knife in his hand. I guess you're right, the bomb is down, so he's expecting him to rotate, but...
So he's going for the backstab from lower. So yeah, he's just going to walk up towards ramp and hopefully bring it down to 1 versus 1, which is very possible. In terms of all the options he had available to him, this is one of the stronger ones.
I would have to agree. 40 seconds. Yeah, he's got the rifle out now. Good position behind the box there, making him a little bit more tricky. I think he's seen it, but he needs to know about the other player too. He's walked up real close, and that shot will give it away. He still picks up the shot. Now Starry's on the other side, and he will win the fight, but that could have got very, very close. But Lynn Vision, they've taken him over. Now they're in the lead. And TYLOO running out of options here.
Couldn't have asked for a better start. 4-0 on the T side, but then you offer up 5 rounds in a row. It's been the story of TYLOO in this series. They seem to lose grip on these games very quickly. And we are going to see round 10 up next. And finances don't look amazing, but there's enough there for a buy. Be compromised, to say the least. They have to go with some, take the tactical timeout. And just to reiterate one final time here, it's day 1 of the tournament. We are operating with 4 timeouts here. So that is not a mismanaged HUD. That's actually what we're going with. And traditionally in MR12 you have 3 and you get extras in towards overtime if needed. But yeah, the money's not great. They're averaging like 3,700 per player. Maximum loss bonus now achieved if you want to call it that. So that's $3,400 per player. If you get the bomb down, you get nice healthy buys. If not, you're on the precipice of having to take a partial, as we'll see them just discuss their options here as the wheels once again already starting to fall off, and we'll see what kind of buy they're presenting. So Tech9s, I saw a Galil in the mix as well. So it looks to be more of a partial than a full investment here. Jamyoung with a bit more cash than the others, taking himself down to 1,200 with the AK-47. Absolutely fine. As mentioned, you get 34 into the next. So it's a bit of a hero AK, if you will, but a calculated one.
See if they can avoid the wrath of G outside.
He's been so good. He's only got like 6 kills, say only. But the fact he's got all these openers time and time again, as mentioned, 4 and 1 in opening duels. Jamyoung not too far behind with 2 and 0, but we'll see if they can get towards secret safely. It doesn't look great. There is an opening kill though on both sides of the equation, and G might be going down here. Certainly is. Zaka to try and pick up the pieces, and he's doing a great job. Double kill found.
Yeah, but he's very low here. Be careful, there's the spray coming through. How is he not
that happens to me all the time. Don't shoot for that. Like I learned my lesson like 3 times now. You try and kill players through that, you do 0 damage.
That's absurd. I just can't even believe it. Yeah,
I made myself
for all
like
of
a
us.
real fool sometimes. Like you get like a freebie, you've outmaneuvered them, you try and shoot for that, grating that, and it's just like does no damage.
That's so bizarre. Okay, well, remember that, folks at home, if ever you're in a similar position. 40 seconds here, and a 2 versus 2. There we go. Saka's trying the other way. Don't think it was necessarily the spam, just the fact that he didn't quite hit the bullets, unfortunately. Gonna fall back down after putting up a smoke, and we're down to 25 seconds. If they want to go for it now, they pretty much have to run to that B-bomb site real soon.
Yeah, and they don't have much to speak of in terms of defensive utility here. CT's already transitioning down towards lower. There's only one player there, though, and it's the low HP player of Zaka as well. So there's 2-on-2 coming to a head. If he denies the Astralis plant, it's pretty much round over, I think.
Yeah.
Can't plant. Yeah, it's over. It's done. He's giving away so many sound cues as well. That confirms it, and it will be Lynn Vision to continue their massive streak on the CT side after being down 4 and 0. They posted 6 rounds in response.
Oh dear. Yeah, they're laughing a little bit on that side. Who can really blame them? TYLOO, where have you gone?
Yeah, down but not out. As I did mention, it's nuke, it's T side. Like 4 is enough for a half. You know,
Sure.
they managed to recover a 9-3 deficit on overpass. So it's just the way they're losing there. It seems like they just run out of gas halfway through these halves, and yeah, it's not seeing much in terms of like signs to suggest they're going to do much with this going forward. There's just a couple more rounds left to be played. Towards the ramp when we go, it's G. There's been a real thorn in their side. He patrols towards the squeaky door for now, denying the transition towards that lobby, but Zaka only good for 1. A chance here. Starry completely Molotoved off. Will have to relinquish control of ramp and presumably allow them access towards lower.
I do like this double push into Squeak Door. We'll see if they're going to be able to find, I think it's Moja who's out there, or if they're just here. So you see Westmoreland's waiting here. They did have another player there, so they're going to be able to catch that. Huge if you're going to be retaking the B-bomb site, that there's no one hanging around the lobby on the T side. You don't want that. Yeah, he's pushing through, but Amelia almost takes him down anyway. The bomb is going to be planted here. Made around the corner. Nice shot for Westmoreland. Looked like the crosshair was dead on for Jamyoung, but he's not quite enough. Kaze and Advent. How can you hold on to this? They finally get a bomb plant here, but it's looking tough for them.
Yeah, it's looking rough. And we'll see a 2 versus 4 ensue. Good opening frag, but it gives up Kaze's position. Very assertive finish from Lynn Vision once again. 7 rounds in a row. One more round left to play here in the first half as well. So yeah, TYLOO down and maybe out at this point. This is like difficult to keep the morale and confidence going when you win the pistol and then you just get absolutely trounced in the gun rounds.
Yeah, it's not been looking great, has it? And this is one of the, again, they haven't even had many bomb plants in these rounds.
No.
They've been losing. This finally is one where they do, and they cannot even close to hold on to it.
Yeah, they just don't seem to be aware of the potential aggressive flanks coming through. No one checking that squeaky door. And Amelia absolutely guns them down here. Round number 12. That final map here. TYLOO with the great emphatic start, but started to shrink once again here on the server. Up against their main rivals, Lynn Vision. It's been a hell of a rivalry this year. 13 outings, 13 different series between these two teams. Lynn Vision considered the better team overall. And right now, maybe showing us why. It's G, who's currently on 5 and 1 in opening duels.
What what a half he's had. From a very, very bad start. Once he picked up the AWP, though, it was a different question altogether. Double smoke. And actually throwing in another one. Okay.
Yeah, I guess to deny like the glaive position and creeping around, something like that, but maybe a bit much. But we'll see if they can fend off G this time. Is he going to get his 6th opening frag? Apparently not. And that's the cue to go. And as you can see, right, everyone just get down here. No time wasted. Get down and get that bomb planted. A 5 versus 3. Surely they can't get this one up, especially that missed drop from Zaki. Makes up for on the 2nd repeat, but surely they've done enough here. 7-5 will do for TYLOO, considering the way this is looking.
Sure, you've just lost 7 rounds in a row. At least get this last one in. That's something to celebrate, surely. Mercury with a stunning double opening. That second one just running down the player, coming out of the vent position. Amelia's out of it. Westmillan might as well fight to the death here. There's no other way out. And then Mercury will find the last one. What a round for him. Triple kill, 7-5 at the end of it. Not necessarily out of it yet, TYLOO. I think that makes a big difference winning that last round.
Oh, absolutely. Just to post it before halftime as well. Kind of just to raise the spirits of the team.
Yeah.
They needed it because they looked like they needed resuscitation more than that, to be honest with you, after giving up 7 in a row. But 7-5, not too bad. You can see the scoreboard there. It's Jam Young at the top of TYLOO with 13 frags for Mercury, saving the day here on the final round of their T-side campaign. Beautiful opening shots, and you can see they're wasting no time at that point, not trying to overthink the situation, taking them the AWP down towards lower. The player that's been finding opening picks left, right, and center. Finally, he gives one up, and it will be the opportunity to make their way down towards lower and presumably one step closer towards the playoffs as well. They really needed that last round, so that's going to alleviate some of the pressure. But still, if you're Lynn Vision, you're very happy that half. After going down 4-0 themselves, they post 7 in a row. This is the final round that eludes them. But a very, very important round coming up next, Anders, the pistol.
It really is. There's a lot more emphasis in MR12 now on this particular round. We say it over and over again, but especially when the scoreline is close like this one, could be a bit of a swing round. Westmillan actually top fragging on his side with 12, and on the other side it's Jam Young with 13. So we ended up talking
Those
a
are the
lot
two
about
best names on the server as well.
They are the two best names.
It was meant to be.
Quite like Mercury as well, you know?
It is. I think there's a lot we could do with that.
Closest planet to the sun.
Yeah, and a metal that melts as well.
Also that.
Yeah.
I think a day on Mercury is about 60 days or something like that in Earth days. So.
All right. I don't know how I could intertwine that into the commentary, but we'll give it a go.
You think about it. Maybe that's how long this match has felt for TYLOO.
Yeah, good point. They opened a couple of frags here, and Kaze is giving them hell with that P2000, which seems to be very fashionable right now. Mercury, not the prettiest display with the dual elites, but maybe you can make up for it here. Apparently not. It is going to be Lynn Vision getting their way back into this one. Beautiful sequence from the Glocks. The missed Julies do come back to haunt them, but it is going to be Kaze from the back in the driving seat. The bomb needs to be recovered here. This duel maybe decides the round in itself, but surrounded, Jam Young will find the final frag there. TYLOO needed that pistol, Anders, and my God, have they ever got it. 7-6. Not many celebrations just yet. It's been a rough first half, but that's just what they needed.
I believe, Henry, people used to drink mercury to cure ailments. I think Newton did
Really?
that. Yeah,
I think I've heard about that as well.
I think Isaac Newton used to do that. Obviously...
Be watered down, presumably. I think it'd be like a supplement more than straight up mercury.
I don't know. It's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah. It's one of the questions.
one
I guess
of
we
the
can find out. We haven't been locked in the Twitch chat today. They definitely would know. That's the hive mind you need right now.
Presumably would. Yeah, for anyone watching, I recommend you don't drink mercury.
Yeah,
it is in fact
PSA
dangerous.
that won't cure anything. I'm pretty sure.
Not going
If
to
anything,
definitely not going to make you
problems.
better at Counter-Strike either, so just don't do it.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we cleared that up.
Yeah.
And it is going to be the full eco, unfortunately for Lynn Vision fans, as they don't really have much more than the Glocks. And TYLOO this time will be making sure they get this round over the line. It's going to be a 5 versus 1. Westmillan, not really sure what you can do here. Just hope that they give you a frag, feed you one. But nice little ding. Doesn't equate to a frag. So the clean sweep found. We tie things up, Anders. We said these teams go the distance each and every outing. They normally play Nuke, and it's Lynn Vision that seem to come out on top every single time. But TYLOO now winning both pistols. Bear in mind that 4-0 start. Now winning the pistol. Got the 2-0. The stats suggest an equal game, that this sort of matchup, that should be TYLOO closing this series out. But I'm not sure it's going to be that simple for them.
Well, this next round could be a big point in the right direction of Vector, so to speak, for where we're going. 7-7. If they can pick this one up, Lynn Vision, then it could signal a swift return into the second half, and we'll see if TYLOO are going to be able to deal with it or not. They're not going to have the AWP with the... Oh my god, what a shot from Starry. Okay, there we go. I was going to say the AWP to find the entry in the yard, but it doesn't even matter apparently.
Bear in mind, this is the bonus round for TYLOO as well.
Yeah.
They've got like 2 FAMASs, MP9s, a couple of M4s, and one of them's being brought into action right now. It's going to be Kaze doing some damage towards Westmelon, but ultimately they've allowed a player to slip the net. And that's going to be Starry. He's down in towards Secret, waiting for any sort of CT reaction here, seeing if they're going to probe in response and try and get some outside control, but still a minute on the clock here. Jam Young just playing with the smoke in hand, is trying to disallow entrance towards the ramp. And I think Lynn Vision have no choice but to go low rounders. I'm not sure where else they could go with this one. But how do they cross?
Well, that's a question they're going to have to find an answer to fairly soon.
Yep. 40 seconds remaining. They can flash. And they're just going to go for the dry swing, and it's actually done very well for them. They do get spotted, as you might expect. But the fact they took no damage en route, it's pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
Jam Young scrambling now. Bear in mind, it's a 5-on-4. He's given all the time in the world to reposition them and call his nades out, and it leads to his demise. 5-on-2, round over. You have no choice but to save here.
He just wanted to throw the grenade back to his teammate.
There's always one more grenade, Anders.
Always one more. You know, sometimes when I play the game, Henry, I'm holding a corner, and I know as soon as I swap weapons or pull out a grenade, someone's gonna peek me.
Right.
Sometimes I'll pretend to pull out a grenade on my keyboard just to see if I can.
What, you like try and trick the Matrix?
The universe, yeah, essentially.
Okay.
I'm like, and I don't think of myself as particularly superstitious, but you know, just trying to see if I can make it work like that, you know.
Well, I've seen some antics. Like people are buying the revolver, and because you can have that preemptive sort of striking noise, you can just bait them around the corner, then pull out your shotgun as soon as they take the bait. That's about as close as I've seen to that sort of thing, but that seems to be making an appearance on Reddit more often than not. That's pretty fun. But,
Okay,
that's the only use case for the revolver right now I can give you.
Yeah, man, that was that 1 week where it was really good.
Unbelievably good. It was like if you got shot someone in the stomach, it was an instant kill, and you could like pre-cock the gun as well. If you like press right click first, then held down left, it would hold it in position. You just had to let go when you hit on their stomach. It was wild.
The bad old days, in many ways.
Yeah, and then we had the AUG week as well, where the AUG was just like 100% accurate and doing like insane damage at range.
Yeah.
That was like a week.
The
of
teams
hell.
actually had a gentleman's agreement not to use it.
Yeah, right. That's,
and then
that's true.
Delpan used it on Nuke anyway, and everyone used it again, and they lost that game because he broke the gentleman's agreement. Amazing.
I guess we don't have many gentlemen's agreements apart from like player skins that they're allowed in any tournament. Most pros won't deploy them.
Yeah.
Like, even if it's not in the rules, that's like the only gentleman's agreement I can think of in modern CS to this day. It's a shame because some of the skins do look really cool, right? Like the fact we have to play the default ones kind of sucks.
Yeah, I agree. Well, here we are.
Here we are.
Molotov on top of the hut, forcing Moja off that position. TYLOO, they need a victory right here. They need to come back strong at the beginning of the second half. They can't really allow Lynn Vision to spiral this one out of control. Oh, Starry with the jump down. This is a bit of a secret mission, but he might have either been heard or he's shot on the radar. I'm not sure, but either way, Mercury's there to pick him up. So there's something to work with. 4 versus 5, and it's a start for the CT side, but they're not home safe yet. There's nobody from the CT side down here. Look at it. They just walked into the B-bomb site.
Yeah, this is quite strange, isn't it? Like, there's literally no CT presence down here. Now, they've got the man advantage. Maybe this is all by design, but one player in the vents could sabotage their rotations completely. They'll have to focus towards the ramp. And speaking of which, Zaka tucks himself in. And now they're starting to realize it's a little bit too quiet. We did have some gaps on the map, primarily towards ramp.
If you can almost tell that Jamyong coming in from... He's not even aware. They're still looking for T's on this part of the map. I think Jamyong's still just almost holding ramp. Now he's not. Now he's going to run back. But you can tell he's got no clue that someone's here.
Zero info.
Wow, they had no idea.
Perfect utility usage as well. The Molotov on the left, smoke on the right, means you can really guarantee the plant as well. They keep just funneling utility towards the ramp. I think they're just going to save.
Yeah.
They kind of let this round go. They had no idea. No presence. In a 5 versus 4, no one even considering lower after the ramp was open for so long.
Yeah, that's a definite mistake because, like you said, there was an outside chance that it is just by design that they say, you know, we got great retake protocols on the B-bomb side, we're not going to care about it.
You're right. When Jamyong goes down, it's like it's
You can
ninth out
tell.
and he's running through, they just have literally zero information. So that wasn't by design. That was just them allowing the T to slip the net and not considering the possibility of it going down towards lower. The fact that one player just runs down his knife out is scrambling to find a good position. Like Lynn Vision can't believe their luck. They lost the opening pick in the form of Starry. Fist bumps all round, boys, because that one is an absolute heist of a round, and TYLOO just offered it up for free. That's a shame. You hate to see it, Anders.
You do hate it, especially if you're cheering for TYLOO, which I'm
And they're going to take a tactical timeout as well, just to let them stew in it. Just to let them think about what they've done.
That's great. You should do that, you know?
I guess we used to have like the Carrigan timeout, and he used to know who's going to win.
Yeah.
Like, he just drop it just before he gets map point, or match point, I guess.
I think it's worth doing, you know? Psychological warfare. It's allowed.
We don't have enough of it.
Well, let's see if TYLOO have a little bit more left in the tank here. I'm getting worried now.
I don't know. They haven't had much in the tank since Anubis, to be honest with you. Like they
felt that way.
Rather flats. And bear in mind, Overpass was concerning as well. They were 9-3 down. Sure, they brought it all the way back and showed some great character, but I don't know. I can see why Lynn Vision are considered the better team. Like I think from a tactical point of view, I mentioned this at the pregame. I think TYLOO have a better understanding of current meta. They seem to have more aggressive maneuvers on the CT side. They seem to operate better as a team. But in terms of just fundamental Counter Strike, I feel like Lynn Vision have them beat in almost every facet. Just the CT aggression, TYLOO have a better understanding of, and you can't really do too much of that on CT side of Nuke. But early on here in round number 17, Lynn Vision looking for double digits here. Bear in mind, TYLOO, after giving up an absolute stinker of a round, at least got to save 4 weapons. And Mercury in a challenging spot here, but he's done great to find that first kill. Upgrade to the AK-47. Maybe he finds a bit more here. Considerable damage, but they're losing players left and right. Down towards lower we go again. Oh, Starry, that is beautiful. Kaze should be posting that frag all day long.
What a difference it would have made if they could have actually picked it up. Now, Jamyong did get the shot onto Starry, but the bomb is still going to get planted now. Seeing a kit there on Advent, so there is a chance if they get close, but Westmelon is walking up behind them. If the main force here at the B-bomb side can hold on even for about 5 seconds... Oh, he comes back for a Jamyong. That's really good thinking. He's doing everything he can. He knows how important this round is for his team. They don't have a lot of money in the bank either. This is a must-win.
And it's going to be G who has to do the heavy lifting here as well. Bear in mind, Zach is going to be cannon fodder. He's low HP. He just wants to get intel for his teammate here. Defuse coming through. Speculative spam. It's a full commitment. Can they find him? Apparently not. It will be TYLOO to steal that one away. A full defuse in the smoke. And Zach didn't go down as well. I think they really had to commit to the double spray down there. But there, speak of a heist, it's going to be TYLOO offering one back in return. It didn't know they had anything to say about that retake. And they didn't even drop a single kill there as they get the defuse in. Beautiful. As TYLOO will be at least bringing the scoreline one step closer.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. Like, sure, you get both the kills towards the end. We'll have a look at the CT finances in that regard. So you just won the previous round, but you're only going to get 3,500 per player into the next one. So the AWP is available for Mass Mercury, and, well, it's Mosier that's been removed very early on, trying to cross over towards Secret. A shot in response. Kaze keeping the dream alive here, trying to tie things up at 9-9.
Yeah, that's what he wants.
Scrappy out there right now, Anders.
It is. Trading him back and forth, although Kaze coming with that kill. That just might tilt the pendulum in favor of TYLOO. I say it just as Amelia comes in with 2 huge frags. Just like that, it's a 2 versus 2. Jamyong's walking for the smoke. He's going to find Amelia. And now it's just Starry.
With the bomb, though.
With the bomb.
So, not all. If you just don't necessarily want to swing with the AWP and low HP, Kaze, keep it together.
God.
And it's under control. Well done. He manages to hit the shots and tie things up, as mentioned here. Wasn't the prettiest round, but they got it done. Bear in mind, they had FAMASes and a lack of utility there, but it's going to be a couple of rounds in a row. And just what they needed here to tie things up as well. Bomb planted. I think there's still one more pretty serviceable buy going forward for Lynn Vision, certainly, as they've got around 6k on a couple of players there. But still, that's going to be TYLOO back in this game. And bear in mind, they had a 4-0 start on the T side. They won the pistol in the second half with the 2-0 conversion as well. They should be winning this map. Like, the fact it's like considered like a 50-50 matchup, you win that, you have that sort of lead on both sides that you should be closing this one out. So it's about time they woke up, and just in the nick of time, because it's all tied up, and it's going to be short a bye on the Lynn Vision side, but certainly some concessions to be made. So a tactical pause.
Well, it's heating up now. You can start to tell. I mean, Kaze really getting woken up in that round. They need him. They need him with the orb. He beat G outside. Whenever that fight goes the way of Kaze, you've got to assume that's going to be a really big deal. There we go. 9-9.
Could have gone wrong at that moment. He was very low on health, but nails the shots. As mentioned, this won't be the prettiest of buys, but it's enough. Deagle, Khalil, 3 AKs. And we're on the precipice here of the closure of this third and final map. Loser goes home. Winner joins the others in the playoffs. Astralis and Ents already there as mentioned from Group A.
Yeah, Astralis suddenly playing...
They're in the semis.
Really well, yeah.
All things considered, recent controversy, we don't have to get into that now. Like the fact they're in the semis here, like that's amazing for them. They look very good as well.
Yeah, they're going to be excited about it. There might be some pressure put onto Advent, I think, inside of the bomb side there. We'll see if he can dodge the Molotov or if he's going to be put out of position. Some players have a really tough time when the Molotov goes down. They have to decide between smoking or taking the fight. Mosier traded. There's the Molotov on the Advent, and he's not quite sure. Flashbangs behind. Has to try to put it out with a smoke, and Jamyon goes down. Mercury up close. MP9 and Kaze shown up. Huge contribution there from the high ground. And turns out Advent was fine, just kind of not even participating in the fight.
Oh, you said Kaze had to be part of this round, and he's delivering on all fronts. A couple of frags, 15 in total. And a 3 versus 1 locked in here. 30 seconds, and I don't think there's much that Zach can do with this. He's got a Khalil in hand, as mentioned. The money well and truly broken. And he does spot the barrel of 1. So that's maybe his kill, but that was the opportunity to find it cleanly. Don't really have to offer up much else. With 15 seconds remaining, the job's already done. I believe the bomb is down as well. So yeah, he has to save the AK-47. It's towards the ramp. Thank you for confirming. And there we have it. TYLOO take the lead, Anders.
They don't have any money on that T
After
side
giving
either.
up, what, 7 rounds in a row?
Yeah.
On their T side, they've actually had a bit of a resurgence here. It's right down to the wire. It's all the rounds, as we always expect between these two teams. But, yeah, fair play to TYLOO. Another great display of character here, similar to what we saw in Overpass from a game that seemed like they were completely done after the initial pistol round and follow-up rounds went in their favour. And, as mentioned, I think the money's pretty tight. They saved that AK-47, but we're averaging, what, maybe like $2,500 per player, so that's going to be a very light investment. Zaka with the AK, and there's like P250s, Tech 9s otherwise. So TYLOO might have done enough here. Might being the operative word as we see the outside execution. Envision going to try and fully send it down towards lower once again. Good smoke. Oh, just about gets it. The final bullet there through the smoke, through the wall, into the dome of Westmelon. Easy frag with Jamyon, doesn't outstay his welcome. Nice incendiary as well to buy a bit more time. Deny access down towards lower. Kaze really coming to life here. They're maybe over-facing this one, Anders. They're throwing this round away.
I have no idea. That's a 4 versus 2.
Yeah.
Immediately almost into a 2 versus 2, but the bomb plants to follow here. And they're quite far away. The teams will have time to get away. There's a double HE still in play.
You had all the time in the world. You dropped the incendiary. You've already got the advantage.
Yeah.
You don't need to challenge any further. Just set up the crossfires down towards lower. That is an absolute misplay from TYLOO here. And now they're on the back foot. They're the ones having to retake in an equal situation. The bomb's already like halfway gone. Do they have a smoke? Yes, they do this. So you want to be throwing that on the bomb, not at the choke point here. So get it on top of the bomb, flash in, you're going to have to go for a full defuse. I think that's all you can do.
Yeah, ooh, Saka, there you go. Gets the one, and they actually blow up the smoke as well, so they're going to be fine with it. Starry and Saka converting that, but my God, man,
Just
that is
when
crazy.
They just get on their feet, dust themselves down, and say, yeah, we can play CT side of
I'm
me.
shocked, I'm absolutely shocked.
Get a 4-on-2 lead. You've already thrown the incendiary down. Ramp is not a bomb site. Time was ticking low as well, and everyone just wants to be part of the action. I think it's just the comms were off, like... someone didn't really communicate that they actually got out of the ramp room, but still, that is an absolute disaster of a round. They know it as well, and I think we've got a tactical timeout here from Lynn Vision. They seem to use the timeouts against their opponent. Like when they find victories, they're dropping them in afterwards so you can make sure they're as mad as possible on the opposite side.
I love it. This throw is so funky from Moja. It's like, I don't even understand how it's a headshot, but it is. Look at these kills coming through, but then they just keep finding Zachary and he picks up the kills. Some really smooth kills. You got to give him credit for that. This one, I think his opponent was slightly flashed, and then the HE on top to disperse the smoke.
Oh dear, TYLOO, just as I was getting excited about you pulling your socks up, looking great there for me, completely reset around this. It's a full eco. Oh, it's devastating for them, but this is what we expected. The drama. As there's no love lost between these two rivals here. They play each other a lot. Out in Asia, 13 series this year. Lynn Vision certainly considered the favourites here. But it was TYLOO with both pistols in their favour. A resurgence in the second half. Looks like they were in cruise control up against what seemed to be a locked-in round. A 4-on-2. They overstepped the mark. A moment of madness has led them to a full eco here and a chance for Lynn Vision to convert it into an 11-10 scoreline.
What a turn of events after putting in all that work.
Yeah.
And it slips up in one moment, and it could cost them the series. And again, you lose this when you're getting knocked out, so the consequences are really, really dire at the moment.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate round to offer up after all the hard work was done. So, as mentioned, this is pretty much a foregone conclusion in terms of the round outcome. Lynn Vision should have zero problems getting the plant through and taking the lead once again. And in terms of the loss bonus, I believe it must be the second stage, right? So they're going to get 1,900 into the next round. Or maybe it's 2,400. Yeah, it must be. Mercury 1,900. So they're going to get $2,400 into the next round. But yeah, still, it's going to be a tricky buy, whatever happens. Advent's got enough to drop an AWP potentially, and maybe they can save an AK-47. That would be a very welcome addition.
That'd be huge. Yeah, whatever it takes at this point, just try and steal someone away.
Yeah, I think that's what you're not trying to win this round, you're trying to protect the AKs. You need it.
Yeah, I don't really blame them for it, but it's Lynn Vision picking up an 11th round, so taking a one-round lead. Still keeping it very, very close, but we've got to remind you again, the history between these two teams is Lynn Vision tend to win this particular map, so one more step in that direction, they're not far off doing it again. It's going to be frustrating for TYLOO having these particular maps that they just can't beat Lynn Vision on. Anubis being potentially the other one.
Yeah, it seems that way. So close. And presumably, they've still got a couple of rounds in them. I don't think we're done here just yet. It feels like there's always a few more twists and turns. I wouldn't consider Lynn Vision to be closers either. Like we said, they blew some leads as well. They had the 9-3 lead on Overpass. So, yeah, it's by no means a done deal, but it seems like TYLOO struggled the most in these high-pressure situations. Nuke is your current and deciding map here to work out who will be the first team eliminated here at the CAC 2023. It's day one. Brutal for one of the home teams to leave so early, but after losing to Astralis and Ents earlier on in the best of ones in a convincing manner, this is the only way out. And we will see TYLOO saving at least that AK-47, gives them a pretty solid buy overall.
They need that. The economy being what it is here, if they lose another round, they might not have that many interesting weapons to try and stave off the eventual loss with, so it comes down to that economy once again, as it usually is the case. Some lobby control coming in for the T side. A pretty standard type setup here with the CTs, nothing really to write home about. Potentially a bit light on the 8 defense. If Lynn Vision were to try to just knock it out, they could probably trade their way through that one at the moment, but they don't have any way of knowing that at the moment. They haven't really found anyone else, so they don't know about the player who's already down secret. Jam Young just looking for it here. Not going to find anything. They're really taking their time. They actually might go for the A-bomb side. That's what I said. That's probably the weakest part of the map right now. Double setup here with a Molotov down on top. Oh, this is actually a great call coming up from Lynn Vision. Bit of a drop down, one of them, and Kase is running around. He's so confused. Unscopes, gets the shot anyway. I can't believe he's not dead. He should have been. He's not pulling the trigger yet. Finally, and he can't make it around the corner. 20 seconds, but how on earth did he get the double kill?
It's absolute pandemonium here on the lower bomb site, and it's going to be Jam Young keeping the dream alive for TYLOO here, trying to deny map and series point. It looks like they've done enough here. Lynn Vision, 10 seconds remaining. G with no real opportunity to do anything. He's got to save the AWP Miranders, and what seemed like a great call, a great execution, lots of pressure applied towards upper. They go down those vents and they still can't find the AWP, and it all goes crashing down with a quick scope.
I'm so confused. That's got to be one of the worst positions to be in as an AWP. Like, you're down below, right next to the vent. They're dropping down next to it. They're coming down secret as well. You would have thought as soon as he fires the shot, he's going to get overrun. But double kill for Kazi instead is well played. You've got to give it up to him. And it's 11-11. It's all tied up once again.
It really is. It will be TYLOO tying things up. Who will be posting series and elimination point first? We'll find out right here, right now. Everything comes down to this. And in terms of finances, both teams are pretty heavily invested. There won't be much residual cash at all for whoever loses this round, Anders. So this might decide it. And it's Kaze. Opening frag. This time it's his. Really starting to show some impressive form here on the CT side.
Yeah.
He's kept the dream alive for the squad. Jam Young joining him at 20 frags as well. And it's up to Lynn Vision. They've got like Galil's lack of utility, and now a 5-on-4 deficit as well. It's going to be a difficult round to salvage.
Double grenade to try and put out that smoke. Not at the same time, but still a little bit of a surprise. 5 versus 3. I agree.
Oh, I was going to say, how brave are you feeling, Mosey? Apparently very. Almost to a fault. As we will see the second kill come in, and TYLOO might have given this one up again, Anders. A 5-on-3, and they're running in 1 by 1.
They are running in 1 by 1. They've already lost the 2 versus 4 for no reason. I just don't even understand it. Advent going for a bit of a peek here again. Doesn't really have a teammate with him, or a little bit behind at least. Saka's going to get a couple of kills in Lynn Vision. They will surely make their way to 12 here. Nothing